The Divine Comedy of Dante Alighieri. This version translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Of course, we begin with the Inferno. No introductions needed. If you like the content, like and subscribe. Let's begin. Inferno, Canto 1. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Ah, me, how hard a thing it is to say. What was this forest savage, rough and stern, which in the very thought renews the fear? So bitter it is, death is a little more, but of the good to treat, which there I found, speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot at that point where the valley terminated, which had my consternation pierced my heart, upward I looked, and I beheld its shoulders vested already with that planet's rays, which leadeth others right by every road. Then was the fear a little quieted, that in my heart's lake had endured throughout the night which I had passed so piteously. And even as he, who with distressful breath forth issued from the sea upon the shore, turns to the water, perilous and gazes, so did my soul, that was still fleeing onward, turn itself back to re-behold the paths which never yet a living person left. After my weary body had rested, the way resumed I on the desert slope, so that the firm foot ever was the lower, and lo, almost where the ascent began, a panther light and swift exceedingly, which with a spotted skin was covered over, and never moved she from before my face. Nay, rather did impede so much more my way that many times I had turned. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars, that with him were, what a time the love divine at first set in motion those beautiful things. So were to me occasion of good hope, the variegated skin of that wild beast, the hour of the time, and a delicious season, but not so much. That did not give me fear, a lion's aspect, which appeared to me. He seemed as if against me he were coming, with head uplifted and with ravenous hunger, so that it seemed the air was afraid of him, and a she-wolf, that with all hungering seemed to be laden in her meagreness, and many folk has cause to live forlorn. She brought upon me so much heaviness, with the affright that from her aspect came, that I hope relinquished of the height. And as he who willingly acquires, and the time comes that causes him to lose, who weeps in all his thoughts and is despondent, even such made me that beast without in peace, which, coming on against me by degrees, thrust me back thither where the sun is silent. While I was rushing downward to the lowland, before mine eyes did one present himself, who seemed from long-continued silence hoarse. When I beheld him in the desert vast, have pity on me. Unto him I cried, whichever thou art, or shade, or real man. He answered me, not a man. Man once I was, and both of my parents were of Lombardy, and Mantuans by country both of them. Sub Julio I was born, though it was late, and lived at Rome under the good Augustus, during the time of false and lying gods. A poet was I, and I sang that just son of Anchises, who came forth to Troy, after that Ilion the superb was burned. But thou, why goest thou back to such annoyance? Why climbest thou not the Mount Delectable, which is the source and cause of every joy? Now art thou that Virgilius, and that fountain, which spreads abroad so wide a river of speech? I made a response to him with a bashful forehead. Oh, of the other poets' honour and light avail me that long study and great love that have impelled me to explore thy volume. Thou art my master, and my author art thou. Thou art alone the one from whom I took the beautiful style that has done honour to me. Behold the beast for which I have turned back. Do thou protect me from her, famous sage? For she doth make my veins and pulses tremble. Thee it behooves to take another road, responded he, when he beheld me weeping, if from this savage place thou wouldest escape, because this beast, at which thou criest out, suffers not any one to pass her way, but so doth harass him that she destroys him, and has a nature so malign and ruthless that never doth she glut her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before many of the animals with whom she weds, and more they shall be still until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain. He shall not feed on either earth or pelf, but upon wisdom, and on love and virtue. Twixt Feltro and Feltro shall his nation be, if that low Italy shall he be the saviour, on whose account the maid Camilla died, Urialis Turnus Nisus of their wounds. Through every city shall he hunt her down, until she have driven her back to hell, there from whence envy first did let her loose. Therefore, I think and judge it best. Now follow me, and I will be thy guide, and lead thee hence through the eternal place, where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shalt see the ancient spirits disconsolate, who cry out, each one for the second death. And thou shalt see those who contented are within the fire, because they hope to come whenever it may be to the blessed people, to whom then, if thou wishest to ascend, a soul shall be, for that then I more worthy. Without my departure, I will leave thee, because the emperor who reigns above, in that I was rebellious to his law, wills that through me none come into this city. He governs everywhere, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty throne. O happy to who him thereto he elects. And I to him, poet, I thee entreat, by that same God whom thou didst never know, so that I may escape this woe, and worse, thou wouldst conduct me there where thou hast said, that I may see the portal of St. Peter, and those thou makest so disconsolate. Then he moved on, and I behind him followed. Canto 2. Day was departing, and the embrowned air released the animals that are on earth from their fatigues, and I the only one made myself ready to sustain the war, both of the way and likewise of the woe, which memory that errs shall not retrace. O muses, O high genius, now assist me. O memory that didst write down what I saw, here the nobility shall be manifest. And I began. Poet, who guidest me, regard my manhood, if it be sufficient, ere to the arduous pass thou dost confide me. Thou sayest that of Silvius the parent, while yet corruptible unto the world immortal went, and was there bodily. But if the adversary of all evil was courteous, thinking of the high effect that issued from him, and who and what to men of intellect unmeet it seems not, for he was of great Rome, and of her empire in the imperial heaven as father chosen. The which and what, speaking to the truth, were established as the holy place wherein sits the successor of the greatest Peter. Upon this journey, whence thou givest him vaunt, things did he hear, which the occasions were both of his victory and the papal mantle. Thither went afterwards to the chosen vessel, to bring back the comfort thence unto that faith, which of salvation's way is the beginning. But why did it come, or who concedes it? I not Aeneas am, I am not Paul, nor I nor others think me worthy of it. Therefore, if I resign myself to come, I fear the coming may be ill advised. Thou art wise and knowest better than I speak. And as he is, who unwills what he willed, and by the new thoughts doth his intention change, so that from his design he quite withdraws, such I became upon the dark hillside, because in thinking I consumed the emprise, which was very so prompt in the beginning. If I have well thy language understood, replied the shade of that magnanimous, thy soul attained is with cowardice, which many times a man encumbers so, it turns him back from honoured enterprise, as false sight doth a beast when he is shy. That thou mayest free thee from this apprehension, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard, at the first moment when I grieved for thee. Among those who was I who are in suspense, and a fair saintly lady called to me, in such wise I besought her to command me. Her eyes were shining brighter than the star, and she began to say, gentle and low, with a voice angelical in her own language, O spirit courteous of Mantua, of whom the fame still in the world endures, and shall endure long-lasting in the world, a friend of mine, and not the friend of fortune, upon the desert slope is so impeded upon his way that he has turned through terror, and may, I fear, already be so lost, that I too have risen to his succour, from that which I have heard of him here in heaven. Bestir thee now, and with thy speech ornate, and with what needful is for his release, assist him so that I may be consoled. Beatrice am I, who did go bid thee go. I come from there, where I would fain return. Love moved me, which compelleth me to speak. When I shall be in the presence of my Lord, full often will I praise thee unto him. Then paused she, and thereafter I began. O Lady of Virtue, thou alone through whom the human race exceedeth all contained, within the heaven has the lesser circles. So grateful unto me is thy commandment. To obey, if it were already done, were late. No farther needst thou ope me to my wish. But the cause, tell me, why thou dost not shun the here descending down into this centre, from the vast place thou burnest to return to. Since thou wouldest fain so inwardly discern, briefly will I relate, she answered me, why I am not afraid to enter here. Of those things only should one be afraid, which have the power of doing others harm. Of the rest, no, because they are not fearful. God in his mercy such created me, that misery of yours attains me not, nor any flame assails me of this burning. A gentle lady is in heaven, who grieves at this impediment to which I send thee, so that stern judgment there above is broken. And in her entreaty she besought Lucia, and said, Thy faithful one now stands in need of thee, and unto thee I recommend him. Lucia, foe of all that cruel is, hastened away and came unto the place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Beatrice, said she, the true praise of God, why succourest thou not him who lovest thee so? For he is issued from the vulgar herd. Dost thou not hear the pity of his plant? Dost thou not see the death that combats him beside the flood where the ocean has no vaunt? Never were persons in the world so swift to work their weal and to escape their woe, as I, after such words as these were uttered, came hither downward from my blessed seat, confiding in thy dignified discourse, which honours thee, and those who've listened to it. After she thus had spoken unto me, weeping her shining eyes, she turned away, whereby she made me swifter in my coming, and unto thee I came, as desired. I have delivered thee from that wild beast, which barred the beautiful mountain's short ascent. What is it then? Why dost thou delay? Why is such baseness bedded in my heart? Daring and hardihood, why hast thou not, seeing that the 3 such ladies benedict, a caring for thee in the court of heaven? And so much good my speech doth promises thee, even as the flowerets by nocturnal chill, bowed down and closed, when the sun whitens them, uplift themselves all open on their stems. Such I became with my exhausted strength, and such good courage to my heart there caused, that I began like an intrepid person. Oh, she compassionate, who succoured me, and courteous thou, who hast obeyed so soon the words of truth which she addressed to thee. Thou hast my heart so with desire so possessed to the adventure with these words of thine, that to my first intent I have returned. Now go, for one sole will is in us both, thou leader and thou lord, and master thou. Thus I said to him, and when he had moved, I entered on the deep and savage way. Canto 3. Through me the way is to the city dolent, through me the way is to eternal dole, through me the way among the people lost. Justice incited my sublime Creator, created me divine omnipotence, the highest wisdom and the primal love. Before me there were no created things, only eternal, and I eternal last. All hope abandon, ye who enter in. These words in sombre colour I beheld, written upon the summit of a gate, whence their sense is, master, hard to me, and he to me as one experienced. Here all suspicion needs to be abandoned, all cowardice needs to be here extinct. We to the place have come, where I have told thee thou shalt behold the people dolorous, who have foregone the good of intellect. And after he had laid his hand on mine, with joyful mien, whence I was comforted, he led me in among the secret things. There sighs, complaints, and ululations loud resounded through the air without a star, whence I at the beginning wept thereat. Languages diverse, horrible dialects, accents of anger, words of agony, and voices high and hoarse with the sounds of hands, made a tumult that goes up whirling on forever in that air forever black, even as the sand doth when the whirlwind breathes. And I, who had my head with horror bound, said, Master, what is this which now I hear? What folk is this which seems by pain so vanquished? And he to me, this miserable mode maintain the melancholy of souls of those who lived without infamy or praise. Commingled are they with that caitiff choir of angels, who have not rebellious been, nor faithful were to God, but were for self. The heavens expelled them, not to be less fair, nor them the nevermore abyss receives. For glory none the damned would have from them. And I, O Master, what so grievous is to these that maketh them lament so sore? He answered, I will tell thee very briefly. These have no longer any hope of death, and this blind life of theirs is so debased, they envious are of every other fate. No fame of them the world permits to be, misericord and justice both disdain them. Let us not speak of them, but look and pass. And I, who looked again, beheld a banner, which whirling around ran on so rapidly, that of all pores it seemed to me indignant. And after it there came so long a train of people that I would have never believed before that ever death had so many undone. When some among them I had recognized, I looked and I beheld the shade of him who made through cowardice the great refusal. Forthwith I comprehended and was certain that this is the sect of caitiff wretches hateful to God and his enemies, these miscreants who, when ever alive, were naked, and were stung exceedingly by gadflies and by hornets that were there. These did their faces irrigate with blood, which their tears commingled. At their feet by the disgusting worms were gathered up. And when to gazing farther I betook me, people I saw on the great river's bank, whence said I, Master, now vouchsafe to me that I may know who these are, and what law makes them appear so ready to pass over as I discern athwart the dusky light. And he to me, These things shall be known to thee, as soon as our footsteps stay upon the dismal shore of Acheron. Then with mine eyes ashamed and downward cast, fearing my words might irksome be to him, from speech I refrained till we reached the river. And lo, toward us, coming in a boat, an old man hoary with the hair of eld, crying, Woe unto you, ye souls depraved! Hope never more to look upon the heavens. I come to lead you to the other shore, to the eternal shades in heat and frost. And thou that yonder standeth, living soul, withdraw thee from these people who are dead. But when he saw that I did not withdraw, he said, By other ways, by other ports, thou to the shore shalt come, not here for passage, a light vessel needs to carry thee. And unto him the guide, Vex thee not, Charon. It is so willed, where there is power to do that which is willed, and farther question not. Thereat were quieted the fleecy cheeks of him, of the ferryman of the livid fen, who round about his eyes had wheels of flame. But all those souls who were weary and naked, their colour changed and gnashed their teeth together, as soon as they had heard those cruel, cruel words. God they blasphemed in their progenitors, the human race, the place, the time, the seed of their engendering and their birth. Thereafter they all together drew back, bitterly weeping, to the accursed shore, which waiteth every man who fears not God. Charon, the demon, with eyes of a glade, beckoning to them, collects them all together, beats his oar whoever lags behind. As in the autumn time the leaves fall off, first one and then the other, till the branch unto the earth surrenders all of its spoils. In similar wise the evil seed of Adam throws themselves from this margin one by one, at signals, as a bird unto its lure. And so they depart across the dusky wave, and ere upon the other side they land, again on this side a new troop assembles. My son, the courteous master said to me, all those who perish in the wrath of God here meet together out of every land, and ready are they to pass over the river, because celestial justice spurs them on, so that their fear is turned into desire. This way, whenever that passes a good soul, and hence if Charon doth complain of thee, well mayest thou know what his speech imports. This being finished, all the dusk champagne trembled so violently that of all the terror, the recollection bathes me still with sweat. The land of tears gave forth a blast of wind, and fulminated with a vermilion light which overmastered me in every sense, and as a man whose sleep hath seized, I fell. Canto 4. Broke the deep lethargy within my head a heavy thunder, so that I upstarted, like to a person who by force is wakened, and round about I moved my rested eyes. Uprisen, erect, and steadfastly I gazed, to recognize the place wherein I was. True is it that upon the verge I found me of the abysmal valley dolorous, that gathers thunder of infinite ululations. Obscure, profound it was, and nebulous, so that by fixing on its depths my sight nothing whatever I discerned therein. Let us descend now into the blind world, began the poet, pallid, utterly. I will be first, and thou shalt second be. And I, who of his colour was aware, said, how shall I come, if thou art afraid, who art wont to be comfort to my fears? And he to me, the anguish of the people who are below here, if in my face depicts that pity which for terror thou hast taken, let us go in, for the long way impels us. Thus he went in, and thus he made me enter the foremost circle that surrounds the abyss. There, it seemed to me, from listening, were lamentations none, but only sighs that tremble made the everlasting air. And this arose from sorrow without torment, which the crowds had, that many were and great, of infants and of women and of men. To me, the master good, thou dost not ask what spirits these, which thou beholdest, are. Now would I have thee know, ere thou go further, that they sinned not, and if they had merit, 'tis not enough, because they had not baptism, which is the portal of the faith thou holdest. And if they were before Christianity, and in the right manner they adored not God, and among such as these I am myself, for such defects, and not for the other guilt, lost are we. And are we only so far punished, that without hope we live on in desire? Great grief seized my heart when this I heard, because some people of much worthiness I knew, who were in that limbo suspended. Tell me, my master, tell me, thou my lord, begin I, with desire of being certain of that faith which overcometh every error. Come any one by his own merit hence, or by another's, who was blessed thereafter. And he who understood my covert speech replied, I was a novice in this state, when I saw hither come a mighty one, with sign of victory incoronate. Hence he drew forth the shade of the first parent, and that of his son Abel, and of Noah, of Moses the lawgiver, and the obedient Abraham the patriarch, David king Israel with his father and his children, and Rachel, for whose sake he did so much, and others many, and he made them blessed. And thou must know that earlier than these never were any human spirits saved. We ceased not to advance because he spake, but we were still passing onward through the forest, say I, of thick, crowded ghosts. Not very far as yet our way had gone, this side of the summit, when I saw a fire that overcame a hemisphere of darkness. We were a little distant from it still, but not so far that I, in part, discerned not that honourable people held the place. Oh, thou who honourest every art and science, who may these be, which such great honour have them, that from the fashion of the rest it parts them? And he to me, the honourable name that sounds of them above there in thy life wins grace in heaven, that so advances them. In the meantime a voice was heard by me, all honour be to that preeminent poet, his shade returns again that was departed. After the voice had ceased, and quiet was, 4 mighty shades I saw approaching us. Semblance had they nor sorrowful nor glad. To say to me began my gracious master, him with that falchion in his hand behold, who comes before the 3 even as their lord. That one is Homer, poet, sovereign. He who comes next is Horace, the satirist. The third is Ovid. The last is Lucan. Because to each of these with me applies the name that solitary voice proclaimed, they do me honour, and in that do well. Thus I beheld assembled a fair school of that lord of the song preeminent, who over the others like an eagle soars. When they together had discoursed somewhat, they turned to me with signs of salutation, and on beholding this my master smiled, and more of the honour still, much more they did me, and that they made one of their own band, so that the 6th was I, mid so much wit. Thus we went on, as far as to the light, things saying 'tis becoming to keep silent, as was the saying of them where I was. We came unto a noble castle's foot, 7 times encompassed by lofty walls, defended round by a fair rivulet. This we passed over, even as firm ground through portals 7 I entered with these sages. We came into a meadow of fresh verdure. People were there with solemn eyes, and slow of great authority in their countenance. They spake, but seldom, with gentle voices. Thus we withdrew ourselves upon one side, into an opening luminous and lofty, so that they all of them were visible. There opposite, upon the green enamel, were pointed out to me the mighty spirits, whom to have seen, I feel myself exalted. I saw Electra, with companions many. Mongst whom I knew both Hector and Aeneas, Caesar in armour, with gerfalcon eyes. I saw Camilla and Penthesilea. On the other side I saw the king Latinus, who with Lavinia his daughter sat. I saw that Brutus, who drove Tarquin forth, Lucretia, Julia, Marcia, Cornelia, and saw alone, apart, the Saladin. When I had lifted up my brows a little, the master I beheld of those who know sit with his philosophic family. All gaze upon him, and all do him honour. There I beheld both Socrates and Plato, who nearer him before the others stand, Democritus, who puts the world on chance, Diogenes, Anaxagoras, and Thales, Zeno, Empedocles, and Heraclitus. Of qualities I saw the great Collector. High Dioscorides and Orpheus I saw, Tully and Livy and moral Seneca, Euclid geometrician, and Ptolemy Galen Hippocrates, and Avicenna, Averroes, who the great comment made. I cannot all of them portray in full, because so drives me onward the long theme, that many times the world comes short of fact. The 6-fold company in 2 divides. Another way my sapient guide conducts me forth from the quiet to the air that trembles, and to a place I come when nothing shines. Canto 5. Thus I descended out of the first circle, down to the second, that less space begirds, and so much greater dole that goads to wailing. There standeth Minos horribly, and snarls, examines the transgressions at the entrance, judges, and sends according as he girds them. I say that when the spirit evil born come before them, wholly it confesses, and this discriminator of transgressions seeth what place in hell is meet for it, girds himself with his tail as many times, and grades he wishes it should be thrust down. Always before him many of them stand. They go by turns, each unto the judgment. They speak and hear, and then are downward hurled. O thou, that to this dolorous hostelry, said Minos to me, when he saw me leaving this place of so great an office, look at how thou enterest, and in whom thou trustest. Let not the portal's amplitude deceive thee. And unto him my guide, why criest thou too? Do not impede his journey. Fate ordained. It is so willed there where there is power to do that which is willed. And ask no further question. And now begin the dolesome notes to grow audible unto me. Now I am come, there where much lamentation strikes upon me. I come into a place of mute and light, which billows as sea dust in a tempest, if by opposing winds it is combated. The infernal hurricane that never rests hurtles the spirits onwards in its rapine, whirling them around and smiting it molest them. When they arrive before the precipice, there are the shrieks, the plains, and the laments. They are by blaspheme and puissance divine. I understood that unto such torment the carnal malefactors were condemned, who reasoned subjugate to appetite. And as the wings of starlings bear them on in the cold season in large band and full, so doth that blast the spirits maledict. It hither, thither, downward, upward, drives them, no hope doth comfort them for evermore, not of repose, but even of lesser pain. And as the cranes go chanting forth their lays, making in an air a long line of themselves, so I saw summing, coming, uttering lamentations. Shadows borne onward by the aforesaid stress, whereupon said I, Master, who are those people whom the black air so castigates? The first of those of whom intelligence thou fain wouldst have. Then he said unto me, the Empress was of many languages. To sensual vices she was so abandoned, that lustful that she made illicit in her law to remove the blame to which she had been led. She is Semiramis, of whom we read that she succeeded Ninus, and was his spouse. She held the land which now the Sultan rules. The next is she who took her own life for love, and broke faith with the ashes of Sichaeus. Then Cleopatra, the voluptuous. Helen I saw, for whom so many ruthless seasons revolved, and saw the great Achilles, who at the last hour combated with love. Paris I saw, Tristan, and more than 1,000 shades did he name and point at with his finger, whom love had separated from our life. After that I had listened to my teacher, naming the dames of eld and cavaliers. Pity prevailed, and I was nigh bewildered. And I began, O poet, willingly speak would I to those two who go together and seem upon the wind to be so light. And he said to me, Thou'lt mark when they see shall be nearer to us, and then do thou implore them by love which leadeth them, and they will come. Soon as the wind in our direction sways them, my voice uplift, I, O ye weary souls, come speak to us if no one interdicts it. As turtle doves, called onward by desire, with open and steady wings to the sweet nest fly through the air by their volition borne, so came they from the band where Dido is, approaching us athwart the air malign, so strong was the affectionate appeal. O living creature gracious and benign, who visiting goest through the purple air us, who have stained the world incarnadine. If were the King of the universe our friend, we would pray unto him to give the peace, since thou hast pity on our woe perverse. Of what it pleases thee to hear and speak, that will we hear, and we will speak to you, while silent is the wind, as it is now, sitteth the city wherein I was born upon the seashore where the Po descends, to rest in peace with all his retinue. Love, that on gentle heart doth swiftly seize this man for personal beautiful. That was taken from me, and still the mode offends me. Love that exempts no one beloved from loving seized me with pleasure of this man so strongly, that, as thou seest, it doth not yet desert me. Lovers conducted us unto one death. Cain awaiteth him who quencheth our life. These words were borne along from them to us. As soon as I had heard those souls tormented, I bowed my face, and so long held it down, until the poet said to me, What thinkest? Then I made my answer. I began, Alas, how many pleasant thoughts, how much desire conducted these unto dolorous pass. Then unto them I turned me, and spoke. Thine agonies, Francesca, sad and compassionate, to weeping make me. But tell me, at the time of those sweet sighs, by what and in what manner love conceded that you should know your dubious desires? And she said to me, There is no greater sorrow than to be mindful of the happy time in misery, and that thy teacher knows. But if to recognize our earliest root of love in us thou hast so great desire, I will do even as he who weeps and speaks. One day we reading were for our delight of Lancelot, how love did him enthrall. Alone we were, and without any fear. Full many a time our eyes drew together, that reading, and drove the colour from our faces, but one point only was it that overcame us. Whenas we read of the much longed for smile being by such noble lover kissed, this one, who never from me shall be divided, kissed me upon the mouth all palpitating. Galeotto was the book, and he who wrote it. That day no farther did we read therein. And all the while one spirit uttered this, the other one did weep so, that for pity I swooned away as if I had been dying, and fell, even as a dead body falls. Canto 6. At the return of consciousness that closed before the pity of those two relations, which utterly with sadness had confused me, new torments I behold, and new tormented around me, whichsoever I may move, in whichsoever way I turn and gaze. In the third circle am I of the rain, eternal, maledict and cold and heavy, its lore and quality are never new. Huge hail, and water sombre-hued, and snow athwart the tenebrous air pour down amain. Noisome the earth is, that receiveth this. Cerberus, monster cruel and uncouth, with his 3 gullets like a dog is barking over the people that are there submerged. Red eyes he has, and unctuous beard, and blackened belly large, and armed with claws, his hands he rends the spirits, flays and quarters them. Howl the rain marketh them into dogs. One side they make a shelter for the other, oft turn themselves wretched reprobates. When Cerberus perceived us, the great worm, his mouths he opened, and displayed his tusks. Not a limb had he that was motionless, and my conductor, with his spans extended, took of the earth, and with his fists well filled, he threw it into those rapacious gullets. Such as that dog is, who by barking craves, and quiet grows soon as food he gnaws. For to devour it, he but thinks and struggles. The like became of those muzzles filth begrimed of Cerberus the demon, who so thunders over the souls that they would fain to be deaf. We passed across the shadows, which subdues the heavy rainstorm, and we placed our feet upon their vanity that person seems. They were all lying, prone upon the earth, excepting one who sat upright as soon as he beheld us passing on before him. "Oh, thou art conducted through this hell," he said to me. "Recall me, if thou canst. Thyself wasn't made before I was unmade." And I to him, "The anguish which thou hast perhaps doth draw thee out of my remembrance, so that it seems not I have ever seen thee. But tell me who thou art, that in so doleful a place art put, and in such punishment, if some are greater, none so displeasing." And he to me, "Thy city, which is full of envy, so that now the sack runs over, held me within it the life serene. You citizens were wont to call me Chiaco, for the pernicious sin of gluttony. I, as thou seest, am battered by this rain. And I, sad soul, am not the only one, for all these suffer like the penalty for the like sin." And word no more spake he. I answered him, "Chiaco, thy wretchedness weighs on me, so that it weep invites me. But tell me, if thou knowest to what shall come the citizens of the divided city, if any there be just in the occasion, tell me why so much discord has assailed it." And he to me, "They, after long contention, will come to bloodshed, and the rustic party will drive the other out with much offence. Then afterwards behooves it this one fall within 3 suns and rise again the other, by force of him who now is on the coast. High will it hold its forehead on a long while, keeping the other under heavy burdens, however it weeps threat and is indignant. The just are 2, and are not understood there. Envy and arrogance and avarice are the 3 sparks that have all hearts enkindled." Here he ended his tearful utterance, and I to him, "I wish thee still teach me, and make a gift to me of further speech. Farinata and Tegiao, once so worthy, Jacopo Rustucci, Arrigo, Mosca, and others who are on good deeds to set their thoughts, say where they are, and cause I may know them, for great desire constraineth me to learn if heaven doth sweeten them or hell envenom." And he, "They are among the blacker souls. A different sin downweighs them to the bottom. If thou so far descendest, thou canst see them. But when thou art again out in the sweet world, I pray thee, To the mind of others bring me, no more I tell thee, and no more I answer. Then in his straightforward eyes he turned askance. He eyed me a little, and then bowed his head. He fell therewith prone, like the other blind. And the guide said to me, He wakes no more. This side the sound of angelic trumpets, when shall approach the hostile potentate. Each one shall find again his dismal tomb, shall reassume his flesh, and his own figure shall hear through eternity re-echoes what. So we passed onward over the filthy mixture of shadows and rain, with footsteps slow, touching a little on the future life. Wherefore I said, Master, these torments here, will they increase after the mighty sentence, or lesser be? Or will they be as burning? And he to me, Return unto thy science, which wills that as the thing more perfect is, the more it feels of pleasure and of pain. Albeit that this people maledict to true perfection can never attain, hereafter more than now they look to be it. Round in a circle, by that road we went, speaking much more, which I do not repeat. We came to the point where the descent is. There we found Plutus, the great enemy. Canto 7. Pape Satan, Alep. Thus Plutus with his clucking voice began, and that benignant sage, who all things knew, said to encourage me, Let not thy fear harm thee, for any power that he may have shall not prevent thy going down this crag. Then he turned round to that bloated lip and said, Be silent, thou accursed wolf, consume within thyself with thine own rage. Not causeless is this journey to the abyss, thus it is willed on high where Michael wrought vengeance upon the proud adultery. Even as the sails, inflated by the wind, involved together fall where snaps the mast, so fell the cruel monster to the earth. Thus we descended into the fourth chasm, gaining still farther onto the dolesome shore, with all the woe of the universe insects. Justice of God, who heaps so many new toils and sufferings as I beheld, and why doth our transgressions waste us so? As doth the billow thereupon Charybdis, there breaks itself on that which it encounters. So here the folk must dance their roundelay. Here saw I people, more than elsewhere, many on one side and the other with great howls, rolling weights forward by main force of chest. They clashed together, and then at that point, each one turned backward, rolling retrograde, crying, Why keepest? Why squanderest thou? Thus they returned along the lurid circle, on either hand unto the opposite point, shouting their shameful metre evermore. Then each, when he arrived there, wheeled about through his half-circle to another joust, and I, who had my heart pierced as it were, exclaimed, My master, now declare to me what people these are, and if all were clerks, these shaven crowns upon the left of us. And he to me, all of them were asquint in intellect in the first life, so much that they were with measure that they no spending made. Clearly enough their voices barked forth, whenever they reached the 2 points of the circle, where sunders them the opposite defect. Clerks, those who no hairy covering have on the head, and popes and cardinals, in whom doth avarice practices still is excess. And I, my master. Among these I ought forsooth to recognize some few who were infected with these maladies. And he to me, vain thought thou entertainest, the undiscerning life which made them sordid now makes them unto all discernment dim. Forever shall they come to these two buttings. These from the sepulchre shall rise again, with the fist closed, and these with tresses shorn, ill giving and ill keeping the fair word, have taken from them and placed them in this scuffle, whatever it be, no words I adorn for it. Now canst thou, son, behold the transient farce of goods that are committed unto fortune, for which the human race each other buffet. For all the gold that is beneath the moon, or has ever been of these weary souls, could never make a single one repose. Master, I said to him, now tell me also, what is this fortune which thou speakest of, that has the world's goods so within its clutches? And he to me, oh, creatures imbecile, what ignorance is this which doth beset you? Now will I have thee learn my judgment of her. He whose omniscience everything transcends, the heavens created, and gave who should guide them, that every part to every part may shine, distributing the light in equal measure. He in the like manner in the mundane splendours ordained a general minstress and guide, that she may change at times the empty treasures from race to race, from one blood to another, beyond resistance of all human wisdom. Therefore, one people triumphs, and another languishes, in pursuance of her judgment, which hidden is, as in the grass a serpent. Your knowledge has no count to stand against her. She makes provision, judges and pursues, her governs as theirs is the other gods, her permutations have not any truce, necessity makes her precipitate, so often cometh who on his turn obtains. And this is she who is so crucified, even by those who ought to give her praise, giving her blame amiss and bad repute. But she is blissful, and she hears it not. Among the other primal creatures, gladsome she turns her spear, blissful she rejoices. Let us descend now unto greater woe. Already sinks each star that was ascending when I set out, and loitering is forbidden. We cross the circle to the other bank, near the font that boils and pours itself along a gully that runs out of it. The water was more sombre far than terse, and we in company with the dusky waves made entrance downward by a path uncouth. A marsh it makes, which has the name of Styx, this tristful brooklet, when it has descended down to the foot of the malign grey shores, and I, who stood intent upon beholding, saw people mud besprent in that lagoon, all of them naked, with angry looks. They smote each other, not alone with hands, but with the head and with the breast and feet, tearing each other piecemeal with their teeth. Said the good master, Son, thou now beholdest those souls of those whose anger overcame them, and likewise I would have thee know for certain, beneath the water, people who sigh, and make this water bubble at the surface, as the eye tells thee wheresoever it turns. Fixed in the mire, they say, we sullen were in the sweet air, which by the sun is gladdened, bearing within ourselves the sluggish reek. Now we are sullen in the sable mire. This hymn do they keep gurgling in their throats, for with unbroken words they cannot say it. Thus we went circling around the filthy fen, a great arc twixt the dry bank and the swamp, with eyes turned unto those who gorged the mire. under the foot of a tower, we came at last. Canto 8. I say, continuing that long before we to the foot of the high tower had come, our eyes went upward to the summit. By reason of 2 flamelets we saw placed there, and from afar another answered them, so far that hardly could the eye attain it. And to the sea of all discernment turned, I said, what saith this, and what respondeth that other fire? And who are they made it? And he to me, across the turbid waves, what is expected, thou canst now discern, if reek of the morass conceal it not. Cord never shot an arrow from itself, that sped away athwart the air so swift, as I beheld a very little boat come over the water towards us at that moment under the guidance of a single pilot, who shouted, Now art thou arrived, fell soul. Phlegyas, Phlegyas, thou criest out in vain for this once, said my lord. Thou shalt not have us longer than in the passing of the slough. As he who listens to some great deceit that has been done to him and then resents it, such as became Phlegyas in his gathered wrath. My guide descended down into the boat, and he made me enter after him, and only when I entered seemed it laden. Soon as the guide and I were in the boat, the antique prow goes on its way, dividing more of the water than 'tis wont with others. While we were running through the dead canal, up rose in front of me one full of mire, and said, Who art thou that comest ere the hour? And I to him, Although I come, I stay not. But who art thou that hast become so squalid? Thou seest I am one who weeps, he answers. And I to him, with weeping and with wailing, Thou spirit maledict, do thou remain, for thee I know, though thou art all defiled. Then stretcheth he both his hands under the boat, whereat my weary master thrust him back, saying, Away there with the other dogs. Thereat with his arms he clasped my neck, he kissed my face, and said, Disdainful soul, blessed be she who bore thee in her bosom. That was an arrogant person in the world. Goodness is none that decks his memory, so likewise here his shade is furious. How many are there esteemed great kings up there, who shall be like unto swine in mire, leaving behind them horrid dispraisers? And I, my master, much should I be pleased if I could go see him soused into his broth before we issue forth out of the lake. And he to me, Ere unto thee the shore reveal itself, thou shalt be satisfied. Such a desire, 'tis meet thou shouldest enjoy. A little after that, I saw such a havoc made of him by the people of the mire, that I still praise and thank my God for it. They were all shouting, At Filippo Argenti, and that Espert's spirit, Florentine, turned round upon himself with his own teeth. We left him there, and more of him I tell not, but on mine ears there smote a lamentation, whenceforward I intend unbar mine eyes. And the good master said, Even now, my son, the city draweth near, whose name is Dis, with the grave citizens, with the great throng. And I, its mosques already, master, clearly within there in the valley I discern a vermilion, as if issuing from the fire. They were, and he to me, a fire eternal that rekindles with them within them makes look red, as thou beholdest in this nether hell. Then we arrived within the moats profound that circumvallate the disconsolate city. The walls appeared to me to be made of iron, Not without making the first circuit wide, though, we came upon a place where the loud pilot cried to us, "Debark, here is the entrance." More than 1,000 at the gates I saw. Out of the heavens rained down, who angrily were saying, "Who is that without death goes through the kingdom of the people of the dead?" And my sagacious master made a sign of wishing secretly to speak to them. A little then they quelled their great disdain and said, "Come thou alone, and he be gone, who has so boldly entered these dominions. Let him come alone by his mad road. Try if he can, for thou shalt here remain, who have escorted him through such dark regions." Think, reader, if I was discomforted at utterance of the accursed words, for never to return here I believed. O my dear guide, who more than 7 times has rendered me security and drawn me from imminent peril that before I stood, do not desert me. I said, thus undone, and if going further be denied to us, let us retrace our steps together quickly. And that Lord, who had held me thitherward, said unto me, "Fear not, because our passage none can take from us. It by such is given. But here await me, and thy weary spirit comfort and nourish with a better hope, for in this netherworld I will not leave thee." So onward goes, and there abandons me my father sweet, and I remain in doubt, for no and yes within my head contend. I could not hear what he promised to them, but with them there he did not linger long, ere each within in rivalry ran back. There closed the portals, those our adversaries, on my lord's breast, who had remained without, and turned to me in footsteps far between. His eyes cast down, his forehead shone, had he of all of its boldness, and he said with sighs, "Who has denied to me the dolesome houses?" And unto me, "Thou, because I am angry, fear not, for I will conquer the trial, whatever for defence within be planned. This arrogance of theirs is nothing new, for once they used it at a less secret gate, which finds itself without a fastening skill. Over it didst thou behold the dead inscription, and now this side of it descends the steep, passing across the circles without escort, one by whose means the city shall be opened." Canto 9. That hue which cowardice brought out on me, beholding my conductor backward turn, sooner repressed within him his new colour. He stopped attentive, like a man who listens, because the eye could not conduct him far through the black air and through the heavy fog. "Still, it behoveth us to win the fight," began he, "else such offered us herself. Oh, how long that some one here arrive!" Well, I perceived, as soon as the beginning he covered up that with which came afterward, that there were words quite different from the last. But none the less his saying gave me fear, because I carried out the broken phrase perhaps to a worse meaning than he had. Into this bottom of the doleful conch doth any ever descend from the first grade, which for its pain has only hope cut off? The question put I, and he answered me, "Seldom it comes to pass that one of us maketh this journey upon which I go. True it is, once before I here below was conjured by that pitiless Ericto, who summoned back the shades unto their bodies. Naked of me short while the flesh had been, before within that wall she made me enter to bring a spirit from the circle of Judas. That is, the lowest region, and the darkness, the farthest from the heaven which circles all. We'll know either way. Therefore, be reassured. This fen, which a prodigious stench exhales, encompasses about the city Doland, where now we cannot enter without anger. And more he said, but not in mind I have it, because mine eye altogether drawn me towards the high tower with the red flaming summit, where in a moment saw I swift uprisen the three infernal furies stained with blood, who had the limbs of women and their mien, and with the greenest hydras were begirt, small serpents and cerastes with their tresses, wherewith their horrid temples were entwined. And he who well the handmaids of the Queen of everlasting lamentation knew said unto me, Behold the fierce Erinis, this is Magaea. On the left-hand side, she who is weeping on the right, Alecto, Tisiphone is between, and then was silent. Each one of her breast was rendering with her nails. They beat them with their palms and cried so loud that I for dread pressed close unto the poet. Medusa, come, so we to stone will change him. All shouted looking down, in evil hour avenged we not on Theseus his assault. Turn thyself round, and keep thine eyes close shut, for if the Gorgon appear, and thou shouldst see it, no more returning upward would there be. Thus said the master, and he turned me round himself, trusted not unto my hands, so far as not to blind me with his own. O ye who have undistempered intellects, observe the doctrine that conceals itself beneath the veil of the mysterious verses. And now there came across the turbid waves the clamour of sound with a terror fraught, because of which both of the margins trembled, not otherwise it was than of a wind impetuous on account of adverse heats, that smites in the forest, and without restraint the branches rends, beats down, and bears away. Right onward laden with dust it goes superb, and puts to flight the wild beasts and the shepherds. Mine eyes he loosed, and said, Direct the nerve of vision, now along that ancient foam, there yonder where that smoke is most intense. Even as the frogs before the hostile serpent across the water scatter all abroad, until each one is huddled in the earth, more than 1,000 ruined souls I saw, thus fleeing from before one who on foot was passing over the Styx with souls unwet. From off his face he fanned that unctuous air, waving his left hand oft in front of him, and only with that anguish seemed he weary. Well, I perceived one sent from heaven was he, and the master turned, and he made sign that I should quiet stand and bow before him. Ah, how disdainful he appeared to me. He reached the gate. With a little rod he opened it, for there was no resistance. No banished out of heaven people despised, thus he began upon the horrid threshold. Whence this is arrogance within you couched? Wherefore recalcitrate against that will, from which the end can never be cut off, and which has many times increased your pain? What helpeth it to butt against the fates? Your Cerberus, if you remember well, for that still bears his chin and gullet peeled. Then he returned along the merry road, and spake no word to us, but he had the look of one whom other care constrains and goads, than that of him who in his presence is, and we our feet directed toward the city, after those holy words all confident. Within we entered without any contest, and I, who inclination had to see what the condition such a fortress holds, soon as I was within, cast mine eye round, and see on every hand an ample plain full of distress and terrible torment. even as at Arles, where stagnant grows the Rhone, even as at Pola, near the Quarnaro, that shuts in Italy and bathes its borders. The sepulchres make all the place uneven. So likewise did they there on every side, saying that there were the manner more bitter. For flames between the sepulchres were scattered, by which they so intensely heated were that iron more so asks not any art. All of their coverings uplifted were, and from them issued forth such dire laments, sooth seemed they were of wretched and tormented. And I, my master, what are all those people who, having sepulchre within those tombs, make themselves audible by doleful sighs? And he to me, here are the Heretics, with their disciples of all sects, and much more than thou thinkest laden are the tombs. Here, like together, with its like is buried, and more and less monuments are heated. And when we, to the right, he had turned, we passed between the torments and high parapets. Canto 10. Now onward goes, along a narrow path between the torments and the city wall, my master, and I follow at his back. O power supreme, that through these impious circles turnest me, I began. As pleases thee, speak to me, and my longing satisfy. The people who are lying in these tombs, might they be seen? Already are uplifted, the covers all, and no one keepeth guard. And he to me, they all will be closed up, when Jehoshaphat shall return, here with the bodies they have left above. Their cemetery have fallen upon this side, with Epicurus and all of his followers, who with that body mortal make the soul. But in the question thou dost put to me, within here shalt thou soon be satisfied, and likewise in the wish thou keepest silent. And I, good leader, I but keep concealed from thee my heart, that I may speak the less, nor only now hast thou thereto disposed me. O Tuscan, thou who through the city of fire goest alive, thus speaking modestly, be pleased to say that thy footsteps in this place. Thy mode of speaking makes thee manifest a native of that noble fatherland, to which perhaps I too molestful was. Upon a sudden issued forth from the sound, from out of one of the tombs, wherefore I pressed, fearing, a little nearer to my leader. And unto me he said, Turn thee, what dost thou? Behold there Farinata, who has risen from the waist upwards wholly, shalt thou see him. I had already fixed my eyes upon his, and he arose, erect with breast and front, even as if hell he had a great despite. And with the courageous hands and my prompt leader thrust me between the sepulchres towards him, exclaiming, Let thy words explicit be. As soon as I was at the foot of his tomb, somewhat he eyed me, and as if disdainful, he then asked me, Who were thine ancestors? I, who desirous of obeying was, concealed it not, but all revealed to him, whereat he raised his eyebrows a little upward. Then said he, Fiercely adverse have they been to me, and to my fathers, and to my party, so that several times I scattered them. If they were banished, they returned on all sides. I answered him, the first time and the second, but yours have not acquired that art aright. Then there uprose upon the sight, uncovered down to the chin, a shadow at his side. I think he had risen on his knees. Round me he gazed, as if solicitude he had to see if someone else were there with me. But after his suspicion was all spent, weeping, he said to me, If through this blind prison thou goest by loftiness of genius, where is my son, and why is he not with thee? And I to him, I come not of myself. He who is waiting yonder leads me here, whom in disdain perhaps your Guido had. His language and mode of punishment already unto me had read his name. On that account, my answer was so full. Upstarting so suddenly, he cried out, How saidst thou he had? Is he not still alive? Dost thou not sweat light strike upon his eyes? When he became aware of some delay, which I before my answer made, supine he fell again, and forth appeared no more. But the other, magnanimous, at whose desire I had remained, did not his aspect change, neither his neck he moved, nor bent his side. And if, continuing his first discourse, they have that art, he said, not learned aright, that more tormenteth me than doth his bed. But 50 times shall not rekindle be the countenance of the lady who reigns here, ere thou shalt know how heavy is that art. And as thou wouldst to the sweet world return, say, why that people is so pitiless against my race in each one of its laws. Whence I to him, the slaughter and great carnage, which I have with the crimson stained the Arbia, cause such orisons to our temple to be made. After his head he had with a sigh had shaken. There I was not alone, he said, not surely without a cause had the others moved. But there I was alone, with every one consented to the laying waste of Florence, he who defended her with open face. Ah, so hereafter may your seed repose, I him entreated, solve me for that knot which has entangled my conceptions here. It seems that you can see, if I hear it rightly beforehand, whatsoever time brings it, and in the present have another mode. We see, like those who have imperfect sight, the things, he said, that are distant from us, so much still shines on us the sovereign ruler. When they draw near, or is wholly vain our intellect, and if none brings it to us, not anything know we of your human state. Whence thou canst understand that holy deed will be our knowledge from the moment when the portal of the future shall be closed. Then I, as if compunctious for my fault, said, Now then, you will tell that fallen one, that still has his son with the living joined, and if just now in answering I was dumb, tell him I did it because I was thinking already of the error you solved of me. And now my master was recalling me, wherefore more eagerly I prayed the spirit, that he would tell me who it was with him there. He said, With more than 1,000 here I lie, within here is the second Frederick and the Cardinal, and of the rest I speak not. Thereon he hid himself, and I towards the ancient poet turned my steps, reflecting upon that saying which seemed hostile to me. He moved along, and afterwards thus going, he said to me, Why art thou so bewildered? And I in his inquiry satisfied him. Let memory preserve what thou hast heard against thyself, that sage commandeth me, and now attend here. And he raised his finger. When thou shalt be before the radiant sweet of her whose beauteous eyes and all things behold from her, thou wilt know the journey of thy life. Unto the left hand he turned his feet. We left the wall, and went towards the middle, along a path that strikes into a valley, which even up there, unpleasant, made its stench. Canto 11. Upon the margin of a lofty bank, which great rocks broken in a circle made, we came upon a still more cruel throng. And there, by reason of the horrible excess of stench the deep abyss throws out, we drew ourselves aside behind the cover of a great tomb, whereupon I was writing, which said, Pope Anastasius, I hold whom out of the right way Photinus drew. Slow it behoveth our descent to be, so that our sense be first a little used to the sad blast, and then we shall not heed it. The master thus, and unto him I said, Some compensation find, that the time pass not idly. And he said, Thou seest I think of that. My son, upon the inside of these rocks, began he to say, are 3 small circles from grade to grade, like those which thou art leaving. They are full of spirits, maledict. But thereafter sight alone suffice thee. Hear how and wherefore they are in constraint. Of every malice that wins hate in heaven, injury is the end, and all such end either by force or fraud afflicteth others. But because fraud is man's particular vice, more it displeases God, and so stand lowest the fraudulent, and the greater dole assails them. All the first circle of the violent is, but since force may be used against these persons, in 3 rounds 'tis divided and constructed. To God, to ourselves, and to our neighbour can we use force. I say on them and their things, as thou shalt hear within reason manifest. A death by violence and painful wounds are to our neighbour given, and his substance ruin and arson and injurious levies, whence homicides, and he who smites unjustly, marauders and freebooters, the first round tormenteth all in companies diverse. Man may lay violent hands upon himself and his own goods, and therefore in the second round must perforce without avail repent. Whoever of your world deprives himself, who games and dissipates his property, and weepeth there, where he should jocund be. Violence can be done the deity, in hard denying and blaspheming him, and by disdaining nature and her bounty. And for this reason doth the smallest round seal with its signet Sodom and Chaos, and who, disdaining God, speaks from the heart, fraud, wherewithal is every conscience stung. A man may practice upon him who trusts, and him who doth no confidence imburs. This latter mode, it would appear, disavers only the bond of love which nature makes, wherefore within the second circle nestle hypocrisy, flattery, and who deals in magic, falsification, theft, and simony, panders and Barrators, and the like filth. By the other mode, forgotten is the love which nature makes, and what is after added, from which there is a special faith engendered. Hence is the smallest circle, where the point is of the universe, upon which this is seated. Whoever betrays forever is consumed. And I, my master, clear enough proceeds thy reasoning, and full well distinguishes this cavern and the people who possess it. But tell me, those within the fat lagoon, whom the wind drives, and whom the rain doth beat, and who encounter with such bitter tongues, wherefore are they inside this red city, not punished if God has them in wrath? And if he has not, wherefore in such fashion? And unto me he said, Why wanders so thine intellect from that which is wont? Or, sooth my mind, where is it elsewhere looking? Hast thou no recollection of these words, which thine ethics thoroughly discusses, the dispositions 3 that heaven abides not, incontinence, and malice, and insane bestiality? And how incontinence less God offendeth, and less blame attracts? If thou regardest this conclusion well, and to thy mind recallest who they are up outside are undergoing penance, clearly wilt thou perceive why from these felons they are separated, and why less wrath divine justice doth smite them with its hammer. O son, that healest all distempered vision, thou dost content me so, when thou resolvest that doubting pleases me no less than knowing. Once more a little backward turn thee, said I. There where thou sayest that usury offends goodness divine, and disengage the knot. Philosophy, he said, to him who heeds it, noteth not only in one place alone, after what manner nature takes her course from intellect divine, and from its art, and if thy physics carefully thou notest, after not many pages, shalt thou find that this is your art, as far as possible, follows, as the disciple doth the master, so that your art is, as it were, God's grandchild. From these two, if thou bringest thy mind Genesis at the beginning, it behooves mankind to gain their life and to advance. And, since the usurer takes another way, nature herself, and in her follower disdains he, for elsewhere he puts his hope, but follow now, as I would fain to go on, for quivering of the fishes on the horizon, and the wane wholly of a cowardice lies, and far beyond there we descend the crag. Canto 12. The place where to descend the bank we came was alpine, and from what was there, moreover, of such a kind that every eye would shun it, such as that ruin which is the flank smote on the side of the Trent, Adige, either by earthquake or by falling stay. From some mountain's top, from which it moved unto the plain of the cliff, it shattered so, some path that would give to him who was above. Even such was the descent of that ravine, and on the border of the broken chasm the infamy of Crete was stretched along, who was conceived in the fictitious cow, and when he us he beheld, he bit himself, even as one whom anger racks within. My sage shouted towards him, Peradventure, thou thinkest that here may be the Duke of Athens, who in the world above bore death to thee. Get thee gone, beast, for this one cometh not instructed by thy sister, but he comes in order to behold your punishments. As is that bull who breaks loose at the moment in which it has received the mortal blow, who cannot walk, but staggers here and there, the Minotaur beheld I do the like. And he, the weary, cried, Run to the passage, while he wroth. 'Tis well thou shouldest descend. Thus down we took our way over that discharge of stones, which oftentimes did move themselves beneath my feet from the unwonted burden. Thoughtful I went, and he said, Thou art thinking perhaps upon this ruin which is guarded by that brute anger which just now I quenched. Now will I have thee know, the other time I here descend to the nether hell. This precipice had not yet fallen down, but truly, if I will discern a little before his coming to the mighty spoil bore off from Dis in the supernal circle. Upon all sides the deep and lonesome valley trembled so, that I thought the universe was thrilled with love, by which there are no who think the oft times converted into chaos. And at that moment this primeval crag, both here and elsewhere, made such overthrow. But fix thine eyes below, for draweth near the river of blood, within which boiling is who over the violence doth injure others. Ah, blind cupidity, wrath insane, that spurs us onwards so in our short life, and in the eternal then so badly steeps us. I saw an ample moat, bent like a bow, as one which all the plain encompasses, conformable to what my guide has said, and between this the embankment's foot centaurs in file were running armed with arrows, as in the world they use the chase and follow. Beholding us descend, each one of them stood still, and from the squadron 3 detached themselves with bows and arrows in advance selected, and from afar one cried, Unto what torment come ye? Who down the hillside are descending? Tell us from there. If not, I draw the bow. My master said, Our answer will make to Chiron, near you there, in evil hour. That we will of thine was evermore so hasty. Then touched he me, and said, This one is Nessus, who perished for the lovely Deianira, and for himself did vengeance take. And he in the midst, who at his breast is gazing, is the great Chiron, who brought up Achilles. The other, Pholus is, who was so wrathful. Thousands and thousands go about the moat, shooting with shafts whatever soul emerges out of the blood, more than his crime allots. Near we approached unto those monsters' fleet, Chiron an arrow took, and with the notch backward up upon his jaws he put his beard. After he had uncovered his great mouth, he said to his companions, Are you ware that he behind moveth whatever he touches? Does I not want to do the feet of dead men? And my good guide, who now was at his breast, wherever the two natures are joined together, replied, Indeed he lives, and thus alone me it behooves to show him in the dark valley. Necessity and not delight impels us. Someone withdrew from the singing Hallelujah, whom unto me committed this new offence. No thief is he, nor I a thievish spirit, but by that virtue which I am now moving my steps along this savage thoroughfare, give us some time of thine to be with us, and who may show us where to find and pass the ford, and who may carry this one on his back, for it is no spirit that can walk the air. Upon his right breast Chiron wheeled about and said to Nessus, Turn, and do thou guide them, and warn aside, if other band may meet you. We, with our faithful escort onward, moved along the brink of the vermilion boiling, wherein the boiled were uttering loud laments. People I saw, within up to the eyebrows, and to the great centaur said, Tyrants are these, who dealt in bloodshed and pillaging. Here they lament their pitiless mischiefs. Here is Alexander, the fierce Dionysius, who upon Sicily brought dolorous years. That forehead there, which has hair so black, is Azolin, and the other, who is blonde, Obizzo, is of Este, who in truth up in the world was by his stepson slain. Then turned I to the poet, and he said, Now, he be the first of thee, the second I, a little farther on the centaur stopped above a folk who far down as the throat seemed to be boiling stream issuing forth. A shade he showed us on one side, saying, He cleft asunder in God's bosom. The heart that still opened upon the Thames is honoured. Then people saw I, who from out the river lifted their heads, and also all the chest, and many among these I recognized. Thus ever more and more grew shallower that blood, so that the feet alone it covered, and there across the moat our passage was. Even as thou here upon the side beholdest the boiling stream, that aye diminishes, the centaur said, I wish thee to believe. That one on this other more and more declines at his bed, until it reunites itself, where it behoveth tyranny to groan. Justice divine, upon its side, is goading that Attila, who was the scourge on the earth, and Pyrrhus and Sextus, and forever milks the tears, in which the boiling it unseals in Rinia de Corneta and Rinia Pazzo, who made upon the highways so much war. And then back he turned, and passed again on the ford. Canto 13. Not yet had Nessus reached the other side, when we had put ourselves within a wood that was not marked by any path whatsoever. Not foliage green, but of a dusty colour. Not branches smooth, but gnarled and intertangled. Not apple trees were there, but thorns with poison. Such tangled thickets have not, nor so dense, these savage wild beasts that in their hatred hold twixt Cesena and Cornetto the tiled places. There do the hideous harpies make their nests, who chase the Trojans from the Strophades, with sad announcement of impending doom. Broad wings have they, necks and faces human, and feet with claws, and their great bellies fledged. They make laments upon the wondrous trees. And the good master, ere thou enter further, know that thou art within the second round, as he began to say, and shalt be till thou comest out upon the horrible sand. Therefore look well around, thou shalt see the things with credence give unto my speech. I heard on all sides lamentations uttered, and person none behold I might make them, whence utterly bewildered I stood still. I think he thought that I perhaps might think so many voices issued through these trunks from people who concealed themselves from us. Wherefore the master said, If thou break off some little spray from any of these trees, thoughts thou hast will wholly be made vain. Then stretched I forth my hand a little forward, and plucked a branchlet off the great thorn, and the trunk cried, Why dost thou mangle me? After it had become embrowned with blood, it recommenced its cry, Why dost thou rend me? Hast thou no spirit of pity whatsoever? Men once we were, and now are changed to trees. Indeed, thy hand should be more pitiful, even if the soul's serpents had been. As of a green brand that is on fire at one of the ends, and from the other drips and hisses with the wind that is escaping, so from that splinter issued forth together both words and blood, whereat I let the tip fall, and stood like a man who is afraid. He had been able sooner to believe, my sage made me answer. O thou wounded soul, what only in my verses he has seen. Not upon thee he had stretched forth his hand, whereas the thing incredible has caused me to put him to an act which grieveth me. But tell him who thou was, so that by way of some amends thy fame he may refresh up in the world to which he can return. And the trunk said, So thy sweet words allure me, I cannot silent be, and you be vexed not, that I a little discourse am tempted. I am the one who both keys had in keeping of Frederick's heart, and turned him to and fro so softly in unlocking and in locking, that from his secrets most men I withheld. Fidelity I bore the glorious office so great I lost thereby my sleep and pulses. The courtesan, who never from the dwelling of Caesar turned aside her strumpet eyes, death universal, and the vice of the courts, inflamed against me all the other minds, and they, inflamed, did so inflame Augustus, that my glad honours turned to dismal mournings. My spirit, in disdainful exultation, thinking by dying to escape disdain, made me unjust against myself, the just. I, by the roots unwonted of this wood, do swear to you, that never broke I faith unto my Lord, who was so worthy of honour. And to the world, if one of you return, let him my memory comfort, which is lying still prostrate from the blow that envy dealt it. Waited a while, and then, Since he is silent, the poet said to me, Lose not the time, but speak and question him, if more may please thee. Whence I to him, Do thou inquire concerning what thou thinkst will satisfy me, for I cannot, such pity is in my heart. Wherefore he recommenced, So may the men do for the freely what the speech implores, Spirit incarnate again be pleased to tell us in what way the soul is bound within these knots, and tell us, if thou canst, if from any such members ever is freed. Then blew the trunk amain, and afterward the wind was in such a voice converted, with brevity shall be replied to you. When the exasperated soul abandons the body whence it rent itself away, Minos consigns it to the seventh abyss. It falls into the forest, and no part is chosen for it but where fortune hurls it. Though like a grain of spelt it germinates. It springs a sapling, and a forest tree, the harpies feeding then upon its leaves do pain create, and for the pain an outlet. Like others, for our spoil shall we return, but not that any may then revest, for 'tis not just to have what one casts off. Here we shall drag them, and along the dismal forest our bodies shall be suspended, each to the thorn of his shade. We were attentive still unto the trunk, thinking that more it might yet wish to tell us, when by a tumult we were overtaken. In the same way as he perceives the boar chasing the approaching to his stance, who hears the crashing of the beasts and branches, and two, behold, on our left-hand side, naked and scratched, fleeing so furiously that of the forest every fan they broke, he who was in advance. Now help, death, help. And the other one, who seemed to lag too much, was shouting, Leno, were not so alert those legs of thine at joustings of the topo. And then, perchance, because his breath was failing, he grouped himself together with a bush. Behind him was the forest full of black she-mastiffs, ravenous and swift of foot as greyhounds, who are issuing from the chain. Of him who had crouched down they set their teeth, and they began lacerating piece by piece, thereafter bore away those aching members. Thereat my escort took me by the hand, and led me to the bush, that all in vain was weeping from its bloody lacerations. Ah, Jacopo, it said, of St. Andrea, what helped it thee to make such a screen? What blame have I in thy nefarious life? When near him the master stayed his steps, he said, Who wast thou, that through the wounds of many art blowing out thy wind of blood dolorous speech? And he to us, O souls that hither come to look upon the shameful massacre, this has so rent away from me my leaves. Gather up them from beneath the dismal bush, I of that city, of which to the Baptist changed its first patron. Wherefore he is forever, his art will make it sad. And were it not that on the pass of Arno some glimpses of him are remaining still, those citizens who afterwards rebuilt it upon the ashes left by Attila, in vain have caused their labour to be done. Of my own house I made myself a gibbet. Canto 14. Because of the charity of my native place constrained me, gathered I the scattered leaves, and gave them back to him who was now hoarse. Then came we to the confine, where disparted the second round from is the third, and where a horrible form of justice is beheld. Clearly, to manifest these novel things, I say, we arrived upon a plain, which is from its bed rejecteth every plant. The dolorous forest is a garland to it, all round about as the sad moat to that there close upon the edge we stayed our feet. The soil was of an arid and a thick sand, not of another fashion made than that which by the feet of Cato once was pressed. Vengeance of God! Oh, how much oughtest thou by each one be dreaded, who doth read that which manifest unto mine eyes. Of naked souls I beheld in many herds, who all weeping very miserably, and over them seemed a set of law diverse. Supine upon the ground some folk were lying, and some were sitting all drawn up together, and others went about continually. Those who were going round were farther more, and those who were less laid down to their torment, but had their tongues loosed to lamentation. Over all the sand waste, with a gradual fall, were raining down dilated flakes of fire, as of the snow on Alp without a wind. As Alexander, in those torrid plains of India, beheld upon his host flames fell unbroken till they reached the ground, whence he provided with all his phalanxes to trample down the soil, because the vapour better extinguished was while at it a single. Thus was descending the eternal heat, whereby the sand was set on fire like tinder beneath the steel, for doubling of the dole. Without repose forever was the dance of miserable hands, now there, now here, shaken away from off them the fresh gleeds. "Master," began I, "thou who overcomest all things except the demons dire that issued against us at the entrance of the gate, who is that mighty one who seems to heed not the fire, and lieth lowering and disdainful, so that the rain seems not to ripen him?" And he himself, who had come aware that I was questioning my guide about him, cried, "Such as I was living, am I dead?" If Jove should weary out of his smith, from whom he seized in anger thy sharp thunderbolt, wherewith upon the last day I was smitten, and if he wearied out turns by the others in Mongibello and the swarthy forge, vociferating, "Help, good Vulcan, help!" even as he did there, at the fight of Phlegra, and shot his bolts at me with all his might, he would not thereby a joyous vengeance. Then did my leader speak with such great force that I never heard him speak aloud. "O Capaneus, in that is not extinguished thine arrogance, thou punished art more, not any torment, saving thine own rage, would be unto thy fury pain complete." Then he turned round to me with better lip, saying, "One of the 7 kings was he, who Thieves besieged, and held, and seems to hold God in disdain, and little seems to prize him. But as I said to him, his own despites are for his breast the fittest ornaments. Now follow me, and mind thou do not place as thy feet upon the burning sand, but always keep them close unto the wood." Speaking no word, we came to where there gushes forth from the wood a little rivulet, whose redness makes my hair still stand on end. As from the Bullican springs the brooklet, the sinful women laid a share among them, so downward through the sand it went its way. The bottom of it, and both sloping banks, were made of stone, and the margins at the side, whence I perceived that there the passage was. In all the rest which I have shown to thee, since we have entered within its gate, whose threshold under no one is denied, nothing has been discovered by thine eyes. So notable is it the present river, which all little flames above it quenches. These words were of my leader, whence I prayed him that he would give me largesse of the food, for which he had given the largesse of desire. "In the mid-sea there sits a wasted land," said he thereafterward, "whose name is Crete, under whose king of the world was old and chaste. There is a mountain there that once was glad with waters and leaves. It was called Ida. Now it is deserted, as a thing worn out. Rhea once chose it for a faithful cradle of her own son, and to conceal him better, whenever he cried, she there had clamours made. A grand old man stands in the mount erect, who holds his shoulders turned towards Damietta, who looks at Rome as if it were his mirror. His head is fashioned of refined gold, and of pure silver at the arms and breast. Then he has brass as far down as the fork. From that point downward, all is chosen iron, save that right foot is of kiln-baked clay, and all that he stands on that of the other. Each part except the gold is by a fissure asunder cleft, that dripping is with tears, which gathered together perforate that cavern. From rock to rock they fall into the valley. Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon they form, then downward go along this narrow sluice. Under that point, where there is no more descending, they form the Cocytus, which they pool, thou shalt behold, so here it is, not narrated. And I to him, if so the present Runal doth take its rinse away from our world, why only on this verge it appears to us? And he to me, thou knowest the place is round, and notwithstanding thou hast journeyed far, still to the left descending to the bottom, thou hast not yet through all the circle turned. Therefore, if something new appear to us, it should not bring amazement to thy face. And I again, Master, where shall be found Leth and Phlegethon? For of one thou art silent, and sayest the other, of this rain is made. In all thy questions, truly thou dost please me, he replied. But the boiling of the red water might well solve one of them thou makest. Thou shalt see Leth, but outside his moat, there where the souls repair to lave themselves, where sin repented of has been removed. Then said he, it is time now to abandon the wood. Take heed that thou hast come after me. Away of the margins as made are not burning, and over them all vapours are extinguished. Canto 15. Now bears us onward one of the hard margins, and so the brooklet's mist overshadows it from fire, saves the water and the dams. And even as Flemings, twixt Cadsand and Bruges, fearing the flood that towards them hurls itself, their bulwarks put the sea to flight. And as the Paduans along the Brenta, to guard their villas and their villages, or ever Chiarentana felled the heat, in such similitude had those been made, albeit not so lofty nor so thick, whoever he might be, the master made them. Now were we from the forest so remote, I could not have discovered where it was, even if backward I had turned myself, when we company of souls encountered, who came beside the dam. Every one gazed at us, as at every evening are wont to eye each other under a new moon, and so towards us sharpened their brows as an old tailor at the needle's eye. Thus scrutinized by such a family, by some one I was actually recognized, who seized my garment's hem and cried out, "What a marvel!" And I, when he stretched forth his arm to mine, on his baked aspect fastened so mine eyes, that the scorched countenance prevented not his recognition by my intellect. And bowing down from my face unto his own, I made reply, "Are you here, Sir Brunetto?" And he, "May it not displease thee, now my son, if brief space with thee, Brunetto Latini, backward return and let the trail go on." I said to him, "With all my power I ask it, and if you wish me to sit down with you, I will, if he please, for I go with him." "Oh, son," he said, "whoever of this herd a moment stops lies then 100 years, nor fans himself when smitteth him with the fire. Therefore, go on. I at thy skirts will come, and afterwards will I rejoin my band, which goes lamenting its eternal doom." I did not dare to go down from the road, level to walk with him, but my head bowed I held as one who goeth reverently. And he began, "What fortune or what fate, before that last the day leadeth thee down here? And who is that showeth thee the way?" "Up there above us in the life serene," I answered him. "I lost me in a valley, wherever yet my age has been completed. But yestermorn I turned my back upon it. This one appeared to me, returning thither, and homeward leadeth me along this road." he to me, "If thou thy star do follow, thou canst not fail thee of glorious port, if well I judged in the life beautiful. And if I had not died so prematurely, seeing heaven thus benign unto thee, I would have given thee comfort in the work. But that ungrateful and malignant people, which of old time from Fesol descended, and smacks still of the mountains and the granite, will make thyself, for its good deeds, thy foe. And it is right, for among the crabbed sorbs it befits the sweet fig to bear fruit. Old rumour in the world proclaims them blind, a people avaricious, envious, proud. Take heed of their customs, and do not cleanse thee. Thy fortune, so much thy honour, doth reserve thee. One party, and the other shall be hungry, for thee but far from the goat shall be the grass. Their litter let the beasts of Fisol make of themselves, nor let them touch the plant, if any still upon their dunghill rise, in which may yet revive the consecrated seed of those Romans, who remained there when the nest of such great malice it became. If my entreaty wholly were fulfilled, replied I to him, not yet would I be in a banishment from human nature placed, for in my mind is fixed, and touches now my heart, the dear and good paternal image of you, when in the world, from hour to hour, you taught me how a man becomes eternal, and how much I am grateful while I live behooves that in any language be discerned. What you narrate of my career I write, and keep to be glossed with the next by a lady who can do it if I reach her. This much will I have manifest to you, provided that my conscience do not chide me, for whatsoever fortune I am ready. Such hansel is not new unto mine ears, therefore I let fortune turn the wheel around, as if it may please her, and the churl his mattock. My master thereupon on his right cheek did backward turn himself, and looked at me, and then said, He listeneth well who noteth it. Nor speaking less on that account, I go with Sir Brunetto, and I ask, who are his most known and most eminent companions? And he to me, to know of some is well, of others is laudable to be silent, for short would be the time for so much speech. Know them in some, that all of them were clerks and men of letters of great and great fame, and in the world tainted with some selfsame sin. Priscian goes yonder with that wretched crowd, and Francis of Accorso, and thou hast seen, if thou hast a hankering for such scurf. That one, who by the servants of the servant from Arno was transferred to Baglione, who has left his sin-excited nerves. More would I say, but coming and discoursing can be no longer, for that I behold new smoke uprising yonder from the sand. The people comes with whom I may not be, commended unto thee, be my tesoro, in which I still live, and no more I ask. Then he turned round, and seemed to be of those who at Verona run for the green mantle across the plain, and seemed to be among them, the one who wins, and not the one who loses. Canto 16. Now as I where was heard the reverberation of water falling into the next round, like to that of humming which the beehives make, when shadows of three together started forth, running from out a company that passed beneath the reign of the sharp martyrdom. Toward us came they, and each of them cried out, Stop, thou, for by the garb to us thou seemest to be some sort of our depraved city. Ah, me, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, recent and ancient, by the flames burnt in. It pains me still but to remember it. Unto their cries my teacher paused attentive. He turned his face towards me, and, Now, wait, he said. To these we should be courteous. And if we were not For the fire that darts that nature of this region, I should say, that haste were more becoming thee than them. As soon as we stood still, they recommenced the old refrain, and when they overtook us, formed of themselves a wheel, all three of them, as champions stripped and oiled are wont to do, watching for their advantage and their hold, before they came to blows and thrusts between them. Thus, wheeling round, did every one of his visage direct to me, so that in the opposite wise his neck and feet continual journey made. And if the misery of this soft place bring in to stain ourselves and our entities, began one of them, and our aspect black and blistered, let the renowned of us mind incline to tell us who thou art, who thus securely thy living feet dost move along through hell. He, in whose footprints dost see me treading, naked and skinless, thou he may go, was of greater rank than thou dost think. He was the grandson of the good Goldrada. His name was Guidogera, and in his life much, if he did, was with wisdom and his sword. The other, who close by me treads the sand, Tearo Aldobrandi is, whose fame above there in the world should welcome be. And I, whom with them on the cross am placed, Jacopo Rusticucci, and truly my savage wife, more than aught else doth harm me. Could I have been protected from the fire, below should have I thrown myself among them, and I think the teacher would have suffered it. But as I should have burned and baked myself, my terror overmastered my good will, which made me greedy of embracing them. Then I began. Sorrow and not disdain did your condition fix within me, that tardily it is wholly stripped off. As soon as this my lord said unto me, words on account of which I thought within me that people such as you were approaching. I of your city am, and evermore your labours, and your honourable names I with affection have retraced and heard. I leave the goal, and so for sweet fruits promised to me by the voracious leader, but to the centre first I needs must plunge. So may the soul for a long while conduct those limbs of thine, did he make answer then, and so may thine renown shine after thee valour and courteously, say, if you dwell within our city, as they used to do, or if they wholly have gone out of it. For Guillermo Borsia, who is in torment with us of late, and goes there with his comrades, doth greatly mortify us with his words. The new inhabitants, and the sudden gains, pride and extravagance, have in thee endangered Florence, so that thou weepest thereat already. In this wise I exclaimed with face uplifted, and the three, taking that for my reply, looked at each other, as one looks at the truth. If other times, so little it doth cost thee, replied they all, to satisfy another, happy art thou, thus speaking at thy will. Therefore, if thou escapest from these dark places, and come to re-behold the beauteous stars, when it shall pleasure thee to say, I was, see that thou speak of us unto the people. Then they broke up the wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their agile legs were wings. Not an amen could possibly be said, so rapidly as they had disappeared, wherefore the master deemed us best to depart. I followed him, and little we had gone before the sound of water was so near to us, that speaking we should hardly have been heard, even as that stream which holdeth its own course, the first from Monteveso towards the east, upon the left-hand slope of Apennine, which allowed above is called the Aquacheta. Ere it down descendeth into its low bed, and at Forli is vacant of that name, reverberates there above San Benedetto from Alps by falling at a single leap, where for 1,000 there were room enough. Thus downward from a bank precipitate, we found the resounding dark-tinted water so that it soon the ear would have offended. I had a cord around me girt, and therewithal I whilom had designed to take the panther with painted skin. After I had heard this, all from me unloosened. As my conductor had commanded me, I reached it to him gathered up and coiled, whereat he turned himself to the right side, and at a little distance from the abyss he cast it down into that deep. It must needs be some novelty respond, I said within myself, to the new signal the master with his eye is following so. Ah, me, how very cautious men should be, with whose not alone behold to act, but with their wisdom look into the thoughts. He said to me, Soon there will upwards come one I await, and what thy thought is dreaming must soon reveal itself unto thy sight. Ay, to that truth which has the face of falsehood, a man should close his lips as far as may be, because without his fault it causes shame. But here I cannot, and, reader, by the notes of this comedy, to thee I swear, so may they not be void of lasting favour. Athwart the dense, darkensome atmosphere I saw a figure swimming upward come, marvellous unto every steadfast heart. Even as he returns who goeth down, sometimes to clear the anchor which has grappled reef, or aught else in that sea is hidden, who upward stretches and draws in his feet. Canto 17. Behold, the monster with the pointed tail, who cleaves the hills and breaketh walls and weapons. Behold him who infecteth all the world. Thus unto me my guide began to say, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the confine of the trodden marble. And that uncleanly image of deceit came up and thrust ashore its head and bust, but on the border did not drag its tail. The face was just as the face of a man. Its semblance outwardly was so benign, and of a serpent all the trunk beside. 2 paws it had, hairy into the armpits, the back, the breast, and both sides it had depicted over with nooses and with shields. With colours more, groundwork or broidery, never in cloth did Tartars make nor Turks, nor were there such tissues by Arachne laid. At sometimes where he lies upon the shore, that part were in the water, part on the land, and as among the guzzling Germans there, the beaver plants himself to wage his war, so that vile monster lay upon the border, which is of stone and shutteth in the sand. His tail was wholly quivering in the void, contouring upwards an envenomed fork, that, in the guise of a scorpion, armed its point. My guide said, Now, perforce, we must turn aside our way a little, even to that beast malevolent that yonder coucheth him. We therefore on the right side descend, and made 10 steps upon the outer verge, completely to avoid the sand and flame. And after we are come to him, I see a little farther off upon the sand a people sitting near the hollow place. Then said to me the master, So that full experience of this round thou bear away, now go and see what their condition is. There let thy conversation be concise. Till thou returnest, I will speak with him, that he concede us to his stalwart shoulders. Thus, farther still upon the outermost head of the 7th circle all alone, I went, where sat the melancholy folk together. Out of their eyes was gushing forth their woe. This way, that way, they helped them with their hands, now from the flames and now from the hot soil. Not otherwise in summer do the dogs, now with the foot, now with the muzzle, when by fleas or flies or gadflies they are bitten. When I had turned mine eyes upon the faces of some, on whom the dolorous fire is falling, not one of them I knew, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch, or a certain colour, and certain blazon, and there upon it seems their eyes are feeding. And as I, gazing round me, come among them, upon a yellow pouch I azure saw, that had fallen a face, a posture of a lion. Proceeding then the current of my sight, another of them saw I red as blood, display a goose more white than butter is, and one, who with an azure sow and gravid emblazoned, had its little pouch of white, said unto me, What dost thou do in this moat? Now get thee gone, and since thou art still alive, know that a neighbour of mine, Vitaliano, will have his seat here on my left-hand side. A Paduan am I, with these Florentines. Full many a time they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming, Come the sovereign cavalier, he who then brings the satchel with 3 goats. Then twisted he his mouth, and forth he thrust his tongue, like to an ox that licks its nose. And fearing lest my longer stay might vex him, who had warned me not to tarry long, backward I turned me from those weary souls. I found my guide, who had already mounted upon the back of that wild animal, and said to me, Now be both strong and bold. Now we may descend by stairways such as these. Mount thou in front, for I will be midway, so that the tail may have no power to harm thee. Such as he is, to so near the ague of Quartan, that his nails are blue already, and trembles all, but looking at the shade, even such became I at these preferred words. But shame in me his menaces produced, which maketh servant strong before the good master. I seated me upon those monstrous shoulders. I wished to say, and yet the voice came out as I believed, Take heed that thou embrace me. But he, who other times had rescued me, in other peril, soon as I had mounted, within his arms encircled and sustained me, and said, Now, Geryon, bestir thyself. The circle's large, and the descent be little. Think of the novel burden which thou hast. Even as the little vessels shoves from shore, backward and still backward, so he thence withdrew, and when he wholly felt himself afloat, there where his breast had been taken he turned his tail, and that extended like an eel he moved, and with his paws drew himself into the air. A greater fear I do not think there was, what time abandoned Phaeton in the rains, whereby the heavens as still appears were scorched, nor when the wretched Icarus his flanks felt stripped of feathers by the melting wax, his father crying, An ill way thou takest. Then was on my own, when I perceived myself on all sides in the air, and saw extinguished the sight of everything but of the monster. Onward he goeth, swimming, slowly, slowly wheels and descends, but I perceive it only by wind upon my face and from below. I heard already on the right of the whirlpool, making horrible crashing beneath us, whence I thrust out my head with eyes cast downward. Then was I still more fearful of the abyss, because I fires beheld and heard laments, whereat I trembling all the closer cling. I saw then, for before I had not seen it, the turning and descending by great horrors that were approaching upon divers sides, as a falcon who had long been on the wing, who without seeing either lure or bird maketh the falconer say, Ah me, thou stoopest, descendeth weary, whence he starteth swiftly throughout 100 circles, and alights far from his master sullen and disdainful. Even thus did Geryon place us on the bottom, close to the base of the rough-hewn rock, and being disencumbered of our persons, he sped away as an arrow from the string. Canto 18. There is a place in hell called Malbolge, wholly of stone and of iron colour, as is the circle that around it turns. Right in the middle of the field, malign there yawns a well exceeding wide and deep, of which its place the structure will recount. Round then is that enclosure which remains between the well and foot of the high hard bank, and has distinct in valleys 10 its bottom. As where for the protection of the walls, many and many moats surround the castles, the part in which they are figure forms, just as such an image of those presented there, and as just such strange holds from their gates unto the outer bank are little bridges. So from the precipice's base did crags project, which intersected dams and moats, unto the well that transates and collects them. Within this place, down shaken from the back of Geryon, we found us, and the poet held to the left, and I moved on behind. Upon my right I beheld now anguish, new torments, and new wielders of the lash, wherewith the foremost Bolger was replete. Down at the bottom were sinners naked. This side, the middle, they came facing us, beyond it with us, but with greater steps, even as the Romans, for the mighty host, the year of Jubilee upon the bridge, have chosen a mode to pass the people over. For all upon one side towards the castle their faces have, and go unto St. Peter's. On the other side they go towards the mountain. This side and that, along the livid stone beheld I horned demons with great scourges, who cruelly were beating them behind. Ah, me, how did they make them lift their legs at the first blows? And sooth, not only one the second waited for, not for the third. While I was going on, mine eyes be one encountered were, and straight I said, already, with sight of this one, I am not unfed. Therefore I stayed to my feet to make him out. And with me the sweet guide came to a stand, and to my going somewhat back assented. And he, the scourged one, thought to hide himself, lowering his face, but little it availed him, for said I, thou that castest down thine eyes, if false are not thou features which thou bearest, thou art venedico caccianemico. But what doth bring thee to such pungent sauces? And he to me, unwillingly I tell it, but forces me thine utterance distinct, which makes me recollect the ancient world. I was the one who the fair Gisola induced to grant the wishes of the Marquis. However, the shameless story may be told. Not the sole Bologna as I am, who weeps here. Nay, rather is this place so full of them, that so many tongues today are taught, twixt Rino and Savena, to say Sipa. And if thereof thou wishest to pledge or proof, bring to thy mind our avaricious heart. While speaking in this manner, with his scourge a demon smote him and said, Get thee gone, pander, there are no women here for coin. I joined myself again under mine escort. Thereafterwards, with footsteps, few we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This very easily did we ascend, and turning to the right along its ridge, from those eternal circles we departed. When we were there, where it is hollowed out beneath, to give a passage to the scourge, the guide said, Wait, and see that on that strike the vision of those others evil born, of whom thou hast not yet beheld the faces, because together with us they have gone. From the old bridge we looked upon the train, which towards us came upon the other border, and which the scourges in like manner smite. And the good master, without inquiring, said to me, See that tall one who is coming, and for all his pain seems not to shed a tear. Still what a royal aspect he retains. That Jason is, who by his heart and cunning the Colchians of the Ram made destitute. He by the isle of Lemnos passed, along after the daring women pitiless had unto death devoted all their males. There, with his own tokens and his ornate words, did he deceive Hypsipyle, the maiden who first herself had all the rest deceived. There did he leave her pregnant and forlorn. Such sin unto such punishment condemns him, and also for Medea is vengeance done. With him go those who in such wise deceive, and this sufficient be our very first valley to know, and those that in its jaws it holds. We were already where the narrow path crosses athwart the second dam and forms that of a buttress for another arc. Thence we heard people who are making moan in the next Bolgia, snorting with their muzzles, and with their palms beating upon themselves. The margins were encrusted with a mould by exhaltation from below that sticks there, and with the eyes and nostrils wages war. The bottom is so deep, no place suffices to give sight of it without ascending to the archer's back, where most the crag impends. Thither we came, and thence down in the moat I saw a people smothered in a filth that out of human privies seemed to flow. And whilst below, there with mine eyes I search, I saw one with his head so foul with ordure, it was not clear if he were a clerk or a layman. He screamed to me, "Wherefore art thou so eager to look at me more than the other foul ones?" And I to him, "Because, if I remember, I have already seen thee with dry hair, and thou art Alessio Intermeni of Lucca. Therefore I eye thee more than all the others." And he thereon, belabouring his pumpkin, "The flatteries have submerged me here below, wherewith my tongue was never suffited." Then said to me the guide, "See that thou trust thy visage somewhat farther in advance, that with thine eyes thou well the face attain of that uncleanly and dishevelled drab, who there doth scratches herself with filthy nails, and crouches now on its foot is standing. That is the harlot who replied unto her paramour when he said, 'Have I great gratitude from thee?' Nay, marvellous. And herewith let our sight be satisfied." Canto 19. O Simon Magus, O forlorn disciples, ye who brings the things of God which ought to be the brides of holiness rapaciously for silver and for gold sell, now it behooves you the trumpet sound, because in this third Bolgia ye abide. We had already on the following tomb ascended to that portion of the crag which over the middle of the moat hangs plumb. Wisdom supreme, O how great art thou showest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world! And with that, what justice doth thy power distribute? I saw upon the sides and on the bottom the livid stone with perforations filled all of size, and every one was round. To me, less ample seemed they not, nor greater than those in more beautiful St. John are fashioned for the places of the baptizers, and one of which, not many years ago, I broke for some who was drowning in it, be this a seal all men to undeceive. Out of the mouth of each of there protruded the feet of the transgressor, and the legs up to the calf, the rest within remained. In all of them were the souls both on fire, wherefore the joints so violently quivered, where they would have snapped asunder withes and bands. Even as the flame of the unctuous things is wont to move upon the outer surface only, so likewise was it from heel to point. Master, who is that one who writhes himself more than his other comrades quivering, I said, and whom a redder flame is sucking? And he to me, if thou would have me bear to thee, down there to that bank which lowest lies from him. Thou'lt know his errors and himself. And I, what pleases thee, to me is pleasing. Thou art my lord, and knowest that I depart not from thy desire, and knowest that is not spoken. Straightway upon the fourth dam we arrived. We turned, and on the left-hand side descended down to the bottom full of holes and narrow. And the good master yet from off his haunch deposed me not, till to the hole he bought me of him who so lamented his shanks. Whoever thou art that standeth upside down, O doleful soul implanted like a stake, to say begin I, if thou canst, speak out. I stood, even as the friar who is confessing, the false assassin who when he is fixed recalls him, so that death may be delayed. And he cried out, Dost thou stand there already? Dost thou stand there already, Boniface? By many years the record lied to me. Art thou so early satiate with that wealth, for which thou didst not fear to take by fraud the beautiful lady, and then work her woe? Such I became, as people who are to stand, not comprehending what is answered to them, as if be mocked, and know not how to answer. Then said Virgilius, Say to him straightway, I am not he thou thinkest. And I replied, and was imposed upon me. Whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, and then sighing with a voice full of lamentation, said to me, Then what wantest thou of me? If who I am thou carest so much to know, that thou on that account hast crossed the bank, know that I vested was with that great mantle, and truly was I the son of the she-bear, so eager to advance the cubs that wealth above all, and here myself I pocketed. Beneath my head the others are dragged down, who have preceded me in simony, flattened along the fissure of the rock. Below there I shall likewise fall, whenever that one shall come who I believe thou wast. What time the sudden question I proposed? But longer I my feet already toast, and here have been planted in this way upside down. Then he will be planted, stay with reddened feet. For after him shall come the fouler deed, from towards the west a pastor without law, such as befits to cover him and me. New Jason will he be, of whom we read in Maccabees, and his king was pliant, so he governs France, shall be to this one. I do not know, if I were here too bold, that him I answered only in this matter. I pray thee tell me, how great a treasure our Lord demanded of St. Peter first, before he put keys into his keeping. Truly, he nothing asked but, Follow me. Now Peter nor the rest asked Matthias silver or gold, when he was lot chosen by unto the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore stay here, for thou art justly punished, and keep safeguard over the ill-gotten money which caused thee to be valiant against Charles. And were it not that it still forbids me, the reverence for the key's superlative thou hadst in keeping in the gladsome life, I would make use of the words more grievous still, because your avarice afflicts the world, trampling the good and lifting the depraved. The evangelist you pastors had in mind, when she who sitteth upon many waters, to go with many kings by him was seen. The same who with the 7 heads was born, and power and strength from the 10 horns received, so long as virtue to her spouse was pleasing. Ye have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from the idolater how different ye, save that he one, and ye 100 worship. Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was mother, not thy conversion, but that marriage dower which the first worthy father took from thee. And while I sang to him such notes as thee, either that anger or that consciousness stung him. He struggled violently with both his feet. I think in sooth that if my leader pleased, with such contented lip he listed ever unto the sound true words expressed. Therefore with both his arms he took me up, and when he had me all upon his breast, remounted by the way where he descended. Nor did he tire to have him clasped to him, but bore me to the summit of the arch, from which the fourth damned to the fifth is passage. There tenderly he laid his burden down, tenderly on the crag, uneven and steep. Then that would have been hard passage for the goats, thence was unveiled to me another valley. Canto 20. Of a new pain behooves me to make verses, and give material to the 20th canto. Of the first song, which is of the submerged, I was already thoroughly disposed to peer down into the uncovered depth which bathed itself in tears of agony. At people I saw through the circular valley silent and weeping, coming at the pace which in this world the litanies assume. As lower down, my sight descended on them. Wondrously, each one seemed to be distorted from chin to the beginning of the chest, for towards the reins and countenance was turned, and backward it behooved them to take advance, as to look forward had been taken from them. Perchance, indeed by violence of palsy, someone has been thus wholly turned awry, but I never saw it, nor believe it can be. As God may let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading, think now for thyself how I could ever keep my face unmoistened. When our own image near me I beheld distorted, so the weeping of eyes along the fissure bathed the hinder parts. Truly I wept, leaning upon a peak of the hard crag, so that my escort said to me, Art thou too of the other fools? Here pity lives when it is wholly dead. Who is a greater reprobate than he who feels compassion at the doom divine? Lift up thy head, and see for whom opened the earth before the Thebans' eyes, wherefore they all cried, Whither rushed through Amphiaraus? Why dost thou leave the war? And downwards ceased he not fall amain as far as Minos, who lays hold on all. See, he has made a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far before him. Behind he looks, and backwards goes his way. Behold Tiresias, who his semblance changed, from when a male a female he became, his members being all of them transformed, and afterwards was forced to strike once more the two entangled serpents with his rod, ere he could have again his manly plumes. That Aruns is, who backs the other's belly, who in the hills of Luni, there where grubs the Paradiso, who houses the underneath. Among the marbles white a cavern had for his abode, whence to behold the stars and sea. The view was not cut off from him. And she there, who was covering up her breasts, which thou beholdest not, with loosened tresses, and on that side has all the hairy skin, was Manto, who made quest through many lands, afterwards tarried there where I was born, whereof I would thou list to me a little. After her father had from life departed, and the city of Bacchus had become enslaved, she a long season wandered through the world. Above in the beauteous Italy lies a lake at the Alps' foot that shuts in Germany over Tyrol, and has the name Benacco. By 1,000 springs, I think, and more, is bathed twixt Garda and Val Camonica, Benigno, with water that grows stagnant in that lake. Midway a place is where the Trentine pastor, and he of Brescia, and the Veronese might give his blessing, if he passed that way. Sitteth Peschiera, fortress fair and strong, to front the Brescians and the Bergamasques, where round about the bank descendeth lowest. There, of necessity, must fall whatever in bosom of Binaco cannot say, and grows a river down through verdant pastures. Soon as the water doth begin to run, no more Binaco is it called, but Mincio, far as Governo, where it falls in Po. Not far it runs before it finds a plain, in which it spreads itself, and makes it marshy, and oft is wont in summer to be sickly. Passing that way, the virgin pitiless land, in the middle of the fen decried, untilled and naked of inhabitants, there to escape all human intercourse, she lived, her servants stayed, her arts to practice, and left her empty body there. The men, thereafter, who were scattered around, collected in that place, which was made strong by the lagoon it had on every side. They built their city over those dead bones. And after her first, who the place selected, Mantua named it, without other omen. Its people once within more crowded were, ere the stupidity of Casalodi from Pinamonte had received deceit. Therefore I caution thee, if ever thou hearest originate my city otherwise, no falsehood may the verity defraud. And I, my master, thy discourses to me are certain, and so take my faith, that unto the rest would be spent coals. But tell me, of the people who are passing, if any one noteworthy thou beholdest, for only unto that my mind reverts. And then he said to me, he from whom the cheek thrusts out his beard upon his swarthy shoulders was, at the time when Greece was void of males, so that there scarce remained one in the cradle, an augur, and with Carcas gave the moment in Aulis, when to sever the first cable. Euryphilus his name was, and so sings my lofty tragedy in some part or other. That knowest thou well, who knowest the whole of it. The next, who is so slender in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who of verity of magical illusions knew the game. Behold Guido Bonatti, behold Asdente, who now unto his leather and his thread would fain have stuck, but he too late repents. Behold the wretched ones, who left the needle, the spool and rock, and made them fortune-tellers. They wrought their magic spells with herb and image. But come now, for already hold the confines of both the hemispheres, and under Seville touches the ocean wave. Cain and the thorns, and yesternight the moon was round already. Thou shouldst remember well it did not harm thee from time to time within the forest deep. Thus he spake to me, and we walked a while. Canto 21. From bridge to bridge thus, speaking other things, of which my comedy cares not to sing, we came along, and held the summit when we halted to behold another fissure of Malbolge and other vain laments, and I beheld it marvellously dark, as in the arsenal of the Venetians, boils in the winter of the tenacious pitch to smear the unsound vessels over again. For sail they cannot, and instead thereof one makes his vessel new, and one recorks the ribs of that which many a voyage has made. One hammers at the prow, one at the stern. This one makes oars, and that one cordage twists. Another mends the mainsail and the mizzen. Thus not by fire, but by art divine was boiling down below there a dense pitch, which upon every side the bank belimed. I saw it, but I did not see within it aught but bubbles that boiling raised, and all swell up in the re-subside compressed. The while below there I fixed and gazed, my leader crying out, "Beware, beware," drew me unto himself from where I stood. Then I turned round, as one who is impatient to see what it behooves him to escape, and whom a sudden terror doth unman, who, while he looks, delays not his departure. And I beheld behind us a black devil, running along up upon the crag approach. Ah, how ferocious was he in his aspect, and how he seemed to me in action ruthless, with open wings and light upon his feet. His shoulders, which sharp pointed, were in high a sinner did encumber with both haunches, and he held clutched the sinews of the feet. From off our bridge he said, "O Malbolge, behold one of the elders of St. Zita. Plunge him beneath, for I return others unto that town which is well furnished with them. All there are Barrators, except Monturo. No, into yes for money there is changed." He hurled him down, and over the hard crag turned around, and never was a mastiff loosened in so much of a hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank, and rose again face downward, but the demons, under cover of the bridge, cried, "Here the Santo Volto has no place. Here swims one otherwise than in Cercio. Therefore, if for our gaffs thou wishest not, do not uplift thyself above the pitch." They seized him then with more than 100 rakes, and said, "It here behooves thee to dance covered, that, if thou canst, thou secretly mayst pilfer. Not otherwise the cooks their scullions make immerse into the middle of the cauldron the meat with hooks, so that it may not float. Said the good master to me, that it cannot apparent thou art here, crouch thyself down behind a jag, that thou mayest have some screen. And for no outrage that is done to me be thou afraid, because these things I know, for once before was I in such a scuffle." Then he passed on beyond the bridge's head, and as upon the 6th bank he arrived, need was for him to have a steadfast front, with the same fury and the same uproar as dogs left out upon a mendicant, who on sudden begs wherever he stops. They issued from beneath the little bridge, and turned against him all their grappling irons, but he cried out, "Be none of you malignant, before those hooks of yours lay hold of me. Let one of you step forward, who may hear me, and then take counsel as to grappling me." They all cried out, "Let Malacoda go." Whereat started, and the rest stood still, and he came to him, saying, "What avails it? Thinkest thou, Malacoda, to behold me advanceth into this place?" My master said, "Safe hereto, from all your skill of fence. Without the will divine, and the fate auspicious, let me go on, for it is in heaven willed that I never show this savage road." Then was his arrogance so humbled in him that he fall his grapnel at his feet, and to others said, "Now strike him not, and unto me, my guide, O thou who sittest among the splinters of the bridge, crouch down securely now, return to me again." Wherefore I started and came swiftly to him, and all the devils forward thrust themselves, so that I feared they would not keep their compact, and thus I beheld I once afraid from the soldiers who issued under safeguard from Camprona, seeing themselves among so many foes. Close did I press myself with all my person beside my leader, and turned not mine eyes from off their countenance, which was not good. They lowered their rakes, and, "Wilt thou have me met him?" they said to the other, "on the rump?" And answered, "Yes, see that thou nick him with it." But the same demon who was holding parley with the conductor turned him very quietly and said, be quiet, Scarmiglione." Then said to us, "You can go no farther. Go forward upon this crag, because it's lying all shattered at the bottom the 6th arch. And if it doth pleases you to go onward, pursue your way along this rock. Near is another crag that yields a path. Yesterday, 5 hours later than this hour, 1,266 years were complete, that here the way was broken. I send that direction, some of mine, to see if any one doth err himself. Go ye with him, for they will not be vicious. Step forward, Alecchino and Calcabrina." Began he to cry out, "And thou, Cagnazzo and Barbariccia, do thou guide the 10. Come forward, Libicoccio and Draganazzo, and Tusks Ciriato and Grafiacane, and Farfallo and mad Rubicante. Search ye all round about the boiling pitch. Let these be safe and as far as the next crag, that all unbroken passes over the dens. Ah me, what is it, master, that I see? Pray let us go," I said, "without an escort, if thou may knowest how, since for myself I ask none. If thou art as observant as thy wont is, dost thou not see they do gnash in their teeth, and with their brows a threatening woe to us?" And he to me, "I will not have thee fear. Let them gnash on according to their fancy, because they do it for those boiling wretches. A long left hand damn they wield about. But first had each one thrust his tongue between his teeth towards the leader for a signal, and he made a trumpet of his rump." Canto 22. I have ere while seen horsemen moving camp, beginning the storming and their muster make, and sometimes starting off for their escape. Vaunt couriers have I sent upon your land, O Aretines, and foragers go forth, tournaments stricken, and the joustings run. Sometimes with trumpets, sometimes with bells, with our kettle drums the signals of the castles, and with our own, and with outlandish things, but never yet with bagpipes so uncouth did I see horsemen move, nor infantry, nor ship by any sign of land or star. We went upon our way with the 10 demons, savage company, but in the church with saints, and in the tavern with the gluttons. Ever upon the pitch was my intent, to see the whole condition of that Bolgia, and of the people who therein were burned, even as the dolphins, when they make a sign to mariners by arching up the back, that they should take counsel to take and save their vessel. Thus sometimes to alleviate his pain, one of the sinners would display his back, and in less time conceal it than it lightens, as on the brink of water in a ditch, the frogs stand only with their muzzles out, so that they hide their feet, and other bulks, so upon every side the sinners stood, but ever as Barbariccia near they came, thus underneath the boiling they withdrew. I saw, and still my heart doth shudder at it, one waiting thus, even as it comes to pass, one frog remains, and down another dives. And Grafician, who most confronted him, grappled him by his tresses smeared with pitch, and drew him up, so that he seemed an otter. I knew before the names of all of them, so I had noted them when they were chosen, and when they called each other listed how. O Rubicante, see that thou doth lay thy claws upon him, so that thou mayst flay him, cried altogether the accursed ones. And I, my master, see to it, if thou canst, that thou mayst know who is the luckless wight that's come into his adversary's hands. Near to the side of him my leader drew, asked him of whence he was, and he replied, I, in the kingdom of Navarre was born. My mother placed me servant to a lord, for she had borne me to a ribald knave, destroyer of himself and of his things. Then I domestic was I a good King Theobald. I set me there to practice barratry, for which I pay the reckoning in his heat. And Ciriato, from whose mouth projected on either side a tusk as in a boar, caused him to feel how one of them could rip. Among malicious cats the mouse had come, but Barbariccia clasped him in his arms, and said, Stand ye aside, while I enfork him. And, to my master, he turned round his head. Ask him again, he said, if more thou wish to know from him, before someone destroy him. The guide. Now tell then of the other culprits. Knowest thou any one who is a Latian under the pitch? And he, I separated lately from one who was a neighbour to it. Would that I still were covered up with him, for I should fear not either claw nor hook. And Libicocco. We have borne too much. With this his grapnel seized him by the arm, so that by rending he tore off a tendon. Ec Dragigazno wished to pounce upon him down at the legs, whence their decurion turned round and round about with evil look. When they again somewhat were pacified of him, who still was looking at his wound, demanded my conductor without stay, who was that one, from whom a luckless parting thou sayest thou hast made to come ashore? And he replied, it was the friar Gomita, he of Galura, vessel of all fraud, who had enemies of his lord in hand, and dealt so with them each exalts thereat. Money he took, and let them smoothly off. As he says in any other officers, a Barrator was he, not mean but sovereign. For gathers with him one Don Michael Zank of Logodoro, and of Sardinia, to gossip never, that their tongues feel tired. Oh, me, see that one how he grinds his teeth. Still further would I speak, but am afraid, lest he go scratch my itch be making ready. And Grand Provost turned to Farfarello, who rolled his eyes about it as to strike, said, Stand aside there, thou malicious bird. If you desire either to see or hear the terror-stricken recommence thereon, Tuscans or Lombards, I will make them come. But let the Malebranche cease a little, so that these may not in their revengers fear, and I, down sitting in this very place, for one that I am, will make 7 come, when I shall whistle, as our custom is, to do whenever one of us comes out. Cagnazzo at these words his muzzle lifted, shaking his head, and said, Just hear the trick which he has thought of, down to throw himself. Whence he, who snares in great abundance, had responded, I by far too cunning am, when I procure for mine a greater sadness. Alekin held not in, but running counter unto the rest, said to him, If thou dive, I will not follow thee upon the gallop, but I will beat my wings above the pitch, to height be left, and at the bank a shield, to see if thou alone dost counter-avail us. O thou who readest, thou shalt hear new sport, each to the other side his eyes averted, he first who most reluctant was to do it. The Navarrese selected well his time, planted his feet on land, and in a moment leaped and released himself from their design, whereat each one was suddenly stung with shame. But he, most who was the case of the defeat. Therefore he moved, and he cried, "Thou art overtaken." But little it availed, for wings could not outstrip the fear. The other one went under, and flying upward he his breast directed. Not otherwise the duck upon a sudden dives under when the falcon is approaching, and upward he returneth cross and weary. Infuriate at the mockery, Calsabrina, flying behind them, followed close, desirous that the other should escape to have a quarrel. And when the Barrator had disappeared, he turned his talons upon his companion, and grappled with him right above the moat. But sooth the other was a doughty spear-hawk, to clapper-claw him well, and both of them fell in the middle of the boiling pond. A sudden intercessor was the heat, but nevertheless of rising there was naught, to such a degree that they had their wings belimed. Lamenting with the others, Barbaricia made 4 of them fly to the other side with all their gaffs, and very speedily this side and that they to their post descended. They stretched their hooks toward the pitch ensnared, who were already baked within the crust, and in this manner busied did we leave them. Canto 23. Silent, alone, and without company, we went the one in front, the one after the other, as we go the main friars along the way. Upon the fable of Aesop was directed my thought by reason of present quarrel, where he was spoken of the frog and the mouse. For Mo and Issa are not more alike than this is to that, if well we couple end and beginning with a steadfast mind. And even as one thought from the other springs, so afterwards from which that was born another, which the first fear within me double made. Thus I did ponder, these on our account, are laughed to scorn, with injury and scoff, so great that much I think it must annoy them. If anger be engrafted on ill will, they will come after us more merciless than dog upon the leveret which he seizes. I felt my hair stand on end already with terror, and stood backwardly intent, when said I, "Master, if thou hidest not thyself and me forthwith, of Malbolge I am in dread. We have them now already behind us. I so imagine them. I already feel them." And he, "If I were made of leaded glass, thine outward image I should not attract sooner to me than I imprint the inner. Just now thy thoughts came in among my own, with similar attitude and similar face, so that of both one counsel soul I made, if peradventure the right bank so slope that we have the next Bolger can descend, we shall escape from the imagined chase." Not yet he finished rendering such opinion, when I beheld them come to such outstretched wings, not far remote, with will to seize upon us. My leader on a sudden seized me up, even as a mother who is by noise awakened, and close behind her sees the enkindled flames, who takes her son and flies, and does not stop, having more care of him than of herself, so that she clothes her only with a shift, and downward from the top of the hard bank supine he gave him the pendant rock, that one side of the other Bolger walls. Never ran so swiftly water through a sluice to turn the wheel of any land-built mill, when nearest to the paddles it approaches, as did my master down along that border, bearing me with him on his breast away, as his own son, not as a companion. Hardly the bed of the ravine below his feet had reached ere they had reached the hill right over us, but he was not afraid, for the high providence which had ordained to place the ministers of the fifth mote the power of thence departing took from all. A painted people there below we found, who went about with footsteps very slow, weeping, and in their semblance tired and vanquished. They had on mantles with the hoods low down before their eyes, and fashioned of the cut that in Cologne they for the monks are made. Without they gilded are so that it dazzles, but inwardly all leaden and so heavy that Frederick used to put them on of straw. Oh, so everlastingly fatiguing mantle! Again we turned us, still to the left hand along them, intent on their sad plaint. But owing to the weight, that weary folk came on so tardily, that we were new in company at each motion of the haunch, whence I, unto my leader, see thou find someone that maybe deed or name be known, and thus in going move thine eye about. And one who understood the Tuscan speech cried to us from below, Stay ye your fair feet, ye who so run athwart the dusky air. Perhaps thou'lt have from me what thou demandest. Whereat the leader turned to him and said, Wait, and then the according to his pace proceed. I stopped, and do beheld I show great haste of spirit in their faces to be with me. But the burden and the narrow way delayed them. When they came up long with an eye askance, they scanned me without uttering a word, then to each other turned and said together, He by the action of his throat seems living, and if they dead are, by what privilege go they uncovered by the heavy soul? Then said to me, Tuscan, who to the college of miserable hypocrites art come, do not disdain to tell us who thou art. And I to them, Born was I, and grew up in the great town of the fair river of Arno, and with the body I've always had. But who are ye, in whom these trickles down along your cheeks such grief as I behold, and what pain is upon you that so sparkles? One replied, These orange cloaks are made of lead, so heavy that the weights cause in this way their balances to creak. Frati Gaudenti were we, and Bolognese, I Catalano, and he Loderingo named, and together taken by thy city, as the wont is to take one man alone, for maintenance of its peace, and we were such that it still is apparent round Gardingo. Oh, friars, I began, you're iniquitous, but said no more, for to mine eyes were rushed one crucified with 3 stakes to the ground. When he saw me, he writhed himself all over, blowing into his beard with suspirations, and the friar Catalan who noticed this said to me, This transfixed one, whom thou seest, counselled the Pharisees that it was meet to put one man to torture for the people. Crosswise and naked is he on the path, as thou perceivest, and he needs must feel whoever passes first how much he weighs. And in that like mode his father-in-law is punished, within this mote and the others of the council, which for the Jews was a malignant seed. And thereupon I saw Virgilius marvel over him, who is extant on the cross so vilely in eternal banishment. Then he directed the friar to his voice. Be not displeased, if granted thee, to tell us if to the right hand any path slope down, by which we too may issue forth from here, without constraining some of the black angels to come and extricate us from this deep. Then he made an answer, Nearer than thou hopest there is a rock, that forth from the great circle proceeds and crosses all the cruel valleys, save that this is broken, and does not bridge it. you will be able to mount up upon the ruin that sidelong slopes and at the bottom rises." The leader stood a while with head bowed down, and then said, "The business badly he recounted who grapples with his hook the sinners yonder. And the friar, many of the devil's vices. Once I heard, I at Bologna and among them, that he's a liar and a father of lies." Thereat my leader, with great strides, went on, somewhat disturbed with anger in his looks, whence from the heavy laden I departed, after the prints of his beloved feet. Canto 24. In that part of the youthful year wherein the sun his locks beneath Aquarius tempers, and now the nights draw near to half the day, what time the frost copies on the ground the outward semblance of her sister white, but little lasts the temper of her pen. The husbandman, whose forage faileth him, rises and looks, and seeing the champagne all gleaming and white, whereat he beats his flank, returns indoors, and up down laments like a poor wretch who knows not what to do. Then he returns, and hope revives again, seeing the world has changed its countenance in little time, and takes his shepherd's crook, and forth little lambs to pasture drives. Thus did the master fill me with alarm, when I beheld his forehead so disturbed, and to the ailment came as soon the plaster. For as we came into the ruined bridge, the leader turned to me with that sweet look, which at mountain's foot I first beheld. His arms he opened, after some advisement within himself elected, looking first well at the ruin, and laid hold of me. And even as he who acts and meditates, for aye it seems that he provides beforehand, so upward lifting me toward the summit of a huge rock, he scanned another crag, saying, "Do that, one grapple afterwards, but try first if 'tis such that it will hold thee." This was no way for one clothed with a cloak, for hardly he light I pushed upward, we were able to ascend from jag to jag. And had it not been that upon the precinct shorter was the ascent than on the other, here I know not, but I had been dead beat. But because Malbolge towards the mouth of the profoundest well is all inclining, the structure of each valley doth import that one bank rises and another sinks. Still we arrived at length upon the point wherefrom the last stone breaks itself asunder. The breath was from my lungs so milked away, when I was up, that I could go no farther. Nay, I sat down upon my first arrival. Now it behooves thee thus to put off sloth, my master said, for sitting upon down or under quilt one cometh not to fame. Withouten which whoso his life consumes, such vestige leaveth of himself on earth, as smoke in air or in water the foam. And therefore raise thee up, overcome the anguish with spirit overcometh every battle. If with its heavy body it sink not, along a stairway it behooves thee mount. 'Tis not enough from these to have departed. Let it avail thee, if thou understand me. Then I uprose, showing myself provided better with breath than I did feel myself, and said, "Go on, for I am strong and bold." Upward we took our way along the crag, which jagged was and narrow and difficult, and more precipitous far than before. Speaking I went, not to appear exhausted, whereat a voice from the next moat came forth, not well adapted to articulate words. I know not what it said, though over the back I now was of the arch that passes there. But he seemed moved to anger who was speaking. I was bent downward, but my living eyes could not attain the bottom for the dark, wherefore Master, see that thou arrive at the next round, and let us descend the wall. For as from hence I hear and understand not, so I look down, and nothing I distinguish. Other response, he said, I make thee not, except the doing for the modest asking ought to be followed by the deed in silence. We from the bridge descended at its head, where it connects itself within the 8th bank, and then was manifest to me the Bolgia, and I beheld therein a terrible throng of serpents, and such of a monstrous kind, that the remembrance still congeals my blood. Let Libya boast no longer with her sand, for if Chalidri, Jaculi, or Pharae, she breeds with Kencri or Amphisbaena. Neither so many plagues, nor so malignant ever showed she all with Ethiopia, nor with whatever on the Red Sea is. Among the cruel and most dismal throng, people were running naked and affrighted, without the hope of hole or heliotrope. They had their hands with serpents bound behind them. These riveted upon their reins the tail and head, and were in front of them entwined. And lo, at one who was upon their side, there darted forth a serpent, which transfixed him, there where the neck is knotted at the shoulders. Nor, oh, so quickly, ever not I was written. As he took fire and burned, the ashes wholly behooved in that falling he became. And when he on the ground was thus destroyed, the ashes drew together, and of themselves into himself they instantly returned. Even thus, by the great sages 'tis confessed, the phoenix dies and then is born again, when it approaches its 500th year. On herb or grain it feeds not in its life, but only on tears of incense and ammonum, and nard, the myrrh, are its last winding sheet. And as he is who falls, and knows not how, by force of demons who earth drag down to him or other operation that binds man, when he arises and all around him looks wholly bewildered by the mighty anguish which he has suffered, and in looking sighs, such was that sinner after he had risen. Justice of God, oh how severe it is, that blows like these in vengeance poureth down. The guide thereafter asked him who he was, whence he replied, I reigned from Tuscany, a short time since into this cruel gorge. A bestial life, and not a human, pleased me. Even as the mule I was, I am Vanni Fucci, beast, and Pistoia was my worthy den. And I unto the guide, tell him to stir not, and ask what crime has thrust him here below, for once a man of blood and wrath I saw him. And the sinner, who had heard, dissembled not, but unto me directed mind and face, and with a melancholy shame was painted. Then said, It pains me more that thou hast caught me amidst this misery where thou seest me, than when I from the other life was taken. What thou demandest, I cannot deny. So low am I put down, because I robbed the sacristy of the fair ornaments, and falsely once 'twas laid upon another, but that thou mayest not have such a sight in joy, and if thou shalt ever be out of the dark places, thine ears to my announcement ope to hear Pistoia the first Neri groweth meagre. Then Florence doth renew her men and manners. Mars draws a vapour up from Val di Magra, which is with turbid clouds enveloped round, and with impetuous and bitter tempest. Over Campo Picen shall be the battle, and when it shall suddenly rend the mist asunder, so that each Bianco shall thereby be smitten. And this I have said, that it may give thee pain. Canto 25. At the conclusion of his words, the thief lifted his hands aloft with both the figs, crying, Take that, God, for at thee I aim them. From that time forth the serpents were my friends, for one entwined itself about his neck, as if it said, will not thou speak more? And round his arms another, and rebound him, clinching itself together so in front, that with him he could not motion make. Pistoia, Pistoia, why resolve not to burn thyself to ashes, and so perish, since in ill doing thou thy seed excellest. Through all the sombre circles of hell, spirit, I saw not against God so proud. Not he who fell at Thebes down from the walls. He fled away, spake no further word, and I beheld a centaur full of rage come crying out, Where is the scoffer? I do not think Marima so many serpents as had all along his back, as far as where our continence begins. Upon the shoulders, just behind the nape, with wings wide open, was a dragon lying, and he sets fire to all he encounters. My master said, That one is Caucus, who beneath the rock upon Mount Aventine created ofttimes a lake of blood. He goes not on the same road with his brothers, by reason of the fraudulent theft he made of the great herd which he had near to him, whereat his tortuous action ceased beneath the mace of Hercules, who peradventure gave him 100, and he felt not 10. While he was speaking thus, he had passed by, and the spirits 3 had underneath us come, of which nor I aware was, nor my leader, until what time they shouted, Who are you? On which account our story made a halt, and then we were intent on them alone. I did not know them, but it came to pass, as it wont to happen by some chance, that one to name the other was compelled, exclaiming, Where can Cianfa have remained? Whence I, so that the leader might attend upward from the chin to nose my finger laid. If thou art, reader, slow now to believe what I shall say, it will no marvel be, for I who saw it can hardly admit it. As I was holding raised on them my brows, behold, a serpent with 6 feet darts forth, in front of one, and fastened wholly on him. With middle feet it bound him round the paunch, and with the forward ones his arms it seized, then thrust its teeth through one cheek and the other. The hindermost it stretched upon his thighs, and put its tail in between the two, and up behind along the reins outspread it. Ivy was never fastened by its barbs unto a tree, as so horrible this reptile upon the other's limbs entwined its own. Then they stuck close, as if of heated wax they had been made, and intermixed their colour. Nor one nor the other seemed now what he was, even as proceedeth on before the flame, upward along the paper a brown colour, which is not as black as yet, and the white dies. The other 2 looked on, and each of them cried out, O me, Agnello, how thou changest! Behold, thou now art neither 2 nor 1. Already the 2 heads had become, when there appeared to us 2 figures mingled into one face, wherein the 2 were lost. Of the 4 lists were fashioned the 2 arms, the thighs and legs, the belly and the chest, members became that never yet was seen. Every original aspect there was cancelled. 2, and yet none, did the perverted image appear, and such departed with slow pace. Even as a lizard under the great scourge of day's canicula, exchanging hedge, lightning appeareth if the road it cross, thus did appear, coming towards the bellies of the 2 others, a small fiery serpent, livid and black as is a peppercorn. And in that part whereat the first received our ailment, it one of them transfixed, then downward fell, in front of him extended. The one transfixed looked at it, but said naught, nay, rather with feet motionless he yawned, just as if sleep or fever had assailed him. He at the serpent gazed, and it at him. One through the wound, the other through the mouth, smoked violently, and the smoke commingled. Henceforth, be silent, Lucan, where he mentions wretched Sabelus and Nasidius, and wait to hear what now shall be shot forth. Be silent, Ovid, of Cadmus and Arethusa, for if him to a snake, her to a fountain, converts he fabling, that I grudge him not. Because two natures never front to front has he transmuted, so that both the forms to interchange their matter ready were. Together they responded in such wise, that to a fork the serpent cleft his tail, and eke the wounded drew his feet together. The legs adhered with the thighs themselves, adhered so that in little time the junction no sign whatever made that was apparent. He with the cloven tail assumed the figure, the other one was losing, and his skin became elastic, the other's hand. I saw the arms draw inward at the armpits, and both feet of the reptile that were short lengthen as much as those contracted were. Thereafter the hind feet, together twisted, became the member of that a man conceals, and of his own, the wretched, do created. While both of them the exhalation veils with a new colour, and engenders hair on one of them, and depilates the other, the one uprose, and down the other fell, though turning not away from their impious lamps, underneath which eased one of his muzzle changed. He, who was on standing, drew towards the temples, and from the excess of matter which came thither issued the ears from out the hollow cheeks. What did not backward run, and was retained, of that excess made to the face a nose, and the lips thickened far as was befitting. He who lay prostrate thrusts his muzzle forward, and backward draws the ears into his head, in the same manner as the snail its horns, and so in the tongue, which was entire and apt for speech before is cleft, and the bye forked and the other closes up, and the smoke ceases. The soul, to which a reptile had been changed, along the valley hissing takes to flight, and after him the other speaking sputters. Then did he turn upon him his new shoulders, and said to the other, I'll have Buoso run crawling as I have done along this road. In this way I beheld the seventh ballast shift and reshift, and here be my excuse the novelty, if aught my pen transgress, and notwithstanding that mine eyes might be somewhat bewildered, and my mind dismayed. They could not flee away so secretly, but that I plainly saw Puccio Sciancato, and he it was the soul of three companions, which came in the beginning was not changed. The other was he whom Gavil weepest. Canto 26. Rejoice, O Florence, since thou art so great, that over sea and land thou beatest thy wings, and throughout hell thy name is spread abroad. Among the thieves 5 citizens of thine, like these I found, whence shame comes unto me, and thou thereby to no great honour risest. But if when morn is near or our dreams are true, feel shalt thou in our little time from now what Prato, if none other, craves for thee. And if it were now, it were not too soon. Would that it were, seeing that it needs must be, for it will aggrieve me more the more I age. We went our way, and up along the stairs the bournes had made us descend before, remounted my conductor and drew me, and following the solitary path, among the rocks and ridges of the crag, the foot without the hand sped not at all, and sorrowed I, and sorrow now again, when I direct my mind to what I saw, and more my genius curb than I am wont, that it may run not unless virtue guide it, so that if some good star or better thing have given me good, I may myself not grudge it. As many as the hind who on the hill rests at the time where he lights the world his countenance keeps the least concealed from us, while as the fly gives place unto the gnat. Sieve the glow worms down along the valley, perchance there where he ploughs and makes his vintage. With flames as manifold resplendent, all was the eighth bulger, as I grew aware, as soon as I was ware the depth appeared. And such as he, who with the bears avenged him, beheld Elijah's chariot, and departing, what time the steeds to heaven erect up rose, for with his eyes he could not follow it, so as to see aught else than flame alone, even as a little cloud ascended upward. Thus each along the gorge of the entrenchment was moving, for not one reveals the theft, and every flame a sinner steals away. I stood up upon the bridge uprisen to see, so that if I had seized not on a rock, down had I fallen without being pushed. And the leader, who beheld me so attent, exclaimed, "Within the fires the spirits are, each swathes himself with that wherewith he burns." "My master," I replied, "by hearing thee I am more sure, but I surmised already it might be so, and already wished to ask thee, who is within that fire which comes so cleft at top? It seems uprising from the pyre where was Eteocles and his brother placed." He answered me, "Within there are tormented Ulysses and Diomed, and thus together they unto vengeance run as unto wrath. And there within their flame do they lament the ambush of the horse, which made the door whence issued forth the Romans' gentle seed. Therein is wept the craft, for which being dead, Deidamia still deplores Achilles, and pain for the Palladium there is borne." "If they within those sparks possess the power to speak," I said, "thee, master, much I pray and re-pray, that the prayer be worth 1,000, that thou make no denial of awaiting until the horned flame shall hither come. Thou seest that with desire I lean toward it." And he to me, "Worthy is thy entreaty of much applause, and therefore I accept it, but take heed that thy tongue restrain itself. Leave me to speak, because I have conceived that which thou wishest, for they might disdain perchance, since they were Greeks, discourse of thine." When now the flame had come unto that point, where to my leader it seemed time and place after the fashion did I hear him speak. "O ye who are twofold within one fire, if I deserved of you while I was living, if I deserved of you, or much or little, when in the world I wrote lofty verse, do not move on, but one of you declare whither, being lost, he went away to die." Then of antique flame the greater horn, murmuring, began to wave itself about, even as a flame doth which the wind fatigues. Thereafterward the summit, to and fro, moving as if it were the tongue that spake, it uttered forth a voice and said, "When I from Circe had departed, who concealed me more than a year near unto Gaeta, or ever yet Aeneas named it so, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence for my old father, nor the due affection which joyous should have made Penelope, could overcome me with desire. I had to be experienced of the world, and of the vice and virtue of mankind, but I put forth on the high open sea, with one sole ship, and that small company, by which I never had deserted been. Both of the shores I saw, as far as Spain, far as Morocco, and the isles of Sardis, and the others which that sea bathes round about. I and my company were old and slow when at the narrow passage we arrived where Hercules his landmarks set as signals. That man no farther onward should adventure. On the right hand, behind me, I left Seville, and on the other, already had left Goethe. Ah, brothers, who amid 100,000 perils, I said, have come unto the west, to this so inconsiderable Virgil. Which is remaining of your senses still be unwilling to deny the knowledge, following the sun of the unpeopled world. Consider ye seed from which ye sprang, ye were not made to live like unto brutes for the pursuit of virtue and of knowledge, so eager did I render my companions with this brief exhortation for the voyage, that then I hardly could have had them back. And having turned our stern unto the morning, we of the oars made wings for our mad flight, evermore gaining on the starboard side. Already all the stars of other pole the night beheld, and are so very low, it did not rise above the ocean floor. 5 times rekindled and as much quenched had been the splendour underneath the moon, since we had entered into the deep pass, when there appeared to us a mountain, dim. From a distance it seemed to be so high, as I had never any one beheld. Joyful we were, and soon it turned to weeping, for out of the new land a whirlwind arose, and smote upon the forepart of the ship. 3 times it made her whirl with all the waters. At a 4th time it made the stern uplift, and the prow downward go, as pleased another, until the sea above us closed again. Canto 27. Already was the flame erect and quiet, to speak no more, and now departed from us with the permission of the gentle poet, when yet another, which behind it came, caused us to turn our eyes upon its top by a confused sound that issued from within it, as the Sicilian bull, that bellowed first with the lament of him, and that was right, who with his file had modulated it, bellowed so with the voice of the afflicted, that notwithstanding it was made of brass, still it appeared with agony transfixed. Thus, by not having any way or issue, at first from out of the fire to its own language converted with the melancholy words. But afterwards, when they had gathered away, up through the point, giving it that vibration their tongue had given them in their passage out, we heard it said, O thou, at whom I aim my voice, and go now, wast speaking Lombard, saying, Go thy way no more, I urge thee. Because I come perchance a little late, to say and speak with me, let it not irk thee, thou seest it irks me not, and I am burning. If thou but lately into this blind world hast fallen down from that sweet Latian land, wherefore I bring the whole of my transgression, say, if the Romagnols have peace or war, for I was from the mountains there between Urbino and the yoke whence Tiber bursts. I still was downward bent, and listening, when my conductor touched me on the side, saying, Speak thou, this one a Latian is. And I, who had beforehand my reply, in readiness forthwith began to speak. O soul, that down below there art concealed, Romagna thine is not, and has never been without war in the bosom of its tyrants, but open war I none have left there now. Ravenna stands, and it long years has stood. The eagle of Polenta there is brooding, so that she covers Syria with her vans. The city with once made the long resistance, and of the French a sanguinary heap, beneath the green paws finds itself once again. Verruccio's ancient mastiff and the new, who made such a bad disposal of Montagna, where they on wont make wimbles of their teeth. The cities of Limon and Santerno governs the Lionel of the White Lair, who changes sides twixt summer-time and winter, and that of which the Savio bathes the flank, even as it lies between the plain and the mountain, lives between tyranny and a free state. Now, I entreat thee, tell us who thou art. Be not more stubborn than the rest have been, so that thy name hold front there in the world. After the fire a little more had roared in its own fashion, the sharp point it moved this way and that, and then gave forth such breath. If I believed that my reply were made to one on whom the world would ever return, this flame without more flickering would stand still. But inasmuch as never from the depth did any one return, if I hear true without the fear of infamy, I answer. I was a man of arms, then Cordelier, believing thus begirt to make amends, and truly my belief had been fulfilled. But for the high priest, whom may ill betide, whom put me back into former sins, and how and wherefore, I will have thee hear. While I was still in the form of bone and pulp, my mother gave to me the deeds. And it were not those of a lion, but of a fox. The machinations and covert ways, I knew them all, and practised so their craft. To that ends of the earth the sound went forth. When now unto that portion of mine age, I saw myself arrived, when each one ought to lower the sails and coil away the ropes. That which before had pleased me, then displeased me, and penitent and confessing I surrendered. Woe is me, and it would have bestead me, the leader of the modern Pharisees, having a war unto Lateran, and not with Saracens nor with Jews, for each one of his enemies was Christian, and none of them had been to conquer Acre, nor merchandising in the Sultan's land, nor the high office nor sacred orders in him regarded, nor me in that cord, which used to make these girt with it more meagre. But even as Constantine sought out Sylvester to cure his leprosy within Soracte, so this one sought me out as an adept to cure him of the fever of his pride. Counsel he asked of me, and I was silent, because his words appeared inebriate. And thenceforth he said, Be not thy heart afraid. Henceforth I thee absolve, and thou art instruct me how to raise Palestrina to the ground. Heaven have I power to lock and unlock, as thou dost know, therefore the keys are two, to which my predecessor held not dear, then urged me on his weighty arguments there where my silence was the worst advice. And said I, Father, since thou washest me of that sin into which I now must fall, the promise long with the fulfilment short will make thee triumph in thy lofty seat. Francis came afterward, when I was dead for me, but one of the black cherubim said to him, Take him not, do me no wrong. He must come down among the servitors, because he gave the fraudulent advice, from which time forth I have been at his hair. For who repents not cannot be absolved, nor can both repent and will at once, because of the contradiction which consents not. Ah, miserable me, how I did shudder when he seized on me, saying, Peradventure thou didst not think that I was a logician. He bore me unto Minos, who entwined 8 times his tail about his stubborn back, and after he had bitten it in a great rage, said, Of the thieves, fire a culprit this. Wherefore, here where thou seest, I am lost, and vested thus, in going, I bemoan thee. When it had thus completed its recital, the flame departed, uttering its lamentations, writhing and flapping its sharp-pointed horn. Onward we pressed, both I and my conductor, up over the crag, above another arch, which the moat covers, where is paid the fee by those who, sowing discord, win their burden. Canto 28. Whoever could, even with untrammelled words, tell of the blood and of the wounds in full, which now I say by many times narrating, each tongue would for certainty fall short by reason of our speech and memory, that have small room to comprehend so much, if I were again assembled all the people which formerly upon the fateful land of Puglia were lamenting for their blood shed by the Romans, and lingering war that of the rings made such illustrious spoils as Livius recorded, who errs not, with those who felt the agony of the blows, by marking counterstand to Robert Guiscard, and all the rest, whose bones are gathered still at Ceperano, were a renegade with each Apulian, and at Tagliacozzo, where without arms the old Alardo conquered. And one his limb transpierced, one lopped off, should show it would nothing to compare with the disgusting mode of the 9th Bolgia. A cask, by losing centrepiece or cant, was never shattered so, as I saw one rent from the chin to where one breaketh wind. Between his legs were hanging down his entrails. His heart was visible, and the dismal sack that maketh excrement of what is eaten. While I was all absorbed in seeing him, he looked at me, and opened his hands, his bosom, saying, "See now how I rend me, how mutilated, see, is Mahomet. In front of me doth Ali weeping go, cleft in the face from forelock unto chin, and all the others whom thou here beholdest, disseminators of scandal and of schism, while living were, and therefore are cleft thus. A devil is behind here, who doth cleave us thus cruelly unto the falcon's edge, putting again each one of all this ream, when we have gone around the doleful road, by reason that our wounds are closed again, ere any one in front of him repass. But who art thou that musest on the crag, perchance to postpone pain, going in that judged upon thine accusations? Nor death hath reached him yet, nor guilt doth bring him, my master made reply, to be tormented, but to procure him full experience. Me, who am dead, behoves it to conduct him down here through hell, from circle unto circle, and this is true as I speak to thee. More than 100 were they, where they all heard him, who in the moat still stood to look at me, though wonderment oblivious of their torture. Now say to Fra Dorgino, then to arm him, thou who perhaps wilt shortly see the sun, if he wish not here to follow me. So with my provisions, that no stress of snow may give the victory to the Novaris, which otherwise to gain would not be easy. After 1 foot go away, he lifted, this word did Mahomet say unto me. Then to depart upon the ground he stretched it. Another one, who had his throat pierced below and nose cut off close underneath the brows, and had no longer but a single ear, staying to look in wonder with the others, before the others did his gullet open, which outwardly was red in every part, and said, O thou, whom guilt doth condemn, and whom I once saw up in Latian land, unless too great similitude deceive me, call to remembrance Pira de Medicina, if ever thou see him again in the lovely plain that from Vercelli slopes to Marcabo, and make it known to the best of 2 Fano, the Messer Guido and Angiolello likewise, that if foreseeing here be not in vain, cast from their vessel they shall be, and drowned near unto the Catolica, by the betrayal of a tyrant fell. Between the Isles of Cyprus and Majorca, Neptune never yet beheld so great a crime, neither of the pirates nor Argolic people. That traitor, who only sees with one eye, who holds the land which some here with me would fain fasting from the vision of, will make them come unto a parley with him. Then will do so that to Focara's wind they will not stand in need of vow or prayer. And I to him, show to me and declare, if thou wouldst have me bear up the news of thee, who is this person of the bitter vision? Then did he lay his hand upon the jaw of one of his companions, and his mouth opened, crying, This is he, and he speaks not. This one being banished, every doubt submerged in Caesar by affirming the four-armed, always with detriment allowed delay. Oh, how bewildered unto me appeared, with tongue asundered, in his windpipe slit, Curio, who in speaking was so bold, and one who both his hands dissevered had the stumps uplifting through the murky air, so that the blood made horrible his face, cried out, Thou shalt remember Mosca also, who said, Alas, a thing done has an end, which was an ill seed for the Tuscan people, and death unto thy race, thereto I added, whence he accumulating woe upon woe departed, like a person sad and crazed. But I remained to look upon the crowd, and saw a thing which I should be afraid, without some further proof even to recount. If it were not conscience reassures me, that good companion which emboldens me beneath the hauberk of its feeling pure, I truly say, and still I seem to see it, a trunk without a head, walk in like manner, as walked the others of the mournful herd, and by the hair it held the head dissevered, hung from the hand in the fashion of a lantern, and that upon us gazed and said, Oh me! It itself made itself into a lamp, and they were two in one, and one in two. How can that be? He knows who so ordains it. When it come close to the bridge's foot, it lifted high its arm with all the head, to bring more closely unto its words, which were, Behold thou the sore penalty, thou who dost breathing go to the dead beholding, behold if any be as great as this. And so, that thou may carry news of me, know that Bertram de Born am I, the same who gave the young king the evil comfort. I made the father and the son rebellious. Architophel, not more with Absalom, and David did with his accursed goadings. Because I parted, persons so united, parted do I now bear my brain, alas, from its beginning, which in this trunk thus is observed in me counterpoise. Canto 29. The many people and diverse wounds these eyes of mine had so inebriated, that they were wishful to stand still and weep. But said Virgilius, Why dost thou still gaze at? Why is the sight still riveted down there among the mournful mutilated shades? Thou hast not done so at the other bulge. Consider, if, to count them, thou believest that 22 miles the valley winds, and now the moon is underneath our feet, henceforth the time allotted for us in brief, and more so, is to be seen what thou seest. If thou hadst, I made answer thereupon, attended to the cause from which I looked, perhaps a longer stay thou wouldest pardoned. Meanwhile, my guide departed, and behind him I went, already making my reply, and superadding, In that cavern, where I held mine eyes, such attention fixed, I think a spirit of my blood laments the sin which down below there costs so much. Then said the master, Be no longer broken. Thy thought from this time forward upon him attend elsewhere, and there let him remain. For him I saw below that little bridge, pointing at thee and threatening with his finger fiercely, and heard him called Geri del Bello. so wholly at that time was thou impeded by him so formerly held alta forte. Thou didst not look that way. So he departed. O my conductor, by his own violent death, which is not yet avenged for him, I said, by any who is sharer in the same, made him disdainful whence he went away, as I imagine without speaking to me, and thereby made me pity him the more. Thus did we speak as far as the first place upon the crag, which the next valley shows down the bottom, if there were more light. When we were now right over the last cloister of the Malbolge, so that its lay brothers could manifest themselves unto our sight, diverse lamentings pierced me through and through, with which compassion had their arrows barbed, were it mine ears I covered with my hands what pain would be, if from hospitals of Valdichiana twixt July and September, and of Maremma and Sardinia, all the diseases in one mote were gathered. Such was it here, and such a stench came from it, as from putrescent limbs is wont to issue. We had descended on the furthest bank, from the long crag upon the left hand still, and then the more vivid was my power of sight, down towards the bottom, where the ministress of the high Lord, Justice infallible, punishes forgers, where she here records. I do not think a sadder sight to see was in Aegina, the whole people sick, when was the air so full of pestilence, the animals, down to the little worm, all fell, and afterwards the ancient people, according to the poets have affirmed, were from the seed of ants restored again. Then it was to behold through the dark valley the spirits languishing in divers heaps, this on the belly that laid upon the back one of the other, and the others crawling shifted themselves along the dismal road. We, step by step, went onward without speech, gazing upon the listening to the sick, who had not the strength enough to lift their bodies. I saw two, sitting leaned against each other, as leans in heating platter against platter, from head to foot bespotted over with scabs, and never saw I plied a currycomb, or stable boy for whom his master waits, or him who keeps awake unwillingly, as every one was plying the fast bite of nails upon himself for the great rage of itching which no other succour had. And the nails downward with them dragged the scab, in fashion as a knife, the scales of bream, or any other fish that has them largest. Oh, thou, that with thy fingers dost dismail thee, began my leader unto one of them, and thou makest them pincers now and then. Tell me, if any Latian is with those who are herein, so may thy nails suffice thee to all eternity unto his work. Latians are we, whom thou so wasted seest. Both of us are here. One weeping made the reply, but who art thou that questions about us? And said the guide, one am I who descends down this living man from cliff to cliff, and I intend to show hell unto him. Then broken was their mutual support, and trembling each one turned himself to me, with others who had heard him by rebound. Wholly to me did the good master gather, saying, Say unto them whatever thou wishest. And I began, So may your memory not steal away in the first world from out the minds of men, be so may it survive 'neath many suns. Say to me who you are, and of what people. Let not your foul and loathsome punishment make you afraid to show yourselves to me. I of Arezzo was, one made reply, and Albert of Siena had me burned. But what I died for does not bring me here. 'Tis true, I said to him, speaking in jest, that I could rise by flight into the air, and he who had conceit but little wit would have me show him the art, and only because Daedalus I made me be burned by one who held him as his son, but unto the last Bolger of the 10 for alchemy, which in the world I practised, Minos, who cannot err, has condemned. And to the poet said I, now was ever so vain a people as the Sienese, not for a certainty the French by far. Whereat the other leper, who had heard me, replied unto my speech, taking out Strica, who knew the art of moderate expenses, and Niccolo, who the luxurious use of cloves discovered earliest of all within that garden, where such seed takes root, and taking out the band, among whose squandered Caca d'Ascian his vineyards and vast woods, and where his wit the aberglatio proffered. But that thou know who thus doth second thee against the Sienese, make sharp thine eye toward me, that my face well answer thee, and thou shalt see that I am Capocchio's shade, who metals falsified by alchemy. Thou must remember, if I will decry thee, how I a skilful ape of nature was. Canto 30. 'Twas at the time when Juno was enraged for Semele against the Theban blood, as she already more than once had shown. For reft of reason, Athamas became, that seeing his own wife and children twain walking encumbered upon either hand, he cried, spread out the nets, that I may take the lioness and her whelps upon the passage, and then extended his unpitying claws, seizing the first, who had the name Laercus, and whirled him round and dashed him on a rock, and she, with the other burthen, drowned herself. And at the time when fortune downward hurled the Trojans' arrogance, that all things dared, so that the king was with his kingdom crushed. Hecuba, sad, disconsolate, and captive, when lifeless she beheld Polyxena, and all of her Polydorus on the shore of ocean was the dolorous one aware. Out of her senses like a dog she barked, so much the anguish had her mind distorted. But not of Thebes, the Furies, nor the Trojan, were ever seen in any one so cruel, in goading beasts and much more human members, as I beheld two shadows pale and naked, who biting in the manner of ran along that a boar does, from when the sty turned loose. One to Capocchio came, and by the nape seized it with its neck, so that in dragging it made his belly grate the solid bottom. And the Aretine, who trembling had remained, said to me, that mad sprite is Gianni Schini, and raving goes thus harrying other people. No, I said to him, so may not the other set teeth on thee. Let it not weary thee to tell us who it is, ere that dart hence. And he to me, that is the ancient ghost of the nefarious Mira, who became beyond all rightful love her father's lover. She came to sin with him after this manner, by counterfeiting another's form, as he who goeth yonder undertook, that he may gain the land of the herd, to counterfeit himself Buoso Donati, making a will and giving it due form. And after the two maniacs had passed, on whom I held mine eye, I turned it back to look upon the other evil born. I saw one, made in fashion of a lute, if he had only the groin cut off, just at the point at which a man is forked. The heavy dropsy, that so disproportions the limbs with humours which it will concocts, the face corresponds not to the belly, compelled him so to hold his lips apart as does the hectic, who, because of this thirst, one towards the chin, the other upward turns. O ye, who without any torment are, and why I know not in the world of woe, he said to us, behold and be attentive unto the misery of Master Adam. I had while living much of what I wished, and now, alas, a drop of water I crave. The rivulets, that from the verdant hills of Cassentin descend down into Arno, making their channels to be cold and moist, ever before me stand, and not in vain, for far more doth their image dry me up than the disease which strips my face of flesh. The rigid justice that chastises me draweth occasion from the place in which I sinned to put the more my sighs in flight. There is Romena, where I counterfeited the currency imprinted with the Baptist, for which I left my body burned above. But if I here could see the tristful soul of Guido or Alexandro, or their brother, for Branda's fount, I would not give up the sight. One is within already, if the raving shades that are going round about speak truth, but what avails it me whose limbs are tied? If I were only still so light that in 100 years I could advance 1 inch, I had already started on the way. Seeing him out among this squalid folk, although the circuit be 11 miles, and be not less half a mile across, for them am I in such a family, they did induce me into coining florins, which I had 3 carats of impurity. And I to him, who are the 2 poor wretches that smoke like unto a wet hand in winter, lying there close upon thy right hand confines? I found them here, replied he, when I reined into this chasm, and since they have not turned, nor do I think they will forevermore. One the false woman, who is accused Joseph, the other false Sinon Greek of Troy, from acute fever they sent forth such a reek. And one of them, who felt himself annoyed at being peradventure named so darkly, smote with his fist upon his hardened paunch. It gave a sound, as if it were a drum, and Master Adam smote him in the face, with arm that did not seem to be less hard, saying to him, although be taken from me all motion for my limbs that heavy are, I have an arm unfettered for such need. Whereat he answer made, when dost thou go unto the fire? Thou hadst it not so ready, but had it so and more when thou wast coining. The dropsicle, thou sayest true in that, but thou wast not so true a witness there, where thou wast questioned of the truth at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsifiedst the coin, said Sinon. For 1 fault I am here, and thou for more, for any of the demon. Remember, perjurer, about the horse, he made reply, who had the swollen belly, the rueful, be it the whole world knows. Rueful to thee, and thirst be wherewith cracks thy tongue, the Greek said, and the putrid water that hedges so thy paunch before thine eyes. Then the false coiner, so is gaping wide thy mouth for speaking evil, as 'tis wont, because if I have thirst, and humour stuff me, thou hast the burning, and head of that aches, and to lick up the mirror of Narcissus thou wouldst not want words many to invite thee. In listening to them was I wholly fixed, when I said to the master to me, now just look, for little wants it that I quarrel with thee. When him I heard in anger speak to me, I turned me round towards him with such shame that it still eddies through my memory. And as he is who dreams of his own harm, who dreaming wishes it may be a dream, so that he craves what is, as if it were not, such I became, not having power to speak, for to excuse myself as I wished, and still excused myself, and did not think I did it, Less shame doth wash away a greater fault, the master said, than this of thine has been. Therefore thyself disburden of all sadness, and make account that I am I beside thee. And if ever it come to pass that fortune bring thee where there are people in a like dispute, for a base wish it is to wish to hear it. Canto 31. One and of the self-same tongue first wounded me, so that it tinged the one cheek and the other, and then held out to me the medicine. Thus do I hear that once Achilles' spear, his and his father's, used to cause first of a sad and then gracious boon. We turned our backs upon the wretched valley, upon the bank that girds it round about, going across it without any speech. There it was, less than night and less than day, so that my sight went a little in advance, but I could hear the blare of a loud horn, so loud it would have made each thunder faint, which, counter to it in its following way, mine eyes directed wholly to one place. After the dolorous discomfiture, when Charlemagne the holy emprise lost, so terribly Orlando sounded not. Short, while my head turned thitherward, I held when many lofty towers seemed to see. Whereat I asked her, Say, what town is this? And he to me, Because thou peerest forth outward the darkness at too great a distance, it happens that thou art errest in thy fancy. Where shalt thou see, if thou arrivest here, how much the sense deceives itself by distance? Therefore a little faster spur thee on. Then tenderly he took me by the hand, and said, Before we farther have advanced, that the reality may seem to thee less strange, know that these are not towers, but giants, and they are in the well around the bank, from navel downward, one and all of them. As when the fog vanishing away, little by little doth sight refigure whatever the midst that crowds the air conceals, so piercing through the dense and darksome air, more and more near approaching toward the verge, my error fled, and fear came over me. Because, as on its circular parapets, Monterione crowns itself with towers, even thus the margin which surrounds the wall, with one half their bodies turreted, the horrible giants whom Jove menaces, even now from out the heavens when he thunders. And I, of one already saw the face, shoulders, and breast, and the great part of the belly, and down along his sides both of the arms. Certainly nature, when she left the making of animals like these, did well indeed, by taking such executors from Mars. And if of elephants and whales she doth not repent her, whosoever looketh subtly, more than just more discreet, will hold her for it. For where the argument of intellect is added unto evil will and power, no rampart can the people make against it. His face appeared to me as long and large as is at Rome the pine cone at St. Peter's, and in proportion with the other bones, so that margin with an apron was down the middle showed so much of him above it, that to reach up to his hair. 3 Frieslanders in vain had vaunted them, for I beheld 30 great palms of him, down from the place where the man and his mantle buckles. Raphael, my amac isabi arme, began to clamour the ferocious mouth, to which were not befitting sweeter psalms. And guide unto him, Soul idiotic, keep to thy horn and vent thyself with that. When wrath or other passion touches thee, search round thy neck, and thou wilt find the belt which keeps it fastened. O bewildered soul, and see it where it bars thy mighty breast. Then said to me, He doth himself accuse, this one is Nimrod, by whose evil thought one language in the world is still not used. Here, let us leave him, and not speak in vain, for even such to him is every language as to others, which to none is known. Therefore A longer journey did we make. Turned to the left, and a crossbow shot oft, we found another far more fierce and large. In binding him, who might be master I cannot say, but he had pinioned close behind my right arm and in front of the other, with chains that held him so begirt about the neck down that on the part uncovered it wound itself as far as the fifth gyre. This proud one wished to make experiment of his own power against the supreme Jove, my leader said. Whence he has such a guerdon, Ephialtes is his name, he showed great prowess. What time the giants terrified the gods, the arms he wielded nevermore he moves. And I to him, if possible, I should wish that the measureless Briareus, these eyes of mine might have the experience. Whence he replied, Thou shalt behold Antaeus close by here, who can speak and is unbound, who at the bottom of all crime shall place us. Much farther yon is he whom would see, and he is bound and fashioned like to this one, save that he seems in aspect more ferocious. There never was an earthquake of such might that it could shake a tower so violently as Ephialtes suddenly shook himself. Then was I more afraid of death than ever, for nothing more was needful within the fear. If I had not beheld the manacles, then we proceeded farther in advance, and to Aeneas they came, who, full 5 ells without the head, forth issued from the cavern. O thou, who in the valley of Fortunate made Scipio the heir of glory made, when Hannibal turned back with all his hosts, once broughtest 1,000 lions for thy prey, and who, hadst been mighty for war among thy brothers, seem'd still think. The sons of the earth of victory would have gained place us below, nor be disdainful of it. There, where the cold doth lock Cocytus up, make us not go to Titius or Tophoeus. This one cannot give of that one it is longed for. Therefore stoop down, and do not curl thy lip. Still, in the world he can restore thy fame, because he lives, and still expects a long life, if itself to grace call him not untimely. So said the master, and in haste the other his hands extended, and took up my guide, whose hands great pressure Hercules once felt. Virgilius, when he felt himself embraced, said unto me, Draw nigh, that I may take thee. Then of himself and me of one bundle made, as seems the Carisenda to behold beneath the leaning side, when goes a cloud above it, so opposite it hangs. Such did Antaeus seem to me, who stood watching to see him stoop, and then it was I could have wished to go some other way. But lightly in the abyss which swallows up Judas with Lucifer, he put us down. Nor thus bowed downward made he their delay, but as a mast does, deep in a ship uprose. Canto 32. If I had rhymes both rough and stridulous, as were appropriate to the dismal hole, down upon which thrust all other rocks, I would press out of the juice of my conception more fully, because I have them not without fear I bring myself to speak, for 'tis no enterprise to take in jest, to sketch the bottom of all the universe, not for the tongue that cries Mamma and Babbo. But may those ladies help this verse of mine, who helped Amphion in enclosing Thieves, that from the fact the word be not diverse. O rabble ill-gotten above all, who are in place to speak of which is hard, 'twere better yet he'd been sheep or goats. When we were down within the darksome well, beneath the giant's feet but lower far, and I was scanning still the lofty wall, I heard it said to me, Look how thou steepest. Take heed thou do not trample with thy feet the heads of the tired, miserable brothers. Whereat I turned me around, and I saw before me and underfoot a lake, that from a frost of semblance had of glass and not of water. So thick a veil never made upon its current, in winter-time Danube in Austria, nor there beneath the frigid sky the dawn, as there was here, so that if Tambernick had fallen upon it, or Pietrapana, even the edge would not give in a creak. And as was the croak of the frog doth place himself with muzzle out of water, when is dreaming of gleaning oftentimes the peasant girl, livid, as far down as where shame appears, with the disconsolate shades within the ice, setting their teeth unto the notes of storks. Each one his countenance held downward bent, from mouth the cold, from eyes the doleful heart among them witness of itself procures. When round about me, somewhat I looked, I downward turned me and saw two close, the hair upon their heads together mingled. Ye who so strain your breasts together, tell me, I said, who are you? And they bent their necks, and when to me their faces had lifted, their eyes, which first were only moist within, gushed over the eyelids, and the frost congealed the tears between and locked them up again. Clamp never bound together wood with wood so strongly, whereat they, like two he-goats butted together, so much wrath overcame them. And one, who had by reason of the cold lost both of his ears, still with his visage downward, said, Why dost thou so mirror thyself in us? If thou desire to know who these two are, the valley whence Vicenzio descends belonged to them, and their father Albert. They from one body came, and all Caina thou shalt search through, and shalt not find a shade more worthy to be fixed in gelatine. Not he in whom we were broken breast and shadow, at one time the same blow by Arthur's hand, focaccia not he who became who encumbers. So with this head, as he no farther forward, and bore the name of Sasor Masterconi. Who wellest know who he was, if thou art Tuscan? And that thou put me not to further speech, know that I, Camicion de Pazzi, was, and wait Carlino to exonerate me. Then I beheld 1,000 faces, made purple with cold, whence over me comes a shudder, and evermore will come at frozen ponds, and while we were advancing toward the middle, where everything of weights unites together, and I was shivering in the eternal shade, whether 'twere will or destiny or chance I know not, but in walking among the heads I struck my foot hard in the face of one. Weeping, he growled, Why dost thou trample me? Unless thou comest to increase the vengeance of Monteperti, why dost thou trample me? And I, My master, now wait here for me, that I through him may issue forth from a doubt. Then thou mayest hurry me, and thou shalt wish. The leader stopped, and to that one I said, Who was blasphemy vehemently still? Who art thou that thus reprehendest others? Who art thou that goest through Antenora smiting? Replied he. Other people's cheeks, so that if thou wert living, 'twere too much. Living I am, and dear to thee it may be, was my response. If thou demandest fame, that mid the other notes my name I place. And he to me, For the reverse I long. Take thyself hence, and give to me no more trouble, for ill thou knowest to flatter in this hollow. Then by the scalp I seized upon him, and said, It must needs be thou name itself, or not a hair remaineth upon thee here. Whence to me, Thou strip off my hair, I will not tell thee who I am, nor show thee, if on my head 1,000 times thou fall. I had his hair in hand, already twisted, and more than one shock of it pulled out, he barking, with his eyes held firmly down, when cried another, What doth ail thee, Boca? Is it not to clatter with thy jaws, that thou must bark? What devil touches thee? Now, said I care not to have thee speak, accursed traitor, for unto thy shame I will report the veracious news. Begone, replied he, and tell what thou wilt, but be not silent if thou issue hence of him that have just now put his tongue so prompt. He weepeth here, the silver of the French. I saw, thus cannot phrase it, him of Duera, there where the sinners stand out in the cold. If thou shouldest questioned, he be who else was there, thou hast beside him the of Beccaria, of whom the Gorget Florence slit asunder. Gianni de Soldanier, I think, may be yonder with Ganelon and Tebadello, who opted Faenza when people slept. Already we had gone away from him, when I beheld two frozen in one hole, so that one a head, a hood, was the other. And even as bread through hunger is devoured, the uppermost on the other set his teeth. There where the brain is to nape the united, not in another fashion, Titius gnawed the temples of Menalopus in disdain. Than that did the skull and other things. O thou, who showest by such bestial sign thy hatred against him whom thou art eating, tell me the wherefore, said I, with this compact, that if thou rightfully of him complain, in knowing who ye are and his transgression, I, in the world above, repay thee for it, if that wherewith I speak be not dried up. Canto 33. His mouth uplifted from his grim repast, that sinner, wiping it upon the hair of the same head that he beheld was wasted. Then he began, Thou wilt that I renew the desperate grief which wrings of my heart already to think of only ere I speak of it. But if my words be seed, then may bear fruit of infamy to the traitor who I gnaw, speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what mode thou hast come down here, but a Florentine thou seemest to me truly when I hear thee. Thou hast to know that I was Count Ugolino, and this was Ruggieri the Archbishop. Now I will tell thee why I am such a neighbour, that by effect of his malicious thoughts, trusting in him, I was made prisoner, and after put to death. I need not say, but nevertheless, what thou canst not have heard, that is to say, how cruel was my death. Here shalt thou, and shalt know if he has wronged me. A narrow perforation in the mew, which bears because of me the little title of famine, and in which others still must be locked up. He had shown me through its opening many moons, already when I dreamed the evil dream, which the future rent for me the veil. This one appeared to me as lord and master, hunting the wolf and whelps upon the mountain for which the Pisans cannot look or see, with sleuth hounds gaunt and eager and well trained, Gualandi and Sismondi and Lanfianchi, he had sent out before him to the front. After brief course, seemed unto me forspent, the father and the sons, and with the sharp touches, it seemed to me that their flanks ripped open. When I before the morrow was awake, moaning amid their sleep, I heard my sons who were with me, and asking after bread, cruel indeed art thou, if ye grieve not, thinking of what my heart foreboded me. And weepest thou not? What art thou wont to weep at? They were awake now, and the hour drew nigh, at which our food used to be brought to us, and through his dream was each one as apprehensive. And I heard locking up under the door of the horrible tower, whereat without a word I gazed into the faces of my sons. I wept not, I within so turned to stone. They wept, and darling little Anselm mine said, Thou dost gaze so, father, what doth ail thee? Still not a tear I shed, not an answer made. All of that day, nor yet the night thereafter, until another sun rose upon the world. As now a little glimmer made its way into the dolorous prison, and I saw upon 4 faces my very own aspect. Both of my hands in agony I bit, and, thinking that I did it from desire of eating, on a sudden they uprose, and said they, Father, much less pain 'twill give us, if thou do eat of us. Thyself did clothe us with his poor flesh, and do thou strip it off. I calmed me then, not to make them more sad. That day when we were silent, and the next, obdurate earth, wherefore didst thou not open? When we had come unto the 4th day, Gatto threw himself down outstretched before my feet, saying, My father, why dost thou not help me? And there he died, and as thou seest me, I saw all 3 fall, one by one, between the 5th day and the 6th, whence betook me, already blind, to groping over each, and 3 days called them after they were dead. The hunger did what the sorrow could not. When he had said this, his eyes distorted, the wretched skull resumed he with his teeth, which as a dog's upon the bone were strong. Ah, Pisa, thou opprobrium of the people, of the fair land that with sea doth sound. Since slow to punish me the neighbours are, let the Capraia and Gorgona move, and make a hedge across the mouth of Arno, that every person in the way may drown. For if Count Ugolino had the fame of having in thy castles thee betrayed, thou shouldest not on such cross have put his sons, guiltless of any crime, thou modern Thieves. Their youth made Uguccione and Brigata, and the other 2 my song doth name above. We pass still further onward, where the ice another people ruggedly in swathes, not downward turned, but all of them reversed, weeping itself, that does not let them weep, and grief that finds a barrier in the eyes turns itself inward to increase the anguish, because the earliest tears a cluster form, and in the manner of a crystal visor fill all the cup beneath the eyebrows fall, and notwithstanding that, as in a callous, because of cold all sensibility, its station has abandoned the face. Still it appeared. To me, I felt some wind, whence my master, who sets this in motion? Is it not below here every vapour quenched? Whence he to me, full soon shalt thou be, where thine eye shall answer to make thee of this, seeing the cause which raineth down the blast. And of the wretches of the frozen crust cried out to us, O souls so merciless, that the last post is given unto you, lift from mine eyes the rigid veils, that I may vent the sorrow which impregns the heart. Ah, little ever the weeping recongeal. Whence I to him, If thou wouldst have me help thee, say who thou wast, and if I free thee not, may I go to the bottom of the ice. He replied, I am Friar Alberigo. He I am of the fruit of the bad garden, he who here a date am getting for a fig. Oh, I said to him, now art thou too dead? And he to me, how may my body fare up in the world? No knowledge I possess. Such an advantage has this Ptolemaea, that oft times the soul descendeth here sooner than Atropos in motion sets it. And that thou mayest more willingly remove from off my countenance these glassy tears, know that as soon as any soul betrays, as I have done, his body by a demon is taken from him, who thereafter rules it until his time has wholly been revolved. Itself down rushes into a cistern, and still perchance above appears the body of yonder shade, that winters here behind me. This thou shouldest know. If thou hast come down, it is Sir Branca d'Oria, and many years have passed away since he was thus locked up. I think, I said to him, thou dost deceive me, for Branca d'Oria is not dead as yet, and eats and drinks and sleeps and puts on clothes. In moat above, said he, of Malbolge, there where is boiling the tenacious pitch. As yet had Michael Zanch not arrived. When this one left a devil in his stead, in his own body, and any one near of kin, who made together with him the betrayal, but hitherward stretch out thy hand forthwith, open mine eyes. And open them I did not, and to be rude to him was courtesy. Ah, Genoese, ye men at variance, with every virtue full of vice, wherefore are ye not scattered from the world? For with it the vilest spirit of Romagna. I found of you one such, who for his deeds in soul already in Cocytus bathes, and still above, in body seems alive. Canto 34. Vexilla regis produent inferni. Toward us, therefore, look in front of thee, my master said, if thou discernest him, as when there breathes a heavy fog, or when our hemisphere is darkening into night, appears far off a mill the wind is turning. Methought that such a building then I saw, and for the wind I drew myself behind my guide, because there was no other shelter. Now was I, and with fear in verse I put it, there where the shades were wholly covered up, and glimmered through unto like straws of glass. Some prone are lying, others stand erect, this with the head, and that with the soles, another bow-like, face-to-face inverts. When in advance so far we had proceeded, that it my master pleased to show me, the creature who had once had the beauteous semblance. He, from before me moved, made me stop, saying, Behold this, and behold the place where thou with fortitude must arm thyself. How frozen I became, and powerless then. Ask it not, reader, for I write it not, because the whole language would be insufficient. I did not die, and I alive remained not. Think for thyself now, hast thou aught of wit, that I became being of both deprived, from Emperor of the Kingdom Dolorous, from his mid-breast forth issued from the ice, and better with a giant I compare. Then to the giants with those arms of his, consider now how great must be that whole, which unto such a part conforms itself. Where he was as fair once, as he now is foul, has lifted up his brow against his Maker, we may now proceed from him all tribulation. Ah, what a marvel it appeared to me, when I beheld 3 faces on his head, the one in front, and that vermilion was, the 2 were the others that were joined with this above the middle part of either shoulder, and they were joined together at the crest. And the right hand one seemed twixt white and yellow. The left was such to look upon those who came from where the Nile falls valleyward. Underneath each came forth with 2 mighty wings, such as befitting was so great a bird. Sails of the sea I never saw so large. No feathers had they, but as of a bat their fashion was. And he was waving them, so that 3 winds proceeded forth therefrom. Thereby Cocytus was wholly congealed, with 6 eyes did he weep, and up adown 3 chins trickled the teardrops of the bloody drivel. At every mouth he with his teeth was crunching, a sinner in the manner of a brake, so that he 3 of them tormented thus, to him in front was biting, was a naught unto the clawing, for sometimes the spine utterly stripped of all the skin remained. That soul up there, which has the greatest pain, the master said, is Judas Iscariot. With head inside, he plies his legs without. Of the two others, who head downward are, the one who hangs from the black jowl is Brutus. See how he writhes himself and speaks no word. And the other, who so stalwart seems, is Cassius. But night is reascending, and 'tis time that we depart, for we have seen the whole. As seemed him good, I clasped him around the neck, and he vantage seized time of place, and when the wings were opened wide apart, he held fast upon the shaggy sides, from fell to descended down toward between the thick hair and frozen crust. When we were to come to where the thigh revolves exactly on the thickness of the haunch, the guide, with labour and with hard-drawn breath, turned round his head where he had his legs to grapple the hair, and to one who mounts, so that to hell I thought we were returning. Keep fast thy hold, for by such stairs as these, the master said, panted as one fatigued, we must perforce depart from so much evil. Then through the opening of a rock he issued, and down upon the margin seated me. Then towards me he outstretched his weary step. I lifted up mine eyes, and thought to see Lucifer in the same way I had left him. And I beheld him upward hold his legs. And if I then became disquieted, let stolid people think who do not see what the point is beyond which I had passed. Rise up, the master said, upon thy feet. The way is long, and difficult the road, and now the sun to middle tierce returns. It was not any palace corridor where they were met, but dungeon natural, with floor uneven and unease of light. Ere from the abyss I tear myself away, my master, when I said I had arisen. To draw me from an error, speak a little. Where is the ice? And how is this one fixed thus upside down? And how in such short time from eve to morn has the sun made his transit? And he to me, thou still imaginest thou art beyond the centre, where I grasp the hair of the fell worm, whose mind's the world. That side thou wast, so long I descended, when round I turned thee. Thou didst pass the point, to which heavy things draw from every side, and now beneath the hemisphere art come opposite, which overhangs the vast dry land, and neath whose cope was put to death the man who without sin was born and lived. Thou hast thy feet upon thy little sphere, which makes the other faces of the Judica. Here is the morn, when it is evening there, and he, whose with his hair a stairway made us still fixed, remaineth as he was before. Upon this side he fell down out of heaven, and all the land that whilom here emerged, for fear of him, made of the sea a veil, and came to our hemisphere, and peradventure to flee from him. What on the side appears, left the place vacant here, and back recoiled. A place there is below, from Beelzebub, as far as receding as the tomb extends, which is not by sleight known, but by the sound of a small rivulet that there descendeth through chasm within the stone, which it has gnawed, with course that winds about slightly falls. The guide and I into that hidden road now entered, to return to the bright world, and without care of having any rest, we mounted up, he first, and I the second, till I beheld through a round aperture some of the beauteous things that heaven doth bear. Thence we came forth to re-behold the stars. End of Dante's Divine Comedy, the Inferno. The Divine Comedy of Dante, Part 2, Purgatorio, Canto 1. To run over better waters, hoist its sail, that little vessel of my genius now, that leaves behind itself a sea so cruel. And of that second kingdom will I sing, wherein the human spirit doth purge itself, and to ascend to heaven becometh worthy. But let dead poesy here rise again, O holy muses, since that I am yours, and hear Calliope somewhat ascend, my song accompanying with that sound of which the miserable magpies felt the blow so great that they despaired of pardon. Sweet colour of the oriental sapphire, that was upgathered in the cloudless aspect of the pure air as far as the first circle, under mine eyes did recommence delight soon as I issued forth from the dead air, which, had with sadness, filled mine eyes and breast. The beauteous planet, that to love incites, making all the Orient to laugh, veiling the fishes that were in her escort. To the right hand I turned, and fixed my mind upon the other pole, and saw 4 stars never seen before, save by the primal people. Rejoicing in their flamelets seemed the heaven. O thou septentrional and widowed sight, because thou art deprived of seeing these. When from regarding them I had withdrawn, turning a little to the other pole, there where the wane had disappeared already, I saw beside me an old man alone, worthy of so much reverence in his look that more owes not to father any son. A long beard, and with white hair intermingled he wore, in semblance like unto the tresses of which a double list fell unto his breast. The rays of the 4 consecrated stars did so adorn his countenance with light, that him I saw as with a sun before him. Who are you, ye who counter the blind river, have fled away from the eternal prison? Moving those venerable plumes, he said, Who guided you? Or who has been your lamp in issuing forth out of the night profound, that ever black makes the infernal valley? The laws of the abyss, are they thus broken? Or is there changed in heaven some counsel new, that being damned ye come unto my crags? Then did my leader lay his grasp upon me, and with his words, and with his hands and signs, reverent he made me in my knees and brow. Then answered him, I come not of myself. A lady from heaven descended, at whose prayers I aided this one with my company. But since it is thy will, more be unfolded of our condition, how it truly is. Mine cannot be that this should be denied thee. This one has never had his last evening seen, but by his folly was so near it that very little time was there to turn. As I have said, I unto him was sent to rescue him, and other way was none than this to which I have myself betaken. I've shown him all the people of perdition, and now those spirits I intend to show who purge themselves beneath thy guardianship. How I have bought him would be long to tell thee. Virtue descendeth from on high that aids me to lead him to behold thee and to hear thee. Now it may please thee to vouchsafe his coming. He seeketh liberty, which is so dear, as knoweth he who life for her refuses. Thou knowest it, since for her to thee not bitter was death in Utica, where thou didst leave the vesture, that will shine so the great day. By us the eternal edicts are not broken, since this one lives and Minos binds not me. But of that circle, I, where are the chaste eyes of Marcia, who still looks and still praise thee, O holy breast, to hold her as thy own? For her love, then, incline thyself to us. Permit us through thy sevenfold realm to go. I will take back his grace from thee to her, if to be mentioned there below thou deignest. Marcia was so pleasing unto mine eyes, while I was on the other side, he then said, that every grace she wished of me, I granted. Now that she dwells beyond the evil river, she can no longer move me by that law which, when I issued forth from there, was made. But if a lady of heaven do move and rule thee, as thou dost say, no flattery is needed. Let it suffice thee, that for her thou may ask me. Go then, and see thou gird this one about with a smooth rush, and that thou wash his face, so that thou cleanse away all stain therefrom. For it were not fitting that the eye overcast by any mist should go before the first angel, who is of those of Paradiso. This little island, round about its base, below there yonder, where the billow beats it, doth rushes up bare upon its washy ooze. Nor the plant that putteth forth the leaf, or that doth indurate, can there have life, because it yieldeth not unto the shocks. Thereafter, be not this way your return. The sun, which is now rising, will direct you to take the mount by easier ascent. With this, he vanished, and I raised me up without a word, and wholly drew myself unto my guide, and turned mine eyes to him. And he began, Son, follow thou my steps. Let us turn back, for on this side declines the plain unto its lower boundaries. The dawn was vanquishing in the matin hour, which fled before it, so that from afar I recognized the trembling of the sea. Along the solitary plain we went, as one who unto the lost road returns, and till he finds it, seems to go in vain. As soon as we were come to where the dew fights with the sun, and being in a part where the shadow falls little evaporates, both of his hands upon the grass, outspread in gentle manner, did my master place, whence I, who of his action was aware, extended him my tearful cheeks. There did he make me, and uncovered wholly that hue which hell had covered up in me. Then came we down upon the desert shore, which never yet saw navigate its waters, and that afterward had known return. There he begirt me, as the other pleased. Oh, marvellous! For even as he culled the humble plant, such it sprang up again, suddenly, there where he uprooted it. Canto 2. Already had the sun the horizon reached, whose circle of meridian covers over Jerusalem with its most lofty point, and night that opposite to him revolves was issuing forth from Ganges with the scales that fall from out her hand when she exceedeth, so that the white and vermilion cheeks of beautiful Aurora, where I was, by too great age were changing into orange. We were still on the border of the sea, like people who are thinking of their road, who go in heart and with the body stay. And lo, as when, upon the approach of morning, though the gross vapours Mars grows fiery red down in the west upon the ocean floor, appeared to me, may I again behold it, a light along the sea so swiftly coming its motion by no flight of wing is equalled, from which, when I a little had withdrawn mine eyes, that I might question my conductor, again I saw it, brighter, grown larger. On each side of it appeared to me, I knew not of what white, and underneath it, little by little, there came forth another. My master yet had uttered not a word, while the first whiteness into wings unfolded. But when he clearly recognized the pilot, he cried, Make haste, make haste to bow the knee. Behold the angel of God, fold thou thy hands, henceforth shalt thou see such officers. See how he scorneth human arguments, so that no oar he wants, nor other sail than his own wings, between so distant shores. See how he holds them pointed up to heaven, fanning the air with the eternal pinions, that do not molt themselves like mortal hair. Then, as still nearer, as more to us came the bird divine, more radiant he appeared, so that near by the eye could not endure him. But down I cast it, and he came to shore, of a small vessel, very swift and light, so that the water swallowed naught thereof. Upon the stern stood the celestial pilot. Beatitude seemed written in his face, and more than 100 spirits sat within. In exito Israel de Egypto, they chanted all together in one voice, with whatso in that psalm is after written. Then made he sign of the holy rood upon them, whereat all cast themselves upon the shore, and he departed as swiftly as he came. The throng, which seemed still remained there, unfamiliar seemed with that place, all round about them gazing, as one who in new matters makes essay. On every side was darting forth the day, the sun, who had with his resplendent shafts from the mid-heaven chased forth the Capricorn, when the new people lifted up their faces towards us, saying, If ye know, show us the way to go unto the mountain. And answer made Virgilius, Ye believe perchance that we have knowledge of this place, but we are strangers, even as yourselves. Just now we came, a little before you, another way which was so rough and steep that mounting will henceforth seem sport to us. The souls who had, from seeing me draw beneath, became aware that I was still alive. Pallid in their astonishment they became, and as to a messenger who bears the olive to people, the throng to listen to the news, and no one shows himself afraid of crowding. So, at the sight of me stood motionless those fortunate spirits, all of them, as if oblivious to go and make them fair. One from among them I saw coming forward, as to embrace me with such great affection, rather, that it incited me to do the like. No empty shadows, save in aspect only. 3 times behind it I did clasp my hands, as ought to returned with them to my own breast. I think with wonder I depicted me, whereat the shadow smiled and backward drew, and I, pursuing it, pressed farther forward. Gently it said that I should stay my steps. Then knew I who it was, and entreated that it would stop a while and speak to me. It made reply to me, Even as I love thee in mortal body, so I love thee free. Therefore I stop. But wherefore goest thou? My own Casella! To return once more, there where I am I make this journey, said I. But how from thee has so much time been taken? And he to me, No outrage has been done me, if he takes both when and whom he pleases, as many times denied me this passage. For of a righteous will his own is made. He, sooth to say, for 3 months past has taken whoever wished to enter with all peace. Whence I, who now had turned unto that shore, where salt the waters of the Tiber grow, benignly by him have been received. Unto that outlet now his wing is pointed, because forevermore assembled there those who towards Acheron do not descend. And I, if some new law take not from the memory or practice of the song of love, which used to quiet me in all my longings, thee may it please to comfort therewithal. Somewhat
This soul of mine, that with its body hitherward coming is so much distressed, love that within my mind discourses with me, forthwith began he so melodiously, the melody within me is still sounding. My master, and myself, and all that people which were with him, appeared as satisfied as if naught else might touch the mind of any. We all of us were moveless and attentive unto his notes, and lo, the grave old man exclaiming, "What is this, ye laggard spirits? What negligence, what standing still is this? Run to the mountain to strip off the slough. That's let's not God be manifest to you." Even as when, collecting grain or tares, the doves together at their pasture meet, quiet nor showing their accustomed pride, if aught appear of which they are afraid, upon a sudden leave their food alone, because they are assailed by a greater care. So that fresh company did I behold, the song relinquished, and go toward the hill, as one who goes, and knows not whitherward, nor was our own departure less in haste. Canto 3. Inasmuch as the instantaneous flight had scattered them asunder over the plain, turned to the mountain whither reason spurs us, I pressed me close unto my faithful comrade. And who, without him, had I kept my course? Who would have led me up along the mountain? He seemed to me, within himself, remorseful. Ah, noble conscience, and without a stain, how sharp a sting is trivial fault to thee! After his feet had laid aside their haste, which mars the dignity of every act, my mind, that hitherto had been restrained, let loose its faculties as if delighted, and I, my sight directed to the hill, that highest towards the heaven uplifts itself. The sun, that in our rear was flaming red, was broken in front of me into the figure which had in me the stoppage of its rays. Unto one side I turned me, with the fear of being left alone, when I beheld only in front of me the ground obscured. "Why dost thou still mistrust?" my comforter began to say to me as I turned wholly around. "Dost thou not think me with thee, and that I guide thee? 'Tis evening there already where is buried the body within which I cast a shadow. 'Tis from Brundisium, and Naples has it. Now, if in front of me no shadow fall, marvel not at it more than at the heavens, because one ray impedeth not another. To suffer torments, both of cold and heat, bodies like this of that power provides which wills that how it works be not unveiled to us. Insane is he who hopeth that our reason can traverse the illimitable way, which the one substance in three persons follows. Mortals, remain contented at the Kai, for if ye had been able to see all, no need rather, there for Mary to give birth, and ye may have seen desiring without fruit, those whose desire would have been quieted, whichever more is given them for a grief. I speak of Aristotle, and Plato, and many others. Here he bowed his head, and more he said not, and remained disturbed. We came meanwhile to the foot of the mountain. There, so precipitate, we found the rock, that nimble legs would there have been in vain. Twixt Lyrici and Turbia, the most desert, the most secluded pathway is a stair easy and open if compared with that. Who knoweth now upon which hand the hill slopes down, my master said, his footsteps staying, so that who goeth without wings may mount. And while he held his eyes upon the ground, examining the nature of the path, and I was looking up around the rock, on the left hand appeared to me a throng of souls, that moved their feet in our direction, and did not seem to move. They came so slowly. "Lift up thine eyes," I to the master said. "Behold on this side, who will give us counsel, if thou of thine own self can have it not." Then he looked at me, and with frank expression replied, "Let us go there, for they come slowly, and thou be steadfast in thy hope, sweet son." Still was that people as far off from us, after 1,000 steps of ours, I say, as a good thrower with his hand would reach. When they were crowded unto the hard masses of the high bank, the motionless stood close, as he stands still to look who goes in doubt. Ah, happy dead, O spirits elect already, Virgilius made beginning. By that peace, which I believe is waiting for you all, does upon what side of the mountain slopes, so that the going up be possible, for to lose time irks him most who knows most. As sheep come issuing forth from out of the fold by ones and twos and threes, and the others stand timidly, holding down their eyes and nostrils, at what the foremost does the others do, huddling themselves up against her, if she stop simple and quiet, and wherefore know not. So moving to approach thereupon, I saw the leader of that fortunate flock, modest in face and dignified in gaunt. As soon as those in the advance saw broken the light upon the ground at my right side, so that from me the shadow reached the rock, they stopped, and backward drew themselves somewhat, and all the others who came after him, not knowing why nor wherefore, did the same. Without your asking, I confess to you, this is a human body which you see, whereby the sunshine on the ground is cleft. Marvel ye not thereat, but be persuaded that not without a power which comes from heaven doth he ever endeavour to surmount his wall. The master thus, and said of those worthy people, "Return the yen, and enter in before us," making a signal with a back of the hand. And one of them began, "Whoever thou art, thus going to turn thine eyes, consider well if ever thou saw me in the other world." I turned me towards him and looked at him closely. Blond was he, beautiful, and of noble aspect, but one of his eyebrows had a blow divided. When with humility I had disclaimed ever having seen him, "Now behold," he said, and showed me high upon his breast a wound. Then said he with a smile, "I am Manfredi, the grandson of the Empress Costanza. Therefore, when thou returnest, I beseech thee, go to my daughter beautiful, the mother of Sicily's honour and of Aragon's, and tell truth her, if aught else be told." After I had my body lacerated by these two mortal stabs, I gave myself weeping to him, who willingly doth pardon. Horrible my iniquities have been, but infinite goodness have such simple arms that it receives whatever turns to it. Had but Cosenza's pastor, who in chase of me was sent by Clement at the time, in God read understandingly this page, the bones of my dead body would be at the bridge head, near unto Benevento, under the safeguard of the heavy can. Now the rain baves and moveth them in the wind, before the realm almost beside the Verde, where he transported them with tapers quenched. By malison of theirs is not lost, eternal love that it cannot return, so long as hope has anything of green. True is it, who in contumacy dies of the holy church, though penitent at last, must wait upon the outside this bank 30 times told the time that he has been in his presumption, unless such decree shorter by means of righteous prayers become. See now, if thou hast power to make me happy, by making known unto my good Costanza how thou hast seen me, and this band beside, for those on earth can much advance us here. Canto 4. Whenever by delight, or else by pain that seizes any faculty of ours wholly to that the soul collects itself, it seemeth that no other power it heeds. And this again, that error, is which thinks one soul above another kindles in us. And hence, whenever aught is heard or seen which keeps the soul intently bent upon it, time passes on, and we perceive it not. Because one faculty is that which listens, and the other which the soul keeps entire, this is as if in bonds, and that is free. Of this I had experience positive in hearing the gazing at that spirit, for 50 full degrees uprisen was the sun, and I had not perceived it, when we came to where those souls with one accord cried unto us, Here is what you ask. A greater opening oft times hedges up with but a little forkful of these thorns, the villager, what time the grape embrowns. Then was the well passage, through which ascended only my leader and myself behind him, after that company departed from us. One climbs San Leo and descends in Noli. One mounts the summit of Bismantova with feet alone. But here one needs must fly, with the swift pinions and plumes, I say, of great desire, conducted after him who gave me hope, and made a light for me. We mounted upwards to the rifted rock, and on each side the border pressed upon us, and feet and hands in the ground beneath required. When we were come upon the upper rim of the high bank, out onto the open slope, My master, said I, what way shall we take? And he to me, No step of thine descend, still up the mount behind me win thy way, till some sage escort shall appear to us. The summit was so high, it vanquished sight, and the hillside precipitous far more than line from the middle quadrant to the centre. Spent that fatigue was I, when I began, O my sweet father, turn thee and behold how I remain alone unless thou stay. O son, he said, up yonder drag thyself, pointing me to a terrace somewhat higher, which on that side encircles all the hill. These words of his so spurred me on that I strained every nerve behind him, scrambling up until the circle was beneath my feet. Thereon ourselves we seated both of us turned to the east, from which we had ascended, for all men are delighted to look back. To the low shores mine eyes I first directed, then to the sun I uplifted them, and wondered that on the left hand we were smitten by it. The poet well perceived that I was wholly bewildered at the chariot of the light, where twixt and the Aquilon it entered. Whereupon he said to me, If Castor and Pollux were in the company of yonder mirror that up and down conducteth with its light, thou wouldst behold Zodiac's jagged wheel revolving still more near unto the bears, unless it swerved aside from its old track. How that may be, wouldst thou have power to think, collected in thyself, imagine Zion together with this mount on earth to stand, so that they both one sole horizon have, and hemisphere diverse whereby the road which Phaeton, alas, knew not to drive. Thou'lt see of how of necessity must pass this on one side, when that upon the other, if thine intelligence right clearly heed. Truly, my master, I said. Never yet saw I so clearly as I now discern, there where my wit appeared incompetent, that the mid-circle of supernal motion, which in some art is the equator called, and aye remains between the sun and winter, for reason which thou sayest departeth hence towards the septentrion, what time the Hebrews behold it towards the region of the heat. But, if it pleases thee, I fain I would learn how far we have to go, for the hill rises higher than eyes of mine have power to see. And he to me, this mount is such, that ever at the beginning down below 'tis tiresome, and the more one climbs, the less it hurts. Therefore, when it shall seem to be pleasant to thee, that going up shall be to thee as easy as going down the current in a boat, then at this pathway's ending thou wilt be there to repose thy panting breath. Expect no more, I answer, and this I know for true. And as he finished uttering these words, a voice close by us sounded. Peradventure, thou wilt have need of sitting down ere that. At sound thereof, each of us turned around, and saw that upon the left hand a great rock, which neither I nor he before had noticed. Thither we drew, and there were persons there who in the shadow stood behind the rock, as one through indolence is wont to stand. And one of them, who seemed to me fatigued, was sitting down, and both his knees embraced, holding his face low down between them and bowed. "Oh, my sweet lord," I said, "do turn thine eye on him, who shows himself more negligent than even Sloth herself his sisters were." Then he turned round to us, and he gave heed, just lifting up his eyes above his thigh, and said, "Now go thou up, for thou art valiant." Then knew I who he was, and the distress that still a little did my breathing quicken, mine going to him hindered not, and after I came to him he hardly raised his head, saying, "Hast thou seen clearly how the sun over thy left shoulder drives his chariot?" His sluggish attitude and his curt words, a little under laughter, moved my lips. Then I began, "Belacqua, I grieve not for thee henceforth, but tell me, wherefore seated in this place art thou? Waitest thou an escort, or has thou usual habit seized upon thee?" And he, "Oh, brother, what's the use of climbing, since to my torment would not let me go to the angel of God who sitteth at that gate? First heaven must needs so long revolve me round outside thereof, as in my life it did, since the good sighs I to the end postponed, unless ever that some prayer may bring me aid which rises from a heart that lives in grace. What profit others that in heaven are heard not?" Meanwhile, the poet was before me, mounting and saying, "Come now, see the sun has touched the meridian, and from the shore that night covers already with her foot Morocco." Canto 5. I had already from those shades departed, and followed in the footsteps of my guide, when from behind, pointing his finger at me, one shouted, "See, it seems as if shone not the sunshine on the left of him below, and like one living seems he to conduct him." Mine eyes I turned at utterance of these words, and saw them watching with astonishment. But me, and the light which was broken. "Why doth thy mind so occupy itself?" the master said. "Thou doth thy pace slacken. What matters is it to thee what here is whispered? Come after me, and let people talk, stand like a steadfast tower that never wags its top for all the blowing of the winds. For evermore the man in whom is springing thought upon thought removes him from the mark. Because of the force of one, the other weakens. What could I say in the answer but, I come? I said it somewhat with that colour tinged which makes a man pardon sometimes worthy. Meanwhile, along the mountain-side across came people in advance of us a little, singing the Miserere verse by verse. When they became aware, I gave no place. For passage of this sunshine throughout my body, they changed their song into a long, hoarse "Oh!" And two of them, in form of messengers, ran forth to meet us and demanded of us, "Of your condition, make us cognizant." And said my master, "Ye can go your way, and carry back again those who sent you, that this one's body is of very flesh." If they stood still, because they saw his shadow, as I suppose enough is answered to them, him let them honour, it may profit them. Vapours enkindled saw I never so swiftly at early nightfall cleave the air serene, nor at the set of the sun the clouds of August. But upward they returned in briefer time, and, on arriving with the others, wheeled towards us like troops that run without a rein. "This folk that presses us is great, and cometh to implore thee," said the poet. "So still go onward, and in going listen. O soul that goest beauty-toed with the same members wherewith thou wast born," shouting they came, "a little stay thy steps. Look, if thou hast seen any of us, so that over yonder thou bear news of him. Ay, why dost thou go on? Ay, why not stay? Long since we were all slain by violence, and sinners, even to the latest hour. Then did light from heaven admonish us, so that both penitent and pardoning, forth from life we issued reconciled to God, who with his desire to see him stirs our hearts. And I, although I gaze into your faces, no one I recognize. But if may please you aught I have power to do, ye well-born spirits, speak ye, and I will do it by that peace which, following the feet of such a guide from world to world, makes it so sought by me." And one began, "Each one has confidence in thy good offices without an oath, unless I cannot cut off the I will. Whence, I who speak alone before the others, pray thee, if ever thou dost see the land that twixt Romana lies and that of Charles, thou be so courteous to me of thy prayers, Inferno, that they pray for me devoutly, that I may purge away my grave offences." From thence was I, but the deep wounds, through which issued the blood wherein I had my seat, were dealt with me in the bosom of Antenori. There, where I thought to be the most secure, 'twas he of Este had it done, who held me in hatred far beyond what justice willed. But if towards the mirror I had fled, when I was overtaken at Oriaco, I still should be over yonder where men breathe. I ran to the lagoon, and reeds and mire did so entangle me I fell, and saw there a lake made from many veins upon the ground. Then said another, "Ah, be that desire fulfilled that draws thee to the lofty mountain, as thou with pious pity aidest mine. I was of Montefeltro, and I am Buonaconte Giovanna, nor none other cares for me. Hence among these I go with the downcast front." And I to him, "What violence, or what chance led thee astray so far from Campalino? that he has never thy sepulture had known. Ah, he replied, at Casentino's foot, a river crosses named Archiano, born above the Hermitage in Apennine. There, where the name thereof becometh void, did I arrive, pierced through and through the throat, fleeing on foot, and bloodying the plain. There my sight I lost, and my utterance ceased in the name of Mary, and thereat I fell, and tenantless my flesh remained. Truth will I speak, repeat it living. God's angel took me up, and he of hell shouted, O thou from heaven, why dost thou rob me? Thou bearest away the eternal part of him, for one poor little tear that takes him from me. But with the rest I'll deal in other fashion. Well knowest thou how the air is gathered that humid vapour which water turns. Soon it rises, where the cold doth grasp it. He joined that evil will, which aye seeks evil, to intellect and move the mist and wind by means of power, which his own nature gave. Thereafter, when the day was spent, the valley from Pratomagno, the great yoke covered with fog, and made the heaven above intent, so that the pregnant air to water changed. Down fell the rain, and to the gullies came whatever of it the earth tolerated not, and as it mingled with thy mighty torrents, towards the royal river with such speed it headlong rushed, that nothing held it back. My frozen body, near unto its outlet, the robust Archaean found, and into Arno thrust it, and loosened from my breast the cross I made of me. When agony overcame me, it rolled me on my banks into the bottom. Then, when its booty covered and begirt me, when thou hast returned unto the world, and rested thee from thy long journeying, after the second followed the third spirit. Do thou remember me? I am the Pia. Sienna made me, unmade by Maremma. He knoweth it, who had encircled first, espousing me, my finger with his gem.
Canto 6. Whenever is broken up the game of Zara, he who has lost remains behind despondent, the throes repeating, and in sadness learns. The people with all the other depart. One goes in front, and one behind doth pluck him, and at his side one brings himself to mind. He pauses not, and this and that one hears. They crowd no more to him, his hand he stretches, and from the throng he thus defends himself. Even such was I, that dense multitude, turning to them this way and that my face, and promising I freed myself therefrom. There was the Aretine, who from the arms untamed of Gindetaco had his death, and who, fleeing from pursuit, was drowned. There was imploring with the hands outstretched Frederick Novello, and that one of Pisa, who made the good Marzucco so strong. I saw Count Orso, and the soul divided by hatred, and by every envy from its body, as it declared, and not for crime committed, Pierre de la Brosse I say, and here provide, while still on earth, the Lady of Brabant, so that for this she be of no worse flock. As soon as I was free from all those shades, who only prayed that someone else may pray, so as to hasten their becoming holy, began I. It appears that thou deniest, O light of mine, expressed in some text, that arisen can bend decree of heaven, and nevertheless these people pray for this. Might then their expectation bootless be? Or is to me thy saying not quite clear? And he to me, My writing is explicit, and not fallacious is the hope of these. If with same intellect 'tis well regarded, the top of judgment doth not avail itself, because the fire of love fulfills at once what he must satisfy who here installs him. And there, where I affirmed that proposition, defect was not amended by a prayer, because the prayer from God was separate. Verily, in so deep a questioning, do not decide, unless she tell it thee, who light twixt truth and intellect shall be. I know not if thou understand. I speak of Beatrice. Her shalt thou see above, smiling and happy on this mountain's top. And I, good leader, let us make more haste, for I no longer tire as I had before, and see, even now the hill a shadow casts. We will go forward with this day, he answered, as far as now is possible for us, but otherwise the fact is than thou thinkest. Ere thou art up there, thou shalt see return him, who now hides himself behind the hill, so that thou dost not interrupt his rays. But yonder, there behold, a soul that stationed all alone is looking hitherward. It will point out to us the quickest way. We came up unto it. O Lombard soul, how lofty and disdainful thou didst bear thee, and grand and slow in moving of thine eyes. Nothing whatever did it say to us, but let us go our way, eyeing us only after the manner of a couchant lion. Still near to it Virgilius drew, entreating that it would point us out the best ascent, and it replied not unto his demand, but of our native land and of our life it questioned us, and the sweet guide began. Mantua. And the shade, all in itself recluse, rose toward him from the place where it first was, saying, "O Mantuan, I am Sordello of thine own land." And one embraced the other. Ah, servile Italy, grief's hostelry, a ship without a pilot in a great tempest, no lady thou of provinces, but brothel. That noble soul was so impatient, only at the sweet sound of his own native land to make its citizen glad welcome there, and now within thee are not without war thy living ones, and one doth gnaw the other of those one wall, and one fosse shut in. Search, wretched one, all round about the shores thy seaboard, and then look within thy bosom, if any part of thee enjoyeth peace. What boots it, that for thee Justinian the bridle mend if empty be the saddle? Withouten this the shame would be less. Ah, people, that thou oughtest be devout, and to let Caesar sit upon the saddle, if well thou hearest what God teacheth thee. Behold, how fell this wild beast has become, being no longer by the spur corrected, since thou hast laid thy hand upon the bridle. O German Albert, who abandonest her, that has grown recalcitrant and savage, and oughtest to bestride her saddle bow. May a just judgment from the stars fall upon thy blood, and be it new and open, that thy successor may have fear thereof, because thy father and thyself has suffered by greed of those transalpine lands distrained, the garden of the empire to be waste. Come and behold Montecchi and Cappelletti, Monaldi and Filippeschi, careless men, those sad already, and those doubt depressed. Come, cruel one, come and behold the oppression of thy nobility and cure their wounds, and thou shalt see how safe is Santa Fiore. Come and behold thy Rome,
that is lamenting, widowed, alone, and day and night exclaims, "My Caesar, why hast thou forsaken me?" Come and behold how loving are the people, and if for us no pity moveth thee, come and made be ashamed of thy renown, and lawful it be, O Jove supreme, who upon earth for us wast crucified. Are thy just eyes averted otherwhere? Or preparation is it that in this abyss of thine own counsel, for some good thou makest from our perception utterly cut off? For all the towns of Italy are full of tyrants, and become a merciless each peasant churl who plays the partisan. Ah, my Florence, may worse be thou contented too with this digression, which concerns thee not, thanks to thy people, who such forethought take. Many at heart have justice, but shoot slowly, that unadvised they come not to the bow, but on their very lips thy people have it. Many refuse to bear the common burden, but thy solicitous people answereth, without being asked, and crieth, I submit. Now, be thou joyful, for thou hast good reason, thou affluent, thou in peace, thou full of wisdom. If I speak true, the event conceals it not. Athens and Lacedaemon, they who made the ancient laws, and were so civilized, made towards living well a little sign, compared with thee, who makest such fine-spun provisions, to that middle of November reaches not what thou in October spinnest. How oft within the time of thy remembrance, laws, money, offices, and usages, hast thou remodelled and renewed thy members? And if thou mind thee well, and see the light, thou shalt behold thyself like a sick woman, who cannot find repose upon her down, but by tossing wardeth off her pain. Canto 7. After the gracious and glad salutations had there 3 and 4 times been reiterated, Sordello backward drew and said, Who are you? Or ever to this mountain were directed the souls deserving to ascend to God. My bones were buried by Octavian. I am Virgilius, and for no crime else did I lose heaven than for not having faith. In this wise, then my leader made reply, as one who suddenly before him sees something whereat he marvels, who believes and yet does not, saying, It is not. So he appeared, and then bowed down his brow, and with humility returned towards him, and where inferiors embraced him. O glory of the Latians, thou, he said, through whom our language showed what it could do, O pride eternal of the place I came from. What merit or what grace to me reveals thee? If I hear thy words to be worthy, tell me if thou dost come from hell, and from what cloister? Through all the circles of the doleful realm, responded he, have I come hitherward. Heaven's power impelled me, and with that I come. I by not by doing, lost the sight of that high sun which thou desirest, and which too late by me was recognized. A place there is below not sad with torments, but darkness only, where the lamentations have not the sound of wailing, but are sighs. There dwell I, with the little innocents snatched by the teeth of death, or ever they were from human sinfulness exempt. There dwell I among those who the 3 saintly virtues did not put on, and without vice the others knew and followed all of them. But if thou know and can some indication give us by which we may the sooner come where purgatory has its right beginning. He answered, No fixed place has been assigned us.
'Tis lawful for me to go up and round, so far as I can go. As a guide, I join thee. But see already how the day declines, and to go up by night we are not able. Therefore, 'tis well to think of some fair sojourn. Souls are there on the right hand were withdrawn. If thou permit me, I will lead thee to them, and thou shalt know them without delight. How is this? Was the answer. Should one wish to mount by night, would he be prevented by others? Or mayhap he not have the power? And on the ground the good Sordello drew his finger, saying, See, this line alone thou couldst not pass after the sun is gone. Not that aught else would hindrance give, however, that going up save nocturnal darkness, this with the want of power the will perplexes. We might indeed therewith return below, and wandering walk the hillside round about, while the horizon holds the day imprisoned. Thereon my lord, as if in wonder, said, Do thou conduct us thither, where thou sayest that we can take delight in tarrying. Little had we withdrawn from this place, when I perceived the mount was hollowed out, in a fashion as the same as the valleys here are hollowed. Thitherward, said the shade, will we repair, where of itself the hillside makes a lap, and there for the new day we will await. Twixt hill and plain there was a widening path, which led us to the margin of the dell, where lies the border more than half away. Gold and fine silver, and scarlet, and pearl white, the Indian wood resplendent and serene fresh emerald the moment it is broken, by herbage and by flowers within that hollow planted, each one in colour would be vanquished, as by its greater vanquished is the less. Nor in that place had nature painted only, but of much sweetness of 1,000 odours, made there a mingled fragrance and unknown. Salve Regina, on the green flowers there seated, singing spirits I beheld, which were not visible outside the valley. Before the scanty sun now seeks his nest, before the Mantuan who had led us thither. Among them, do not wish me to conduct you. Better from this ledge the acts of faces of all them who you would discriminate, than in the plain below received among them. He who sits highest, and the semblance bears of having that he should have done neglected, and to the other songs moves not his lips. Rudolph the Emperor was, who had the power to heal wounds that Italy have slain, so that through others slowly she revives. The other, who in look doth comfort him, govern the region where the water springs, the Moldau bears the Elbe, and the Elbe the sea. His name was Ottokar, and in swaddling clothes, far better than he bearded Wenceslaus, his son, who feeds in luxury and ease. And the small-nosed, who close in council, seems with him, that has an aspect so benign, died fleeing and disflowering the lily. Look there, how he is beating his breast. Behold the other one, who for his cheek, sighing, has made of his own palm a bed. Father and father-in-law of France's pest are they, and they know his vicious life and lewd, and hence proceeds the grief that so doth pierce him. He who appears so stalwart and chimes in singing, with that one of the manly nose, the cord of every valour were begirt, and if as a king had already remained, the stripling who in the rear of him is sitting, well had the valour passed from vase to vase, which cannot the other heirs be said. Frederick and Giacomo possess the realms, but none the better heritage possess. Not oftentimes uprises through the branches the probity of man, and this he wills who gives it, so that we may ask of him. Eke to the large-nosed reach my words, no less than to the other. Peer, who with him sings, whence Provence and Apulia grieve already, the plant is inferior to the seed, as more than Beatrice and Margaret Costanza boasteth of her husband still. Behold the monarch of the simple life, Harry of England, sitting there all alone. He in his branches has a better issue. He who lowest on the ground among them sits looking upward is Marquis William, for whose sake Alessandria and her war make Montferrat and Canaves weep. Canto 8. 'Twas now the hour that turneth back desire in those who sail the sea and melts the heart, the day they've said their sweet friends farewell, and the new pilgrim penetrates with love if he doth hear from far away a bell that seemeth to deplore the dying day. When I begin to make of no avail my hearing and to watch one of the souls uprisen that beggeth attention with his hand, it joined and lifted upward both its palms, fixing its eyes upon the Orient, as if it said to God, naught else I care for. Te lucis ante, so devoutly issued forth from its mouth, and with such dulcet notes it made me issue forth from my own mind, and then the others, sweetly and devoutly, accompanied it through all the hymn entire, having their eyes on the supernal wheels. Here, reader, fix thine eyes well on the truth, for now indeed so subtle is the veil surely to penetrate within its ease. I saw that army of the gentle-born there afterwards in silence upward gaze, as if in expectation pale and humble, and from on high come forth and down descend. I saw two angels with two flaming swords, truncated and deprived of their points, green as the little leaflets just now born their garments wore, by which their verdant pinions, beaten and blown around, they trailed behind. One just above us came to take his station, and one descended to the opposite bank, so that the people were contained between them. Clearly in them discerned I blonde head, but in their faces was the eye bewildered as faculty confounded by excess. From Mary's bosom both of them have come, Sordello said, as guardians of the valley against the serpent that will come anon. Whereupon I, who knew not by what road, turned round about and closely drew myself utterly frozen to the faithful shoulders. And once again, Sordello, now descend, we mid the grand shades, and we will speak to them. Right pleasant will it be for them to see you. Only 3 steps, I think, I descended, and was below, and saw one who was looking only at me, as if he fain he would know me. Already now the air was growing dark, but not so between his eyes and mine. It did show what it before locked up. Towards me he moved, and I towards him did move. Noble Judge Nino, how it me delighted when I beheld thee not among the damned. No greeting fair was left unsaid between us. Then he asked, How long is it since thou camest over the far waters to the mountain's foot? Oh, I said to him, through the dismal places I came this morning, and I am first life, albeit the other going thus I gain. And on the instant my reply was heard, he and Sordello both shrank back from me, like people who were suddenly bewildered. One to Virgilius, and the other turned to the one who sat there crying, Up, curado! Come and behold what God in grace has willed. Then turned to me, by that especial grace thou owest unto him who conceals his own first wherever that it has no ford. When thou shalt be on these waters wide, tell my Giovanna that she pray for me, where answer to the innocent is made. I do not think her mother loves me more, since she has laid aside her wimple white, which she unhappy needs must wish again. Throughout her full easily is comprehended how long in a woman lasts the fire of love, if eye or touch do not relight it often. So fair a hatchment will not make for her the viper marshalling the Milanese a field as would have made Glara's chicken. In this wise spake he, with the stamp impressed upon his aspect of that righteous zeal which measurably burneth in his heart. My greedy eyes still wandered up to heaven, still to that point where the slowest of the stars, even as a wheel nearest to its axle, and my conductor, Son, what dost thou gaze at up there? And I to him, all those 3 torches, with which this hither pole is all on fire. And he to me, the 4 resplendent stars thou sawest this morning are down yonder low, and these have mounted up to where those were. As he was speaking to himself, Sordello drew him and said, Lo, there our adversary, and pointed with his finger to look thither. Upon the side which the little valley no barrier had, the serpent was, perchance, the same which gave to Eve the bit of food. Twixt grass and flowers came on the evil streak, turning at times and times at its head about, and licking its back like a beast that smooths itself. I did not see, and therefore cannot say how the celestial falcons gan to move, but well I saw that they were both in motion. Hearing the air cleft by their verdant wings, the serpent fled, and round the angels wheeled up to their stations, flying back alike. The shade that to the judge had near approached when he had called, throughout his whole assault, had not a moment loosed its gaze upon me. So may the light that leadeth thee on high find in twine own free will as much as of wax as needful is up to the highest azure. Began it. If some true intelligence of Valdimagra or its neighborhood thou knowest, please tell me, who once was great there. Curada Malaspina was I called. I am not the elder, but from his descended, to mine I bore the love which here refineth. Oh, I said unto him, through your domains I never passed, but where is there a dwelling throughout all Europe where they are not known? That fame which doeth honour to your house proclaims its signers and proclaims its land, so that he knows of them who never was there. And as I hope for heaven, I swear to you your honoured family in naught abates the glory of the pursue and of the sword, of the purse and of the sword, rather. It is so privileged by use and nature, that through a guilty head misguide the world, soul it goes right and scorns the evil way. And he, now go, for the sun shall not lie 7 times upon the pillow, which the ram with all his 4 feet covers and bestrides. Before that, such a courteous opinion shall in the middle of thy head be nailed with greater nails than of others' speech, unless the course of justice standeth still. Canto 9. The concubine of old Tithonus now gleamed white upon the eastern balcony, forth from the arms of her sweet paramour, with gems her forehead all relucent was set in the shape of that cold animal, which with its tail doth smite amain the nations, and of the 2 steps with which she mounts, the night hath taken 2, that in place where we were. And now the 3rd was bending down its wings, when I who something of had Adam in me, vanquished by sleep upon the grass, reclined. There were all 5 of us already sat. Just at the hour when her sad lay begins, the little swallow, near unto the morning, perchance, in memory of her former woes, and when the mind of a man a wanderer, more from the flesh and less by thought imprisoned, almost prophetic in its visions is, in dreams it seemed to me that I saw suspended an eagle in the sky with plumes of gold, with wings wide open, and intent to stoop. By this it seemed to me, where he had been by Ganymede his kith and kin abandoned, when to thy constituary he was rapt. I thought within myself, perchance he strikes from habit only here, and from elsewhere disdains to bear up any in his feet. Then wheeling somewhat more, it seemed to me, terrible as the lightning, he descended and snatched me upward even to the fire. Therein it seemed that he and I were burning, and it seemed the imagined fire did scorch me so that of necessity my sleep was broken. Nor otherwise Achilles started up, around him turning his awakened eyes, and knowing not the place in which he was. What time from Chiron stealthily his mother carried him sleeping into the arms of Skyros, wherefrom the Greeks withdrew him afterward. Then I upstarted, when from off my face sleep fled away, and pallid I became, as doth the man who freezes with affright. Only my comforter was at my side, and now the sun was more than 2 hours high, and turned towards the seashore was my face. "Be not intimidated," said my lord. "Be reassured, for all is well with us. Do not restrain, but put forth all thy strength. Thou hast at length arrived at Purgatory. See there the cliff that closes it around. See there the entrance where it seems disjoined. Whilom at dawn, which doth precede the day, when inwardly thy spirit was asleep upon the flowers that deck the land below, there came a lady and said, I am Lucia. Let me take this one up who is asleep, so will I make his journey easier for him. Sordello and the other noble shapes remained. She took thee, and as the day grew bright, upward she came, and I upon her footsteps. She laid thee there, and first her beauteous eyes that open entrance pointed out to me. Then she slept together went away. In guise of one whose doubts were reassured, and who to confidence his fear doth change, after the truth has been discovered to him, so did I change, and when without disquiet my leader saw me up along the cliff, he moved, and I behind him toward the height. Reader, thou seest well how I exalt my theme, and therefore, if with greater art I fortify it, marvel not thereat. Nearer approached we, and were in such place, that there where first appeared to me a rift, like to a crevice that disparts a wall, I saw a portal, and 3 stairs beneath, diverse in colour to go up to it, and a gatekeeper, who yet spake no word. And as I opened more and more mine eyes, I saw him seated on the highest stair, such in the face that I endured it not. And in his hand he had a naked sword, which so reflected back the sunbeams toward us that oft in vain I lifted up mine eyes. Tell it from where you are. What is thou you wish? Began he to exclaim. Where is the escort? Take heed your coming hither harm you not. A lady of heaven, with these things conversant, my master answered him, but even now said to us, Thither go, there is the portal. And may she spend your footsteps all in good, again began the courteous janitor. Come forward then, unto these stairs of ours. Thither did we approach, and the first stair was marbled white, so polished and so smooth I mirrored myself therein as I appear. The second, tinct of deeper hue than Paris, was I of calcined and uneven stone, cracked all asunder lengthwise and across. The third, that uppermost rests massively porphyry, seemed to me as flaming red as blood from a vein is spurting forth. Both of his feet was holding up upon the angel of God, upon the threshold seated, which seemed to me a stone of diamond. Along these 3 stairs, upward with a good will, did my conductor draw me, saying, "Ask humbly, that he the fastening may undo." Devoutly at the holy feet I cast me, for mercy's sake besought that he would open, but first upon my breast 3 times I smote. 7 P's upon my forehead he described with the sword's point, and, "Take heed that thou wash these wounds when thou shalt be within," he said. Ashes, or earth, that dry is excavated, of the same colour were with his attire, and from beneath it drew forth 2 keys. One was of gold, and the other was of silver. First with the white, and after with the yellow, plied he at the door, so that I was content. "Whenever faileth either of these keys, so that it will not rightly turn in the lock," he said to us, "this entrance doth not open." More precious one is, but the other needs more art and intellect ere it unlock, for there is that which doth not unloose. From Peter I have them, and bade me err rather in opening them and keeping shut, if people but fall down before my feet. He pushed the portals of the sacred door, exclaiming, "Enter, but I give you warning that forth returns whoever looks behind." And when upon their hinges were turned round the swivels of that consecrated gate, which are of metal, massive and sonorous, roared not so loud nor so discordant seemed Tarpeia, when was taken from the good Metellus, wherefore meagre it remained. At first the thunder peal I turned attentive, and Te Deum Laudamus seemed to hear in voices mingled that sweet melody. Exactly such an image rendered me that which I had heard, as we are wont to catch when people singing with the organ stand, for now we hear, and now hear not the words. Canto 10. When we had crossed the threshold of the door, which the perverted love of souls disuses, because it makes the crooked way seem straight, re-echoing I heard it closed again, and if I turn back mine eyes upon it, what for my failing had been fit excuse? We mounted upward through a rifted rock, which undulated to this side and that, even as a wave receding and advancing. "Here it behooves us use a little art," began my leader, "to adapt ourselves now here, now there, to the receding side." And this our footsteps, so infrequent made, that sooner had the moon's decreasing disk regained its bed to sink again to rest, than we were forth from that out of the needle's eye. But when we free and in the open were, there where the mountain backward piles itself, I wearied out, and both of us uncertain about our way, we stopped upon a plain more desolate than roads across the deserts. From where its margin borders on the void, to foot of the high banks that ever rises, a human body 3 times told would measure, as far as one of mine could wing its flight, now on the left and on the right flank now, the same this cornice did appear to me. Thereon our feet had not been moved as yet, when I perceived the embankment round about, which all right of ascent had interdiced, to be of marble white, and so adorned with sculptures, that not only Polycletus, but nature's self, had been there put to shame. the angel, who came down to earth with tidings of peace that had been wept for many a year, and opened heaven from its long interdict. In front of us appeared so truthfully, their sculpted and gracious attitude, he did not seem an image that is silent. One would have sworn that he was saying Ave, for she was there in effigy portrayed, who turned the key to ope the exalted love. And in her mien this language had impressed ecce ancilla Dei as distinctly as any figure stamps itself in wax. Keep not thy mind upon one place alone, the gentle master said, who had me standing upon that side where people have their hearts. Whereat I moved mine eyes, I beheld in the rear of Mary, and upon that side where he was standing who conducted me, and of a story of the rock imposed, wherefore I passed Virgilius and drew near, so that before mine eyes it might be set. There, sculptured in the self-same marble, were the cart and the oxen drawing the holy ark, wherefore one dreads an office not appointed. People appeared in front, and all of them, in 7 choirs divided, of 2 censors made one say, No, the other, yes, they sing. Likewise under the smoke of the frankincense, which there was imaged forth, the eyes and nose were in the yes and no discordant made. Proceeded there the vessel Benedict, dancing with girded loins the humble psalmist, and more and less the king was he in this. Opposite, represented at the window of a great palace, Michael looked upon him, even as a woman scornful and afflicted. I moved my feet from where I had been standing to examine near at hand another story, which after Michael glimmered white upon me. There the high glory of the Roman prince was chronicled, whose great beneficence moved Gregory to his great victory. 'Tis of the Emperor Trajan I am speaking, and a poor widow at his bridal stood in attitude of weeping and of grief. Around about him seemed it thronged and full of cavaliers, and the eagles in gold above them visibly in the wind were moving. The wretched woman in the midst of these seemed to be saying, Give me vengeance, Lord, for my dead son, for whom my heart is breaking. And he to answer her, Now wait until I shall return. And she, My lord, like one in whom grief is impatient, shouldest thou not return? And he, Who shall I be where I am will give it to thee? And she, Good deeds of others, what boots it thee, if thou neglect thine own? Whence he, Now comfort thee, for it behooves me that I shall discharge my duty ere I move, justice so wills and pity doth retain me. He who on no new thing has ever looked was the creator of this visible language, novel to us, for here it is not found, while I delighted me in contemplating the images of such humility, and dare to look there for their Maker's sake. Behold, upon this side, but where they make their steps, the poet murmured, Many people, these will direct us to the lofty stairs. Mine eyes, that in beholding were intent to see new things, of which they curious are, in turning round towards him were not slow. But still, I wish not, reader, thou shouldest swerve from thy good purposes, because thou hearest how God ordained that the debt be paid. Attend not to the fashion of the torment. Think of what follows. Think that at the worst it cannot reach beyond the mighty sentence. Master, I began, that which I behold moving towards us seems to be not persons, and what I know not, so in sight I waver. And he to me, the grievous quality of this their torment bows them so to earth. that my own eyes at first contended with it. But look there fixedly, and disentangle by sight what cometh underneath those stones. Already canst thou see how each is stricken. Oh, proud ye Christians, wretched, weary ones, who in the vision of the mind infirm confidence have in your backsliding steps. Do ye not comprehend that we are worms, born to bring forth the angelic butterfly that flieth into judgment without screen? Why floats aloft your spirit in high air, like ye are unto insects undeveloped, even as the worm in whom formation fails? As to sustain a ceiling or a roof, in place of corbel, oftentimes a figure is seen to join its knees unto its breast, which makes it unreal. Real anguish arise in him who sees it. Fashioned thus beheld I those, which I had taken good heed. True is it, they were more or less bent down, according as they were more or less laden. And he who had most patience in his looks, weeping, did seem to say, I can no more. Canto 11. Our Father, thou who dwellest in the heavens, not circumscribed, but from greater love thou bearest the first effects on high. Praised be thy name, and thine omnipotence, by every creature as befitting to render thanks to thy sweet effluence. Come unto us the peace of thy dominion, for unto it we cannot of ourselves, and if it come not, with all of our intellect. Even as thine own angels of their will make sacrifice to thee, Hosanna singing, so may all men make sacrifice of theirs. Give unto us this day our daily manna, withouten which this rough wilderness backwards goes who toils most to advance. And even as we trespass, we have suffered pardon in one another. Pardon thou benignly, and regard not our desert. Our virtue, which is easily overcome, put not to proof with the old adversary, but thou from him who spurs it so deliver. This last petition, verily, dear Lord, not for ourselves is made, who need it not, but for their sake have remained behind us. Thus for themselves and for good furtherance those shades imploring went beneath a weight like unto that of which we sometimes dream, unequally in anguish, round, and wearily all upon that foremost cornice, purging away all the smoke stains of this world. If their good words are always said for us, what may not be here said and done for them, by those who have a good root to their will? Well may we have them wash away the marks that hence they carried, so that clean and light they may ascend unto starry wheels. Ah, so may pity and justice your disburden soon, that ye may have power to move the wing that shall uplift you after your desire. Show us on which hand toward the stairs the way is shortest, and if more than one the passers, point us out that which least abruptly falls. For he who cometh with me, through the burden of Adam's flesh wherewith he is invested, against his will is chary of his climbing. The words of theirs which returned to those that I was following had spoken, it was not manifest from whom they came, but it was said, to the right hand, come with us along the bank, and ye shall find a pass possible for a living person to ascend. And were I not impeded by the stone, which this proud neck of mine doth subjugate, whence I am forth hold my visage down, him who still lives and does not name himself would I regard, to see if any may know him, and make him piteous unto this burden. Aye, Latian was I, a born of great Tuscan Guglielmo Aldobrandeschi, as my father. I do not know if his name were ever with you. The ancient blood of deeds of gallantry of my progenitors so arrogant made me, that of thinking not upon the common mother. all men I held in scorn to such extent. I died, therefore, as know the Sienese, and every child in Cambagnatico. I am Umberto, and not to me alone has pride done harm, but all my kith and kin has with it dragged into adversity. And here must I burden bear for it, till God be satisfied, since I not among the living, here among the dead. Listening, I downward bent my countenance, and one of them, not this one who was speaking, twisted himself beneath the weight that cramps him. And he looked at me, and knew me, and called out, keeping his eyes laboriously fixed upon me, who all bowed down was going with them. I asked him, Art thou not Oderisi, Abogio's honour? To honour that art which is in Paris called illuminating? Brother, he said, more laughing at the leaves touched by the brush of Franco Bolognese, all his new honour now, and mine in part. In sooth, I had not been so courteous, while I was living for the great desire of excellence on which my heart was bent. Here of such pride is paid the forfeiture, and I should not be here were it not that, having power to sin, I turned to God. Ah, thou vain glory, to the human powers, a little green upon the summit lingers, if it be not followed by an age of grossness. In painting, Cimabue thought that he should hold the field, now Giotto has the cry, so that the other's fame is growing dim. So has one Guido from the other taken the glory of our tongue, and he perchance is born, who from the nest shall chase them both. Naught is this mundane rumour, but a breath of wind that comes now this way and that, and changes name because it changes side. What fame shalt thou have more, if old peel off from thee thy flesh, if thou hadst been dead before he left the Papo and the Dindi, have passed 1,000 years, which is shorter space to the eternal than twinkling of an eye unto the circle that in heaven wheels slowest. With him, who takes so little of the road in front of me, all Tuscany resounded, and now he scarce is lisped of in Siena, where he was lord once. What time has overthrown the Florentine delirium that superb was at day as now it is. Your reputation is the colour of grass, which comes and goes, and that discolours it, by which issues a green from out of the earth. And thy true speech fills my heart with good humility, and great tumour thou assuagest. But who is he, of whom thou now speakest? That, he replied, is Provenzan Salvani, and he is here because he had presumed to bring Siena into his hands. He has gone thus, and goeth without rest. Ever since he died, such money renders back in payment, he who is on earth too daring. And every spirit who awaits the verge of life before he repent remains below there, and ascends not hither, unless good orison shall him be stead, until as much time as he lived be past, how the coming granted him in largesse. When he in greater splendour lived, said he, freely upon the Campo of Siena, all shame being laid aside, he placed himself, and there, to draw his friend from the duress which in the prison house of Charles he suffered, he brought himself to tremble in each vein. I say no more, and know that I speak darkly. Yet little time shall pass before the neighbours will so demean themselves that thou canst gloss it. This action has released him from those confines. Canto 12. Abreast, like oxen going on in a yoke, I with that heavy-laden soul went on, as long as the sweet pedagogue permitted. But when he said, leave him, and onward pass, for here 'tis good that with the sail and oars, as much as they may be, help push each other up on his bark. Upright, as walking wills it, I redressed, my person notwithstanding that my thoughts remained within me downcast and abashed. I had moved on, and followed willingly the footsteps of my master, and we both already showed how light of foot we were. But when unto me he said, Cast down thine eyes, 'twere well for thee to alleviate the way to look upon the bed beneath thy feet, as that some memory may exist of them, above the buried dead their tombs in earth, bear sculptured on them what they were before. Whence often there we weep for them afresh, from pricking of remembrance which alone to the compassionate doth set its spur. So saw I there, but of better semblance in point of artifice, with figures covered, whatever as pathway from the mount projects. I saw that one who was created noble, more than all other creatures down from heaven flaming with lightning's fall upon one side. I saw Briareus, smitten by the dart celestial, lying on the other side, heavy upon the earth by mortal frost. I saw Thiambrius, Pallas saw, and Mars, still clad in armour round their father, gaze at the scattered members of the giants. I saw at the foot of his great labour Nimrod, as if bewildered, looking at the people who had been proud with him in Sennar. Oh, Niobe, with what afflicted eyes thee I beheld upon the pathway traced, between thy 7 and 7 children slain. O soul, how fallen upon thy proper sword dost thou appear there lifeless in Gilboa, that felt therein neither rain nor dew. O mad Arachne, so I thee beheld even half spider, sad upon the shreds of fabric wrought in evil hour for thee. O Rehoboam, no more seems to threaten thine image there, but full of consternation a chariot bears it off when none pursues. Displayed moreover the adamantine pavement, how unto one own mother made the Alcmaeon costly appear the luckless ornament. Displayed how his own sons did throw themselves upon Sennacherib within the temple, and how, he being dead, they left him there. Displayed the ruin and the cruel carnage what Tomyris wrought, when she to Cyrus said, Blood dost thou thirst for, and with blood I glut thee. Displayed how routed fled the Assyrians after the Holofernes had been slain, and likely the remainder of that slaughter. I saw there Troy in ashes and in caverns. Ah, Ilion, thee how abject and debased display the image that there is discerned. Whoever of pencil master was of a style that could still portray the shades and traits which there would case each subtle genius to admire. Dead seemed the dead, the living seemed alive. Better than I saw, not who saw the truth. All that I trod upon while I bowed I went. Now wax ye proud, and on with looks uplifted, ye sons of Eve, and bow not to your faces, so that ye may behold your evil ways. More of the mount by us was now encompassed, and far more spent the circuit of the sun than had the mind preoccupied imagined. When he, whoever watchful in advance was going on, began, Lift up thy head, 'tis no more time to go thus meditating. Lo, there an angel who is making haste to come towards us. Lo, returning is from thy service of the day the 6th handmaiden. With reverence thine acts and looks adorn, so that he may delight to speed us upward. Think that this day will never dawn again. I was familiar with his admonition, ever to lose no time, so on this theme he could not underspeak me correctly. Towards us came the being beautiful, vested in white, and in his countenance such as appears the tremulous morning star. His arms he opened, and opened then his wings. "Come," he said, "near at hand, here are the steps, and easy from henceforth is the ascent." At this announcement, few are they who come. O human creatures, born to soar aloft, why fall ye thus before a little wind? He led us on to where the rock was cleft. There smote upon my forehead with his wings, then a safe passage promised unto me. As on the right hand, to ascend the mount, where he seated his church, the lordeth it over the well-guided above Rubiconte. The bold abruptness of this ascent is broken by stairways that were made there in an age when still safe were the ledger and the stave. Even thus attempered is the bank which falls sheer downward from the second circle there, but on this side and the rock-high graze. As we were turning thitherward, our persons, beauty, paperis, spiritu, voices sang in such wise that speech could not tell. Ah, me, how different are these entrances from the Inferno! For with the anthems here one enters, and below with wild lament. We now were hunting up the sacred stairs, and it appeared to me by far more easy than on the plain it had appeared before. Whence, my master, say what heavy thing has been uplifted from me, so that hardly aught of fatigue is felt by me in walking? He answered, When the peas which have remained still on thy face almost obliterate shall wholly, as the first is, be erased, thy feet will be so vanquished by good will, that not alone shall they not feel fatigue, but urging up will be to them delight. Then did I even as they do who are going with something on their head to them unknown, unless the signs of others make them doubt, wherefore the hand to ascertain is helpful, and seeks and finds and doth fulfill the office which cannot be accomplished by the sight. And with the fingers of the right hand spread I found but 6 the letters that had carved upon my temples he who bore the keys, upon beholding which my leader smiled. Canto 13. We were upon the summit of the stairs, where from the second time is cut away the mountain which ascending shriveth all. There in like manner doth a cornice bind the hill all round about as doth the thirst, save that his arc more suddenly is curved. Shade is there none, no sculpture that appears, so seems the bank, and so the road seems smooth, with but the livid colour of the stone. If I to inquire, we wait for people here, the poet said. I fear peradventure too much delay will our election have. Then steadfast on the sun his eyes he fixed, made his right side the centre of his motion, and turned the left part of himself about. O thou sweet light, with trust in whom I enter upon this novel journey, do thou lead us, she said, as one within here should be led. Thou warmest the world, thou shinest over it. If other reason prompt not, otherwise thy rays should evermore our leaders be. As much as here counted for a mile, so already there have we advanced in little time by dint of ready will. And towards us they beheld to fly, albeit there were not visible spirits uttering unto love's table courteous invitation. The first voice that passed onward in its flight, Vinim non habent, said in accents loud, and went reiterating it behind us. And ere it wholly grew inaudible, because of distance passed another crying, I am Orestes, and it also stayed out. Oh, said I, Father, these, what voices are they? And even as I asked, behold the third, saying, Love those from when ye have had evil. And the good master said, This circle scourges the sin of envy, and on that account had drawn from love the lashes of the scourge. The bridle of another sound shall be. I think that thou wilt hear it, as I judge, before thou comest to pass the pardon. But fix thine eyes athward to the air right steadfast, and people thou wilt see before us sitting, and each one close against the cliff is seated. Then wider than at first mine eyes I opened, I looked before me, and I saw shades with mantles, not from the colour of the stone diverse. And when we were a little farther onward, I heard a cry of, Mary, pray for us, a cry of, Michael, Peter, all saints. I do not think there walketh still on earth a man so hard that he would not be pierced with pity at what afterwards I saw. For when I had approached so near to them, that manifest to me their acts became, drained was I at the eyes by heavy grief. Covered by sackcloth vile they seemed to me, and one sustained the other with his shoulder, and all of them were by the bank sustained. Thus do the blind, in want of livelihood, stand at the doors of churches asking for alms, and one upon another leans his head, so that in others pity soon may arise, not only at the accent of their words, but at their aspect, which no less implores. And as unto the blind the sun comes not, so to the shades of whom I just spake, heaven's light will not be bounteous of itself, for all their lids an iron wire transpierces, and sews them up, as to spearhawk wild is done, because it will not quiet stay. To me it seemed, in passing, to do outrage, seeing the others without being seen, wherefore I turned me to my counsel sage. Well knew he what that the mute one wished to say, and therefore waited not for my demand, but said, Speak, and be brief and to the point. I had Virgilius upon that side of the embankment from which one may fall, since by no border 'tis enlarged. Upon the other side of me I had the shades devout, who through the horrible seam pressed out the tears that they bathed their cheeks. To them I turned me, and, O people, certain, began I, of beholding the high light which your desire has solely in its care, so may grace speedily devolve the scum upon your consciousness, that limpidly through them that descend the river of the mind. Tell me, for dear it will be to me and gracious if any soul among you is Latian, and 'twill perchance be good for him I learn it. O brother mine, each one is citizen of one true city, but thy meaning is, who may have lived in Italy a pilgrim. By way of answer, this I seemed to hear. A little farther on, that where I stood, whereat I made myself still near a herd. Among the rest I saw a shade that waited in aspect, and should any one ask how, its chin lifted upward like a blind man. Spirit, I said, who stoopest to ascend, if thou art he who did reply to me, makest thyself known to me by place or name. Sienese was I, it replied, and with the others here to recleanse my guilty life, weeping to him to lend himself to us. Sapient I was not, although I Sapio was called, and I was at another's harm more happy far than my own good fortune. And that thou mayest not think that I deceive thee. Here if I was as foolish as I tell thee, the arc already of my years descending, my fellow citizens near under Cole, were joined in battle with their adversaries, and I was praying God for what he willed. Routed were they, and turned into the bitter passes of flight, and I, the chase beholding, a joy received unequalled by all others. So that I lifted upward my bold face, crying to God, Henceforth I fear thee not, as did the blackbird at that little sunshine. peace I desired with God at the extreme of my existence, and as yet would not my debt have been penitence discharged, had it not been in remembrance held me Pier Petignano and his holy prayers, who out of charity was grieved for me. But who art thou, that in our conditions questioning goest, and hast thine eyes unbound as I believe and breathing dost discourse? Mine eyes, I said, will yet be here taken from me, but for short space, for small is the offence committed by their being turned with envy. Far greater is the fear, wherein suspended my soul is, of the torment underneath, for even now the load down there weighs on me. And she to me, who led thee then among us up here, if to return below thou thinkest? And I, he who is with me, and speaks not, and living am I, therefore ask of me, spirit elect, if thou wouldest have me move over yonder yet my mortal feet for thee. Oh, this is such a novel thing to hear, she answered. That great sign it is that God loves thee. Therefore with prayer of thine sometimes assist me. And I implore, by what thou most desirest, if ever thou treadest the soil of Tuscany, well with my kindred reinstate my fame. Them wilt if thou seen among the people vain who hope in Talamone, and will lose there more hope than in discovering the Diana. But there's still more the admirals will lose. Canto 14. Who is this one that goes about in our mountain, or ever death has given him power of flight, and opes his eyes and shuts them at his will? I know not who, but I know he's not alone. Ask him thyself, for thou art nearer to him, and gently, so that he may speak, accost him. Thus did two spirits, leaning towards each other, discourse about me there on the right hand, then held supine their faces to address me. And said the one, O soul, that fastens still within the body towards the heaven art going, for charity console us, and declare whence comest thou, and who art thou? And for thou makest as much to marvel at his grace of thine, as must a thing that never yet has been. And I, through midst of Tuscany there wanders a streamlet that is born in Falterona, and not 100 miles of course suffice it. From thereupon do I this body bring, to tell you who I am were speech in vain, because my name as yet makes no great noise. If well thy meaning I can penetrate with intellect of mine, then answered me who first spake, thou speakest of the Arno. And said the other to him, why concealed this one the appellation of that river, even as a man doth of things horrible? And thus of the shade that questioned was of himself acquitted. I know not how, but truly 'tis fit the name of such a valley perish. For from its fountain head, where is so pregnant the Alpine mountain, whence is cleft Pelero, that in a few places it left its marks apass, to where it yields itself in restoration of what that heaven doth of the sea dry up, whence have the rivers which goes with them. Virtue is like an enemy avoided by all, as is a serpent, through misfortune of place, or through bad habit that impels them, on which account have so transformed by their nature the dwellers in that miserable valley. It seems that Circe had them in her pasture. Mid ugly swine of acorns worthier than other food for humans' use created, it first directeth its impoverished way. Curs find it thereafter, coming downward more snaring in their puissance demands, and turns from them disdainfully its muzzle. It goes on falling, and the more it grows, the more it finds the dogs becoming wolves, this maledict and misadventurous ditch. Descends then through many a hollow gulf, it finds the foxes so replete with fraud, they fear no cunning that may master them. Nor will I cease, because another hears me, and well 'twill be for him, if he still mind him of what truthful spirit to me unravels. Thy grandson I behold, who doth become a hunter of those wolves upon the bank of the wild stream, and terrifies them all. He sells their flesh, it being yet alive, thereafter slaughters them like ancient beeves. Many of life, himself of praise deprives. Blood-stained he issues from the dismal forest. He leaves it such. 1,000 years from now, in its primeval state, 'tis not rewooded. As at the announcement of impending ills, the face of him who listens is disturbed, from whatever side the peril sees upon him. So I beheld that other soul, which stood turned round to listen, grow disturbed and sad when it had gathered itself to the word. The speech of one other aspect of the other had me desirous to make know their names, and question mixed with prayers I made thereof. Whereat the spirit, which first spake to me, began again. Thou wishest I should bring me to do for thee what thou'lt not do for me. But since God willeth that in thee shine forth such grace of his, I'll not be chary with thee. Know, then, that I, Guido del Duca, am. My blood was so with envy set fire, that I beheld a man make merry. Thou wouldst have seen me sprinkled over with pallor. From my own sowing, such as the straw I reap. Ah, human race, why dost thou set thy heart where interdict of partnership must be? This is Rainier. This is the boast of honour of the house of Malbolge, where no one since has made himself the heir of his desert. And not alone his blood is made devoid, twixt Po and Mount and the seashore and the Reno, of good required for truth and for diversion, for all within these boundaries is full of venomous roots, and that too tardily by cultivation would now they diminish. Where is good Lizio, and Arrigo Manardi, Pier Traverasaro, and Guido de Carpigna, into bastards turned? When in Bologna will a Fabro rise, when in Faenza a Bernardin di Fosco, the noble scion, if in noble seed. Be not astonished, Tuscan, if I weep when I remember with Guido di Prata, Ugol in Diazzo, who was living with us, Frederick Dignoso and his company, the house of Traversara, and the Anastagi, and one race, and the other is extinct. The dames and cavaliers, the toils and ease that filled our souls with love and courtesy, there where the hearts have so malicious grown. Oh, Bretinoro, why dost thou not flee, seeing that thy family is gone, and many people not to be corrupted? Bagnacaval does well in not begetting, and ill does Castrocaro, and Conio worse in taking trouble to beget such counts. Will do well the Percani, where the devil shall have their departed, but not therefore pure will testimony of them ever remain. Ah, Ugolin, de Fantoli, secure thy name is, since no longer is awaited one who degenerating can obscure it. But go now, Tuscan, for it now delights me to weep far better than it does to speak. So now is our discourse my mind distressed. We were aware that those beloved souls heard us depart. Therefore, by keeping silent, they made of us our pathway confident. When we became alone, by going onward, thunder when it doth cleave the air appeared a voice, that counter to us came, exclaiming, Shall we slay me, whosoever findeth me? And fled as the reverberation dies, if suddenly the cloud asunder bursts. As soon as hearing had a truce from this, behold another with so great a crash that it resembled thunderings following fast. I am Aglaurus, who became a stone. And then to press myself close to the poet, I backward and not forward took a step. Already on all sides the air was quiet, and he said unto me, "That was the hard curb that ought to hold a man within his bounds, but you take it in bait, so that the hook of the old adversary draws you to him, and hence availeth little curb or call. The heavens are calling you, and wheel around you, displaying to you their eternal beauties, and still your eyes are looking at the ground, whence he who all discerns chastises you." Canto 15. As much as twixt the close of the third hour and the dawn of day appeareth at that sphere, which the fashion of a child is playing, so much it now appeared towards the night, was of his course remaining to the sun. There it was evening, and 'twas midnight here, and the rays smote the middle of our faces, because by us the mount was so encircled that straight towards the west we now were going. When I perceived my forehead overpowered beneath the splendor far more than at first, and stupor were to me the things unknown, where towards the summit of my brow I raised my hands, and made myself the visor which the excessive glare diminishes. As when from off the water, or a mirror, the sunbeam leaps unto the opposite side, ascending upward in the selfsame measure that it descends, and deviates as far from falling of a stone in line direct, as demonstrate experiment and art, so it appeared to me that by a light refracted there before me I was smitten. On each account my sight was swift to flee. What is that, Father sweet, from which I cannot so fully screen my sight that it avail me, said I, and seems towards us to be moving? Marvel thou not if dazzle ye as the family of heaven, he answered me. An angel it is, who comes to invite us upward. Soon will it be, that to behold these things shall not be grievous, but delightful to thee, as much as nature fashioned thee to feel. When we had reached the angel Benedict with joyful voice, he said, "Here, enter into the stairway far less steep than the others." We mounting were already thence departed, and Be Misericordes was behind us sung, "Rejoice that thou had overcomest." My master and myself, we two alone, were going upward, and I thought in going some profit to acquire from his words of his. And I to him directed to me, thus asking, what did the spirit of Romagna mean, mentioning interdict and partnership? Whence he to me, of his own greatest failing he knows the harm, and wherefore wonder not if he reprove us, that we may less rue it, because the thither pointed your desires, whereby companionship each share is lessened, envy doth ply the bellows to your sights. But if the love of the supernal sphere should upwardly direct your aspiration, there would be fear within your breast. For there, as much as the more, as one says it, our, so much of the more of each good one possesses, and more of charity in that cloister burns. I am more hungering to be satisfied, I said, than if I had before been silent, and more of doubt within my mind I gather. How can it be that boon distributed, the more possessors can be wealthy make therein, than if by a few it possessed? And he to me, because thou fixest still thy mind entirely upon earthly things, thou pluckest darkness from the very light. Thou goodness infinite and ineffable, which is above there, runneth into love, as to a lucid body comes the sunbeam. So much it gives itself as it finds ardour, so that, as far as its charity extends, over it increases the eternal valour. And the more people thitherward aspire, more are there to love well, and more they love there. And as a mirror, one reflects the other. and if my reasoning appeaseth thee not, thou shalt see Beatrice, and she will fully take from thee this and every other longing. Endeavour, then, that soon may be extinct, as are the two already, the 5 wounds that close themselves again by being painful. Even as I wished to say, thou dost appease me, I saw that I reached another circle, so that my eager eyes made me keep silence. There, it appeared to me that in a vision ecstatic on sudden I was wrapped, and in a temple many persons saw, and at the door a woman with the sweet behaviour of a mother, saying, Son, why in this manner hast thou dealt with us? Lo, sorrowing, thy father and myself were seeking for thee, and as here she ceased, that which appeared at first had disappeared. Then I behold another with those waters adown her cheeks, which grief distills whenever from great disdain of others it is born, and saying, If of that city thou art lord, for whose name was such strife among the gods, and whence doth every science scintillate, avenge thyself on those audacious arms that clasped our daughter, Pisistratus. And the Lord seemed to me benign and mild, to answer her with aspect temperate. What shall we do to those who wish us ill, if he who loves us be by us condemned? Then saw I people hot in fires of wrath, with stones a young man slaying clamorously, still crying to each other, Kill him, kill him. And when I saw bowed down because of death that waited already upon him to the earth, but of the eyes made ever gates to heaven, imploring the high Lord in so great strife, that he would pardon those his prosecutors, with such aspect as unlocks compassion. Soon as my soul had outwardly returned to things external to which it are true, did I not false errors recognize. My leader, who could see me bear myself, like to a man that rouses up from his sleep, exclaimed, What ails thee, that thou canst not stand? But hast been coming up more than half a league, veiling thine eyes, and with thy legs entangled in guise of one whom wine or sleep subdues. My sweet father, if thou listen to me, I will tell thee, said I, what appeared to me when thus from my legs were taken away. And he, if thou should have 100 masks upon thy face, from me who would not be shut thy cogitations, howsoever small. What thou hast seen, what thou mayest not fail to ope thy heart unto the waters of peace, which from the eternal fountain are diffused. I did not ask, What ails thee? As he does who only looketh with his eyes, but see not when of the soul bereft the body lies, but asked it to give vigour to thy feet. Thus must we needs urge on the sluggards, slow to use their wakefulness when it returns. We passed along, athwart the twilight, peering forward, as ever the eye could stretch, against the sunbeams, serotine and lucent, and lo, by slow degrees a smoke approached in our direction, sombre as the night, nor was there place to hide one's self therefrom. This of our eyes and the pure air bereft us. Canto 16. Darkness of hell, and of night deprived, of every planet under a poor sky, as much as he may be tenebrous with cloud, never made unto my sight so thick a veil as that smoke which there enveloped us, nor to the feeling of so rough a texture. For not an eye it suffered to stay open, whereat mine escort, faithful and sagacious, drew near to me and offered me his shoulder, even as a blind man goes behind his guide, lest he should wander, or strike against aught that may harm or peradventure kill him. So went I through the bitter and foul air, listening unto my leader, who said only, "Look that from me thou not be separated." Voices I heard, and every one appeared to supplicate for peace and misericorde the Lamb of God who takes away our sins. Still, Agnus Dei their exordium was. One word there was in all, and meter one, so that in all harmony appeared among them. "Master," I said, "are spirits those I hear?" And he to me, "Thou apprehendest truly, and they the knot of anger go unloosening. Now, who art thou that cleavest through our smoke, and art discoursing of us even through thou didst calends still divide the time?" After this manner by a voice was spoken, whereupon the master said, "Do thou reply, and ask if thou in this side the way would go upward." And I, "O creature that dost cleanse thyself to return beautiful to him and made thee, thou shalt hear marvels if thou shalt follow me." "Thee will I follow as far as allowed to me," he answered. "And if smoke prevent our seeing, hearing shall keep us joined instead thereof." Thereon I began, with that swathing band which death unwindeth, am I going upward, and hither came I through the infernal anguish, and if God in his grace has me enfolded, so that he wills that I behold his God, by me wholly out of modern usage, conceal me not who ere death thou wast. But tell it to me, and tell me if I go right for the path, and thy words be our escort. Lombard was I, and I was Marco called. The world I knew, and loved that excellence, at which each has one now unbent his bow. For mounting upward, thou art going right. Thus he made answer, and I subjoined, I pray thee to pray for me when thou shalt be above. And I to him, my faith I pledge to thee to do what thou doth ask me, but am bursting inly with doubt, unless I rid me of it rather. First it was simple, and now is made double by thy opinion, which makes certain to me, here and elsewhere, that which I couple with it. The word, forsooth, is utterly deserted, by every virtue, as thou tellest me, and with iniquity is big and covered, but I beseech thee, point me out the cause, that I might see it, and to others show it. For one in the heavens, and here below one puts it. A sigh profound, that grief forced into I, he first sent forth, and then he began. Brother, the world is blind, and sooth thou comest from it. Yet, ye who are living, every cause refers still upward to the heavens, and if all things they of necessity moved with themselves. If this were so, in you would be destroyed free will, nor any justice, nor there be any joy in having good or grief for evil. The heavens your movements do initiate. I say not all, but granting that I say it, light has been given you for every good and evil, and free volition, which, if some fatigue in the first battles with the heavens it suffers, afterwards conquers all, if well 'tis nurtured. To greater force, and to a better nature, thou free ye subject are rather, and that creates in mind you the heavens have not in change. Hence, if the present world doth go astray, in you the chaos is, be it sought in you, and therein will now be the true spy. Forth from the hand of him who fondles it before it is, like to a little girl weeping and laughing in her childish sport, issues the simple soul that nothing knows, save that, proceeding from a joyous maker, gladly it turns to that which gives it pleasure. of trivial good, at first it tastes the savour, is cheated by it, and runs after it, if guide or rein turn not aside its love. Hence it behooved laws for a reign to place, behooved a king to have, who at least of the true city should discern the tower. The laws exist, but who sets hand to them? No one, because the shepherd who proceeds can ruminate, but cleaveth not the hoof. Wherefore the people that perceives its guide strike only at the good for which it hankers, feeds upon that, and farther seeketh not. Clearly canst thou perceive the evil guidance that cause has made the world depraved, and not that nature is corrupt in you. Rome, that reformed the world, accustomed was 2 sons to have, which one rode and the other of God and of the world made manifest. One has the other quenched, and to the crosier the sword is joined, and I'll besmeath it that by the main force one with the other go. Because, being joined, one feareth not the other. If thou believe not, think upon the grain, for its seed each herb is recognized. In the land laved by Po and Adige, valour and courtesy used to be found, before that Frederick had his controversy. Now in security can pass that way, whoever will abstain, through sense of shame, from speaking with the good or drawing near them. True, 3 old men are left, in whom upbraids the ancient age the new, and the late they deem it that God restore them to a better life. Curado de Balazzo, and the good Gerardo, and Guido de Castel, who better named is, in the fashion of the French, the simple Lombard. Say thou henceforth that the Church of Rome, confounding itself in 2 governments, falls into the mire, and soils itself and burden. Oh, Marco mine, I said, thou reasonest well, and now discern I why the sons of Levi have been excluded from the heritage. But what Gerardo it is, who, as sample of a lost race, thou sayest it remained in reprobation of the barbarous age. Either thy speech deceives me, or it tempts me. He answered me, for speaking Tuscan to me, it seems of good Gerardo naught thou knowest. By other surname do I know him not, unless I take from his daughter Gaia. May God be with you, for I come no farther. Behold the dawn, that through the smoke rays out already whitening, and I must depart. Yonder the angel is, ere he appear. Thus did he speak, and would no farther hear me. Canto 17. Remember, reader, if ever in the Alps a mist overtook thee, though which thou couldst see not otherwise than through its membrane mole, how when the vapours humid and condensed begin to dissipate themselves, the sphere of the sun feebly enters in among them, and thy imagination will be swift in coming to perceive how I resaw the sun at first, that was already setting. Thus to the faithful footsteps of my master, mating mine own, I issued from that cloud to raise already dead on the low shores. Ah, thou imagination, thou dost steal us from what without sometimes that man perceives not, although around may sound 1,000 trumpets. Who moveth thee, if sense impel thee not? Moves thee a light, which in the heaven takes form by self or by will that downward guides it. Of her impiety, who changed her form into the bird that most delights in singing, in my imagining appeared the trace. And hereupon my mind was so withdrawn within itself, that from without there came nothing that then might be received by it. Then reigned within my lofty fantasy one crucified, disdainful and ferocious in countenance, and even thus was dying. Around him were the great Sorcerers. Esther was his wife, and the just Mordecai, who was in word and action so entire. And even as this image burst asunder of its own self, in fashion of a bubble in which the water it was made of falls, there rose up in my vision a young maiden, bitterly weeping, and she said, O Queen, why hast thou wished in anger to be naught? Thou hast slain thyself, Lavinia not to lose. Thou hast lost me. I am she who mourns, mother, at thine heir another's ruin. As sleep is broken, when upon a sudden a new light strikes in upon the eyelids closed, and the broken quivers ere it dieth wholly. So this imagining of mine fell down as soon as the effulgence smote my face, greater by far than that is on our wont. I turned me round to see where I might be. Then a voice had said, Here is the passage up, which from all other purposes removed me, and made my wish so full of eagerness to look and see who was it that was speaking. It never rests till meeting face to face. But as before the sun, which quells the sight, and in its own excess its figure veils, then even so my power was insufficient here. This is a spirit divine, who in the way of going up directs us without asking, and who in his own light himself conceals. He does with us as man doth with himself, for he who sees the need and waits the asking malignly leans already towards denial. Accord we now our feet in such inviting. Let us now haste to mount ere it grow dark, for then we could not till the day return. Thus my conductor said, and I and he together turned our footsteps to a stairway, and I, as soon as the first step I reached near me, perceived a motion of wings and fanning in the face, saying, Beati Pacifici, who are without ill anger. Already over us was so uplifted the later sunbeams which the night pursues, that upon so many sides the stars appeared. O manhood mine, why dost thou vanish so? I said within myself, for I perceived the vigour of my legs was put in truce. We at this point where no more ascends the stairway upward, and we were motionless, even as a ship which at the shore arrives. And I gave heed a little, and I might hear aught whatsoever in the circle new. Then to my master turned me around and said, Say, my sweet father, what delinquency is purged here in the circle where we are? Although our feet may pause, pause not thy speech. And he to me, the love of good, remiss in what it should have done, is here restored, here plied again the ill-belated oar. But still more openly to understand, turn unto me thy mind, and thou shalt gather some profitable fruit from our delay. Neither creator nor creature ever, son, he began, was destitute of love, natural or spirit, and thou knowest it. The natural was ever without error, but ere the other may be evil object, or by too much, or by too little vigour. While in the first it well directed is, and in the second moderates itself, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when to ill it turns out, and with more care or lesser than it ought runs after good, gains the Creator, works in his own creation. Hence thou mayest comprehend that love must be the seed within yourselves of every virtue, and every act that merits punishment. Now, inasmuch as never from the welfare of its own subject can love turn its sight, from their own hatred all things are secure. And since we cannot think of any being standing alone, nor from the first divided, of hating him is all desire cut off. Hence, if discriminating I judge well, the evil that one loves is of one's neighbor, and this is born of three modes in your clay. There are who, by abasement of their neighbor, hope to excel, and therefore only long that from his greatness he may be cast down. There are who power, grace, honor, and renown fear they may lose because another rises. Thence they are sad that the reverse they love. And there are those whom injury seems to chafe, so that it makes them greedy for revenge, and such must needs shape out of another man's harm. This threefold love is wept for down below. Now of the other will I have thee here, that runneth after good with measure faulty. Each one confused a good conceives, wherein the mind may rest, and longeth for it. Therefore to overtake it each one strives. If languid love to look upon this attract you, or in attaining unto it this coyness, after just penitence torments you for it. There is other good that does not make man happy. 'Tis not felicity, 'tis not the good essence of every good, the fruit and root. The love that yields itself too much to this above us is lamented in three circles. But how tripartite it may be described, I say you not that thou seek it for thyself. Canto 18. An end had put unto his reasoning. The lofty teacher and attend was looking into my face. If I appeared content, and I, whom with a new thirst still goaded on, without was mute, and said within, perchance the too much questioning I make annoys him. But that true father, who had comprehended the timid wish that opened not itself, by speaking gave me hardihood to speak, whence my sight is, master, vivified so in the light, that I clearly discern whatever thy speech importeth or describes. Therefore I thee entreat, sweet father dear, to teach me love, to which thou dost refer every good action and its contrary. Direct, he said, towards me the keen eyes of intellect, and clear will be to thee the error of the blind, who would be leaders. The soul, which is created apt to love, is mobile unto everything that pleases, as soon as by pleasure she is walked into action. Your apprehension from some real thing an image draws, and in yourself displays it, so that it makes the soul turn into it. And if, when turned down, towards it she incline, love is that inclination. It is nature, which is by pleasure bound in you anew. Then, even as the fire doth upward move, by its own form which to ascend is born, what the longest in its matter it endures, so comes the captive soul into desire, which is a motion spiritual, and never rests until she doth enjoy the thing beloved. Now that may apparent be to thee how hidden the truth is from these people. Whoever all in love in itself is a laudable thing, because its matter may perchance appear to be good, but yet not each impression is good, albeit good may be to the wax. Thy words, and my sequacious intellect, I answered him, have love revealed to me, but that has made me more impragned with doubt. For if I love from without be offered to us, and with another foot the soul go not, if right or wrong she go, 'tis not her merit. And he to me, what reason seeth here, myself can tell thee, beyond that await for Beatrice, since 'tis a work of faith. Every substantial form that segregate from matter is, and with it is united, specific power has in itself collected, which without act is not perceptible, nor shows itself except by its effect, as life does in a plant by the green leaves. But still, whence cometh the intelligence of the first notions, man is ignorant, and the affection for the first allurements,
which are in you as instinct in the bee to make its honey, and first desire merit, praise, or blame containeth not. Now, that to this all others may be gathered, innate within you is the power that counsels, and it should keep the threshold of ascent. That is the principle from which take an occasion of desert in you, according to as good and guilty love it takes and winnows. Those who, in reasoning, to the bottom went, where of this innate liberty were, therefore bequeathed they ethics to the world. Supposing then, that from necessity springs every love that is within you kindled, within yourselves the power is to restrain it. The noble virtue Beatrice understands by the free will, and therefore see that thou bear it in mind if she should speak of it. The moon, belated almost unto midnight, now made the stars appear to us more rare, formed like a bucket that is all ablaze, and counter to the heavens ran through those paths which the sun sets aflame, when he of Rome sees it twixt Sardis and Corsicans go down, and that patrician shade, for whom is named Pietola, more and many an Emantuan town has laid aside the burden of my lading. Whence I, who reason manifest and plain in answer to my questions had received, stood like a man in drowsy reverie. But taken from me was this drowsiness suddenly by a people that behind our backs already had come round to us, and as of old Ismenus and Asopus, beside them I saw a night rush and throng. But if the Thebans were in need of Bacchus, so they along the circle curved their step, from what I saw of those approaching us, who by good will and righteous love are written. Full soon they were upon us, because running moved onward to all the mighty multitude, and do in the advance cried out, lamenting. Mary in haste unto the mountain ran, and Caesar, that he might subdue Ilerda, thrust at Marseilles, and then ran into Spain. Quick, quick, so that the time may not be lost by little love. Forthwith the others cried, for ardour in well-doing freshens grace. No folk, in whom an eager fervour now supplies perchance delay and negligence, put by you in well-doing through lukewarmness. This one who lives, and truly I lie not, would fain go up, if but the sun relights us. So tell us where the passage nearest is. These were the words of him who was my guide, and some of those spirits said, Come on behind us, and the opening shalt thou find. So full of longing, we are to move onward, that stay we cannot. Therefore pardon us, if thou for churlishness our justice take. I was San Zeno's abbot at Verona, under the empire of good Barbarossa, of whom still sorrowing Milan holds discourse, and he has one foot in the grave already, who shall ere long lament that monastery, and sorry be of having there had power, because his son, in his whole body sick and worse in mind, who was evil born, he put into the place of its true pastor. If more he said, or silent was, I know not. He had already passed so far behind us, but this I heard, and to retain it pleased me. And he who was in every need to my succour said, Turn thee hitherward. See two of them come fastening upon slothfulness their teeth. In rear of all they shouted. Sooner were the people dead to whom the sea was opened, than their inheritors the Jordan saw, and those who fatigued did not endure unto the issue with Anchises' son, themselves to life without an glory offered. Then when from us so separated were those shades, that they no longer could be seen, within me a new thought did entrance find, whence others, many and diverse, were born, and so I lapsed from one into another, that in reverie mine eyes I closed, and meditation into dream transmuted. Canto 19. It was the hour when the diurnal heat no more can warm the coldness of the moon,
vanquished by Earth or peradventure Saturn, when geomancers of their Fortuna Major see in the Orient before the dawn rise by a path that long remains not dim. There came to me in dreams a stammering woman squint in her eyes, and in her feet distorted with the hands disaverred and of sallow hue. I looked at her, as the sun restores the frigid members which the night benumbs, even as my gaze did render voluble her tongue, and made her all erect thereafter in a little while, and lost a countenance as love desires, it so did her colour. When in this wise she had her speech unloosened, she began to sing so that with difficulty could I have turned my thoughts away from her. I am, she sang, I am the siren sweet, who mariners amid the main Unman, so full am I of pleasantness to hear. I drew Ulysses from his wandering way unto my song, and he who dwells with me seldom departs, so wholly I content him. Her mouth was not yet closed again, before appear a lady saintly and alert close at my side to put her to confusion. Virgilius, oh Virgilius, who is this? She sternly said, and was drawing near with eyes still fixed upon that modest one. She seized the other, and in front laid open, rending her garments and belly, showed me. This walked with me with the stench that issued from it. I turned mine eyes, and good Virgilius said, At least thrice have I called thee. Rise and come, find that we opening by thou mayest enter. I rose, and full already of high day we were the circles of the sacred mountain, and with the sun at our back we went forth. Following behind him, I my forehead bore like unto one who is laden with thought, who makes himself half an arch of bridge, when I heard say, Come, here the passage is, spoken in a manner gentle and benign, such as we not hear in this mortal region. With open wings, which of a swan appeared, upward he turned to us who spake to us, between the two walls of the solid granite. He moved his pinions upward and fanned us, affirming those qui lugent to be blessed, for they shall have their souls with comfort filled. What aileth thee, that to earth thou gazest? To me my guide began to say, we both somewhat beyond the angel having mounted. And I, with such misgiving, makes me go a vision new which bends me to itself, so that I cannot from the thought withdraw me. Didst thou behold, he said, that old enchantress, whose soul above henceforth is lamented? Didst thou beholdeth how man is freed from her? Suffice it thee, and smite earth with thy heels, thine eyes lift upward to the lure that whirls the eternal king with revolutions vast. Even as the hawk that first his feet surveys, then turns to him the call and stretches forward, though the desire of food that draws him thither, such I became, and such as far as cleaves the rock to give away to him who mounts, went on to where the circling doth begin. On the fifth circle, when I had come forth, I saw people who were upon it weeping, stretched prone upon the ground all downward turned. Adhesit pavimento anima mea, I heard them say with sighings so profound that hardly could the words be understood. O ye elect of God, whose sufferings justice and hope both render less severe, direct ye us towards the high ascents. If ye are come to secure from this prostration, and wish to find the way most speedily, let your right hands be evermore outside. Thus did the poet ask, and thus was answered by them in somewhat in front of us, whence I, in what was spoken, divined the rest concealed. And unto my Lord's eyes, mine eyes I turned, when he ascended with a cheerful sign to what the sight of my desire implored. When of myself I could depose at will, above that creature did I draw myself, whose words before had caused me to take note, saying,
O Spirit, in whom weeping ripens, that without which God cannot turn, suspend awhile for me thy greater care. Who wast thou? And why are your backs turned upwards? Tell me, and if thou wouldst, I would procure anything there whence living I departed. And he to me, wherefore our backs the heaven turns itself, thou shalt know, but beforehand, scias quod ergo fui successa Petri. Between Siestri and Chiaveri descends a river beautiful, and of its name the title of my blood the summit makes. A month and a little more essayed I our ways from the great cloak on him, from mire who keeps it, for all the other burdens seem a feather. Tardy, woe is me, was my conversion, but when the Roman shepherd I was made, then I discovered life to be a lie. I saw that their heart was not at rest, not farther in life could one ascend, whereby the love of this was rekindled in me. Until that time, a wretched soul, and parted from God was I, and wholly avaricious. Now, as thou seest, I am here punished for it. What avarice does is here made manifest in the purgation, these souls converted, and no more bitter pain the mountain has, even as our eye did not uplift itself aloft, being fastened upon earthly things, so justice here has merged it in the earth. As avarice had extinguished our affection for every good, whereby action lost, so justice here doth behold us in restraint, bound and imprisoned by the feet and hands, and so long it pleases the just Lord shall we remain, immovable and prostrate. I on my knees had fallen, and wished to speak, but even as I began, and he was aware only by listening of my reverence. What cause, he said, has downward bent thee thus? And I to him, for your own dignity standing, my conscience stung me with remorse. Straighten thy legs and upward raise thee, brother, he answered. Err not, fellow servant am I with thee, and with the others to one power. If ever that holy, evangelic sound which saith, Neque nubent, thou hast heard, well canst thou see why in this wise I speak. Now, go. No longer will I have thee linger, because thy stay doth incommode my weeping, with which I ripen that with which thou hast said. On earth I have a grandchild, named Alagia, good in herself, unless indeed our house malevolent may make her by example, and she alone remains to me on earth. Canto 20. Ill strives the will against a better will. Therefore, to pleasure him against my pleasure, I drew the sponge not saturate from the water. Onward I moved, and onward moved my leader, through vacant places skirting still the rock, as on a wall close to the battlements. For they that through their eyes poured drop by drop the malady which all the world pervades. On the other side, too, near the verge approach. Accursed mayest thou be, thou old she-wolf, that more than all the other beasts has prey because of my hunger infinitely hollow. O heaven, in whose gyrations some appear to think that the conditions here below are changed, when will he come through whom she shall depart? Onward we went, with footsteps slow and scarce, and I attentive to the shades I heard piteously weeping and bemoaning them, and I peradventure heard Sweet Mary uttered in front of us amid the weeping, even as a woman doth who is in childbirth. And in continuance, how poor wast thou is manifested by that holstery, where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down. Thereafterward I heard, O good Fabricius, virtue with poverty didst thou prefer to the possession of great wealth with vice. So pleasurable were those words to me that I drew further onward to have my knowledge touching that spirit whence they seemed to come. He furthermore was speaking of largesse which Nicholas unto the maidens gave, in order to conduct their youth to honour. O soul, that dost so excellently speak, tell me, who wast thou, said I, and why only dost thou renew these praises well deserved? Not without recompense shall be the word, if I return to finish the journey of that life which is flying to its end. And he, I'll tell thee, not for any comfort I may expect from earth, but that so much grace shines in thee, or ever thou art dead. I was in the root of that malignant plant which overshadows all the Christian world, so that good fruit is seldom gathered from it. But if Douay and Ghent and Lille and Bruges had power, such vengeance would be taken on it. And this I pray of him who judges all. Hugh Capet, I was called upon the earth. From me were born the Louises and Philips, by whom in later days has France been governed. I was the son of a Parisian butcher. What time the ancient kings had perished all excepting one contrite in cloth of grey, I found me grasping in my hands the rein of the realm's government, and so great power of new acquest, and so with friends abounding, that too the widow Diadem promoted that head of mine own offspring was, from whom the consecrated bones of these began. So as long as the great dowry of Provence out of my blood took not the sense of shame, 'twas little worth, but still it did no harm. Then it began with falsehood and force its rapine, and therefore, after, for amends took Ponthieu, Normandy, and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and for amends a victim made of Condadin, and then thrust Thomas back to heaven for amends. A time I see, not very distant now, which draweth forth another Charles from France, the better to make known both him and his. Unarmed he goes, and only with the lance that Judas jousted with, and he that thrusts, so he makes the paunch of Florence burst. And hence not land, but sin and infamy shall gain, so much more grievous to himself as the light damage he accounts. The other, now gone forth, taken in his ship, I see in his daughter cell, and chaffer for her as corsairs do with other female slaves. What more, O avarice, can thou do to us, since thou blood so to thyself hast drawn, it careth not for its own proper flesh? That less may seem in the future ill and past, I see the flower de luce in Alagna enter, and Christ in his own vicar captivate made. I see him, yet another time derided. I see renewed the vinegar and gall, and between living thieves I see him slain. I see the modern Pilate so relentless. This does not sate him, but without decretal he to the temple bears his sordid sails. When, O my Lord, shall I be joyful made by looking on the vengeance of which concealed makes sweet thine anger in thy secrecy? What I was saying of that only bride of the Holy Ghost, of which occasion thee to turn towards me for some commentary, so long has been ordained to all our prayers, as the day lasts, but when the night comes on, contrary sound we take instead thereof. At that time we repeat Pygmalion, of whom a traitor, thief, and parasite made his insatiable desire of gold, and the misery of avaricious Midas that followed his inordinate demand, at which forevermore one needs but laugh. The foolish Achan each one then records, and how he stole the spoils, so that the wrath of Joshua still appears to sting him here. Then we accuse Sapphira with her husband. We laud the hoof-beats Heliodorus had, and the whole mount in infamy encircles Polymestor, who murdered Polydorus. Here finally is cried, O Crassus, tell us, for thou dost know, what is the taste of gold? Sometimes we speak, one loud another low, according to the desire of speech that spurs us to greater now and now to lesser peace. But in the good that here by day is talked of, erewhile alone I was not, yet nearby no other person lifted up his voice. From him already we departed where, and made endeavour to overcome the road, as much as was permitted to our power. When I perceived, like something that is falling, the mountain tremble, whence a chill seized unto me, as seizes him to do his death is going, certes so violently shook not Delos before Latona made her nest therein, to give birth to the two eyes of heaven. Then upon all sides there began a cry, such that the master drew himself towards me, saying, Fear not, while I am guiding thee. Gloria in excelsis Deo, all were saying, from where I could hear I could comprehend, where it was possible to hear the cry. We paused, immovable, in suspense, even as the shepherds who first heard the song until the trembling ceased and it was finished. Then we resumed again our holy path, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, already turned to their accustomed plaint. No ignorance ever, with so great a strife, had rendered me importunate to know, if earth not in this memory. As meditating then I seemed to have, nor out of haste to question did I dare, nor of myself I there could aught perceive. So I went onward, timorous and thoughtful. Canto 21. The natural thirst that never is satisfied, excepting with the water for whose grace the woman of Samaria besought, put me in travail, and haste goaded me along the encumbered path behind my leader, and I was pitying that righteous vengeance. And lo, in the same manner as Luke writeth that Christ appeared to two upon the way from sepulchral cave already risen, a shade appeared to us, and came behind us down gazing on prostrate multitude, nor were we aware of it until it spoke, saying, My brothers, may God give you peace. We turned us suddenly, and Virgilius rendered to him the countersign thereto conforming. Thereupon he began, In the blessed council, thee may be called veracious place and peace, that me doth banish in eternal exile. How? Said he, and the while we went with speed. If ye are shades whom God designs not on high, who upon his stairs so far has guided you? And said my teacher, If thou note the marks with which this one bears, and which the angel traces, well shalt thou see with good must reign. But because she who spinneth day and night for him had not yet drawn distaff off, which Clotho lays for each one and compacts his soul, which is thy sister and my own, in coming upwards could not come alone by reason that it sees not in our fashion. Whence I was drawn from out of the ample throat of hell to be his guide, and I shall guide him as far on my school as power to lead. But tell us, if thou knowest, why such a shudder erewhile the mountain gave, and why together all seemed to cry as far as its moist feet? In asking this, he so hit the very eye of my desire, that merely with the hope my thirst became the less unsatisfied. Naught is there, he began, that without order may the religion of the mountain feel, nor aught there may be foreign to its custom. Free is it here from every permutation. What from itself in heaven and itself receiveth can be of this case and naught beside, because that neither rain nor hail nor snow, nor dew nor hoarfrost, nor any other high falls that the short little stairway of 3 steps. Thence clouds do not appear, nor rarefied, nor coruscation, nor the daughter of Thaumas, that often upon the earth her reen slifts, nor arid vapour any farther rises than to the top of the 3 steps I spake of, whereon the vicar of Peter has his feet. Lower down, perchance, it trembles less or more, but for the wind that is in the earth is hidden, I do not know how. Up here it never trembled. It trembles here, whenever any soul feels itself pure, so that it soars or moves it to a mountain loft, and such a cry attends it. Of purity the will alone gives proof, which by wholly free to give its changed convent, takes by surprise the soul and helps it fly. First it wills well, but the desire permits not, which divine justice with the self-same will there is to sin upon the torment sets. And I, who have been lying in this pain 500 years and more, but just now felt a free volition for a better seat. Therefore thou heardest the earthquake and the pious spirits along the mountain rendering praise unto the Lord, that soon he speed them upward. So said he to him, and since we enjoy as much in our drinking as the thirst is great, I could not say how much it did me good. And the wise leader, now I see the net that snares you here, and how ye are set free, why the earth quakes, and wherefore ye rejoice. Now, who thou wast to be pleased, and I may know, and why so many centuries thou hast here been lying, let me gather from thy words. In days when the good Titus, with the aid of the supremest king, avenged the wounds whence issued forth the blood by Judas sold, under the name most endures and honors was I on earth, that spirit made reply, greatly renowned, but not with faith as yet. My spirit vocal was so sweet, that Rome me at Tulosian drew unto herself, where I deserved to deck my brows with myrtle. Statius, the people name me still on earth. I sang of Thebes, and then of great Achilles, but on my way fell with my second burden. The seeds unto my ardour were the sparks of that celestial flame which heated me, whereby more than 1,000 have been fired. Of the Aeneid I speak, which to me a mother was, and was in my nurse song. Without this waited I not a drachma's weight. And to have lived upon the earth what time Vigilius lived, I would accept one son more than I must ere issuing from my ban. These words toward me made Vigilius turn, with looks that in their silence said, Be silent. But yet the power that wills cannot do all things. For tears and laughter are such pursuivants unto the passion from which each springs forth. In the most truthful, least the will they follow. I only smiled, as one who gives the wink, whereat the shade was silent, and it gazed into mine eyes where most expression dwells, and, as thou mayest consummate a labour so great, it said, why did thy face just now display to me lightning of a smile? Now I am caught on this side and that. One keeps me silent, one to speak conjures me, wherefore I sigh, and I am understood. Speak, said my master, and be not afraid of speaking, but speak out and say to him what he demands with such solicitude. Whence I, thou peradventure marvellest, of antique spirit at the smile I give, but I will have more wonder seize upon thee. This one who guides on high these eyes of mine is that Virgilius, from whom thou didst learn to sing aloud of men and of the gods. If other cause thou to smile impudest, abandoned it as false, and trust it was those words which thou hast spoken concerning him. Already he was stooping to embrace my teacher's feet, but he said to him, Brother, do not, for shade thou art, and shade beholdest. And he uprising, now canst thou the sum of love which warns me to thee comprehend, when this our vanity I disremember, treating a shadow as a substantial thing. Canto 22. Already was the angel left behind us, the angel who to the 6th round had turned us, having erased one mark from off my face. And those who had been in justice their desire had said to us, Beati in their voices, with Sitio, and without more ended it. And I, more light than through other passers, went onward so that without any labour I followed upward these swift-footed spirits. When thus Virgilius began, the love kindled by virtue another kindles, provided outwardly its flame appear. Hence from the hour that Juvenal descended among us from the infernal Limbo, who made apparent to me my affection. My kindliness towards thee was a great, as ever, one to an unseen person, so that these stares will now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if I to great confidence let loose the rein, and as a friend now hold discourse with me, how was it possible within thy breast for avarice to find place, mid so much wisdom as thou wast filled with by thy diligence? These words excited Statius at first, somewhat to laughter. Afterward he answered, Each word of thine is love's dear sign to me. Verily oftentimes do things appear which fallacious matter to our doubts, instead of the true causes which are hidden. Thy questions showed me thy belief, to which I was ignored in the other life. It may be from the circle where I was, therefore know thou the avarice was removed too far from me, and this extravagance thousands of lunar periods have perished. And were it not that I in my thoughts uplifted, when I the passage heard where thou exclaimest, as if indignant unto human nature, to what impellest thou not, cursed hunger of gold, the appetite of mortal men, revolving I should feel the dismal joustings, when I perceived the hands could spread too wide their wings in spending, and repented me as well as many of my other sins. How many with shorn hair shall rise again because of ignorance, which from this sin cuts off repentance living and in death? And know that the transgression which rebuts by direct opposition any sin together with it here its verdure dries. Therefore I have been among the folk which mourns its avarice to purify me, for its opposite has thus befallen me. Now when thou sangest the relentless weapons of the twofold affliction of Jocasta, the singer of the songs bucolic said, From that which Clio there with 3 preludes, it does not seem yet that thee had been faithful, that faith without no good works suffice. If this be so, what candles or what sun scattered thy darkness, so thou didst trim thy sails behind the fisherman thereafter? And he to him, Thou first directest me towards Parnassus, in its grots to drink, and first concerning God didst thou me enlighten. Thou didst as he who walketh in the night, who bears his light behind, which helps him not, but wary makes the persons after him. When thou didst say, the age renews itself, justice returns, and the man's primeval time, and a new progeny ascends from heaven. Though thee I poet was, though thee a Christian, but that thou better see what I design, to colour it will I extend my hand. Already was the world in every part pregnant with the true creed disseminated by messengers of the eternal kingdom, and thy assertion spoken of above, with new preachers was in unison, whence I to visit them the custom took. Then they became so holy in my sight, that when Domitian persecuted them, not without tears of mine were their laments, and all the while that I on earth remained, them I befriended, and their upright customs made me disparage all other sects. And there I lead the Greeks unto the rivers of Thebes. In poetry I was baptized, but out of fear was covertly a Christian. For a long time, professing paganism and this lukewarmness caused me the fourth circle to circuit around more than 4 centuries. Thou, therefore, wast raised the covering that hid from me whatever good I spoke of, while in ascending we have time to spare. Tell me, in what place is our friend Terentius, Caecilius, Plautus, Varro? If thou knowest, tell me if they are damned, and in what alley. These, Perseus and myself, and others many, replied my leader, with that Grecian are more, of whom the rest the Muses suckled. In the first circle of the prison, blind, oft times we are of mountain hold discourse, which has our nurses ever with itself. Euripides is with us, Antiphon, Simonides, Agatho, and many other Greeks, who of their brows with laurel decked. There, some of thine own people may be seen, Antigone, Deiphle, and Argia, and there Ismene mournful as of old. There she is seen pointed out Langia, and there is Tiresias' daughter, and there Thetis, and there Deidamia with her sisters. Silent already were the poets both, attent once more looking round about. From the ascent and from the walls released all 4 handmaidens of the day already were left behind, and at the pole the 5th was pointing upwards still its burning horn. What time, my guide? I think that towards the edge our dexter shoulders it behooves us to turn, circling the mount as we wont to do. Thus, in that region custom was our ensign, and we resumed our way with less suspicion, for the ascending of that worthy soul. They in advance went on, and I alone behind them, and I listened to their speech, which gave me lessons in the art of song. But soon their sweet discourses interrupted a tree which midway in the road found, with apples sweet and grateful to the smell. And even as a fir tree tapers upward from bough to bough, and downwardly did that, I think, in order that no one might climb it. And that side, where our pathways was enclosed, fell from the lofty rock a limpid water, and spread itself abroad the open leaves. The poets twain unto the tree drew near, and from among the foliage a voice cried, Of this food ye shall have scarcity. Then said, More thoughtful Mary was of making the marriage feast complete and honourable, than of her mouth, which now you responds. And for their drink, the ancient Roman women with water were content, and Daniel disparaged food and understanding one. The primal age was as beautiful as gold. Acorns made it with hunger savorous, and nectar every rivulet with thirst. Honey and locusts were the ailments that fed the Baptist in the wilderness, whence he is glorious and so magnified as by evangel is revealed to you. Canto 23. The while among the verdant leaves mine eyes I riveted, as he is wont to do who wastes his life pursuing little birds, my more than father said unto me, Son, come now, because the time that is ordained us more usefully should be apportioned out. I turned my face, and no less soon my steps under the sages, who were speaking so they made the going of no cost to me. And lo, were heard a song and a lament, labia mea domine, in fashion such that delight and dolence it brought forth. Oh, my sweet father, what is this I hear? And he answered, Shades that go perhaps the not unloosening their debt. In the same way that thoughtful pilgrims do, who know unknown people on the road overtaking turn themselves round to them and do not stop. Even thus behind us a swift emotion coming and passing onward gazed upon us a crowd of spirits silent and devout. Each in his eyes was so dark and cavernous, pallid in face, and so emaciate, that from the bones the skin did shape itself. I did not think that so to merest rind could Ariston had been withered up by famine, when most fear he had of it. Thinking within myself, I said, "Behold, this is the folk who lost Jerusalem when Mary made a prey of her son. The sockets were like rings without gems. Whoever in the face of men reads Omo might as well have these recognized the M. Who would believe the odor of an apple begetting longing thou consume them so, and that of water without knowing how?" I was still wondering what so famished them, for the occasion not yet manifest of their emaciation and sad squalor, and lo, from out the hollow of his head, his eyes a shade turned on me, looked keenly, then eyes aloud. What grace to me is this? Never should I have known him by his look, but in his voice was evident to me that which aspect had suppressed within it. The spark within me was wholly rekindled, my recognition of his altered face, and I recalled the features of Forres. "Ah, do not look at this dry leprosy," entreated he, "which doth my skin discolour, nor a default of flesh that I may have. But tell me truth of thee, and who are those two souls that yonder make thee an escort? Do not delay in speaking unto me." "The face of thine, which dead I once bewept, gives me weeping now no less a grief," I answered him, beholding it so changed. "But tell me, for God's sake, what thus denudes you? Make me not speak while I am marvelling, for ill speaks he who's full of other longings." And he to me, "From the eternal council falls power in the water and the tree behind us left, whereby I grow so thin. All of this people lamenting sing, for following beyond measure appetite in hunger and thirst are here re-sanctified. Desire to eat and drink enkindles in us the scent that issues from the apple tree, and from the spray that sprinkles over the verdure. And not a single time alone. This ground encompassing is refreshed our pain. I say our pain, and ought to say our solace. For the same wish doth lead us to the tree, which led the Christ rejoicing to say Eli, when his veins he liberated us." And I to him, "Forres, from that day, when for a better life thou changest worlds, up to this time 5 years have not yet rolled round. If sooner were the power exhausted in thee of sinning more, than thee the hour surprised us that of good sorrow which to God renews us. How hast thou come up hitherward already? I thought to find thee down there underneath, where time to make doth restitution make." And he to me, "Thus speedily has led me to drink of the sweet wormwood of these torments, my Nella with her overflowing tears. She with her prayers devout, and with her sighs, has drawn me from the coast where one awaits, and from the other circles set me free. So much more dear and pleasing is to God, my little widow, whom I loved so, as in good works she is the more alone. For the Barbagia of Sardinia, by far more modest in its women, is the Barbagia I have left her in. Oh, brother sweet, what wilt thou have me say? A future time is in my sight already, to which this hour will not be very old, from when the pulpit shall be interdicted the unblushing womankind of Florence to about displaying breast and paps. What savages were ever, what Saracens, who stood in need to make them go covered of spiritual or other discipline? But if the shameless women were assured of what swift heaven prepares for them, already wide open would they have their mouths to howl. For if my foresight here deceive me not, they shall be sad ere he has bearded cheeks, who now is hushed to sleep with lullaby. Oh, brother, no longer hide thee from thee. See that only I, but all these people are gazing there, where thou dost veil the sun." Whence I to him, "If thou bring back to mind, thou which hast me with, and I with thee, the present memory will I be grievous still. Out of that life he turned back who goes in front of me 2 days agone, when round the sister of him yonder showed herself.
and to the sun I pointed. Through deep night of truly dead has this one led me, with this true flesh that follows after him. Thence his encouragements have led me up, ascending and still circling round the mound that doth straighten whom the world made crooked. He says that he will bear me company, till I shall be where Beatrice will be, though it behoves me to remain without him. This is Virgilius, who thus says to me, and I pointed at. The other is that shade, for whom just now shook every slope you realm, that is from itself discharges him. Canto 24. Nor speech the going, nor going that slackened, but talking we went bravely on, even as a vessel urged by a good wind. And shadows that appeared things doubtly dead from out the sepulchres of their eyes betrayed wonder at me, aware that I was living. And I, continuing my colloquy, said, Peradventure he goes up more slowly than he would do for other people's sake. But tell me if thou knowest where is Picarda. Tell me if any one of note I see among this folk that gazes at me so. My sister, who, twixt beautiful and good, I know not which was more, triumphs rejoicing already in her crown on high Olympus. So he said first, and then, 'tis not forbidden to name each other here, so milked away is our resemblance by our dieting. This, pointing with his finger, is Buonagiunta of Lucca, and the face beyond him there, more peaked than the others, has held the holy church within his arms. From Tours was he, and purges by his fasting Bolsenas eels and Vernaccia wine. He named many others one by one, and all contented seemed at being named, so that for this I saw not one dark look. I saw for hunger bite the empty air Ubaldin della Pila and Boniface, who with his crook had pastured many people. I saw Messer Marques, who had leisure once at Forli for drinking with less dryness, and he was one who never felt satisfied. But as he does who scans, and then doth prize one more than others, did I him of Lucca, who seemed to take most cognizance of me. He murmured, and I know not what Gentuca from place heard I, where he felt the wound of justice that doth macerate them so. O soul, I said, that seemest so desirous to speak to me, do so that I may hear thee, and with thy speech appease thyself and me. A maid is born, and wears not yet the veil, began he. Who to thee shall pleasant make my city, whosoever men may blame it? Who shalt go in the way with this provision, if by the murmuring thou hast been deceived, true things hereafter will declare it to thee. But if him I here behold, who forth evoked the new invented rhymes, beginning, ladies that have intelligence of love, and I to him, one am I, who, whenever love doth inspire me, note and in the measure which he within me dictates singing go. Ah, brother, now I see, he said, the knot which me, the notary, the Gittone, held short of the sweet new style that I now hear. I do perceive full clearly how your pens go closely following after him who dictates, with that our own forsooth came not to pass. And he who sets himself to go beyond, no difference sees from one style to another, and as if satisfied, he held his peace. Even as the birds that winter towards the Nile sometimes into a phalanx form themselves, then fly into greater haste and go in file, in such wise all the people who were there turning their faces hurried on their steps, by both their leanness and their vicious light. And as a man who is weary with trotting lets his companions onward go, and walks until he vents the panting of his chest, so did Forres let the holy flock pass by, and came with me behind it, saying, when will it be that I again shall see thee?" "How long?" I answered. "I may live. I know not yet my return will not so speedy be, but I shall sooner in desire arrive, because the place where I was set to live from day to day of good is more depleted, and unto dismal ruin seems ordained." "Now go," he said, "for him most guilty of it. At a beast's tail behold I dragged along towards the valley where is no repentance. Faster at every step the beast is going, increasing nevermore until it smites him, and leaves the body vilely mutilated. Not long till those wheels shall turn, and he uplifted his eyes to heaven, ere shall be clear that which my speech no farther can declare. Now stay behind, because the time so precious is in this kingdom that I lose too much by coming onward thus abreast with thee. As sometimes issues forth a gallop, a cavalier from out a troop that ride, and seeks the honour of the first encounter. So he with greater strides departed from us, and on the road remained I with those two, who were in such mighty marshals of the world. And when before us he had gone so far, mine eyes became to him such persuavants, as was my understanding to his words, appeared to me with laden and living bows, another apple tree, and not far distant from having but then just turned thitherward. And people I saw beneath it lift their hands, and cry I know not what towards the leaves, like little children, eager and deluded, who pray, and he prayed doth not to answer, but to make very keen their appetite holds their desire aloft and hides it not. Then they departed, as if undeceived, and now we came under the mighty tree which prayers and tears so manifold refuses. Pass, Father, onward, without drawing near. The tree of which Eve ate is at higher up, and out of that one has this tree been raised. Thus said I, know not who among the branches, were it Virgilius, Statius, and myself went crowding forward on the side that rises. Be mindful, said he, of the accursed ones formed of the cloud rack, who inebriate combated Theseus with their doubled breasts, and of the Jews, who showed them in soft drinking, whence Gideon would not have them for companions, when towards Midian the hills descended. Thus closely pressed to one of the two borders, on we passed, hearing sins of gluttony, followed forsooth by miserable gains. Then set at large, lonely on the road, 1,000 steps and more we onward went, in contemplation each without a word. What go ye thinking thus, ye three alone? Said suddenly a voice, whereat I startled as terrified and timid beasts are wont. I raised my head to see who this might be, and never in a furnace was there seen metals or glass so lucent and so red as one who I saw, and said, If it may please you to mount aloft, here it behooves you to turn this way he goes who goeth after peace. His aspect had bereft me of any sight, and so I turned me back to my teachers, like one who goeth as his hearing guides him. And as the harbingers of early dawn, the air may doth move and breathe of fragrance, impregnate all with herbage and flowers, so did I feel a breeze strike in the midst my front, and felt the moving of the plumes that breathed around an odour of ambrosia, and heard it said, Blessed are the ones whom grace so much illuminates, that the love of taste excites not in their breasts too great desire, hungering at times, so far is as just. Canto 25. Now was it the ascent no hindrance brooked, because the sun had his meridian circle to Taurus left, and night to Scorpio, wherefore as doth a man who tarries not, but goes his way whatever to him appear, if of necessity the sting transfix him. In this wise we did enter through the gap, taking the stairway one before the other, which by its narrowness divides the climbers. And as the little stork that lifts its wings with desire to fly, and does not venture to leave the nest, and let its downward droop,
even such was I, with desire of asking, kindled and quenched unto the motion coming he makes who doth address himself to speak. Not for our pace, through rapid it might be. My father sweet forbore, but said, Let fly the bow of speech, thou have to barb the haste drawn. With confidence I opened my mouth, and I began. How can one meagre grow there where there is need of nutriment applies not rather? If thou wouldst call to mind how Meleager was wasted by the wasting of a brand, this would not, said he, be to thee so sour. And wouldst thou think to each tremulous motion trembles within a mirror your own image, that which seems hard would mellow seem to thee. But that thou mayest content thee in thy wish, lo Statius, hear, and him I call and pray, he now will be the healer of thy wounds. If I unfold to him the eternal vengeance, responded Statius, where art thou present, be my excuse that I can naught deny thee. Then began he, Son, if these words of mine thy mind doth contemplate and doth receive, there will be the light unto how thou sayest. The perfect blood, which never is drunk up into the thirsty veins, which may remain of like food from that table thou removest, takes in heart for all the human members virtue informative, as being that which to be changed to them goes through the veins. Again, digest, descends it where 'tis better silent than to say, and then drop thence another man's blood in natural vase. There one together with the other mingles, one to the passive meant, the other active by reason of the perfect place it springs from, and being conjoined, begins to operate, coagulating first, then vivifying, for what its matter it had made consistent. The active virtue, being made a soul as of a plant, in so far different, this on the way is that arrived already, then works so much that now it moves and feels like a sea fungus, and then undertakes to organize the powers whose seed it is. Now, son, dilates and now distends itself the virtue from the generator's heart, when nature is intent on all the members. But how from animal it man becomes, thou dost not see as yet. This is a point which made a wiser man than thou once err, so far that in his doctrine separate he made a soul from possible intellect, for he no organ saw by this assumed. Open thy breast into the truth that's coming, and know that just as soon as in the fetus the articulation of the brain is perfect, the primal motor turns to it, well pleased at so great a nature, and it inspires a spirit with virtue all replete new, which what it finds, their active doth attract into its substance, and becomes one soul, which lives and feels, and on itself revolves, and that thou less may wonder at the world, behold the sun's heat which becometh wine, joined to the juice that from the vine distills. Wherever Lachesis has no more thread, it separates from the flesh, and virtually bears itself the human and divine. The other faculties are voiceless all, the memory, the intelligence, and the will in action far more vigorous than before. Without a pause, it falleth of itself, in marvellous way, on one shore or the other. There of its roads its first is cognizant. Soon as the place there circumscribeth it, the virtue of information rays around it, as much as, in the living members. And even as the air when full of rain by alien rays that therein reflected, with diverse colours shows itself adorned, so there the neighbouring air doth shape itself into the form which doth impress upon virtually the soul that has stood still, and then in manner of the little flame, which followed the fire wherever it shifts, after the spirit followeth its new form, since afterwards it takes from its semblance, it is called shade, and thence it organizes thereafter every sense, even to the sight. Thence is it that we speak, and thence we laugh. Thence as we form the tears and sighs that on the mountain thou mayhap hast heard, according as impress us our desires, and other reflections, so the shade is shaped, and is cause of what thou wonderest at. And now, unto the last of these circles had we arrived, and to the right hand turn, and we were attentive to another care. There the embankment shoots forth flames of fire, and upward doth the corners breathe a blast that drives them back, and from itself sequesters. Hence we must needs to go on the open side, and one by one, and I did fear the fire, on this side, and on that the falling down. My leader said, along this place one ought to keep the eyes a tightened rein, seeing that one so easily might err. Sumae Deus clementie, in the bosom of the great burning chanted then I heard, which made me no less eager to turn around. And spirits saw I walking through the flame, wherever I looked to my own steps and theirs, apportioning my sights from time to time. After the close, which that hymn is made, aloud they shouted, Virum no cognosco, and then recommenced the hymn with voices low. This also ended, cried they. To the wood Diana ran, and drove forth hence Halis therefrom, who had of Venus felt the poison. Then to their song they returned, then the wives they shouted, and the husbands who were chaste as virtue and the marriage vow imposes. And I believe that them this mode suffices, for all the time that fire burning them with such care is needed, and such food, that the last wound of all should be closed up. Canto 26. While on the brink, thus one after the other, we went upon our way, oft the good master said, Take thou heed, suffice it that I warn thee. On the right shoulder smote me now the sun, that raying out already the whole west changed from its azure aspect into white, and with my shadow did I make the flame appear more red. Even to such a sign shades saw I many, as they went give heed. This was the cause that gave them a beginning to speak of me, and to themselves began they to say, That seems not a factitious body. Then towards me, as far as they could come, came certain of them always with regard not to step forth where they would not be burned. O thou who goest, not from being slower, but reverent perhaps behind the others, answer me, who in thirst and fire and burning, nor to me only is thine answer needful, for all these have greater thirst of it than cold water, Ethiop or Indian. Tell us, how that makest thyself a wall unto the sun, as if thou hadst not entered as yet into the net of death. Thus one of them addressed me, and I straight should have revealed myself, were I not bent on other novelty than they had appeared. For through the middle of the burning road there came a people, face to face with these, which held me in suspense with gazing at them. There see I hastening upon either side, each of the shades, and kissing one another without pause, content with brief salute. Thus in the middle of their brown battalions, muzzle to muzzle, one ant meets another, perchance spy their journey or their fortune. No sooner is the friendly greeting ended, or ever the first footsteps passes onward, or each one endeavors to outcry the other. The new-come people, Sodom and Gomorrah. The rest, into the cow Pasiphae enters, so the bull unto her lust may run. Then as the cranes, that to Riphaean mountains might fly in part and towards the sands, these of the frost, those of the sun avoidant. One folk is going, the other is coming, and weeping they return from their first songs, and to cry that most befitteth them. and close to me approached, even as before the very same who had entreated me, attent to listen in their countenance. I, who began their inclination twice, had seen began. O souls, secure in the possession, whenever it may be, of a state of peace, neither unripe nor ripened have remained my members upon earth, but here are with me their own blood and their articulations. I go up here to be longer blind. A lady is above, who wins this grace, whereby the mortal through your world I bring. But as your greatest longing satisfied may soon become, so that heaven may house you, which is full of love, and most amply spreads. Tell me, that I again in books may write it, who are you, and what is that multitude which goes upon its way behind your backs? Not otherwise will wander is bewildered, the mountaineer and staring round is dumb, when rough and rustic to the town he goes. Then every shade became in its appearance, but when they of their stupor were disburdened, which in high hearts is quickly quieted. Blessed be thou, who of our borderlands, he recommended the first who questioned us, experience frightest for a better life. The folk that comes not with us have offended, in that which one Caesar triumphing heard himself called in contumely queen. Therefore they separate, exclaiming, Sodom, themselves reproving, even as thou hast heard, and add unto their burning by their shame. Our own transgression was hermaphrodite. But because we deserved, we observed a human law, following like unto beasts our appetite. In our opprobrium by us is read, when we part company, the name of her who bestialized herself in a bestial wood. Thou knowest not our acts, and what our crime was. Wouldst thou perchance by name know who we are? There is not time to tell, nor could I do it. Thy wish to know me shall be in sooth granted. I am Guido Guinicelli, and now purge me, having repented ere the hour extreme. The same that in the sadness of Lycurgus 2 sons became their mother's re-beholding, such as I became, but rise not unto such height. The moment I heard name himself the father of me and of my betters, who had ever practised the sweet and gracious rhymes of love. And without speech, and hearing thoughtfully for a long time I went, beholding him, nor for the fire did I approach them nearer. When I was fed with looking utterly myself, I offered ready for his service, with affirmation that compels belief. And he to me, Thou leavest footprints such in me from what I hear, and so distinct, Lath cannot efface them, nor make dim. But if thy words just now have truth sworn, tell me, what is the cause why thou displacest in word and look that dear that holdest me? And I to him, those dulcet lays of yours, which long as shall endure our modern fashion, shall make for every dear their very ink. Oh, brother, he said, he whom I point out, and here he pointed at a spirit in front, was the mother tongue a better smith. Verses of love and prose of romance, he mastered all, and let the idiots talk, who of him Limousin surpasses. To clamour more than truth they turn their faces, and in this way establish their opinion, ere art or reason has by them be heard. Thus many ancients with Gitone did, from cry to cry still giving him applause, until the truth has conquered with most persons. Now, if thou hast such ample privilege, 'tis granted thee to go unto the cloister, wherein the Christ of the abbot of the college. To him repeat for me a paternoster, so far as needed, to us of this world, where the power of sinning is no longer ours. Then, to give place perchance to one from behind, whom he had near, he vanished into the fire as fish in water going to the bottom. I moved a little towards him, pointing out, as said to him by my own desire, an honourable place was making ready. he of his own free will began to say, "So pleases me your courteous demand. I cannot, and I will not hide from you. I am Arno, who weep and singing go. Contrite I see the folly of the past, and joyous I see the hoped-for day before me. Therefore I do implore you, by that power which guideth you to the summit of the stairs, be mindful to assuage my suffering." Then hid from him in that fire that purifies him. Canto 27. As when he vibrates forth his earliest rays in regions where his maker shed his blood, the Ebro falling under lofty Libra and waters in the Ganges burnt with noon, so stood the sun, hence the day was departing, when the glad angel of God appeared to us. Outside the flame he stood upon the verge and chanted forth Beoti mondo corde, in a voice by far more living than our own. Then, no one farther goes, soul sanctified, if first the fire bite not within it enter, and be deaf unto the song beyond. When we were close beside him, thus he said, "Wherefore, even such became I when I heard him, as he who was put into the grave. Upon my clasped hands I straightened me, scanning the fire and vividly recalling the human bodies I had once seen burned. Towards me turned themselves my good conductors, and unto me Virgilius said, My son, here may indeed be torment, but not death. Remember thee, remember, and if I on Geryon have safely guided thee, what shall I do now I am nearer to God? Believe for certain, thou shouldst stand full millennium in the bosom of this flame, it could not make thee bald a single hair. And if perchance thou think that I deceive thee, draw near to it, put it to the proof with thine own hands upon thy garment's hem. Now lay aside all fear, turn hitherward and onward come securely, and I still motionless, and gainest my conscience. Seeing me stand still motionless and stubborn, somewhat disturbed, he said, Now look thou, son, twixt Beatrice and thee there is this wall. As at the same time of Thisbe opt his lids the dying Pyramus, and gazed upon her, what time the mulberry became vermilion. Even thus, my obduracy being softened, I turned to my wise guide, hearing the name that in the memory evermore is welling, whereat he wagged his head and said, How now? Shall we say on this side? Then smiled as one does at a child who's vanquished by an apple. Then into the fire in front of me he entered, beseeching Statius to come after me, who a long way before divided us. When I was in it, into molten glass, I would have cast me to refresh myself, so without measure was burning there. And my sweet father, to encourage me, discoursing still of Beatrice, went on, saying, Her eyes I seem to see already. A voice that on the other side was singing directed us, and we attend alone on that came forth to where the ascent began. Venite, benedicti patri me, sounded within a splendor that was there, such it overcame, and I could not look. The sun departs, it added, and night cometh. Tarry ye not, but onward urge your steps, so long as yet the west becomes not dark. Straight forward through the rock the path ascended in such a way that I cut off the rays before me of the sun, that now was low, and of few stairs, yet we had made essay, ere, by the vanished shadow the sun setting behind us as we perceived, I and my sages, and ere in all its parts immeasurable, the horizon of one aspect had become, and night her boundless dispensation held. Each of us of a stair had made his bed, because the nature of the mount took from us the power of climbing more than the delight. Even as in ruminating passive grow the goats who had been swift and venturesome upon the mountain tops ere they were fed, hushed in the shadow while the sun is hot, watched by the herdsman, who upon his staff is leaning, and in leaning tendeth him. And as the shepherds, lodging out of doors, passes the night beside his quiet flock, watching that no wild beast may scatter it, such at that hour we were, all three of us. I like the goat, and the herdsmen they, begirt on this side, and on that by rocks. Little there could be seen of things without, but through that little I beheld the stars more luminous and larger than their wont. Thus ruminating, and beheld these, sleep seized upon me. Sleep that oftentimes before a deed is done has tidings of it. It was the hour, I think, when from the east first on the mountain Cytherea beamed, who with the fire of love seems always burning. Youth and beautiful dreams, methought I saw a lady walking in a meadow, gathering flowers and singing as she was saying, "Know whatsoever may my name demand, that I am Leah," and go moving round my beauteous hands to make myself a garland. To please me at the mirror, here I deck me, but never does my sister Rachel leave her looking-glass, and sitteth all day long, to see her beauteous eyes as eager as she, as I am to adorn me with my hands, her seeing and me doing satisfies. And now before the Antelucan splendorous, that unto pilgrims the more grateful rise, as thus home returning less remote they lodge. The darkness fled away from every side, and slumber with it, whereupon I arose, seeing already the great masters risen. That apple sweet, which through so many branches the care of mortals goeth in pursuit of, today shall put in peace thy hungerings. Speak to me, Virgilius, of such words, and these made use, and never were the guerdons that could pleasantries compare with these. Such longing upon the longing came after me to be the above, and at each step therefore for flight I felt growing in me the pinions. When underneath us was the stairway, all run over, and we were on the highest step, Virgilius fastened upon me his eyes, and said, "The temporal fire and the eternal sun thou hast seen, and to place art come whereof my master no further I discern. By intellect and art I here have brought thee. Take thine own pleasure for thy guide henceforth. Beyond thy steep ways and the narrow art thou. Behold the sun that shines upon thy forehead. Behold the grass, the flowerets, and the shrubs, which itself alone of this land produces. Until rejoicing come to the beauteous eyes, which weeping caused me to come unto thee. Thou canst sit down, and thou canst walk among them. Expect no more word or sign from me. Free and upright, and sound is thy free will, and error were it not to do its bidding. Thee over thyself I therefore crown and mitre."
Canto 28. Eager already to search in and round the heavenly forest dense and living green, which tempered to the eyes the newborn day, without an more delay I left the bank, taking the level country slowly, slowly over the soil, that everywhere breathes fragrance, a softly breathing air that no mutation had in itself upon the forehead smote me, no heavier blow than of a gentle wind, whereat the branches, lightly tremulous, did all of them bow downward toward that side, where its first shadow casts holy mountain, yet not from their upright direction swayed, so that the little birds upon their tops should leave the practice of each art of theirs, but with full ravishment of hours prime singing received they in the midst of leaves that ever bore a burden to their rhymes. Such as from branch to branch goes gathering on through the pine forest on the shore of Chiasse, when Aeolus unlooses the sirocco. Already my slow steps had carried me into the ancient wood so far that I could perceive where I had entered it, and lo, my further course a stream cut off, which toward left hand with its little waves bent down the grass that on its margins sprang. All waters that on earth most limpid are, would seem to have within themselves some mixture compared to that which nothing doth conceal, although it moves on with a brown, brown current, under the shade perpetual that never ray of sun lets in, nor of the moon. With feet I stayed, and with mine eyes I passed beyond the rivulet, to look upon the great variety of the fresh May. And there appeared to me, even as appears suddenly something that doth turn aside through the very wonder every other thought, a lady, all alone, who went along singing and culling floweret after floweret, with which her pathway was all painted over. Ah, beauteous lady, who in rays of love dost warn thyself, if I may trust to looks, which the heart's witnesses are wont to be, may the desire come unto thee to draw near to this river's bank, I said to her. So much that I might hear that what thou art singing, thou makest me remember where and what Prosperina that moment when lost her mother, her and she herself in the spring. As turns herself the feet together pressed and to the ground, a lady who is dancing, and hardly puts one foot before the other on the vermilion and yellow flowerets, she turned towards me, not in other wise than maiden, who her modest eyes cast down. And my entreaties made to be content, so near approaching that the dulcet sound came unto me together with its meaning, as soon as she was where the grasses are. Bathed by the waters of the beauteous river to lift her eyes, she granted me the boon. I do not think there shone so great a light under the lids of Venus where transfixed by her own sun, beyond his usual custom. Erect upon the other bank she smiled, bearing full many colours in her hands, which that high land produces without seed. Apart 3 paces did the river make us, but Hellespont, where Xerxes passed across, a curb still to all human arrogance, more hatred from Leander did not suffer for rolling between Sestos and Abydos than that from me, because it opted not them. Ye are newcomers, and beside I smile, began she, peradventure in this place elect to human nature for its nest. Some apprehension keeps you marvelling, but the psalm Delectasti giveth light, which has the power to uncloud your intellect. And thou who foremost art, and didst entreat me, speak, if thou wouldst hear more, for I came ready to all thy questionings as far as needful. The water, said I, and the forest sound are combating within me my new faith in something which I heard opposed to this. When she, I will relate how from its cause proceedeth that which maketh thee to wonder, and purge away the cloud that smites upon thee. The good supreme soul in itself delighting created man good, and this goodly place gave him as hansel of eternal peace. By his default short while he sojourned there, by his default to weeping and to toil, he changed his innocent laughter and sweet play, that the disturbance which below is made by exaltations of the land and water, which far as may be followed after heat. Might not upon mankind wage any war, this mount ascend towards the heaven so high, and is exempt from there where it is locked. Now, since the universal atmosphere turns in circuit with the primal motion, unless the circle is broken on some side, upon this height that all is disengaged in living ether, doth this motion strike, and make the forest sound, for it is dense, and so much power that stricken plant possesses, that with its virtue it impregns the air, and this revolving scatters around, and yonder earth, according as 'tis worthy in self or in its clime, conceives and bears of diverse qualities the diverse trees. It should not seem a marvel, then, on earth, this being heard whenever any plant without seed manifest there take root. And thou must know, this holy table-land, in which thou art full of every seed, and fruit has in it never gathered there. The water which thou seest springs not from vein restored by vapour that the cold condenses, like to a stream that gains or loses breath, but issues from a fountain safe and certain, which by the will of God as much regains as it is discharges, open the two sides. Upon this side with virtue it descends, which takes all the memory of sin away. On that of every good deed done restores it. Here lathe, as upon the other side, unoe it is called, and worketh not if first on either side it not be tasked. This every other savour doth transcend, and notwithstanding slaked so far may be thy thirst that I reveal to thee no more. I'll give thee a corollary still in grace, nor think my speech will be less dear if it spread out beyond my promise to thee. Those who in ancient times have feigned in song the age of gold and its felicity dreamed of this place perhaps upon Parnassus. Here was the human race in innocence. Here evermore was spring, and every fruit that is nectar of which each one speaks. Then backward did I turn me wholly round unto my poets, and saw that with a smile they had been listening to these closing words. Then to the beautiful lady turned mine eyes. Canto 29. Singing like unto an enamoured lady, she with the ending of her words continued, Beoti coram tecta sunt peccata. And even as the nymphs that wandered all alone among the sylvan shadows, sedulous, one to avoid and one to see the sun, she then against the stream moved onward, going along the bank, and I abreast of her, her little steps with little steps attending. Between her steps and mine were not 100, when equally the margins gave a turn, in such a way to that the east I faced. Nor even thus our way continued far, before the lady wholly turned herself unto me, saying, Brother, look, listen. And lo, a sudden lustre ran across on every side athwart the spacious forest, such that it made me doubt if it were lightning. But since the lightning ceases as it comes, and that continuing brightened more and more within my thought, I said, What thing is this? And a delicious melody there ran along the luminous air, where holy zeal made me rebuke the hardihood of Eve, for there where earth and heaven obedient were, the woman only, and but just created, could not endure to stay neath any veil, underneath which she had devoutly stayed. I sooner should have tasted those delights ineffable, and for a long time. While mid such manifold first fruits I walked of the eternal pleasure, all enwrapped, and still solicitous of more delights, in front of us like an enkindled fire became the air beneath the verdant boughs, and the sweet sound as singing now has heard. O Virgin sacrosanct, if ever hunger, vigils, or cold for you have endured, the occasion spurs me their reward to claim. Now Helicon must needs pour forth from me, and with her choir Urania must assist me, to put in verse things difficult to think. A little farther on 7 trees of gold in semblance the long space still intervening between ourselves and them did counterfeit. But when I had approached so near to them, the common object which the sense deceives lost not by distance of any of its marks. The faculty that lends discourse to reason did apprehend that they were candlesticks. And in the voices of the song, Hosanna, above them flamed the harness beautiful, far brighter than the moon in the serene of midnight and the middle of her month. I turned me round, with admiration filled, to the good Virgilius, and he answered me, with visage no less full of wonderment. Then back I turned to face those high things which moved themselves towards us so sedately. They had been distanced by new wedded brides. The lady chid me. Why dost thou burn only so with affection for the living things, and dost not now look at what comes after them? And then I saw people, as behind their leaders coming behind them, garmented in white, and such a whiteness never was on the earth. The water on my left flank was resplendent, and back to me reflected my left side, even as a mirror if I looked therein. When I upon my margin had such post, that nothing that the stream divided us, better to see I gave my steps repose. And I beheld the flamelets onward go, leaving behind themselves the air depicted. And they of trailing pennons had the semblance, so that it overheard remained distinct with sevenfold lists, and all of them the colours whence the sun's bow is made, and Delia's girdle. These standards to the rearward longer were than was to my sight, and it seemed to me 10 paces were the outermost part. Under so fair a heaven as I describe, the 24 elders, 2 by 2, came on incoronet with flower de luce. They all of them were singing, Blessed thou among the daughters of Adam art, and blessed for evermore shall be thy loveliness. After the flowers and the other tender graces in front of me, upon the other margin were disencumbered of that race elect. Even as in heaven star followeth after star, there came close after them 4 animals, incoronet each one with verdant leaf. Plumed with 6 wings was every one of them, the plumage full of eyes, the eyes of Argus, if they were living, would be such as these. Ah, reader, to trace their forms, no more I waste my rhymes, for other spending press me so, that I in this cannot be prodigal. But read Ezekiel, who depicteth them as he beheld them from the region cold, coming with cloud, with whirlwind, and with fire. And such as thou shalt find them in his pages, such were they here, saving that in the plumage John is with me, and differeth from him. The interval between these 4 contained a chariot triumphal on 2 wheels, which by a griffin's neck came drawn along. And upward he extended both his wings, between the middle list and 3 and 3, so that he injured none by cleaving it. So high they rose that they were lost to sight. His limbs were gold so far as he was a bird, and white the others with vermilion mingled. Not only Rome, with no such splendid car ever glanded Africanus or Augustus, but poor to it that of the sun would be, that of the sun which swerving was burnt up at the importunance orison of earth, when Jove was so mysteriously just. 3 maidens at the right wheel in a circle came onward dancing, one so very red that in the fire she hardly had been noted. The second was as if her flesh and bones had been all fashioned out of emerald. The third appeared as snow, but newly fallen. And now they seemed to be conducted by the white, now by the red, and from the song of her the others took their step, or slow or swift. Upon the left hand 4 made holiday, vested in purple, following their measure of one of them with 3 eyes in her head. In rear of all the group here treated of 2 old men I beheld, unlike in habit, but like in gaint, each dignified and grave. One showed himself as one of the disciples of that supreme Hypocrites, whom nature made the animals she holds most dear. Contrary care the other manifested with sword, so shining and so sharp it caused terror to me on one side of this river. Therefore, 4 after I saw of humble aspect, and behind all an aged man alone, walking in step with countenance acute. And like the foremost company these 7 were habited, yet of the flower de luce no garland round about the head they wore, but of the rose, and other flowers vermilion at little distance with the sight have been sworn, that all in their flame above their brows. And when the car was opposite to me, thunder was heard, and all that folk August seemed to have further progress interdicted. There was the vanward in signs standing still. Canto 30. When the septentrion of the highest heaven, which never either setting knew or rising, nor veil of other cloud than that of sin, and made every other one therein awake of his own duty, as the lower makes whoever turns the helm come to port, motionless halted the voracious people that came at first between it and the griffin, turned themselves to the car as to their peace. And one of them, as if by heaven commissioned, singing Veni sponsa de Libano, shouted 3 times, and all the others after, even as the blessed at the final summons shall rise up quickened, each one from his cavern, uplifting light the reinvested flesh. So upon that celestial chariot 100 rose, ad vocem tanti senis, ministers and messengers of life eternal. They were all saying, Benedictus qui venis, and scattering flowers above and round about, manibus odate lilia plenis. Ere now I have beheld, as day began, the eastern hemisphere all tinged with rose, and the other heaven with fair serene adorned, and the sun's face uprising overshadowed, so that by tempering influence of vapours, for a long interval, the eye sustained it. Thus in the bosom of a cloud of flowers, which from these hands angelical ascended, and downward fell again inside and out, over her snow-white veil with olive cinct, appeared a lady under a green mantle, vested in colour of the living flame, and my own spirit, that already now so long a time had been, that in her presence trembling with awe it had not stood abashed, without more knowledge having by mine eyes, through occult virtue that from her proceeded of ancient love the mighty effluence felt. As soon as on my vision smote the powers sublime, that already pierced me through ear, from my boyhood I had yet come forth. To the left hand I turned with that reliance, with which the little child runs to his mother, when he has to fear, or when he is afflicted, to say unto Virgilius, not a drachm of blood remains in me that does not tremble. I know the traces of the ancient flame. But us Virgilius of himself deprived had left, Virgilius the sweetest of all fathers, Virgilius, to whom I for safety gave me, nor whatsoever lost the ancient mother availed my cheeks now purified from dew, that weeping that they should not again be darkened. Dante, because Virgilius has departed, do not weep yet, do not weep yet a while, for and by another sword thou needest must weep, even as an admiral, who on top and prow comes to behold the people who are working in other ships, and cheers them to well-doing. Upon the left-hand border of the car, when the second sound turned of my own name, to which necessity here is recorded, I saw the lady, who erewhile appeared veiled underneath the angelic festival, direct her eyes to me across the river. Although the veil, that from her head descended, encircled with the foliage of Minerva, did not permit her to appear distinctly. In attitude, still royally majestic, she continued, like unto one who speaks and keeps his warmest utterance in reserve. Look at me well. In sooth, I am Beatrice. How dost thou deign to come unto the mountain? Did thou not know that man is happy here? Mine eyes fell downward into the clear fountain, but seeing myself therein, I sought the grass, so great a shame did weigh my forehead down. As so the sun to the mother seems superb, so she appeared to me, for somewhat bitter taste of the savour of severe compassion. silent she became, and the angels sang suddenly, In te Domine speravi, but beyond pedes meos did not pass. Even as the snow among the living rafters upon the back of Italy congeals, blown on drifted by Sclavonian winds, and then dissolving trickles through itself whenever the land that loses shadow breathes, so that it seems a fire that melts a taper. Even thus I was without tear or sigh before the song of those who sing forever after the music of the eternal spheres. But when I heard their sweet melodies, compassion for me, more than they had said, O wherefore, lady, dost thou thus upbraid him? The ice that was about my heart congealed to air and water changed, and in my anguish through mouth and eyes came gushing from my breast. She, on the right-hand border of the car, still firmly standing, to those holy beings thus her discourse directed afterwards, Ye keep your watch in eternal day, so that nor night nor sleep can steal from you one step that ages make upon their path. Therefore my answer is with greater care, that he may hear me who is weeping yonder, so that the sin and dole be of one measure, not only by the work of those great wheels that destitute every seed unto some end, according as the stars are in conjunction, but by the largesse of celestial graces, which have such lofty vapours for their reign that need to them our sight approaches not. Such had this man become in his new life, potentially that every righteous habit would have been admirable proof within him. But so much more malignant and more savage becomes the land untilled and with bad seed, the more good earthly vigour it possesses. Sometime did I sustain him with my look, revealing unto him my youthful eyes. I led him with turned in the right way. As soon as ever of my second age, I was upon the threshold and changed life. Himself from me he took and gave to others. When from the flesh to spirit I ascended, and beauty and virtue were in me increased, I was to him less dear and less delightful. And into ways untrue he turned his steps, pursuing the false images of good that never any promises fulfill, nor prayer for inspiration me availed, by means of which in dreams and otherwise I called him back, so little did he heed them. So low he fell, that all appliances for his salvation were already short, save showing him the people of perdition. For this I visited the gates of death, and unto him who so far up as led him, my intercessions were with weeping borne. God's lofty fiat would be violated, if Lath should be passed, and if such viands should be tasted without an any scot of penitence that gushes forth in tears. Canto 31. O thou heart beyond the sacred river, turning to me the point of her discourse, that edgewise even had seemed to be so keen, she recommended, continuing without pause. Say if this be true, to such charge thy own confessions need must be conjoined. My faculties were in so great confusion that the voice moved, but sooner was extinct than by its organs it was set at large. A while she waited, and then she said, What thinkest? Answer me, for the mournful memories in thee are not yet by the waters injured. Confusion and dismay together intermingled forced such a yes from out my mouth that sight was needful to take the understanding of. Even as crossbow breaks when it is discharged too tensely drawn the bowstring and the bow, and with less force the arrow hits the mark, so I gave way beneath that heavy burden, outpouring in a torrent tears and sighs, and the voice flagged upon its passage forth, when she to me, in those desires of mine, which led thee to the loving of that good, beyond there is nothing to aspire to. What trenches lying traverse, or what chains didst thou discover, that of passing onward thou dost have despoiled thee of hope? And what allurements, or what vantages upon the forehead of the others showed, that thou should turn thy footsteps unto them? After the heaving of a bitter sigh, hardly had I the voice to make response, and with fatigue my lips did fashion it. Weeping, I said, the things at present were with their false pleasure turned aside my steps, soon as your countenance concealed itself. And she, shouldst thou be silent, or deny what thou confessest, not less manifest would be thy fault by such a judge 'tis known. But when from one's own cheeks comes bursting forth the accusal of the sin, in our tribunal against the edge of the wheel doth turn itself, but still, that thou mayest feel a greater shame for thy transgression, and another time hearing the sirens thou mayest be more strong. Cast down the seed of weeping and attend, so shalt thou hear how in any opposite way my buried flesh should have directed here. Never to thee presented art or nature pleasure so great as the fair limbs wherein I was enclosed, which scattered are in the earth. And if thy highest pleasure thus did fail thee by reason of my death, what mortal thing should then have drawn thee into its desire? Thou oughtest verily at the first shaft of things fallacious to have risen up to follow me, who was no longer such. Thou oughtest not to have stooped thy pinions downwards to wait for further blows, or, little girl, by any other vanity of such brief use. The callow birdlet waits for 2 or 3, but to the eyes of those already fledged, in vain the net is spread or shaft is shot. Even as children silent in their shame stand listening with their eyes upon the ground, and conscious of their fault and penitent, so I was standing, and she said, If thou in hearing sufferest pain, lift up thy beard, and thou shalt feel a greater pain in seeing. With less resistance is a robust home uprooted, either by a native wind or else by that regions of Iarbas. Then I upraised at her command with my chin, and when she by the beard the face demanded, when I perceived the venom of her meaning. And as my countenance was lifted up, mine eyes perceived those creatures beautiful had rested from the strewing of the flowers, and, still but little reassured, mine eyes saw Beatrice turned round towards the monster, that is one person only in 2 natures. Beneath her veil, beyond the margent green, she seemed to me far more her ancient self to excel than others here when she was here. So pricked me then the thorn of penitence, that of all other things that one turned me, most of love became the most my foe. Such self-conviction stung me at the heart, overpowered I felt, and what I then became she knoweth, and had furnished me the cause. Then, when the heart restored my outward sense, the lady had found alone above me I saw, and she was saying, Hold me, hold me. Up to my throat she in the stream had drawn me, and dragging me behind her she was moving upon the water lightly as a shuttle. When I was near unto the blessed shore, asperges me, I heard so sweetly sung. Remember it I cannot, much less can I write it. The beautiful lady opened wide her arms, embraced my head, and plunged me underneath, when I was forced to swallow of the water. Then forth she drew me, and all the dripping brought into the dance of the 4 beautiful, and each with her arm did cover me. We here are nymphs, and in the heavens are stars, ere Beatrice descended to the world. We as her handmaids were appointed here. We'll lead thee to her eyes, but for the pleasant light that within them shall sharpen thine the 3 beyond, who more profoundly took. Thus singing they began, and afterwards unto the griffin's breast they led me with them, where Beatrice was standing, turned toward us. See that thou dost not spare thine eyes, they said. Before the emeralds we have stationed thee,
whence love aforetime drew for thee his weapons. The thousand longings, hotter than the flame, fastened mine eyes upon those relucent, that still upon the griffin steadfast stayed. As in a glass the sun, not otherwise within them was the twofold monster shining, now with the one, now with the other. But think, reader, if within myself I marvelled when I beheld this thing itself stand still, and in its image it transformed itself. While with amazement and filled jubilant, my soul was tasting of the food, that while it unsatisfies us, hunger makes for it not, themselves revealing the highest rank in bearing, did the other three advance, singing to their angelic saraband. Turn, Beatrice, O turn thy holy eyes, such was their song, unto thy faithful one, who has seen thee taken so many steps. In grace, do us the grace that thou unveil thy face to him, so that he may discern the second beauty which thou dost conceal. O splendor of the living light eternal, who underneath the shadow of Parnassus has grown so pale, or drunk so at its cistern. He would not seem to have his mind encumbered, striving to paint thee as thou didst appear. Then the harmonious heaven overshadowed thee, when in the open air thou dost unveil. Canto 32. So steadfast and attentive were mine eyes in satisfying their decennial thirst, that all my other senses were extinct, and upon this side and on that they had the walls of indifference, so the holy smile drew them unto itself with the old net, when forcibly my sight was turned away, because my left hand by those goddesses, because I heard them from a too intently, and that condition of the sight, which is in eyes but lately smitten by the sun, bereft me of my vision for some short while. But to the less, when sight reshaped itself, I say for less in reference to the greater splendor, from which I perforce had withdrawn, I saw upon its right wing, wheeled about the glorious host returning with the sun, and with the sevenfold flames upon their faces. As underneath its shields to save itself, a squadron turns, and with its banner wheels before the whole thereof can change its front, that soldiery of celestial kingdom, which marched in advance had wholly passed us before the chariot had turned its pole. Then to the wheels and the maidens turned themselves, and the griffin moved his burden benedight, but so not a feather rather of him fluttered. The lady fair, who drew me through the ford, followed with Statius, and myself the wheel which made its orbit with the lesser arc. So passing through the lofty forest, vacant by fault of her who in serpent trusted, angelic music made our steps keep time. Perchance as great space had in 3 flights an arrow loosened from the string overpast, as we had moved when Beatrice descended. I heard them murmur all together, Adam. Then circled they above a tree despoiled of blooms and above a leafage on each bough. Each tresses, which it so much more to dilate, as higher they ascend, had been by Indians among their forests marvelled at for the height. Blessed art thou, O Griffin, who dost not pluck with thy beak these branches so sweet to taste, since appetite by this was turned to evil. After this fashion, round the tree robust the others shouted, the twofold creature, thus is preserved the seed of all the just. And turning to the pole which he had dragged, he drew it close beneath the widowed bough, and what was of it unto it left bound. In the same manner as our trees, when downward falls the great light, with that other together mingled, with after celestial lascar shines, began to swell, and then renewed themselves each one within its own colour, ere the sun harnessed his steeds beneath another star. Less than of rose, and more of violet, a hue disclosing was renewed the tree that had erewhile its boughs been so desolate.
I never heard, nor here below is sung, the hymn which afterward that people sang, nor did I bear the melody thereout. Had I the power to paint how fell asleep those eyes compassionless of Syrinx hearing, those eyes to which more the watching cost so dear, even as a painter who from model paints, I would portray how I was lulled asleep. He may who well can picture drowsyhood. Therefore I passed to what time I awoke, and I say a splendor rent from me the veil of slumber, and a calling, Rise, what dost thou? As to behold the apple tree in blossom, which makes the angels greedy for its fruit, and keeps perpetual bridals in the heaven, Peter and John and James conducted were, and, overcome, recovered the word by which still greater slumbers have been broken. And so their schools diminished by the loss, not only of Elias, but of Moses, and the apparel of their masters changed. So I revived, and saw the piteous one above me standing, who had been conductress aforetime of my steps beside the river. And all in doubt I said, Where is Beatrice? And she, behold her, seated underneath the leafage new upon the root of it. Behold the company that circles her, and the rest behind the griffin are ascending with more melodious song and more profound. And if her speech were more diffuse, I know not, because already in my sight she was from who the hearing of aught else had shut me. Alone she sat upon the very earth, left there as guardian of the chariot, which I had seen the biform monster fasten. Encircling her, a cloister made themselves the 7 nymphs, with those lights in their hands which are secure from Aquilon and Auster. Short while shalt thou be here a forester, and thou shalt be with me forevermore, a citizen of that Rome where Christ is Roman. Therefore, for that world's good which liveth ill, fix on the car thine eyes, and what thou seest, having returned to earth, take heed thou write. Thus Beatrice and I, who at the feet of her commandments all devoted was, my mind and eyes directed where she willed, never descended with so swift a motion fire and from heavy cloud, when it is raining from out the region which is most remote, as I did beheld the bird of Jove descend, down through the tree, rending away the bark, as well as blossoms and the foliage new. And he, with all his might the chariot spoke, where it had reeled like vessel in a tempest, tossed by the waves now starboard, now larboard. Thereafter I saw leap into the body of triumphal vehicle a fox, that seemed unfed with any wholesome food, but for his hideous sins unbraiding him, my lady put him to a swift flight, as such a fleshless skeleton can bear. Then, by the way, it had before come, into the chariot's chest I saw the eagle descend, and leave it feathered with its plumes. And such as issues from a heart that mourns, a voice from heaven there issued, and it said, My little bark, how badly art thou frighted. Methought then that the earth did yawn between both wheels, and I saw rise from it a dragon, who through the chariot upward fixed his tail, and as a wasp that draweth back its sting, drawing unto himself his tail malign, drew out on the floor, and went his way rejoicing. That which remained behind, even as with the grass a fertile region, with the feathers offered perhaps with pure intention and benign, reclothed itself, and with them were reclothed the pole of both the wheels so speedily, a side doth longer keep the lips apart. Transfigured thus the holy edifice thrust towards heads upon the parts of it, 3 on the pole, and 1 at either corner. These first were horned like oxen, but the forehead but a single horn upon the forehead. A monster such had never yet been seen. Firm as a rock upon a mountain high, seated upon it, there appeared to me a shameless one, with eyes swiftly glancing around. And as if not to have her taken from him. Upright beside her, I beheld a giant, and ever and anon they kissed one another. But because she her wanton, roving eye turned upon me, her angry paramour did scourge her from the head unto the feet, and then full of jealousy and fierce with wrath, he loosed the monster, and across the forest dragged it so far, he made of that alone a shield unto the one and the strange beast. Canto 33. Deus venerunt gentes, alternating, now 3, now 4, of melodious psalmody, the maidens in the midst of tears began. And Beatrice, compassioned and singing, listened to them with such countenance that scarce more changed was Mary at the cross. But when the other virgins place had given for her to speak uprisen to her feet with colours of fire, she made the response, Modicum et non videbitus me, et iterum, my sisters predilect, modicum et vos videbitus me. Then all in 7 in front of her she placed, and after her, by reckoning only, moved me and my lady and the sage who stayed. So she moved onward, and I do not think that her 10th step was placed upon the ground, when with her eyes upon mine she smote, and with a tranquil aspect, Come more quickly, to me she said, that if I speak with thee, to listen to me thou mayst be well placed. As soon as I was with her, as I should be, she said unto me, Why, brother, dost thou not venture to question now in coming with me? As unto those who are too reverential, speaking in presence of superiors, who drag no living utterance to their teeth. It me befell that without perfect sound began I, My necessity, Madonna, you know, and that which thereunto is good. And she said to me, Of fear and bashfulness henceforth I will have thee strip thyself, so that thou speak no more as one who dreams. Know that the vessel which by the serpent broke was, and is not. But let him who is guilty thank that God's vengeance does not fear a sop. Without an heir, not forever be the eagle who left his plumes upon the car, whence it became a monster, then a prey. For verily I see, and hence narrate it, the stars already near to bring the time, for every hindrance safe and every bar, within from which 510 and 5, one sent from God, shall stay with the thievish woman, and the same giant who is sinning with her. And peradventure my dark utterance, like Themis and the Sphinx, may less persuade thee, since in their mode it clouds the intellect, but soon the facts shall be the Naiades, who shall this difficult enigma solve without destruction of the flocks and harvests. Note thou, and even as by me are uttered these words, so teach them unto those who live that life which is a running unto death. And bear in mind, whenever thou writest them, not to conceal what thou hast seen in the plant, that twice already has been pillaged here. Whoever pillages, or shatters it, with blasphemy of deed offendeth God, who made it holy, for our use alone. Forbiting that, in pain and desire, 5,000 years and more the firstborn soul craved him, who punished in himself the bite. Thy genius slumbers, if I deem it not for any special reason, so preeminent in height, and so inverted in its summit. And if thy vain imaginings had not been the water of Elsa round my mind, and Pyramus to the mulberry their pleasure, thou by so many circumstances only the justice of the interdict God morally in the tree wouldst recognize. But since I see thee in thine intellect converted into stone and stained with sin, so that the light of my discourse doth daze thee, I will too, if not written, at least painted, thou bear it back within thee, for the reason that synced with palm the pilgrim's staff is borne. And I, as by a signet is the wax which does not change figure stamped upon it, my brain is now imprinted by yourself. But wherefore so beyond my power of sight soars to your desirable discourse, that the more I strive, so much the more I lose it. That thou mayst recognize, she said, the school which thou hast followed, and mayst see how far its doctrine follows after my discourse, and mayst behold your path from the divine, distant as far as separated is from heaven the earth that highest hastens upon. Whence her I answered, I do not remember that ever I estranged myself from you, nor have I conscience of it that reproves me. And if thou art not able to remember, smiling she answered, recollect thee now, that thou in this very dark day hast drunk of Lethe. And if from smoke a fire be inferred, such an oblivion clearly demonstrates some error in thy will elsewhere intent. Truly from this time forward shall my words be naked, so far as it be fitting to lay them upon to rude gaze. And more coruscant, with the slower steps, the sun was holding the meridian circle, which with the point of view shifts here and there, when halted, as he come to a halt, who goes before a squadron as his escort if something he find upon his way, the ladies 7 at dark shadow's edge, such as beneath green leaves and branches black, the Alp upon its frigid water bears. In front of them, the Tigris and Euphrates. Methought I say forth the issue from one fountain, and slowly part like friends from the other. O light, O glory of the human race! What streams is this where unfolds itself from out one source, and from itself withdraws? For such a prayer 'twas said unto me, Pray, Matilda, that she tell thee. And here answered, as one doth free himself from blame to the beautiful lady, this and other things were told to him by me, and sure I am the water of Lethe has not hid them from him. And Beatrice, perhaps a greater care, which oft times our memory takes away, has made the vision of his mind obscure. But Unoe, behold, that yonder rises. Lead him to it, and, as thou art accustomed, revive him again the half-dead virtue within. Like a gentle soul that maketh no excuse, but makes its own will of another's, as soon as by sign is disclosed, even so when she had taken hold of me, the beautiful lady moved, and unto Statia said, in her womanly manner, Come with him. If, reader, I possessed a longer space for writing it, I yet would sing in part of the sweet draught that never would satiate me. But inasmuch as full are the leaves made ready for this second canticle, the curb of art no farther lets me go. From the most holy water I returned, regenerate, in the manner of a new trees that are renewed with a new foliage, pure, and disposed to mount unto those stars. The Divine Comedy, Paradiso, Canto 1. The glory of him who moveth everything doth penetrate the universe, and shine in one part more, and in another less. Within that heaven which most his light receives was I, and things beheld which to repeat nor knows nor can who from above descends, because in our drawing near to its desire, our intellect engulfs itself so far that after it the memory cannot go. Truly, whatever of the holy realm I had the power to treasure in my mind shall now become the subject of my song. Now, good Apollo, for the last emprise, make of me such a vessel of thy power as giving thy beloved laurel asks. One summit of Parnassus hitherto has been enough for me, but now with both I needs must enter the arena left. Enter into my bosom, thou, and breathe, as at the time when Marsyas thou didst draw out of the scabbard of those limbs of his. O power divine,
lendest thyself to me, so that the shadow of the blessed realm stamped in my brain I can make manifest. Thou wilt see me come unto my darling tree, and crown myself thereafter with those leaves, of which the theme, and thou shalt make me worthy. So seldom, Father, do we gather them for triumph of Caesar or of poet, the fault and shame of human inclinations, that the Paeanian foliage should bring forth joy to the joyous Delphic deity, when any one it makes to thirst for it. A little spark is followed by great flame. Perchance with better voices after me shall prayer be made that Sira may respond. To mortal men by passage diverse uprises the world's lamp, but by that one which circles four uniteth with three crosses. With better cause, and with a better star conjoined it issues, and the mundane wax tempers and stamps more after its own fashion. Almost that passage had made morning there, and evening here, and there was wholly white that hemisphere, and black the other part, when Beatrice towards the left-hand side I saw turned round, and gazing at the sun, never did eagle fasten so upon it. Even as a second ray is wont to issue from the first and reascend, to a pilgrim who would fain return, thus of her action through her eyes infused in my imagination mine I made, and sunward fixed mine eyes beyond all want. There is much lawful, which is here unlawful, unto our powers, by virtue of the place made for human species as its own. Not long I bore it, nor so little while I beheld it sparkle round about like iron that comes molten from fire, and suddenly it seemed that day to day was added, as if he who has the power had with another sun the heaven adorned. With eyes upon the everlasting wheels stood Beatrice all attent, and I, on her fixing my vision from above removed, such that her aspect inwardly became as Glaucus, tasting of the herb that make him peer of the other gods beneath the sea. To represent transhumanize in words impossible were. The example, then, will suffice him, for whom grace the experience reserves. If I was merely what of me thou newly createst, love, who governest the heaven, thou knowest who didst lift me with thy light, when now the wheel, which thou dost make eternal, desiring thee, made me attentive to it, by harmony thou dost modulate and measure. Then seemed to me so much of heaven enkindled by the sun's flame, that neither rain nor river ever make a lake so widely spread abroad. The newness of the sound and the great light kindled in me for a longing of their cause, never before with such acuteness felt. Whence she, who saw me as I saw myself, to quiet in me my perturbed mind, opened her mouth, ere I did mind to ask, and she began, Thou makest thyself so dull with false imagining, that thou seest not what thou wouldst see if thou hadst shaken it off. Thou art not upon the earth, as thou believest, but lightning, fleeing its appropriate sight, never ran as thou who thitherward returnest. If of the former doubt I was divested, by these brief little words, more smiled than spoken, I in a new one was the more ensnared, and said, Already did I rest content from great amazement, but am now amazed in what I may transcend these bodies' light. Where she, after a pitying sigh, her eyes directed towards me with that look a mother casts upon a delirious child, and she began, All things, whatever they be, have order among themselves, and this is form that makes the universe resemble God. Here do the higher creatures see the footprints of the eternal power, which is the end whereto is made the law already mentioned. In the order that I speak of are inclined all natures by their destinies diverse, more or less near unto their origin. Hence
They move onward unto ports diverse, over the great sea of being, and each one with instinct given which it bears it on. This bears away the fire towards the moon, this in the mortal hearts, in the motive power that binds together and unites the earth. Nor only the created things are without intelligence this bow shoots forth, but those that have both intellect and love. The providence that regulates all this makes it within its light the heavens forever quiet, wherein that turns which has the great haste, and Tivinel, as to a sight decreed, bears us away with the virtue of that cord which aims its arrows at a joyous mark. True it is, that oftentimes the former chords not with the intention of the art, because in answering is matter deaf. So, likewise from this course doth deviate sometimes the creature, who the power possess, though thus impelled to swerve some other way. In the same wise, as one may see the fire fall from a cloud, if the first impetus earthward is wrested by some false delight. Thou shouldest not wonder more, if well I judge, at thine ascent, than at a rivulet, thou some mountain descending to the lowland. Marvel it would be in thee if deprived of hindrance, thou wert seated down below, as if on earth the living fire were quiet. Thereat she heavenward turned again her face. Canto 2. O ye who in some pretty little boat eager to listen have been following behind my ship, that singing sails along, do not turn back and look upon your shores, do not put out to sea, lest peradventure in losing me you might yourselves be lost. The sea I sail has never yet been passed. Minerva breathes, and pilots me Apollo, and Muses 9 point out to me the bears. Ye other few, who have neck uplifted, betimes the bread of angels upon which one liveth here and grows not sated by it, well may you launch upon the deep sea salt your vessel, keeping still my wake before you, upon the water that grows smooth again. These glorious ones who unto Colchos passed were not so wonder-struck as you shall be, when Jason they beheld a ploughman made. The concreted and perpetual thirst for the realm deiform did bear upon us, as swift almost as ye the heavens behold. Upward gazed Beatrice, and eyed at her, and in such space perchance as strikes a bolt and flies, and from the notch unlocks itself, arrived I saw me where a wondrous thing drew itself into my sight, and therefore she from whom no care of mine could be concealed, towards me turning blithe as beautiful, said unto me, Fix gratefully thy mind on God, who unto the first star has brought us. It seemed to me a cloud encompassed us, luminous, dense, consolate, and bright as adamant on which the sun is striking. Into itself did the eternal pearl receive us, even as water doth receive a ray of light remaining still unbroken. If I was body, and we here conceive not how one dimension tolerates another, which needs must be, if body enter body. More the desire should be enkindled in us, that essence to behold wherein is seen how God and our own nature were united. There will be seen what we receiveth by faith, not demonstrated, but self-evident, in guise of the first truth that man believes. I made reply, Madonna, as devoutly, as most as I can do give thanks to him who has removed me from the mortal world. But tell me, what dusky spots may be upon this body, which below on earth make people tell that fabulous tale of Cain? Somewhat she smiled, and then, If the opinion of mortals be erroneous, she said, wherever the key of sense doth not unlock, certes the shafts of wonder should not pierce thee now, for as much following their senses, thou seest that reason has short wings. But tell me what thou thinkest of it thyself.
And I. What seems to us up here diverse is caused, I think, by bodies rare and dense. And she, right truly, shalt thou see, immersed in error thy belief, if well thou hearest the argument that I shall make against it. Lights many the eighth sphere displays to you, which in their quality and quantity may be noted of aspects different. If this were caused by rare and dense alone, only one virtue would be there in all, or more or less diffused equally. Virtues diverse must be perforce the fruits of formal principles, and these, save one, of course, would be by reasoning destroyed. Besides, if rarity were of this dimness, the cause thou askest, either thou through and through this planet thus attenuate were of matter, or else, as in a body as apportioned the fat and lean, so in like manner this would in its volume interchange the leaves. Were it the former, in the sun's eclipse, it would be manifested by the shining through of light, as through aught tenuous interfused. This is not so. Hence we must scan the other, and if it by chance the other I demolish, then falsified will thy opinion be. But if this rarity go not through and through, there needs be a limit, beyond which its contrary prevents the further passing. And thence the foreign radiance is reflected, even as a colour cometh back from glass, the which behind itself concealeth lead. Now thou wilt say the sunbeam shows itself more dimly than there are in the other parts, by being there reflected farther back. From this reply experiment will free thee if ever thou try it, which is wont to the foundation to the rivers of your arts. 3 mirrors shalt thou take, and 2 remove alike from thee. The others more remote between the former 2 shall meet thine eyes. Turn towards these, cause that behind thy back be placed a light illuminating the 3 mirrors, and coming back to thee by all reflected. Though in its quantity be not so ample, the image most remote, there shalt thou see how perforce is equally resplendent. Now, as beneath the touches of the warm rays, naked the subject of the snow remains, both of its former colour and its cold. Thee thus remaining in thy intellect will I inform with such a living light, that it shall tremble in its aspect to thee. Within the heaven of the divine repose revolves a body, in whose virtue lies the being of whatever it contains. The following heaven, that has so many eyes, divides this being by essence diverse, distinguished from it, and by it contained. The other spheres, by various differences, all the distinctions which they have within them, depose unto their ends and their affects. Thus do these organs of the world proceed, as thou perceivest now, from grade to grade, since from above they take and act beneath. Observe me well, how through this place I come unto the truth thou wishest, that hereafter thou mayest alone know how to keep the forward, the power and motion of the holy spheres, as from the artisan the hammer's craft, forth from the blessed motors must proceed. The heaven, which lights so manifold make fair, from intelligence profound which turns it, the image takes and makes it of a seal. And even as the soul within your dust, though members different and accommodated to faculties diverse explains itself, so likewise this intelligence diffuses its virtue multiplied among the stars, itself revolving on its unity. Virtue diverse doth a diverse alloyage make with the precious body that it quickens, in which, as life in you, it is combined. From the glad nature when it is derived, the mingled virtue throughout the body shines, even as gladness through the living pupil. From this proceeds whatever light to light appeareth different, not from dense and rare that is formal principle that produces according to its goodness, dark and bright. Canto 3. That sun, which erst with love in my bosom warmed of beauteous truth, had unto me discovered by proving and reproving the sweet aspect, and that I might confess myself convinced and confident so far as we are befitting, I lifted more erect my head to speak. But there appeared a vision, which withdrew me so close to it in order to be seen that my confession I remembered not, such as through polished and transparent glass or waters crystalline and undisturbed, but not so deep as their bed be lost. Come back again, the outlines of our faces so feeble, that a pearl on forehead white comes not less speedily under our eyes. Such saw I many faces prompt to speak, so that I ran in error opposite, that to which kindled love twixt man and fountain. As soon as I became aware of them, esteeming them as mirrored semblances, to see whom they were, mine eyes I turned, and nothing saw, and once again turned them forward direct into the light of my sweet guide, whose smiling kindled in her holy eyes. Marvel thou not, she said to me, because I smile at this thy puerile conceit, since on the truth it trusts not yet its foot, but turns thee, as 'tis wont on emptiness, true substances, these which thou beholdest, here regulate for breaking of some vow. Therefore speak with them, listen and believe, for the true light which giveth peace to them, permits them not to turn from it their feet. And I unto the shade that seemed most wishful to speak directed to me, and I began, as one whom too great eagerness bewilders. O well-created spirit, who in the rays of life eternal dost the sweetness taste, which being untasted never is comprehended, grateful 'twill be to me, if thou contend both with thy name and with your destiny. Whereat she promptly, and with laughing eyes, our charity doth never shut the doors against a just desire, except as one who wills that all her court be like herself. I was a virgin sister in the world, and if my mind doth contemplate me well, the being more fair will not conceal me from thee. But thou shalt recognize I am Picarda, who, stationed here among these other blessed, myself am blessed in the slowest sphere. All our affections, that alone inflamed at the pleasure of the Holy Ghost, rejoice at being of his order formed. And this allotment, which appears so low, therefore is given us, because our vows have been neglected in some part of void. Whence I to her, in your miraculous aspects, there shines I know not of what the divine, which doth transform you from your first conceptions. Therefore, I was not swift in my remembrance, but what thou tellest me now aids me so, that the refiguring is easier to me. But tell me, ye who in this place are happy, are you desirous of a higher place, to see more, or to make yourselves more friends? First with those other shades she smiled a little. Thereafter answered me so full of gladness, she seemed to burn in the first fire of love. Brother, our will is quieted by virtue of charity, that makes us wish alone for what we have, nor gives us thirst for more. If to be more exalted we expired, discordant would our aspirations be, unto the will of him who here secludes us, which thou shalt see finds no place in these circles, if being in charity is needful here, and if thou lookest well into its nature, nay, 'tis essential to this blessed existence to keep itself within will divine, whereby our very wishes are made one, so that, as we are station above station throughout this realm, to all the realm 'tis pleasing as to the king who makes his will our will, and his will is our peace. This is the seed to which moving onward whosoever it doth create, and all that nature makes. Then it was clear to me how everywhere in heaven is paradise, although the grace of good supremes there reign not in one measure. But as it comes to pass, If one food sates, and for another still remains the longing, we ask for this, and that decline with thanks. Even thus did I with gesture and with word to learn from her what was the web wherein she did not ply the shuttle to the end. A perfect life, and merit high in heaven, a lady over us, said she, by whose rule down in your world they vest and veil themselves, that until death they may both watch and sleep beside that spouse who every vow accepts which charity conformeth to its pleasure. To follow her in girlhood from the world I fled, and in my habit shut myself, and pledged me to the pathway of her sect. Then men accustomed evil unto me, then unto God, from the sweet cloister tore me. God knows what afterward my life became. This of a splendor, which to thee reveals itself on my right side, and is enkindled with all the illumination of our sphere. What of myself, I say, applies to her. A nun was she, and likewise from her head was taken the shadow of the sacred wimple. But when she, too, was the world returned against her wishes and against good usage of the heart's veil, she never was divested. Of great Costanza, this is the effulgence, whom from the second wind of Suabia brought forth the third and last puissance. Thus unto me she spoke, and then beginning Ave Maria, singing, and in singing vanished, as through deep water something heavy. My sight, that followed her for a long time, as it was possible when it had lost her, turned round unto the mark of more desire, and wholly unto Beatrice reverted. But she, such lightnings flashed into mine eyes, that at the first my sight endured it not, and this in questioning more backward made me. Canto 4. Between two viands equalled, removed, and tempting, a free man would die of hunger, ere either he could bring unto his teeth. So would a lamb between the ravenings of two fierce wolves stand fearing both alike, and so would stand a dog between two does. Hence, if I held my peace, myself I blame not, impelled in equal measure by my doubts, since it must be so, nor do I commend. I held my peace, but my desire was painted upon my face, and questioning with that more fervent far by articulate speech. Beatrice did as Daniel had done, relieving Nebuchadnezzar from the wrath which rendered him unjustly merciless, and said, Well, see how I attracteth thee. One and the other wish, so that thy care binds itself so forth it does not breathe. Thou arguest is good will be permanent, the violence of others, for what reason doth it increase the measure of my merit? Again, for doubting furnish the occasion souls, seeming to remain under the stars, according to the sentiment of Plato. These are the questions which upon thy wish are thrusting equally, and therefore first will I treat that which hath the most of gall. He of the seraphim, most absorbed in God, Moses, Samuel, and whichever John thou mayest select, I say, and even Mary, have not in any other heaven their seats than have those spirits that just appeared to thee, nor of existence more or fewer years, but all make beautiful the primal circle, and have sweet life in different degrees, by feeling more or less the eternal breath. They showed themselves here, not because allotted of this sphere has been to them, but to give sign of celestial which is least exalted. To speak thus is adapted to your mind, since only through the sense it apprehendeth, what then it worthy makes of intellect. On this account the Scripture condescends unto your faculties, and feet and hands to God attributes and means something else, and Holy Church under an aspect human, Gabriel and Michael represent to you, and him who made Tobias whole again. That which Timaeus argues of the soul doth not resemble that which here is seen, because it seems that as he speaks, he thinks. He says, the soul unto its star returns, believing that it had been severed thence, whenever nature gave it its form. Perhaps his doctrine is of other guise, than of the word sound, and possibly, maybe with meaning, that is not to be derided. If he doth mean to those wheels return the honour of their influence and the blame, perhaps his bow doth hit upon some truth. This principle, ill understood, once warped the whole world nearly, till it went astray, invoking Jove and Mercury and Mars. The other doubt which doth disquiet less venom has, for its malevolence could never lead thee otherwhere from me. That as unjust or justice should appear in the eyes of mortals is an argument of faith, and not of sin heretical. But still, that your perception may be able to thoroughly penetrate this verity, as thou desirest, I will satisfy thee. If it be by violence, when he who suffers cooperates not with him who uses force, these souls were not on that account excused. For will is never quenched unless it will, but operates as nature doth in fire, if violence 1,000 times distort it. Hence, if it yieldeth more or less, it seconds the force, and these have done so, having power of turning back unto the holy place. If their will had been perfect, like to that which Lawrence, fast upon his gridiron held and Mutius made sever his own hand, it would have been urged them back along the road, whence they were dragged, as soon as they were free. But such a solid will is all too rare. And by these words, if thou hast gathered them, as thou shouldest do, the argument is refuted, that would still have annoyed thee many times. But now another passage runs across before thine eyes, and such that by thyself thou couldst not thread it ere thou wouldst be weary. I have for certain put into thy mind that soul beautified could never lie, for it is near the primal truth. And then thou from Picarda might have heard Costanza kept affection for the veil, so that she seemeth here to contradict me. Many times, brother, has it come to pass, that to escape from the peril with reluctance, that has been done what was not right to do. Even as Alcmaeon, who being his father thereunto entreated, his mother slew, not to lose pity, pitiless became. At this point, I desire thee to remember that force with will commingles, and a cause that offences cannot be excused. Will absolute consenteth not to evil, but in so far consenteth as it fears, if it refrain, to fall into more harm. Hence, when Picarda uses this expression, she meaneth the will absolute, and I the other, so that both of us speak the truth. Such was the flowing of the holy river, that issued forth the fount whence springs all truth. This put to my rest my wishes one and all. O love of the first lover, O divine, said I forthwith, whose speech inundates and warms me so. It more and more revives me. My own affection is not profound as to suffice in rendering grace for grace. Let him who sees and can thereto respond. Where I perceive that never sated is our intellect unless the truth illuminate it, which beyond nothing true expands itself. It rests therein, as wild beast in his lair, when it attains it and can attain it. If not, then each desire would frustrate be. Therefore springs up, in a fashion of a shoot, doubt at the foot of truth, and in this nature, which to the top of the height impels us. This doth invite me, this assurance give me with reverence, lady, to inquire of you another truth, which is obscure to me, I wish to know if a man can satisfy you for broken vows with other good deeds, so that in your balance they will not be light. Beatrice gazed upon me with her eyes, full of the sparks of love and so divine, that overcame my power. I turned back and almost lost myself, with eyes downcast. Canto 5. If in the heat of love I flame upon thee, beyond the measure that is on the earth seen, so that the valour of thine eyes I vanquish, marvel not thereat, for this proceeds from perfect sight, which as it apprehends to the good apprehended moves its feet, while I perceive how it is already shining into thine intellect the eternal light that only seen enkindles always love. And if some other thing your love seduce, 'tis nothing but a vestige of the same, I'll understood, which there is shining through. Thou fain wouldest know if with another service for a broken vow can be return made, as to secure the soul from further claim. This canto did thus Beatrice begin, and, as a man who breaks not off his speech, continued thus her holy argument, the greatest gift that in his largesse God creating made, and unto his own goodness nearest conformed, and that which he doth prize most highly, is the freedom of the will, wherewith the creatures of intelligence both all and only were and are endowed. Now wilt thou see, if thence thou reasonest, the high worth of a vow, if it he made so that thou consentest, God consents. For closing between God and the man the compact, a sacrifice is of the treasure made, such as I say, and made by its own act. What can be rendered then as compensation? Thinkest thou to make good use of what thou hast offered? With gains ill-gotten thou wouldest do good deed. Now art certain of the greater point. But because the Holy Church in this dispenses, which seems against the truth, which I have shown thee, behooves thee still to sit a while at table, because the solid food which thou hast taken requireth further aid for thy digestion. Open thy mind, to which I reveal, and fix it there within. For 'tis not knowledge, that having heard it without retaining it, in the essence of this sacrifice two things convene together, and the one that is of which 'tis made, the other is the agreement. This last for evermore is cancelled not, unless complied with, and concerning this with such precision as above been spoken. Therefore it was enjoined upon the Hebrews to offer still, though sometimes what was offered might be commuted, as thou oughtest know. The other, which is known to thee as matter, may well indeed be such that one errs not, if it for other matter be exchanged. But let none shift the burden on his shoulder at his arbitrament, without the turning both of the white and of the yellow key. And every permutation deem as foolish, if in the substitute the thing relinquished, as the 4 is in 6 be not contained. Therefore, whatever thing has so great weight in value that it drags down every balance, cannot be satisfied with other spending. Let mortals never take a vow in jest, be faithful and not blind in doing that, as Jephthah was in his first offering, whom more beseemed to say, I have done wrong, than to do worse by keeping, and as foolish thou the great leader of the Greeks wilt find. Whence wept Iphigenia in her fair face, and made her both wise and simple weep, who heard such kind of worship spoken of. Christians, be ye more serious in your movements. Be ye not like a feather at each wind, and think not of every water washes you. Ye have the Old and New Testament, and the pastor of the church who guideth you. Let this suffice you unto your salvation. If evil appetite cry aught else to you, be ye as men, and not as silly sheep, so that the Jew among you may not mock you. Be ye not as the lamb that doth abandon its mother's milk, and frolicsome the simple combats at its own pleasure within itself. Thus Beatrice to me, even as I write it. Then all desirous turned herself again to that part where the world is most alive. Her silence, and her change of countenance, silence imposed upon my eager mind, that had already in advance new questions, as an arrow that upon the mark strikes ere the bowstring quiet hath become. So did we speed into the second realm, my lady there so joyful I beheld, as in the brightness of that heaven she entered more luminous thereat the plant grew, and if the star itself was changed and smiled, what became I, who by my nature am exceedingly mutable in every guise? As in a fish pond which is more pure and tranquil, the fishes draw out that to which from without comes such fashion that their food they deem it, so I beheld more than 1,000 splendors, drawing towards us, and in each was heard, Lo, this is she who shall increase our love. And as each one was coming unto us, full of beatitude the shade was seen, by the effulgence clear that issued from it. Think, reader, if what here is just the beginning, no farther should proceed, how thou wouldst as agonizing need of knowing more. And of thyself, thou wilt see how I from these was in desire of hearing their conditions, as they under mine eyes were manifest. O thou well-born, unto whom grace concedes to see the thrones of eternal triumph, or ever yet the warfare be abandoned, with light that through the whole of heaven is spread kindled are we, and hence, if thou desirest to know of us, at thine own pleasure sate thee. Thus, by the same among those holy spirits was spoken, and by Beatrice, speak securely, and believe them even as gods. Well, I perceive how thou dost nest thyself in thine own light, and I draw it from thine eyes, because they coruscate when thou dost smile. But know not who thou art, nor why thou hast, spirit august, thy station in thy sphere that veils itself to men in alien rays. This, said I, in direction of the light, which first had spoken to me, whence it became by far more lucent than it was before. Even as the sun, that doth conceal itself by too much light when the heat has worn away the tempering influence of the vapours dense, by greater rapture, thus concealed itself in its own radiance the figure saintly, and thus close unfolded answered me in fashion the following canto sings. Canto 6. After that, Constantine the eagle turned against the course of heaven, which it had followed behind the ancient who Lavinia took. 200 years and more of the bird of God in the extreme of Europe held itself, near to the mountains whence it issued first. Under a shadow of the sacred plumes it governed there the world from hand to hand, and changing thus, upon mine own alighted. Caesar I was, and am Justinian, who by the will of the primal love I feel, took from the laws the useless and redundant, and ere unto the work I was attent, one nature to exist in Christ, not more, believed in that faith I was contented. But blessed Agapetus, he who was the supreme pastor, to the faith sincere, pointed me out to the way of the words of his. Him I believed, and what was his assertion I now see clearly, even as thou seest each contradiction to be false and true. As soon as with the church I moved my feet, God in his grace it pleased me with this high task to inspire me, and I gave me wholly to it. And to my Belisarius I commended the arms to which the heaven's right hand so adjoined. It was a signal that I should repose. Now here, to the first question terminates my answer, but the character thereof constrains me to continue with the sequel. in order that thou seest how great reason men who move against the standard sacrosanct, both who appropriate and oppose it. Behold how great a power has made it worthy of reverence, beginning from the hour when Pallas died to give it sovereignty. Thou knowest it made in Auber its abode 300 years and upward, till at last the 3 to 4 fought for it yet again. Thou knowest what it achieved, from Sabine, wrong down to Lucretia's sorrow, in 7 kings overcoming round about the neighbouring nations. Thou knowest what it achieved, borne by the Romans illustrious against Brennus, against Pyrrhus, against all the other princes and confederates. Torquatus, thence, and Quinctius, who from locks unkempt was named Deci and Fabi, received the fame I willingly embalm. It struck to the earth the pride of the Arabians, who, following Hannibal, had passed across the Alpine ridges, Po from which thou gildest, beneath it triumphed, and with their young Pompey and Scipio, and to the hill beneath, who was thou born in bitter seamed. Then, near unto the time when heaven had willed to bring the whole world to its mood serene, did Caesar, by the will of Rome, assume it. What it achieved, far from Var unto the Rhine, Isere beheld, and Seon beheld the Seine, and every valley whence the Rhone is filled. What it achieved when it had left Ravenna and leaped the Rubicon was such a flight that neither tongue nor pen could follow. Round towards Spain it wheeled its legions, then towards Durazzo, Pharsalia smote that callid Nile was felt the pain. Antandros and the Simois, whence it started it soar again, and there where Hector lies, and ill for Ptolemy then roused itself. From thence it came like lightning upon Juba, then wheeled itself again unto your west, where Pompeian clarion it heard. From what it wrought with the next standard bearer Brutus and Cassius howl in hell together, and Modena and Perugia dolent were, still doth the mournful Cleopatra weep, because thereof who, fleeing from before it, took from adder sudden and black death. With him it ran even to the Red Sea shore. With him it placed the world in so great peace that unto Janus was his temple closed. But what the standard has made for me to speak achieved before, and after should achieve throughout the mortal realm that lies beneath it, becometh in appearance mean and dim, if in the hand of the third Caesar seen with the eye unclouded and affectionate pure. Because the living justice that inspires me granted it, in the hand of him I speak of the glory of doing vengeance for its wrath. Now here attend to what I answer to thee. Later it ran with Titus to do vengeance upon the vengeance of the ancient sin, and then the tooth of Lombardy had bitten the holy church, then underneath its wings did Charlemagne victorious succour her. Now, hast thy power to judge over such of those whom I accused above, and of their crimes, which are the cause of all of your miseries? To the public standard, one of the yellow lilies opposes, the other claims it for a party, so that it is hard to see which sins the most. Let the Ghibellines ply their handicraft beneath some standard, for this ever ill follows he who it and justice parts, and let not this new Charles ever strike it down, he and his Guelphs, but let him fear the talons that from a nobler lion stripped the fell. Already oftentimes the sons have wept the father's crime, and let him not believe that God will change his scutcheon for the lilies. This little planet doth adorn itself with the good spirits that have active been, the fame and the honour might come after them, and whensoever the desires mount thither, thus deviating, must perforce the rays of the true love less vividly mount upward, but in commensuration of our wages, with our desert is a portion of joy, because we see them neither less or greater. Herein doth living justice sweeten so affection in us, that forevermore it cannot warp to any iniquity. Voices diverse make up sweet melodies, so in this life of ours the seats diverse render sweet harmony among these spheres. And in the compass of this present pearl shineth the sheen of Romeo, of whom the grand and beauteous work was ill rewarded. But the Provençals, who against him wrought, they have not laughed, and therefore ill goes who makes his hurt of the good deeds of others. 4 daughters, and each one of them a queen, had Raymond Berengar, and this for him did Romeo, a poor man and a pilgrim. And then malicious words incited him to summon a reckoning, this just man who rendered to him 7 and 5 for 10. Then he departed poor and stricken in years, and if the world could know the heart he had, in begging bit by bit his livelihood, though much it lord him, it would lord him more. Canto 7. In this wise to his melody returning, the substance upon which a double light doubles itself was seen by me to sing, and to their dance this and the others moved, and in the manner of swift hurrying sparks veiled themselves from me with a sudden distance. Doubting was I, and saying, tell her, within me, tell her, saying, tell my lady, who slakes my thirst with her sweet effluences. And yet that reverence which doth lord it over the whole of me only by bee and ice, bowed me again, like unto those who drowsers. Short while did Beatrice endure me thus, and she began lighting me with a smile, such as would make one happy in the fire. According to infallible advisement, after what manner a just vengeance justly could be avenged has put thee upon thinking. But I will speedily in thy mind unloose, and thou dost listen. For those words of mine, of great doctrine, will a present make thee. By not enduring on the power that wills, curb for his good that man who never was born, damning himself damned all his progeny, whereby the human species down below lay sick for many centuries in great error, till to descend it pleased the word of God, to where the nature, from which its maker estranged itself, he joined to him in person by the sole act of his eternal love. Now unto what is said, direct thy sight. This nature, when united to its maker, such as created, was sincere and good, but by itself alone was banished forth from paradise, because it turned aside out of the way of truth and all of its life. Therefore the penalty, the cross held out, if measured by the nature thus assumed, than ever yet with so great justice stung, and none was ever of so great injustice, considering who the person was that suffered, within whom such a nature was contracted. From one act, therefore, issued things diverse. To God and to the Jews one death was pleasing. Earth trembled at it, and the heaven was opened. It should no longer now seem difficult to thee, when it is said that a just vengeance by a just court was afterwards avenged. But now do I behold thy mind entangled, from thought to thought, within a knot, from which with great desire it waits to free itself. Thou sayest, well discern what I hear, but is hidden from me, why God willed for our redemption only this one mode. Buried remaineth, brother, this decree unto the eyes of every one whose nature is in flame of love, not yet adult. Verily, inasmuch as this mark one gazes long and is little discerned, wherever this mode was worthiest will I say. Goodness divine, from which itself doth spurn all envy burning in itself, so sparks the eternal beauties it unfolds,
Whatever from this immediately distills has afterwards no end, for never removed its impression when it sets its seal. Whatever from this immediately rains down is wholly free, because it is not subject into the influences of novel things. The more conformed thereto, the more it pleases. For the blessed ardour that irradiates all things, in that most like itself is most vivacious. With all of these things has advantaged been the human creature, and if one be wanting from his nobility, he needs must fall. 'Tis sin alone which doth disenfranchise him, and render him unlike the good supreme, so that he with little its light is blanched, and to his dignity no more returns, unless he fill up where transgression empties with righteous pains for criminal delight. Your nature, when it sins so utterly in its own seed out of dignities, even as out of paradise was driven, nor could itself recover, if thou notest with nicest subtlety, by any way, except by passing one of those two fords. Either that God through clemency alone had pardon granted, or that man himself had satisfaction for his folly made. Fix now thine deep into the abyss of thine eternal counsel to thy speech, as far as may be fastened steadfastly. Man in his limitations had not power to satisfy, not having power to sink in his humility, obeying then. Far as he, disobeying, thought to rise, and for this man has been from power of satisfying by himself excluded. Therefore it God behooved in his own ways man to restore unto his perfect life, I say in one, or else in both of them. But since the action of the doer is so much more grateful, as it more presents the goodness of the heart from which it issues, goodness divine, that doth imprint the world, has been contented to proceed by each, and all its ways to lift you up again. Nor twixt the first day and the final night, such high and such magnificent proceeding by one or another, or by the other was or shall be. For God more bounteous was himself to give, that to make man able to uplift himself, than if he only of himself had pardoned, and all the other modes were insufficient for justice, were it not the Son of God himself had humbled to become incarnate. Now, to fill fully each desire of thine, return I to elucidate one place, in order that thou there mayest see as I do. Thou sayest, I see the air, I see the fire, the water and the earth, and all their mixtures come to corruption, and short while endure. And these things notwithstanding were created. Therefore, if that which I have said were true, they should have been secure against corruption. The angels, brother, and the land sincere in which thou art, created may be called just as they are in their entire existence. But all the elements which thou hast named, all the things which out of them are unmade, by a created virtue are informed. Created was the manner which they have, created was the informing influence within these stars that round about them go. The soul of every brute and of the plants, by its potency temperament, attracts the ray of motion of the holy lights. But your own life immediately inspires supreme beneficence, and enamors it, so with herself it evermore desires her. And thou from this mayest argue furthermore your resurrection, if you think again how human flesh was fashioned at the time when first the parents of both of them were made. Canto 8. The world used in its peril to believe that the fair Cypria delirious love read out the third epicycle turning, wherefore not only unto her paid honour of sacrifices and of votive cry the ancient nations in their ancient error, but both Dione honoured they and Cupid, that as her mother, this one as her son, and said he had sat in Dido's lap. And they from her, whence beginning I took the denomination of the star that woos the sun, now following, now in front, but I was not aware of our transcending into it, but of our being in it gave full faith, my lady whom I saw more beauteous grow. And as within a flame spark is seen, and as within a voice is discerned, when one is steadfast, and one comes and goes, within that light behold I other lamps move in a circle, speeding more and less, methinks in a measure of their inward vision. From a cold cloud descended never winds, or visible or not, so rapidly they would not laggard and impeded seem to any one who had those lights divine seen come towards us, leaving a gyration beginning at the first high seraphim. And behind those, in the most front appeared, sounded Hosanna, so that ever since, to hear again, was I without desire. Then unto us more nearly one approached, and it alone began, We are all ready unto thy pleasure, that thou join in us. We turn around with these celestial princes, one gyre and one gyration, and one thirst, to whom thou in the world of old didst say, Ye who intelligent the third heaven are moving, and are so full of love to pleasure thee, a little quiet will not be less sweet. After these eyes of mine themselves had offered unto my lady reverently, and she content and certain of herself made from them, back to the light they turned, with so great promise made of itself, and, Say, who art thou? Was my voice, imprinted with a great affection. Oh, how and how much I beheld it grow, with new joy that superadded unto its joys as soon as I had spoken. Thus changed, it said to me, The world possessed me, short time below, and if it had been more, much evil will be with which would not have been. My gladness keepeth me concealed from thee, which reigheth round about me, and doth hide me like as a creature swathed in its own silk. Much didst thou love me, rather, and thou hast good reason, for had I been below, I should have shown thee somewhat beyond the foliage of my love. That left-hand margin, which doth bathe itself in Rhone, when it is mingled with the Sorge, me for its love awaited in due time. And that horn of Ausonia, which is towned with Bari, with Gaeta and Catona, whence Tronto and Verde in the sea disgorge, already flashed up upon my brow in the crown of that dominion which the Danube waters after the German borders it abandons, and beautiful Trinacria, that is murky twixt Pacino and Peloro and the gulf which greater scath from Eurus doth receive. Not through Typhoeus, but through nascent sulphur, would have awaited in her own monarch still, through me from Charles descended, and from Rudolph. If evil lordship, that exasperates ever the subject populations, had not moved Palermo to the outcry of death, death. And if my brother could but this foresee, the greedy poverty of Catalonia, straight would he flee, that it might not touch him. For verily 'tis needful to provide, through him or other, so that on the bark already freighted no more freight be placed. His nature, from which all liberal covetous descended, such a soldiery would need as should not care for hoarding in a chest. Because I do believe the lofty joy thy speech infuses into me, my lord, where every good thing doth begin and end. Thou seest, as I see it, the more grateful it is to me, and it is thy whole dear, that gazing upon God thou dost discern it. Glad hast thou made me, so make clear to me, since speaking thou hast stirred me up to doubt, how from sweet seed can be bitter issue forth. This I to him, and he to me. If I can show thee a truth, to what thou askest, thy face that'll hold as thou dost hold thy back. The good which all the realm thou art ascending turns and contends, marketh its providence, to a power within these bodies vast, and not alone the natures are foreseen, within thy mind that is in itself perfect, but they together with their preservation. For whosoever a thing this bow shoots forth falls foreordained unto an end foreseen, even as a shaft directed to its mark. If that were not, the heaven which thou dost walk would in such a manner its effects produce, that they no longer would be arts but ruins. This cannot be, if the intelligences that keep these stars in motion are not maimed, and maimed in the first that has not made them perfect. Wilt thou in this truth have clearer made to thee? And I, not so, for it is impossible, that nature tire, I see in what is needful. Whence he again. Now, say, would it be worse for men on earth were they not citizens? Yes, I replied, and here I ask no reason. And they can be so, if below they live not diversely unto officers diverse, nor if your master writeth well for you. So came he with deductions to this point. There he concluded, therefore it behooves the roots of your efforts to be diverse. Hence once is Solon born, another Xerxes, and another he who, flying to the air, his son did lose. Revolving nature, which a signet is to mortal wax, doth practice well her art, but not one distinguish from another. Thence happens it that Esau differeth in seed from Jacob, and Quirinius comes from sire so vile that he is given to Mars. A generated nature on its way would always make like its progenitors, if Providence divine were not triumphant. Now, that with which is behind thee is before thee, but thou that you know, I with thee am pleased. With a corollary will I mantle thee. Evermore nature, if it find discordant to it, like each of the other seed out of its region maketh evil thrift. And if the world below would fix its mind on the foundation which is laid by nature, pursuing that, 'twould have the good people. But you under religion wrench aside him who was born to gird with the sword, and him make a king of him who is for sermons. Therefore your footsteps wander from this road. Canto 9. Beautiful Clemens, after that thy Charles had me enlightened, he narrated me to go to the treacheries his seed should undergo, but said, be still and let the years roll around. But I can only say that lamentation legitimate shall follow on your wrongs. And of that holy light the life already had to the sun which fills it turned again, as to that good which for each thing sufficeth. Ah, souls deceived, creatures impious, who from such good turn away your hearts, directing upon the vanity your foreheads. And now, behold, another of those splendors approached me, and its will to pleasure me it signified by brightening outwardly. The eyes of Beatrice, that fastened were upon me as before, of dear assent to my desire assurance gave to me. Ah, bring swift compensation to my wish, thou blessed spirit, I said, and give me proof that what I think in thee I can reflect. Whereat the light, that still was new to me, out of its depths, whence it before was singing as one delighted to do good, continued. Within the region of that land, depraved of Italy, that lies between Rialto and the fountainheads of Brenta and Piava, rises a hill, and mounts not very high, wherefrom descended formerly a torch that made upon the region great assault. Out of one root were born both I and it. Cunitza, was I called, and here I shine, because the splendor of this star overcame me. But gladly to myself the cause I pardon of my allotment, which does not grieveth me, which would perhaps seem strong unto your vulgar. Of this so lucilent and precious jewel, which of our heaven is nearest to me, great fame remained, and ere it die away, this 100th year shall be quintupled. See if man ought to make him excellent, so that another life the first may leave. And thus thinks not the present multitude, shut in by adige and tagliamento, nor yet for being scourged is penitent. But soon 'twill be that Padua in the marsh will change the water that Vincenza bathes, because the folk are stubborn against duty, and where the Sile and Cagnano join, one laudeth it, and goes with lofty head, for catching him whenever now the net is making. Feltro, moreover, of her impious pastor shall weep the crime, which shall so monstrously be, for that which none ever entered Malta. Ample exceeding would be the vat, that for Pharese could hold the blood, and weary who should weigh it once more. Of which this courteous priest shall make a gift, to show himself a partisan, and such gifts will to the living of the land conform. Above us there are mirrors, thrones you call them, from which shines out on us God judicant, so that his utterance seems good to us. Here it was silent, and it had the semblance of being turned elsewhither, by the wheel on which it entered as it was before. The other joy already known to me became a thing transplendent in my sight as a fine ruby smitten by the sun. Though joy effluence is quiet above, as here a smile, but down below the shade outwardly darkens as the mind is sad. God seeth all things, and in him blessed spirit thy sight is, so that never will of his possibility from thee be hidden. The voice, then, that forever makes the heavens glad with the singing of those holy fires which of their 6 wings make themselves a cowl. Wherefore does it not satisfy my longings? Indeed, I would not wait my questioning, if I were in thee, whereas thou art in me. Thou art in me, rather. The greatest of the valleys where the water expands itself, forthwith its words began. That sea excepted which the earth engarlands. Between discordant shores against the sun extends so far, that it meridian makes where it wont before to make the horizon. I was a dweller on that valley shore, twixt Ebro and Magro, with that journey short doth from the Tuscan part of Genoese. With that same sunset and the same sunrise nearly sat Bugia, where the city whence I was, that with its blood once made the harbour hot. Volco, that people called me, unto whom my name was known. And now with me this heaven imprints itself, as I did once with it. For more the daughter of Belus never burned, avenging both Sichaeus and Creusa, than I, so long as it became my locks. Nor yet Rhodophaeon, who deluded was by Demophoon, nor yet Alcides, when Aeole he had his heart locked. Yet here is no repenting, but we smile, not at the fault which comes not back to mind, but at the power which ordered and foresaw. Here we behold that art that doth adorn with such affection, and the good discover whereby the world above turns that below. But that thou wholly satisfied mayest bear thy wishes hence, in which this sphere are born, still farther to proceed behoveth me. Thou fain wouldest know who is within this light, that here beside me that is scintillating, even as a sunbeam in the limpid water. Then know thou that within there is the rest Rahab, and beings there are ordered joined, with her the supremest grade is sealed. Into this heaven, where ends the shadowy cone cast by your world, before all other souls first of the Christ's triumph she was taken up. Full meet it was to leave her in some heaven, even as a palm of the high victory, which he acquired with one palm and the other, because she favoured the first glorious deed of Joshua upon the Holy Land, that little stirs the memory of the Pope. Thy city, which an offshoot is of him, who first upon his Maker turned his back, and whose ambition is so sorely wept, brings forth and scatters the accursed flower, which whom the sheep and the lambs hath led astray, because it had turned the shepherd into a wolf. For this, the Evangel and the mighty doctors are derelict, and the only decretals so studied it shows upon their margins. On this our Pope and Cardinals intent, their meditations reach not Nazareth, there with its pinions Gabriel unfolded, but Vatican and other parts elect of Rome, which had a cemetery been unto the soldiery that followed Peter, shall soon be free of this adultery. Canto 10. Looking into his Son with all the love which each of them eternally breathes forth, the primal and unutterable power, whatever before the mind or eye revolves, with so much order made there can be none who this beholds without enjoying him. Lift up then, reader, unto the lofty wheels with me thy vision straight unto that part, where the one motion on the other strikes, and there begin to contemplate with joy that master's art, who in himself so loves it, that never doth his eye depart therefrom. Behold, how from that point goes branching off the oblique circle, which conveys the planets to satisfy the world that calls upon them. And if their pathway were not thus inflected, much virtue in the heavens would be in vain, and almost every power below here dead, if from the straight line distant more or less were the departure, much would wanting be above the underneath of mundane order. Remain now, reader, still upon thy bench, in thought, pursuing that which is foretasted, if thou wouldst jocund be instead of weary. I've set before thee, henceforth feed thyself, for to itself diverteth all my care, that theme whereof I have been made the scribe, the greatest of the ministers of nature, whom the power of heavens the world imprints and measures with its light and time for us, with that part above which is called the mind, conjoined along the spirals was revolting, where each time earlier he presents himself. And I was with him, but of ascending I was not conscious, saving as a man of first thought is conscious ere it come. And Beatrice, who is seen to pass from good to better, and so suddenly that not by her action is expressed, how lucent in herself she must have been, and what was in thy Son wherein I entered, apparent not by colour but by light. I, though I call on genius, art, and practice, cannot so tell that it could be imagined, believe one can, and let him long to see it. If our fantasies too lowly are, for altitude so great, it is no marvel, since over the sun was never eye could go. Such in this place was the fourth family of the High Father, who forever sate it, showing how he breathes forth and how begets. And Beatrice began, give thanks unto the Son of angels, who to this sensible one has raised thee by his grace. Never was heart of mortal so disposed to worship, nor give itself to God. With all its gratitude was it so ready. As at those words did I myself become, and all my love was so absorbed in him that in oblivion Beatrice was eclipsed. Nor this displeased her, but she smiled at it, so that splendor of her laughing eyes my single mind on many things divided. Lights, many I saw, vivid and triumphant, make us a centre and themselves a circle, more sweet in voice than luminous in aspect, thus girt about the daughter of Latona. We sometimes see, when pregnant is the air, so that it holds the thread which makes her zone. Within the court of heaven whence I return are many jewels found, so fair and precious they cannot be transported from the realm. And of them was the singing of those lights, who takes not wings that he may fly up thither, the tidings thence may from the dumb await. As soon as singing thus the burning stars that around us whirled themselves 3 times, like unto stars neighbouring the steadfast poles. Ladies they seemed, not from the dance released, but who stop short in silence listening till they have gathered the new melody. And within one I heard beginning, when the radiance of the grace by which is kindled true love, and which thereafter grows by loving, within thee multiplied is so resplendent that it conducts thee upward to that stair, where without the reascending none ascends. Who should deny the wine out of his vial? Unto thy thirst in liberty we will not accept as water which descends not seaward. Fain wouldst thou know what plants is enflowered, this garland that encircles with delight that fair who makes thee strong for heaven. Of the lambs was I of the holy flock, which Dominic conducteth by a road, where one fattens if he strayeth not. He who is near to me on the right, my brother and master was, and he, Albertus, is of Cologne, I, Thomas of Aquinum. If thou of all others would be certain, follow behind my speaking with thy sight. Upward belong the blessed garland turning, the next effulgence issues from the smile of Gratian, who assisted both the courts in such wise it pleased in paradise. The other which nearby adorns our choir, that Peter, who was even as the poor widow offered his treasure unto holy church. The 5th light, that among us is the fairest, breathes forth from such a love that all the world below is greedy to learn tidings of it. Within it is the lofty mind, where knowledge so deep was put, that, if the true be true, to see much there never rose a second. Thou seest the next lustre of that taper, which in the flesh below looked most within the angelic nature and its ministry. Within that other light is smiling the advocate of the Christian centuries, out of whose rhetoric Augustine was furnished. Now, if thou trainest thy mind's eye along from light to light, pursuant of my praise, with thirst already of the 8th thou waitest. By seeing every good therein exalts the sainted soul which fallacious world makes manifest to him and listeth well. The body, whence 'twas hunted forth, is lying down in Ciel d'Auro, and from martyrdom and banishment it came unto this peace. See farther onward flame and burning breath of Isidore, of Beda, and of Richard, who was in contemplation more than man. This, whence to me returneth thy regard, the light is of spirit, unto whom in his grave meditations death seemed to slow. It is the light eternal of Sigia, who reading lectures in the street of straw did syllogize invidious verities. Then, as a horologe that calleth us, what time the bride of God is rising up with matins in her spouse, that he may love her, where in one part the other draws and urges, ting, ting, resounding so sweet a note, that swells with love and spirit well deposed. Thus I beheld the glorious wheel move around, and render voice to voice in modulation and sweetness that cannot be comprehended, excepting there where joy is made eternal. Canto 11. O thou insensate care of mortal men, how inconclusive are the syllogisms that make thee beat thy wings in downward flight! One after laws, and one unto aphorisms was going, and one following the priesthood, and one to reign by force or sophistry, and one in theft, one in state affairs, in pleasures of the flesh involved wearied himself, one gave himself to ease. When I, from all these things emancipate, with Beatrice above there in the heavens with such extending glory was received, when each one had returned unto that point within the circle where it was before, it stood as in a candlestick in a candle. And from within effulgence, which at first had spoken unto me, I heard begin smiling, while it more luminous became. Even as I am kindled in its ray, so, looking into the eternal light, the occasion of thy thoughts I apprehend. Thou doubtest, and wouldest have me to resist my language so extended and so open my speech, that to thy sense it may be plain. Where just before I said, where well one fattens, and where I said, there never rose a second, and here it is needful we distinguish well the providence which governeth the world with counsel, wherein all created vision is vanquished ere it reach unto the bottom, so that towards her own beloved might go, the bride of him who, uttering a loud cry, espoused her with his consecrated blood. Self-confident, and unto him more faithful, two princes did ordain in her behoof, which one side, and that might be her guide. The one was all seraphical in ardour, the other by his wisdom upon earth, a splendour was of light cherubical. One will I speak of, for both is spoken in praising one, whichever it may be taken, because unto one end their labours were. Between Tupino and the stream that falls down from the hill elect blessed Ubald, the fertile slope of lofty mountain hangs, from which Perugia feels the cold and heat through Porta's soul, and behind it weep Gualdo and Noquera their grievous yoke. From out of that slope, there which it breaketh most, its steepness rose upon a world of sun, as this one does sometimes from out the Ganges. Therefore I let him, who speaketh of that place, say not Assisi, for he would say little, but Orient, if he would properly speak. He was not yet far distant from his rising, before he had begun to make the earth some comfort from his mighty virtue feel, for he in his youth his father's wrath incurred for certain dame, who, as unto death, the gate of pleasure, no one doth unlock, and was before his spiritual court, et coram patre, unto her united, then day by day more fervently he loved her. She, reft of her first husband, scorned, obscure, 1,100 years and more, waited without a suitor until he came. Nor did avail to hear, that with Amyclas found her unmoved at the sounding of his voice, he who struck terror into all the world. Nor did avail being constant and undaunted, so that when Mary still remained below, she mounted up with Christ upon the cross. But that too darkly I may not proceed. Francis and Poverty, for these two lovers, take thou henceforth in my speech diffuse. Their concord and their joyous semblances, the love, the wonder, and the sweet regard, they made to be the cause of holy thoughts, so much so that the venerable Bernard first bared his feet, and after so great a piece ran, in running thought himself too slow. Ah, wealth unknown! O veritable good! Giles bare his feet, and bears his feet Sylvester, behind the bridegroom, so doth please the bride. Then goes his way the father and that master, he and his lady and that family, which now was girding on the humble cord. Nor cowardice of heart weighed down by his brow at soon being Peter Benedone, nor for appearing marvellously scorned, but regally his hard determination to innocent he opened, and from him he received his primal seal upon his order.
after the people mendicant increased behind this man, whose admirable life better in glory of the heavens was sung. Incoronated with the second crown was through Honorius by the eternal spirit the holy purpose of this archimandrite. And when he had, through first of martyrdom, in the proud presence of the Sultan preached Christ, and others who came after him, and finding for conversion too unripe the folk, and not to tarry there in vain, returned to fruit of the Italic grass, the rude rock twixt Tiber and Arno from Christ, he did receive the final seal, which during 2 whole years his members bore, when he, who chose him unto so much good, was pleased to draw him up to the reward that he had merited by being lowly. Unto his friars, as to the rightful heirs, his most dear lady did he recommend, and bade that they should love her faithfully. And from her bosom the illustrious soul wished to depart, returning to its realm, and for its body wished no other bier. Think now, what man was he, who was a fit companion over the high seas to keep the bark of Peter to its proper bearings? And this was a man, our patriarch, hence whoever doth follow him, he commends can see that he is laden with good merchandise. But for new pasturage his flock grown, so greedy that 'tis impossible they not be scattered over fields diverse, and in proportion his sheep remote and vagabond go farther off from him, more void of milk return they to the fold. Verily, some there are that fear a hurt, and keep close to the shepherd, but so few that little cloth doth furnish forth their hoods. Now if my utterance be not indistinct, if thine own hearing have attentive been, if thou recall to mind what I have said, in part of contented shall thy wishes be, for thou shalt see the plants that's chipped away, and rebuke that lieth in the words, where well one fathers, if he strayeth not. Canto 12. Soon as the blessed flame had taken up the final word to give it utterance, began the holy millstone to revolve, and in its gyre had not turned wholly round before another in a ring enclosed it, and motion joined to motion, song to song, song that is greatly doth transcended our muses, our sirens, in those dulcet clarions, as primal splendour that which is reflected. And as are spanned athwart a tender cloud, 2 rainbows parallel and like in colour, when Juno to her handmaid gives command, that one without born of the one within, like to the speaking of that vagrant one, whom love consumed as doth the sun vapours, and make the people hear. Through covenant God set word with Noah, presageful of the world, that shall no more be covered with a flood. In such wise of those sempiternal roses the garlands twain encompassed us about, and thus the outer to the inner answered. After the dance, the other grand rejoicings, both the singing and the flaming forth effulgence, with effulgence blithe and tender, together at once, with one accord had stopped, even as the eyes that, as volition moves towards them, must needs together shut and lift themselves. Out of the heart of one of the new lights there came a voice, that needle to the star made me appear in turning thitherward, and it began, the love that makes me fair draws me to speak about the other leader, by whom so well is spoken here of mine. 'Tis right, where one is, to bring in the other, that as they were united in their warfare together likewise may their glory shine. The soldiery of Christ, which it had cost so dear to arm again behind the standard, moved slow and doubtful in numbers few, when the Emperor who reigneth evermore provided for the host that was in peril, through grace alone, and not that it was worthy. And as was said, he to his bride brought succour, with champions twain, at whose deed
and whose word the straggling people were together drawn. Within that region, where the sweet west wind rises to open the new leaves, wherewith Europe is seen to clothe herself afresh, not far off from the beating of the waves behind which is his long career, the sun sometimes conceals itself from every man, is situate the fortunate Calahorra, under protection of the mighty shield in which the lion's subject is and sovereign. Therein was bade the amorous paramour of Christian faith, the athlete consecrate, kind to his own, cruel to his foes, and when it was created was in his mind replete with such living energy that in his mother her it made prophetic. As soon as the espousals were complete, between him and the faith at the holy font, where they with mutual safety dowered each other, the woman who for him had given assent saw in a dream the admirable fruit that issue from him and from his heirs, that he may be construed as he was. A spirit from this place went forth to name him with his possessive, whose he wholly was. Dominic was he called, and him I speak of, even as the husbandman whom Christ elected to his garden to assist him. Envoy and servant sooth he seemed of Christ, for the first love made manifest in him was the first counsel that was given by Christ. Silent and wakeful many a time was he discovered by this nurse upon the ground, as if he would have said, "For this I came. O thou his father, Felix, verily, O thou his mother, verily, Joanna, if this interpreted means as is said." Not for the word, which people toil for now in following Ostiense and Taddeo, but through his longing after the true manner. He in short time became so great a teacher that he began to go about the vineyard which fateth soon if faithless be the dresser, and of the sea, that once more benignant unto the righteous poor, not through itself, but him who sits there and degenerates. Not to dispense of 2 or 3 or 6, not of any fortune, of the first vacancy, non decimasque sunt pauperum Dei. He asked for, but against the errant world, permission to do battle for the seed, of which the 24 plants surround thee. Then with the doctrine and the will together, with office apostolical, he moved, like torrent of which some lofty vein outpresses. And in among the shoots heretical, his impetus with greater fury smote wherever the resistance was greatest. Of him made thereafter diverse runnels, whereby the garden Catholic is watered, that by living plantations stand, if such the one wheel of the beaker was, in which by the Holy Church itself defended, and in the field its civic battle won. Truly, fully manifest should be to thee the excellence of the other, unto whom Thomas so courteous was before my coming. But still the orbit, which the highest part of its circumference made, is derelict, so that the mould is where was once the crust. His family, that had straightforward moved with feet upon his footprints, are turned round so that they set the point upon the hill. As soon as they were aware will be the harvest of this bad husbandry, when shall the tares complain the granaries taken from them? Yet I say, he who searcheth leaf by leaf, or volume through, would still some page discover where he could read, "I am as I am wont." 'Twill be not from Casal nor Ascosparta, and whence come into such the written word that one avoids it, the other narrows. Bonaventura of Bagnoregio's life am I, who always in great offices postponed considerations sinister. Here Illuminato and Agostino are the first barefooted beggars that were that court of the friends of God became. Hugh of St. Victor is among them here, and Peter Mangiador, and Peter of Spain, whom down below in volumes 12 is shining.
Nathan the Seer, and Metropolitan Chrysostom, and Anselmus, and Donatus, who deigned to lay his hand to the first art. Here is Rabanus, and beside me here shines the Calabrian abbot Joachim, he with the spirit of prophecy endowed. To celebrate so great a paladin have moved me to impassioned of courtesy and the discreet discourses of Friar Thomas, and with me they've moved this company. Canto 13. Let him imagine who would well conceive what now I say, and let him while I speak retain the image of a steadfast rock, the 15 stars that in their diverse regions the sky enliven with light so great that transcendeth all clusters of the air. Let him the wane imagine unto which our vault of heaven sufficeth night and day, that in the turning of its pole fails not. Let him the mouth imagine of the horn, that in the point beginneth of the axis, round about which the primal wheel revolves. To have fashioned themselves 2 signs in heaven like unto which Minos' daughter made, the moment when she felt the frost of death, and to one have its rays within the other, and both to whirl themselves in such a manner that one should forward go, the other backward, and he will have some shadowing forth of the true constellation of the double dance that circled round the point at which I was, because it is much beyond our wont, as swifter than the motion of the Chiana moveth the heaven, and at all rest outspeeds. There sung they neither Bacchus nor Apollo, but in the divine nature persons 3, and in one person the divine and human. The singing and the dance fulfilled their measure, and unto us those holy lights gave need, growing in happiness from care to care. Then broke the silence of those saints concordant, the light in which the admirable life of God's own mendicant was told to me, and said, now that one straw is trodden out, now that its seed garnered up already, sweet love invites me to thresh out the other. Into that bosom who believest, whence there was driven from the rib to the beauteous cheek whose taste all the world is costing dear, and into that world, by lance transfixed, before and since such satisfaction made that weighs down the balance of all sin. Whatever of light it has to human nature, been lawful to possess, was all infused by the same power that both of them created. And thence, at what I said above dost wonder, when I narrated that no second had the good in which the 5th light is enclosed. Now ope thine eyes, what I answer thee, and thou shalt see thy creed and my discourse fit in the truth as centre in a circle. That which can die, and that which dieth not, and nothing but the splendour of the idea, which by his love our Lord brings into being, because that living light which is from fount effulgent flows, so that it disunites not from him, nor from the love in them entwined. Through its own goodness reunites its rays in 9 substances as in a mirror, itself eternally remaining one. Thence it descends to the last potencies, downward from act to act, becoming such that only brief contingencies it makes, and these contingencies I hold to be things generated, which the heaven produces by its own motion, with seed and without. Neither their wax, nor that which tempers it, remains immutable, and hence beneath the ideal signet more and less shines through. Therefore it happens that self-same tree after its kind bears worse and better fruit, and ye are born with characters diverse. If in perfection tempered with the wax, and where the heaven in its supremest virtue, the brilliance of the seal would all appear, but nature gives it evermore deficient, and like manner, working as if the artist who had the skill of art and hand that trembles. If then the fervent love with vision clear of primal virtue do dispose and seal, perfection absolute is there acquired. Thus was the old and earth created worthy of all and every animal perfection, and thus the Virgin was impregnate made.
so that thine own opinion I commend, that human nature never yet has been nor will be what it was in those two persons. Now, if no further forth I shall proceed, then in what ways was he without a peer, would be the first beginning of my words. But that may well appear what now appears not. Think who he was, and what occasion moved him to make request, when it was told him, Ask. I have not so spoken that thou canst see. Clearly he was king who asked for wisdom, that he might sufficiently a king be. 'Twas not to know the number in which are these motors here above, or if necessity with a contingent ever necessity make, non si estere primum montem esse, or if in semicircle can be made triangle, so that it have no right angle. Whence, if thou notice this, and what I have said, a regal prudence is that peerless seeing in which the shaft of my intention strikes, and if on the rose thou turnest thy clear eyes, thou wilt see that it has reference alone to kings who are many, and the good are rare. With this distinction, take thou what I said, and thus it can consist with thy belief, or the first father and of our delight, and lead shall this be always to thy feet, to make thee like a weary man move slowly, both to the yes and no thou seest not. For very low among the fools is he who affirms without distinction or denies, as well as in other cases, because it happens that full often bends current opinion in the false direction, and that the feelings bind the intellect. Far more than uselessly he leaves the shore, since he returneth not the same he went, who fishes for the truth, and has no skill. And in the world proofs manifest thereof Parmenides, Melissus, Brisus are, and many who went on and knew not whither. Thus did Sabellius, Arius, and those fools who have ever been so as swords upon the scriptures in rendering distorted their straight faces. Nor yet shall people be too confident in judging, even if he as to doth ripe the corn in field, or it ever be ripe. For I have seen all winter long the thorn first show itself intractable and fierce, and after bear the rose upon its top. And I have seen a ship direct and swift run over the sea throughout its course entire, to perish at the harbour's mouth at last. Let not Dame Bertha nor Sir Martin think, seeing one steal offering another make, to see them arbitrament divine, for one may rise, and fall the other may. Canto 14. From centre unto rim, from rim to centre, in a round vase the water moves itself, as from with it struck or from within. Into my mind a sudden dropped, what am I saying, at the point when silent became the glorious life of Thomas. Because of the resemblance that was born of his discourse and that of Beatrice, whom, after him, it pleased thus to begin. This man has need, and does not tell you so, nor with the voice, nor even in his thought, of going to the root of one truth more. Declare unto him if the light wherewith blossoms your substance shall remain with you eternally the same that is now, and if it do remain, say in what manner, after ye are again made visible, it can be that it injure not your sight. As by a greater gladness, urged and drawn, they are who are dancing in a ring sometimes uplift their voices, and their motions quicken. So, at that orison, devout and prompt, the holy circles and a new joy displayed in their revolving and their wondrous song. Whoso lamenteth him, that here we die, that we may live above, has never there seen the refreshment of the eternal reign. The one and the two and the three, who ever liveth,
and reigneth ever there in 3 and 2 and 1, not circumscribed, and all things circumscribing. 3 several times was chanted by each one among those spirits with such melody, that for all the merit it were a just reward. And in the lustre most divine of all, the lesser ring, I heard a modest voice, such as perhaps the angels was to Mary. Answer. As long as the festivity of paradise shall be, so long our love shall radiate round about us as such a vesture, its brightness so proportioned to the ardour to the vision, and the vision equals what grace it has above its worth. When, glorious and sanctified, our flesh is reassumed, then shall our persons be more pleasing by their being all complete. For will increase whatever bestows on us of light, gratuitous, the good supreme, light which enables us to look on him. Therefore, the vision must perforce increase the ardour from that which is kindled, increase the radiance from which this proceeds. But even as the coal that sends forth flame, and is by vivid whiteness overpowers it, so that its own appearance it maintains, thus the effulgence that surrounds us now shall be overpowered in aspect by the flesh, which still today the earth doth cover up. Nor can so great a splendour weary us, for strong will be the organs of the body, to everything which hath the power to please us. So sudden an alert appeared to me, both one and the other choir, to say Amen, that while they showed their desire for their dead bodies, nor soul for them perhaps, but for the mothers, the fathers, and the rest who had been dear, or ever they became eternal flames. And lo, all round about the equal brightness arose a lustre over what was here, like a horizon that is clearing up, and is at the rise of early eve, begin along the welcome new appearances, so that the sight seems real and unreal. It seems to me that new subsistences began there to be seen, and make a circle outside the other 2 circumferences. O very sparkling of the Holy Spirit, how sudden and incandescent it became unto mine eyes that vanquished bore it not. But Beatrice, so beautiful and smiling, appeared to me, that with the other sights that followed not memory I must leave her. Then to uplift themselves mine eyes resumed the power, and I beheld myself translated to higher salvation with my lady only. Well was I aware that I was more uplifted by the enkindled smiling of the star that seemed to be more ruddy than its wont, with all my heart, and in that dialect which is the same in all such holocaust to God that I made the new grace beseemed. And not yet from my bosom was exhausted the ardour of sacrifice, before I knew this offering was accepted and auspicious, for with so great a lustre and so red splendours appeared to me in 2-fold rays, I said, O Helios, who dost so adorn them, even as distinct with less and greater lights glimmers between the 2 poles of the world, the galaxy that maketh wise men doubt, thus constellated in the depths of Mars, those rays describe the venerable sign that quadrants joining in circle make. Here doth my memory overcome my genius, for on that cross as leaven gleamed forth Christ, so that I cannot find ensample worthy, but he who takes his cross and follows Christ again will pardon me what I admit, seeing that in the aurora light and Christ, from horn to horn and twixt top the bays, lights were in motion brightly scintillating, as they together met and passed each other. Thus, level and aslant and swift and slow, we here behold renewing still sight, the particles of body long and short. Across the sunbeam move where is listed sometimes the shade, which for their own defence people with cunning and with art contrive. And as lute and harp, accordant strung with many strings, dulls and tinkling made, to him by whom the notes are not distinguished. so from the lights that there appeared to me upgathered through the cross a melody which rapt me, not distinguishing the hymn. Well was I aware of lofty Lord, because there came to me, arise and conquer. As unto him who hears and comprehends not, so much enamoured I became therewith, that until there was not anything that ever had fettered me with such sweet bonds, perhaps my word appears somewhat too bold, postponing the delight of those fair eyes, into which gazing my desire has rest. But who bethinks him that the living seals of every beauty grow in power ascending, and that I there had not turned round to those, can me excuse, if I myself excuse, to excuse myself, and to see that I speak truly, for here the holy joy is not disclosed, because ascending it becomes more pure. Canto 15. A will benign, in which reveals itself ever the love that righteously inspires, as in the iniquitous cupidity silence imposed upon that dulcet lyre, and quieted the consecrated chords that heaven's right hand doth tighten and relax. How doth just entreaty shall be deaf, those substances which to me give desire of praying them, with one accord grew silent. 'Tis well without end he should lament, who for love of the thing doth not last, eternally despoils him of that love. As through the pure and tranquil evening air there shoots from time to time a sudden fire, moving the eyes that steadfast were before, and seems to be a star that changeth place, except that in the part where it is kindled nothing is missed, and this endureth little. So from the horn that to the right extends unto the cross's foot there ran a star, out of constellation shining there, nor was the gem dissevered from its ribbon, but down the radiant fillet ran along, so that fire seemed it behind alabaster. Thus piteous did Anchises' shade reach forward, if any faith our greatest muse deserve, were in Elysium he and his son perceived. O sanguis meos, o superinfusa, gratia de secutibicui, bis unquam coeli danua reclusa. Thus that effulgence, whence I gave it heed, then round unto my lady turned my sight, and on this side and that was stupefied. For in her eyes was burning such a smile, and with mine own methought I touched the bottom both of my grace and of my paradise. Then pleasant to the hearing and sight, the spirit joined to its beginning things. I understand not, so profound it spake, nor did it hide itself from me by choice, but by necessity, for its conception above the mark of morals set itself. And when the bow of burning sympathy was so far slackened that its speech descendeth towards the mark of our intelligence, the first thing was to be understood by me was, Benedict be thou, O Trine and One, who hast thou seed so courteous been. And it continued, Hunger long and grateful, dawn from reading of the mighty volume wherein never is changed the white nor dark, thou hast appeased my son within this light, in which I speak to thee, by grace of her, who to this lofty flight with plumage clothed thee. Thou thinkest that to me that thought doth pass from him whose first, as from the unit, if that it be known, ray out of the 5 and 6. And therefore, who I am thou askest not, and why I seem more joyous unto thee than any other of this gladsome crowd. Thou thinkest the truth, because the small and great of this existence look into the mirror wherein, before thou thinkest, thy thought thou showest. But that the sacred love, in which I watch with sight perpetual, in which makes me thirst with sweet desire, may better be fulfilled,
Now let thy voice secure, and frank and glad proclaim thy wishes, the desire proclaim, to which my answer is decreed already. To Beatrice I turned me, and she heard before I spake, and smiled to me a sign, that made the wings of my desire increase. Then in this wise began I. Love and knowledge, when on you dawned the first equality, of the same weight for each of you became, for in the sun which lighted you and burned with heat and radiance, they so equal are, that all similitudes are insufficient. But among mortals will and argument, for reason that is to you manifest, diversely feathered in their opinions are. Whence I, who mortal am, feel in myself this inequality, so give not thanks save in my heart for this paternal welcome. Truly do I entreat thee, living topaz, set in this precious jewel as a gem, that thou wilt satisfy me in thy name. O leaf of mine, in whom I pleasure took, even while awaiting I was thine own root, such a beginning he in answer made me, then said to me, that one from whom is named thy race, to whom 100 years or more has circled round the mount of the first cornice, a son of mine, and thy great grandsire was. Well, it behooves thee that the long fatigue thou shouldst make for him shorter with thy works. Florence, within the ancient boundary, from which she taketh still her tears and nones, abode in quiet, temperature, and chaste. No golden chain she had, nor coronal, nor lady shod with sandals shoon, no girdle that caught the eye more than the person did. Not yet the daughter at birth struck fear into the father, for the time and dower did not overrun this or that measure. No houses had she void of families, not yet had thither come Sardanapalus, to show in what chamber can be done. Not yet surpassed had Montemalo been by your Ucaledaio, which surpassed shall in its downfall be in its rise. Bellincium Berti saw I go begirt with leather and with bone, and from the mirror his dame depart without a painted face, and him of Nerli saw and him of Vecchio, contented with their simple suits of buff, and with the spindle and the flax their dames. Oh, fortunate woman! And each one was certain of her own burial place, and none as yet for the sake of France was in her bed deserted, and over the cradle kept her studious watch, and in her lullabied language used that first delights fathers and mothers. Another, drawing tresses from her distaff, told over among her many family and tales of Trojans, and of Faesole and Rome. As great a marvel then would have been held a Labeto Saltarello, a Caniella, and as Cinsicantus or Cornelia now. To such a quiet, such a beautiful life of a citizen, such a safe community, and so sweet an inn did Mary give me, with crowd cries invoked, and in your ancient baptistery at once Christian and Cacciaguida I became. Moronto was my brother, and Alessio from Valdibato came to be my wife, and from that place the surname is derived. I followed afterward the Emperor Conrad, and he begirt me of his chivalry, so much I pleased him with my noble deeds. I followed in his train against that law's iniquity, whose people doth usurp your just possession, through your pastor's fault. There by that execrable race was I, released from bonds of fallacious worlds, the love of which defileth many souls, and came from martyrdom unto this place. Canto 16. O thou art poor nobility of blood, if thou dost make the people glory in thee down here where our affection languishes, a marvellous thing it never will be to me. For there, where appetite is not perverted, I say in heaven of thee I make a boast. Truly, thou art a cloak that quickly shortens, so that unless we piece thee day by day, time goeth round about thee with his shears. With you, which Rome was first to tolerate, wherein her family less perseveres, yet once again my words beginning made. Whence Beatrice stood somewhat apart, smiling, appeared like unto her who coughed at the first failing writ of Guinevere, and I began. You are my ancestor. You give to me all hardihood to speak. You lift me, so I am more than I. So many rivulets with gladness fill my mind, that of itself makes a joy, because it can endure this and not burst. Then tell me, my beloved root ancestral, who were your ancestors, and what the years that in your boyhood chronicled themselves? Tell me about the sheepfold of St. John, how large it was, and who the people were within it worthy of the highest seats. As at the blowing of the winds a coal quickens to flame, so I beheld that light became resplendent at my blandishments. As unto mine eyes it grew more fair, with voice more sweet and tender, but not in this modern dialect, it said to me, from uttering of the Ave to the birth in which my mother, who is now a saint of me enlightened, had been her burden, unto its lion had fire returned 550 times and 30 more, to re-inflame itself beneath his paw. My ancestors and I, the birthplace, where first found the last ward of the city by him who runneth in your annual game. Suffice it of my elders to hear this. But who they were, and whence they thither came, silence is more considerate than speech. All those who at this time were there between Mars and the Baptist fit for bearing arms were a fifth of those who are now living. But the community that is now mixed with Campi and Certaldo and Figini, pure in the lowest artisan, was seen. Oh, how much better to have neighbours, the folks whom I speak of, and at Galuzzo and Trespiano have your boundary. Then have them in the town, and bear the stench of Aguglione's churl, and him of Signa, who has sharp eyes for trickery already. Had not the folk, which most of all the world degenerates, had been a step-dame unto Caesar, but as mother to her son Benin. Some who turn Florentines, and trade at discount, would have gone back again to Simifonte. There, with their grandsires, went about as beggars. At Montemurlo still would be as counts the Giorgi in the parish of Agone, perhaps in Valdegrive and the Buondelmonte. Ever the intermingling of the people has been the source of malady in cities, as in the body food it surfights on, and a blind bull more headlong plunges down than a blind lamb, very often cuts better, and a more single sword than 5. If Luni thou regard, and Urbisaglia, how they passed away, and how are passing Chiusi and Sinigaglia after them, to hear how races waste themselves away, will seem to thee no novel thing, nor hard seeing that even cities have an end. All the things of yours have their mortality, even as yourselves, but it is hidden in some that long while endure, and lives are short. And as the turning of the lunar heaven covers and bears shores without a pause, in like manner fortune does with Florence. Therefore should not appear a marvellous thing what I shall say of the great Florentines, of whom the fame is hidden in the past. I saw Ugi, I saw the Catalini, Filippi, Greci, Ormani, and Alberici, even in their fall, illustrious citizens. And so, as mighty as the ancient were, with him of La Sanella, him of Arca, of Soldanir, of Andingi, of Bostici, near to the gate that is present, laden with the new felony of so much weight, but soon it shall be jetsam from the bark. The Ravignani were, from whom descended the County Guido, or whoever the name of the great Bellincione, since hath taken. He of La Presa knew of the art of ruling already, and already Galigaio had hilt the pommel gilded his horse. Mighty already was the column Ver, Sacchetti, Guiocci, Fifant, Barucci, and Galli, and they who were for the bushel blush. The stock from which they were, the Calfucci bone, was great already, and already chosen to curule chairs in the Sizzi and Arugucci. Ah, how beheld I those who had undone by their own pride, and how the balls of gold Florence inflowered in all their mighty deeds. So likewise did the ancestors of those who evermore, when vacant is your church, fatten by staying in consistory. The insolent race, that like a dragon flows, whoever flees, and unto him that shows his teeth or purpose is gentle as a lamb, already rising was, but from low people, so that it pleased not Herbert Indonanto, that his wife's father should make him their kin. Already had Capanasco to the market from Fisoli descended, and already Guida and Infangato were good burghers. I'll tell you a thing incredible, but true. One entered the small circuit by a gate, from which the Della Pera took its name. Each one bears the beautiful escutcheon of the great baron whose renowned and famed the festival of Thomas keepeth fresh, knighthood and privilege from him received, though with the populace unites himself today the man who binds it with a border. Already were the Gualterotti and Importuni, and were more quiet would the Borgo be if with new neighbours it remained unfed. The house from which is born your lamentation, through your disdain the death among you brought, and put an end unto your joyous life, was honoured in itself and its companions. Oh, Buondelmonte, how in evil hour thou fleddest at bridal at another's promptings. Many would be rejoicing who are sad, if God had thee surrendered to the Emma the first time thou camest to the city. But it behooved the mutilated stone which guards the bridge that Florence should provide a victim in her latest hour of peace. With all these families, and others with them, Florence beheld I in so great repose, that no occasion had she whence to weep. With all these families beheld, so just and glorious her people, that the lily never upon the spear was placed reversed, nor by division was vermilion made. Canto 17. As came to Climene, to be made certain of that which he had hurt himself against, he who makes further jerry still to children, even such was I, as such was I perceived by Beatrice and the holy light that first on my account had changed its place. Therefore my lady said unto me, Send forth the flame of thy desire, so that it issue imprinted well with the internal stamp, not that by our knowledge may be greater made by speech of thine, but to accustom thee to tell thy thirst, that we may give thee drink. Ah, my beloved tree, thou so dost lift thee, that even as minds terrestrial perceive no triangle containeth to obtuse, so that beholdest the contingent things ere themselves are, fixing thine eyes upon the point which all times are present. While I was with Virgilius conjoined upon the mountain that the soul doth heal, and when descending into the dead world, were spoken to me of my future life some grievous words, although I feel myself in sooth foursquare against the blows of chance. On this account, my wish would be content to hear what fortune is approaching me, because foreseen an arrow comes more slowly. Thus did I say unto the selfsame light, that unto me had spoken before, and even as Beatrice willed was what of my own will confessed. Not in vague phrase, in which the foolish folk ensnared themselves of old, ere yet was slain the Lamb of God who taketh sins away, but with clear words and unambiguous language responded that paternal love, hid and revealed by its own proper smile. Contingency, that outside of the volume of your materiality extends not, is all depicted in the eternal aspect. Necessity, however, thence makes it not, except as from thine eye in which it is mirrored, the ship that which the current down descends. From thence, even as there cometh to the ear sweet harmony from an organ comes in sight to me, at the time is preparing for thee. As forth from Athens went Hippolytus, by reason of his stepdame false and cruel, so thou from Florence must perforce depart. Already this is willed, and this is sought for, and soon it shall be done by him who thinks it, where every day the Christ is bought and sold. The blame shall follow the offended party in outcry as is usual, but the vengeance shall witness to the truth that does dispense it. Thou shalt abandon everything beloved most tenderly, and this the arrow is which first bow of banishment shoots forth. Thou shalt have proof of how savoureth of salt the bread of others, and how hard a road is going up and down another's stairs. And that which shall weigh upon thy shoulders will be the bad and foolish company with which into this valley they shall fall. For all ingrate, all mad and impious, they will become against thee, but soon after they, and not thou, shall have the forehead scarlet. Of their beast their own proceedings shall furnish proof. So it will be well for thee, a party, to have made thee by itself. Thine earliest refuge, and thine earliest inn, shall be the mighty Lombard's courtesy, who on the ladder bears the holy bird. Who such benign shall regard shall have for thee, what twixt you twain, in doing and in asking, thou shalt be the first in which with others last. With him thou shalt see one who is at his birth, has by a star of strength been so impressed, that notable shall be his achievements. Not yet the people are aware of him, though his young age, only since 9 years old, yet around about him have these wheels revolved. But ere the Gascon cheat the noble Henry, some sparkles of his virtue shall appear, in caring not for silver, nor for toil. So recognized shall his magnificence become hereafter, that his enemies will not have the power to keep mute tongues about it. On him rely, and on his benefits. By him shall many people be transformed, changing condition rich and mendicant. And written on in thy mind, thou hence shalt bear of him, but shalt not say it. And things he said incredible to those who shall be present. Then added, Son, these are the commentaries on what was said to thee. Behold the snares that are concealed behind a few revolutions. Yet would I not thy neighbours thou shouldst envy, because thy life into the future reaches beyond the punishment of their perfidies. When by its silence showed that sainted soul that it had finished putting into the woof into that web which I had given it warped, began I, even as he who yearneth after being in doubt some counsel from a person seeth, and he uprightly wills and loves. Well see I, Father mine, who spurreth on towards time such a blow to deal to me, as heaviest is to him who gives most away. Therefore with foresight it is well I arm me, that if a dearest place be taken from me, I may not lose the others by my songs. Down through the world of infinite bitterness, and over the mountain from whose beauteous summit the eyes of mine own lady lift me. And afterward, through heaven from light to light I have learned, of which if I tell again, will be a savour of strong herbs to many. And if I am timid, friend to truth, I fear lest I may lose my life with those who will thereafter call this time the olden. The light in which was smiling thine own treasure, which there I had discovered, flashed at first, as in the sunshine doth a golden mirror, then made reply, a conscience overcast, or with its own of another's shame, will taste forsooth the tartness of thy word. But nevertheless all falsehood laid aside, make manifest thy vision utterly, and let them scratch wherever is the itch. For if thine utterance shall offensive be, at first taste the vital nutriment 'twill leave thereafter, when it's digested. This cry of thine shall do as doth the wind, which smiteth the most in exalted summits, and that is no slight argument of honour. Therefore are shown to thee within these wheels, upon the mountain in dolorous valley, only the souls that unto fame are known, because the spirit of the hearer rests not, nor doth confirm its faith by example, which has a root of it unknown and hidden, or other reason that is not apparent. Canto 18. Now was alone rejoicing in its word, that soul beautified, and I was tasting my own with bitter tempering the sweet. And the lady, who to God was leading me, said, change thy thought, consider that I am near unto him who every wrong disburdens. Under the loving accents of my comfort I turned me round, and then what love I saw within those holy eyes I here relinquish. Not only that my language I distrust, but that my mind cannot return so far above itself unless another guide it. Thus much upon that point can I repeat, that her again beholding my affection from every other longing was released, while the eternal pleasure, which direct rayed upon Beatrice, from her fair face contented me with its reflected aspect, conquering me with that radiance of a smile she set upon me. Turn thee about and listen. Not in mine eyes alone is paradise. Even as sometimes here do we behold the affection in the look, if it be such that all the soul is wrapped by it, so by the flaming of the effulgence holy to which I turned, I recognized therein the wish of speaking to me somewhat further. And it began. In this fifth resting place, upon the tree that liveth by its summit, and aye bears fruit and never loses leaf, are blessed spirits that below, ere yet they came to heaven, were such of great renown that if every muse therewith would affluent be. Therefore look thou upon the cross's horns. He whom I now shall name will be there an act that doth within a cloud of its own swift fire. I saw athwart a cross a splendid drawn by naming Joshua, nor noted I the word before the deed. And at the name of the great Maccabee, I saw another move itself revolving, and gladness was the whip unto that top. Likewise for Charlemagne, and for Orlando. Two of them regard my attention, followed as followeth the eye of its falcon flying. William thereafterwards, and Renard, and the Duke Godfrey did attract my sight, along that cross and Robert Guiscard. Then moved and mingled with other lights, the soul that had addressed me showed how great an artist 'twas among the heavenly singers. To my right side I turned myself around, my duty to behold in Beatrice either by words or gesture signified. And so translucent I beheld her eyes, so full of pleasure, that her countenance surpassed its other and its latent wont. And as by feeling greater delectation, a man in doing good from day to day becomes aware of his virtue is increasing, so I became aware that my gyration with heaven together had increased its arc, that miracle beholding more adorned. And such is the change in little lapse of time in a pale woman when her face is from the load of bashfulness unladen. Such was it in mine eyes when I had turned, caused by the whiteness of the temperate star, the sixth, which to itself had gathered me. Within that jovial torch did I behold that sparkling of love which was therein delineate our language to thine eyes. and even as birds uprisen from the shore, as in congratulation over their food make squadrons of themselves, now round, now long, so within those lights the holy creatures sang flying to and fro, and in their figures made of themselves now D, now I, now L. First singing, they to their own music moved, then one becoming of these characters, of little while they rested and were silent. O divine Pegasaea, who thou genius doth glorious make, and render it long-lived, and this, though through thee the cities and kingdoms illume thee with thyself, that I may bring their figures out as I have them conceived, apparent to be thy power in these brief verses. Themselves then they displayed in 5 times 7 vowels and consonants. I observed the parts as they seemed spoken unto me. Diligite Justiniam, these were the first verb and noun that was depicted. Qui judictatis teram were the last. Thereafter, in the M of the 5th word remained they so arranged, that Jupiter seemed to be silver there with gold inlaid. And other lights I saw descend, which was the summing of M, and pause there singing the good, I think, that draws them unto itself. Then, as in striking upon burning logs, upward there fly innumerable sparks, whence fools are wont to look for auguries. More than 1,000 lights seemed thence to rise, and to ascend, some more and others less, even as the sun that lights them had allotted. And each one, being quiet in its place, the head and neck beheld I of an eagle, delineated by that inlaid fire. He who paints, and has none to be his guide, but himself guides, and is from him remembered that virtue which form unto the nest. The other beatitude, they contend, seemed to be at first bloom a lily on the M, by a slight motion followed out the imprint. O gentle star, what and how many gems did demonstrate to me all our justice effect of that heaven which thou ingemmest. Wherefore I pray the mind, in which begin thy motion to thy virtue, to regard whence comes the smoke that vitiates thy rays, so that a second time it now be wroth with buying and selling in the temple, with all those walls that were built with signs and martyrdoms. O soldiery of heaven, whom I contemplate, implore for those who are upon the earth, all gone astray after the bad example. Once 'twas the custom to make war with swords, but now 'tis by taking here and there the bread the pitying Father shuts from none. Yet thou, who writeth but to cancel, think that Peter and that Paul, who are with this vineyard which thou spoiling art died, are still alive. What canst thou say? So steadfast my desire is unto him who willed to live alone, and for a dance was led to martyrdom, that I know not the fisherman nor Paul. Canto 19. Appeared before me with its wings outspread the beautiful image that in sweet fruition made jubilant the interwoven souls. Appeared a little ruby each, wherein the ray of sun was burning so enkindled that each into mine eyes refracted it. And what it now behooves me to retrace, nor voice has ever reported, nor ink written, nor was by the fantasy ever comprehended. For speak I saw, and likewise heard, the beak, and utter with its voice both I and my, when in conception it was we and our. And it began, being just merciful, am I exalted here under that glory which cannot be exceeded by desire. And upon earth I left my memory, such that evil-minded people there commend it, but continue not the story. So doth a single heat from many embers make itself felt, even as from many loves issued a single sound from out of that image. Whence I thereafter, O perpetual flowers of the eternal joy, that only one make me perceive your odours manifold. Exhaling, break within me the great fast, which a long season has in hunger beheld me, not finding for any of it food on earth. Well do I now that if in heaven is a mirror justice divine another realm doth make, yours apprehends it not through any veil. You know how I attentively address me to listen, and you know what is the doubt that is in me so very old or fast. Even as a falcon issuing from its hood doth move its head, and with its wings applaud him, showing desire and making himself fine, so I became that standard which lords have interwoven and grace divine, with such songs as he knows who there rejoices. Then it began. He who a compass turned on the word's outer verge, and whom within it devised so much occult and manifest, could not impress the power so make of all the universe, as that his word should not remain in infinite excess. And this makes certain that the first proud being, who was the paradigm of every creature, by not awaiting light fell immature. And hence appears it, that each minor nature is scant receptacle unto that good, which has no end, and is by itself measured, in consequence of our vision, which perforce must be some ray of that intelligence, with which all things, whatever are replete, cannot in its own nature be so potent, that it shall not its origin discern, far beyond that which is apparent to it. Therefore, into justice sempiternal, the power of vision that your world receives as eye into the ocean penetrates, which thou at sea at the bottom near the shore, upon the deep perceives it not, and yet it is there, but it is hidden by the depth. There is no light, but comes from the serene, that never is overcast, nay, it is darkness, or shadow of the flesh, or else its poison. Amply to thee is opened now the cavern, which now has concealed thee from living justice, of which thou madest such frequent questioning. For saidst thou, born a man is on the shore of Indus, and none who there can speak of Christ, nor who can read, nor who can write, and all his inclinations and his actions are good, so far as human reason sees, without a sin in life or in discourse. He dieth unbaptized and without faith. Where is the justice that condemns him? Where is his fault, if he do not believe? Now who art thou, that on a bench would sit in judgment at 1,000 miles away with the short vision of a single span? Truly to him, who with me subtilizes, if so the scripture were not over you, for doubting there were marvellous occasion. O animals terrene, O stolid minds, the primal will, that in itself is good, never from itself the good supreme has moved. So much is as accordant with it. No good created draws to itself, but it rain forth occasions that, even as above, her nest goes circling around the stalk when she has fed her little ones, and he has been so fed looks up to her. So lifted I my brows, and even such became the blessed image with which wings was moving, by so many counsels urged. Circling around it sang and said, as are my notes to thee, thou dost not comprehend them. Such is the eternal judgment to you mortals. Those lucent splendors of the Holy Spirit grew quiet then, but still within the standard that made the Romans reverend to the world. It recommenced. Unto this kingdom never ascended one who had not faith in Christ before or since he to the tree was nailed. But look thou, many are crying, Christ, Christ, who at the judgment shall be far less near to him, and some shall be who knew not Christ. Such Christians shall the Ethiop condemn, when the two companies shall be divided, the one forever rich, the one forever poor. What do your kings, may not the Persians say, when they that volume open shall behold in which are written down all their dispraises. There shall be seen among the deeds of Albert that which e'er shall long set the pen in motion, for which the realm of Prague shall be deserted. There shall be seen the woe that on the Seine he brings by falsifying of the coin, who by the blow of the wild boar shall die. There shall be seen the pride that causes thirst, which makes the Scot and the Englishman so mad that they within their boundaries cannot rest. Be seen the luxury and effeminate life of him of Spain and the Bohemian, whom valour never knew and never wished. Be seen the cripple of Jerusalem, his goodness represented by an I, while the reverse an M shall represent. Be seen the avarice and poltroonery of him of the guards of the island of fire, wherein Anchises finished his long life. And to declare how pitiful he is, soon shall his record be in contracted letters, which shall make of note such little in space, and shall appear to each one of those foul deeds of uncle and of brother who a nation so famous have dishonoured. The 2 crowns, and he of Portugal and Norway, shall be there known, and he of Thracia too, who saw in evil hour the coin of Venice. Oh, happy Hungary, if she let herself be wronged no farther. And Navarre, the happy, if within the hills that gird her she be armed, and each one may believe that now, as Hansel thereof, Denicosia and Famagosta lament and rage because of their own beast, whom from the other's flank departeth not. Canto 20. When he who all the world illuminates out of our hemisphere so far descends that on sides the daylight is consumed, the heaven that erst by him alone was kindled doth suddenly reveal itself again by many lights, wherein one is resplendent. And came into the mind this act of heaven, when the ensign of the world and all of its leaders had silent in the blessed beak become, because those living luminaries all, by far more luminous, did songs begin lapsing and falling from my memory. O gentle love, that with a smile dost cloak thee, how ardent in those sparks did thou appear, that had the breath alone of holy thoughts. After the precarious and pellucid crystals, with which one begemmed the 6 light I beheld, silence imposed on the angelic bells, I seemed to hear the murmuring of a river, that clear descendeth down from rock to rock, showing the affluence of its mountain top. And as the sound upon the cithern's neck taketh its form, and as upon the vent of rustic pipe the wind that enters it, even thus, relieved from the delay of waiting, that murmuring of eagle mounted up along its neck, as if it been hollow. There it became a voice, and issued thence from out its beak in such form of words as the heart waited for wherein I wrote them. The part in me which sees and bears the sun in mortal eagles, it began to me, now fixedly must need to be looked upon, for of the fires which I make my figure, those whence the eye doth sparkle in my head, of all their orders the supremest are. He who is shining in the midst of a pupil was once the singer of the Holy Spirit, who bore in the ark from city unto city. Now knoweth he the merit of his song, in so far as affect his own counsel, by reward which is commensurate. Of 5 that make a circle for my brow, that he approacheth nearer to my beak, did the poor widow for her son console. Now knoweth not how dearly it doth cost not following Christ, but the experience of this sweet life and of its opposite. He who comes next in the circumference of which I speak upon its highest arc did death postpone by penitence sincere. Now knoweth that he had the eternal judgment suffer no change, albeit worthy prayer maketh below tomorrow of today. The next who follows, with laws and me, under the good intent that bore bad fruit, became a Greek by ceding to the pastor. Now knoweth he how all the ill deduced from his good action is not harmful to him, although the world thereby may be destroyed. And he, whom in the downward arc thou seest, Guglielmo, was, whom the same land deplores that weepeth Charles and Frederick yet alive, now knoweth that he heaven enamoured is with a just king, and in outward show of his effulgence he still reveals it. Who would believe, down in the errant world, that ever the Trojan Ripheus in his round could be the fifth one of the holy lights? Now knoweth he enough of what the world has not the power to see of grace divine, although his sight may not discern the bottom. Like as lark that in the air expatiates, first singing and then silent with content of the sweet last sweetness that doth satisfy her. Such seem to me in images of the imprint of the eternal pleasure, by whose will doth everything become the thing it is. And notwithstanding to my doubt, I was as glass is to the colour that invests it, to wait as the time in silence it endured not. But forth from out my mouth, what things are these, extorted with the force of its own weight, where it has so great joy of coruscation. There afterwards, with eye still more enkindled, the blessed standard to make reply, to keep me in wonderment suspended. I see that thou believest in these things, because I say them, but thou seest not how, so that, although believed in, they are hidden. Thou doest as he doth, who a thing by name will apprehendeth, but its quid he cannot perceive, unless another show it. Regundum coelorum suffereth violence from fervent love, and from that living hope that overcometh the divine volition, not in the guise that a man overcometh man, but conquers it, because it will be conquered, and conquered conquers by benignity. The first life of the eyebrow and the fifth cause the astonishment, because with them thou seest the reign of the angels painted. They passed not from their bodies, as thou thinkest, Gentiles, but Christians, in the steadfast faith of feet, were to suffer and had suffered. For one from hell, from where no one ever turns back, unto good will, returned unto his bones, and that of living hope was the reward. Of living hope that placed its efficacy in prayers to God made resuscitate him, so that 'twere possible to move his will. The glorious soul, concerning which I speak, returning to the flesh, which brief its stay, believed in him, to the power to aid it, and in believing kindled such a fire of genuine love, that at the second death worthy it was come unto his joy. The other one, through grace, that from so deep a fountain wells that never hath the eye of any creature reached its primal wave, set all his love below the righteousness, wherefore from grace to grace did God unclose his eyes to our redemption yet be, whence he believed therein, and suffered not from day forth the stench of paganism, and he reproved therefore the folk perverse. Those maidens three, whom at the right hand wheel thou didst not behold, unto him for baptism were more than 1,000 years before baptizing. O thou predestination, how remote! Thy root is from the aspect of all those who the first cause did not behold entire. And you, mortals, hold yourselves restrained in judgment. For ourselves, who look on God, we do not know as yet all the elect. And sweet to us is such a deprivation, because our good in this good is made perfect, that whatsoever God wills it, we also will. After this manner, by that sharp divine, to make clear in me my short-sightedness, was given to me a pleasant medicine. And as good singer and good lutenist accompanies with vibrations of the chords, whereby more pleasantness the song acquires, so, while it spake, do I remember me that I beheld both of those blessed lights, and even as the winking of those eyes concords, moving unto the words their little flames. Canto 21. Already on my lady's face mine eyes again were fastened, and with these my mind, and from all other purpose was withdrawn, and she smiled not. But, if I were to smile, she unto me began, thou wouldst become like Semele, when she was turned to ashes, because of my beauty, that along the stairs of that eternal place more enkindles, as thou hast seen the farther we ascend, if it were tempered not, is so resplendent that all thy mortal power in its effulgence would seem a leaflet that the thunder crushes. We are uplifted to the seventh splendor that underneath the burning lion's breast now radiates downward mingled with its power. Fix in direction of thine eyes the mind, and make of them the mirror for the figure, that in this mirror shall appear to thee. He who could not know what was the pasturage my sight had been blessed continence, and, when I transferred me to another care, would recognize how grateful was to me obedient unto thy celestial escort, by counterpoising one side with the other. Within the crystal which, around the world resolving, bears the name of its dear leader, under whom every wickedness lay dead, colored like gold, on which the sunshine gleams, a stairway I beheld to such height uplifted that mine eye pursued it not. Likewise I beheld down the steps descending, so many splendors, that I thought each light that in the heaven appears there was diffused, and as accordant with their natural custom, the rooks together at the break of day bestir themselves to warm their feathers cold. Then of some of them fly off without return, others come back where they started from, and others, wheeling round, still keep at home. Such fashion it appeared to me was there went sparkling that together came, as soon as on a certain step it struck. That which the nearest unto us remained became so clear that in my thought I said, well I perceive the love thou showest me. But she, from whom I waited how and when of speech and silence, standeth still, whence I against desire, do well if I ask not. She thereupon, who saw my silentness in the sight of him who seeth everything, said unto me, let loose thy warm desire. And I began. No merit of my own renders me worthy of response from thee, but for her sake who granteth me the asking, thou blessed in life that dost remain concealed, in thy beatitude make known to me that case which draw thee so far to my side, and tell me why is silent of this will the dulcet symphony of paradise, that through the rest bellows sounds so devoutly. Thou hast thy hearing, mortal as sight, it answer make to me. They sing not here, for the same that caused Beatrice has not smiled. Thus far adon the holy stairway steps have I descended, but to give thee welcome with words, and with the light that mantles me. Nor did more love cause me to be more ready, for love as much and more up there is burning, as doth the flaming manifest to thee. But the high charity, that makes us servants prompt to the counsel which controls the world, allotteth here, even as thou dost observe. I see full well, said I, O sacred lamp, how love unfettered in his court sufficeth to follow the eternal providence. But this is what seems hard for me to see. Wherefore predestinate wast thou alone unto this office from among thy consorts. No sooner had I come to the last word than its middle made the light of a centre, whirling itself like a swift millstone. When answer made the love that was therein, on me directed is a light divine, piercing through this in which I am embosomed, of which the virtue within my sight conjoined lifts me above myself so far I see the supreme essence from which this is drawn. Hence comes the joyfulness with which I flame, for to my sight, as far as it is clear, the clearness of the flame I equal make. But that soul in the heaven which is most pure, that seraph which in his eyes God most fixes, could this demand of thine not satisfy? Because so deeply sinks in the abyss of the eternal statute what thou askest, from all created sight cuts it off. And to the mortal world, when thou returnest this carry back, that it may not presume longer towards such a goal to move its feet. The mind that shineth here on earth doth smoke, for in this observe how it can do below that which it cannot, though the heaven assume it. Such limit did its words prescribe to me. The question I relinquished, and restricted myself to ask it humbly who it was. Between two shores of Italy rise cliffs, and not far distant from thy native place, so high that thunders far below them sound. And form a ridge that Catria is called, neath which is a consecrate hermitage, wont to be delicate to worship only. Thus unto me the third speech recommenced, and then, continuing it, it said, Therein unto God's service I became so steadfast, that feeding only on the juice of olives lightly I passed away from heats and frosts, contented in my thoughts contemplative. That cloister used to render to its heavens abundantly, and now is empty grown, so that perforce it soon must be revealed. I, in that place, was Peter Damiano, and Peter the sinner was I in the house of Our Lady on the Adriatic shore. Little of mortal life remained to me when I was called and dragged forth to the hat which shifteth evermore from bad to worse. Came Cephas, the mighty vessel came of the Holy Spirit, meagre and barefooted, taking the food of any hostelry. Now, some more to support them on each side, the modern shepherds need, and some to lead them. So heavy are they, and to hold their trains. They cover up their palfreys with their cloaks, so that two beasts go underneath one skin. O patience that dost tolerate so much! At this voice I saw many little flames, from step to step descending and revolving, and every revolution made them fairer. Round about this one came they and stood still, and a cry uttered of so loud a sound, it here could find no parallel, nor I distinguished it, the thunder so overcame me. Canto 22. Oppressed with stupor, I unto my guide turned like a little child, who always runs for refuge there where he confideth most. And she, even as a mother who straightway gives comfort to her pale and breathless boy with voice whose wont is to reassure him, said to me, Knowest thou not thou art in heaven, and knowest thou not the heaven is holy all, and what is done here cometh from good zeal? After what wise the singing would have changed thee, and I by smiling thou canst now imagine, since that the cry has startled thee so much, in which, if thou hast understood its prayers, already would have been known thee to vengeance, which thou shalt look upon before thou diest. The sword above her smiteth not in haste, nor tardily, however it seem to him who fearing or desiring waits for it, but turn thee round towards the others now, for a very illustrious spirits shalt thou see, if thou sight directest as I say. As it seemed good to her, mine eyes I turned, and I saw 100 sparrows together, mutual rays, each other more embellished. I stood as one who in himself represses the point of his desire, and ventures not to question he feareth the too much. And now the largest and most lucilent among those pearls came forward, that it might make my desire concerning it content. Within it then I heard, if thou couldst see, even as myself the charity that burns among us, thy conceits would be expressed, but that by waiting thou mayest not come late to the high end, I will make answer even unto the thought of which thou art so chary. The mountain on whom slope Casino stands was frequented of old upon its summit by deluded folk and ill-disposed, and I am he who first up thither bore the name of him who brought upon the earth the truth so much sublimeth is. And such abundant grace upon me shone, that all the neighbouring towns I drew away from the impious worship that seduced the world. These are the fires, each one of them, were men contemplative, enkindled by that heat which maketh holy flowers and fruits spring up. Here is Macarius, here is Romualdus, here are my brethren, who within the cloisters their footsteps stayed, and kept a steadfast heart. And I to him, the affection which thou showest speaking with me in the good countenance, which I beheld and note in all your ardours, in me have so my confidence dilated, as the sun doth the rose, when it becomes as far unfolded as it hath the power. Therefore, I pray, and thou assure me, Father, if I may so much grace receive, that I may thee behold with countenance unveiled. He thereupon, brother, thy high desire in the remotest sphere shall be filled, where it's fulfilled all others in my own. There perfect is and ripened and complete every desire, within that one always alone is every part where it has always been. For it is not in space, nor turns on poles, and nor into its stairway reaches up, whence thus from the sight it steals away. Up to that height the patriarch Jacob saw it extending its supernal part, what time so thronged with angels it appeared to him, but to ascend it now no one uplifts his feet from off the earth. And now my rule below remaineth for mere waste of paper. The walls that used of old to be an abbey are changed to dens of robbers, and the cows and sacks are filled up with miserable flour. But heavy usury is not taken up so much against God's pleasure at that fruit which maketh so insane the heart of monks. For whatsoever hath the church in keeping is for the folk that ask in God's name, not for one's kindred or for something worse. The flesh of mortals, so very soft. The good beginnings down below suffice not, from springing of the oak to bearing acorns. Peter began with neither gold nor silver, and I with orison and abstinence, and Francis with humility his convent. And if thou lookest at each other's one's beginning, and then regardest whither he is run, thou shalt behold the white changed to brown. In verity, the Jordan backward turned, and the seas fleeing when God willed were more a wonder to behold than succour here. Thus unto me he said, and then withdrew unto his own band, and the band closed together. Then like a whirlwind all was upward rapt. So gentle the lady urged me on behind them, and up over that stairway by a single sign, so did her virtue overcome my nature. Not here below, where one goes up and down, by natural law was motion ever so swift, that it could be compared unto my wing. Reader, as I may unto that devout triumph return, on whose account I often for my transgressions weep and beat my breast, thou hadst not thrust thy finger in the fire and drawn it out again, before I saw the sign that follows Taurus, and was in it. Ah, glorious stars! O light impregnated! with mighty virtue, from which I acknowledge all of my genius, whatsoever it be. With you I was born, and hid himself with you, he who is father of all mortal life, when first I tasted of the Tuscan air, and then when grace was freely given to me to enter the high wheel which turns you round, your region was allotted to me. To you devoutly at this hour my soul is sighing, that its virtue may acquire, for the stern path that draws it to itself. Thou art so near unto the last salvation, thus Beatrice begun, thou oughtest now to have thine eyes unclouded and acute. And therefore, ere thou enter farther in, look down once more, and see how vast a world thou hast already put beneath thy feet, so that thy heart, as jocund as it may, present itself to the triumphant throng that comes rejoicing through this rounded ether. I with my sight return through one and all the sevenfold spheres, and I beheld this globe, such that I smiled at its ignoble semblance, and that the opinion I approve of as best which doth account its least, and he who thinks of something else may be truly called just. I saw the daughter of Latona shining, without that shadow, which to me caused that once believed her rare and dense. The aspect of thy son, Hyperion, here I sustained, and saw how moved themselves around and near Maia and Dione. Thence there appeared the temperateness of Jove, twixt son and father, who with me clear and change that of their whereabout they make, and all the seven made manifest to me how great they are, and eke how swift they are, and how they are in distant habitations. The threshing floor that maketh us so proud, to me revolving with the eternal twins, was all apparent made from hill to harbour. Then to the beauteous eyes, mine eyes I turned. Canto 23. Even as a bird amid the beloved leaves, quiet upon the nest of her sweet brood, throughout the night, so hideth all things from us, who that she may behold for their longed-for looks, and for the find the food wherewith to nourish them, in which to her gave grave labours grateful, anticipates the time on open spray, and with ardent longing waits the sun, grazing intent as soon as breaks the dawn. Even thus my lady standing was erect and vigilant, turned towards the zone underneath which the sun displays less haste, so that beholding her distraught and wistful, such I became as he who is desiring, for something yearns and hoping is appeased. But brief the space from one when to the other of my awaiting, say I, and from seeing the welkin grow resplendent more and more, and Beatrice exclaimed, Behold, the hosts of Christ's triumphant march, and all the fruit harvested by the rolling of the spheres. It seemed to me her face was all aflame, and eyes she had so full of ecstasy, it must needs to pass on without describing, as when in nights serene of the full moon smiles Trivia among the nymphs eternal, who paint the firmament through all its gulfs, saw I above the myriad of lamps a sun that one and all of them enkindled, even as our own doth the supernal sights. And through the living light transparent shone the lucent substance, so intensely clear into my sight that I sustained it not. Oh, Beatrice, thou gentle guide and dear, to me she said, what overmasters thee a virtue is from which naught shields itself. There are the wisdom and omnipotence that oped the thoroughfares twixt heaven and earth, for which there erst had been so long a yearning, as fire from out a cloud unlocks itself, dilating so it finds itself not room therein, and down against its nature falls to earth, so did my mind, among those ailments becoming larger, issue from itself, and that which it became cannot remember. Open thine eyes, and look at what I am. Thou hast beheld such things that, strong enough as thou become to tolerate my smile, I was, as one who still retains the feeling of a forgotten vision and endeavors in vain to bring it back into his mind. When I this invitation heard, deserving of so much gratitude it never fades out of the book that chronicles the past. If at this moment sounded all the tongues that Polyhymnia and her sisters made most lubrical with their delicious milk, to aid me to 1,000 of the truth it would not reach, singing the holy smile, and how the holy aspect it illumed. And therefore, representing paradise, the sacred poem must perforce leap over, even as a man who finds his way cut off. But whoso thinketh of the ponderous theme, and of the mortal shoulder laden with it, should blame it not, if under this is tremble. It is no passage for a little boat, to which goes cleaving the audacious prow, for a pilot who would spare himself. Why doth my face so much enamour thee? To thy garden fair thou turnest not, which under the rays of Christ is blossoming. There is the rose, in which the world divine became incarnate. There are lilies, by the perfume the good way was discovered. Thus Beatrice and I, who to her counsels was wholly ready, once again betook me unto the battle of the feeble brows. As in the sunshine that unsullied streams through the fractured cloud ere now a meadow of flowers mine eyes with shadow covered over have seen, so troops of splendours manifold I saw, illumined from above with burning rays, beholding not the source of effulgence. O power benignant, that dost so imprint them! Thou dost exalt thyself, to give more scope there to mine eyes that were not strong enough. The name of that fair flower I ever invoke morning and evening utterly enthralled my soul to gaze upon the greater fire, and when in both mine eyes depicted were the glory and greatness of the living star, which there excelleth, is that here excelled, athwart the heavens with a little torch descended, formed in a circle like a coronal, and cinctured it, and whirled itself about it. Whatever melody most sweetly soundeth on earth, and to itself most draws the soul, would seem a cloud that rent asunder thunders, compared to the sounding of that lyre, wherewith was crowned the sapphire beautiful, which gives the clearest heaven its sapphire hue. I am angelic love, that circle round, the joy sublime that breathes from out of the womb. That was the hostelry of our desire, and I shall circle, Lady of Heaven, while thou followest my sun, and makest diviner the sphere supreme, because thou enterest there. Thus did the circulated melody seal itself up, and all the other lights were making resound to the name of Mary, the regal mantle of all the volumes of that world, which most fervid is and living with breath of God in his works and ways, extended over us its inner border, so very distant that the semblance of it, there where I was not yet, appeared to thee. Therefore mine eyes did not possess the power of following the incoronated flame, which mounted upward near its own seed, and as a little child that towards its mother stretches its arms, when it the milk has taken, through impulse kindled into outward flame, each of those gleams of whiteness upward reached, so with its summit, that the deep affection they had for Mary was revealed to me. Thereafter they remained there in my sight, Regina Coeli, singing in such sweetness that never from me has the delight departed. Ah, what exuberance is garnered up within those richest coffers, which had now been good husbandmen for sowing here below. There they enjoy and live upon the treasure, which was acquired while weeping in the exile of Babylon, wherein the gold was left, there triumpheth, beneath the exalted Son of God and Mary in his victory, both with the ancient council and the new, he who doth keep the keys of such a glory. Canto 24. O company elect of the great supper of the Lamb Benedict, who feedeth so that ever full is your desire, if by grace of God this man foretaste something of that which falleth from your table, or ever death prescribed to him in time, direct your mind to his intense desire, and him somewhat bedew, ye drinking a forever fount whence comes his thought. Thus Beatrice and those souls beautified transformed themselves to spheres on steadfast poles, flaming intensely in the guise of comets. And as the wheels in works of horologes revolve, so that first to beholder the motionless seems, and the last one to fly, so in like manner did those carols, dancing in different measure of their affluence, give me the gauge, as they were swift or low. From that one which I noted of most beauty, behold, I issue forth a fire so happy, that none it left there of greater brightness. And around Beatrice 3 several times it whirled itself, with so divine a song, my fantasy repeats it not over me. Therefore the pen skips, and I write it not, since our imagination for such folds, much more of our speech, is of a tint too glaring. O holy sister mine, who is implorest with such devotion, by thine ardent love, thou dost unbind me from the beautiful sphere. Thereafter, having stopped the blessed fire unto my lady, did direct its breath, which spaketh in fashion, as I here have said. And she, O light eternal of the great man, who our Lord delivered up the keys he carried down from the miraculous joy, this one examines on points of light and grave, as good beseemeth thee, about the faith by which means of thou the sea didst walk. If he love well, and hope well, and believe, from thee 'tis hid not, for thou hast thy sight, though if depicted everything is seen. But since this kingdom has made its citizens by means of the true faith to glorify it, 'tis well he have the chance to speak thereof. As baccalaureate arms himself, and speaks not until the master doth propose the question to argue it and not terminate it, so did I arm myself with every reason, while she was speaking, that I may not be ready for such question and such profession. Say, thou good Christian, manifest thyself, what is the faith? Wert I raised my brow unto that light wherefrom was this breathed forth, then I turned round to Beatrice, and she prompt signals made to me that I should pour the water forth from the internal fountain. May grace that suffers me to make confession, I began, to the great centurion cause my conceptions all to be explicit. And I continued, as a truthful pen, Father, of thy dear brother wrote of it, who put with thee Rome into a good way. Faith is the substance of all things we hope for, and evidence of those that are not seen, and this appears to me its quiddity. Then heard I, very rightly thou perceivest, if well thou understandest why he placed it with substances, and then with evidences, and thereafterwards the things profound that here vouchsafe from their apparition unto all eyes below are concealed, that they exist there only in belief, thereupon which is founded the high hope, and then takes its nature of a substance. And it behoveth us, from this belief, to reason without having or other sight, and hence it is the nature of evidence. Then heard I, if whatever is acquired below by doctrine were thus understood, no sophist's subtlety would there find place, thus was breathed forth from that enkindled love, then added, "Very well, has gone over already of this coin on the alloy and weight. But tell me, if thou hast it in thy purse." And I, "Yes, both so shining and so round, that in its stamp there is no peradventure." Thereafter issued from the light profound, there was resplendent this precious jewel upon which every virtue founded. "Whence had thou it?" And I, "The large outpouring of the Holy Spirit, which has diffused upon the ancient parchments and the new, a syllogism is, which provided it to me, with such acuteness proved, that compared therewith all demonstration seems to me obtuse." And then I heard, "The ancient and the new postulates, to whom thee are so conclusive, why dost thou take them for the word divine?" And I, "The proofs which thou show truth to me are the works subsequent whereunto nature never heated iron yet nor anvil beat." 'Twas answered to me, "Say, who is sure of thee that these works ever were? The thing itself must be proved, naught else to thee affirms it." "With a word to Christianity converted," I said, "without miracles this one is such, the rest are not its 100th part. Because that poor and fasting thou didst enter into the field to sow there the good plant, which was a vine and has now become a thorn." This being finished, the high holy court resounded through the spheres, "One God we praise," in melody that there above is chanted. And then that baron, who from branch to branch examining had thus conducted me till the extremest leaves were approaching, again began, "The grace that dallying plays with thine intellect thy mouth has opened up to this point, as it should opened be, so that I do approve what forth emerged, but now must express what thou believest, and whence to thy belief it was presented. O Holy Father, Spirit who beholdest what thou believest, and thou overcamest towards the sepulchre more youthful feet," began I, "thou dost wish me in this place to form the manifest of my prompt belief, and likewise thou disclaim the cause therefore demandest. And I respond, in one God I believe, sole and eternal, who moveth all the heavens with love and with desire, himself unmoved. And of such faith, not only have I proofs physical and metaphysical, but give them life-wise to the truth that is this place rains down through Moses, through prophets and psalms, through the evangel, and through you, who wrote after the fiery Spirit sanctified you. In persons three eternal believe, and these one essence I believe, and so one trine they bear conjunction, both with sunt and est. With the profound condition and divine which I now touch upon you doth stamp my mind oft time the doctrine evangelical. This the beginning is. This is the spark which afterwards dilates to vivid flame, and like a star in the heaven is sparkling in me, even as Lord, who hears that pleaseth him his servant straight embraces, gratulating for the good news as soon as he is silent. So giving me its benediction, singing 3 times encircled when I was silent, the apostolic light, at whose command I spoken, and in speaking, so I pleased him. Canto 25. If ever it happen that the poem sacred to which both heaven and earth had set their hand, so that it many a year hath made me lean, overcome the cruelty that bars me out from the fair sheepfold where a lamb I slumbered, an enemy to the wolves that wore upon it, with other voice forthwith with other fleece poet I will return, and at my font baptismal will I take the laurel crown, because into faith that maketh known all souls to God there entered I, and then Peter, for her sake thus my brow encircled. Thereafterwards toward us moved a light, out of that band whence issued the first fruits which his vicars Christ behind him left, And then my lady, full of ecstasy, said unto me, Look, look, behold the Baron, for whom below Galicia is frequented. In the same way as, when a dove alights near his companion, both of them pour forth, circling about and murmuring their affection, so one beheld I by the ever-grand Prince glorified, to be and welcomed greeted, lauding the food that there above is eaten. But when their gratulations were complete, silently, coram me, each one stood still, so incandescent it overcame my sight. Smiling thereafterwards, said Beatrice, Illustrious life, by whom the benefactions of our basilica had been described, make hope resound within this altitude. Thou knowest as oft thou dost personify it, as Jesus to the three gave greater clearness. Lift up thy head, and make thyself assured, for what comes hither from the mortal world must needs be ripened in our radiance. This comfort came to me from the second fire, wherefore mine eyes I lifted to the hills, which bent them down before with too great weight. Since through his grace our Emperor wills that thou shouldst find thee face to face before my death, in the most secret chamber with his counts, so that the truth beholden of this court, hope by which they're rightfully enamours, thereby thou straighten in thyself and others. Say what it is, and how is flowering with it thy mind, and say from whence it came to thee. Thus did the second light again continue. And the compassionate, who piloted the plumage of my wings in such high flight, did in reply anticipate me thus. No child, whatever the church militant of greater hope possesses, is enwritten in that sun which irradiates all our band. Therefore it is conceded him from Egypt to come into Jerusalem to see, or ever yet his warfare be completed. The two remaining points, that not for knowledge that had been demanded, but he report how much in this virtue unto thee is pleasing. To him I leave, for hard he will not find them, nor of self-praise, and let answer him, and may the grace of God in this assist him. As a disciple, who his teacher follows ready and willing, where he is expert that his proficiency may be displayed, hope, said I, is the certain expectation of future glory, which is an effect of grace divine and merit precedent. From many stars the light comes unto me, but he instilled it first into my heart, whom was the chief singer unto the chief captain. Sperent in te, in the high theory he saith, those who know my name, and who knoweth not, if he my faith possess. Thou didst instil me then with his instilling in the epistle, so that I am full, and upon others reign again your reign. While I was speaking, in the living bosom of that combustion quivered in effulgence, sudden and frequent in the guise of lightning, then breathed. The love wherewith I am inflamed towards the virtue still followed me into the palm and issue of the field, wills that I breathe to thee, that thou delight in her, and grateful to me is thy telling whatever things hope promises to thee. And I, the ancient scriptures and the new mark establish, and this shows it me, of all the souls whom God hath made his friends. Isaiah saith, that each one garmented in his own land shall be with twofold garments, and with his own land is this delightful life. Thy brother too, far more explicitly, were there where he treated the robes of white, this revelation manifests to us. And first, and near to the ending of these words, sperent in te, from all over us was heard, which respondeth answered all the carols. Thereafterwards, a light among them brightened, so that if Cancer had such a crystal had, winter would have a month of one sole day. And as uprises goes, and enters the dance of winsome maiden, only to honour the new bride, and not from any failing, Even thus did I behold the brightened splendour approach the two, who in a wheel revolved around as was beseeming to their ardent love. Into the song and music there it entered, and fixed on them my lady kept her look, even as a bride silent and motionless. This is the one who lay upon the breast of him our pelican, and this is he, to the great office from the cross elected. My lady thus, but therefore none the more, did move her sight from its attentive gaze before or afterwards these words of ours, even as a man who gazes and endeavours to see the eclipsing of the sun a little, and who, by seeing, sightless doth become, so I became before that latest fire, while it was asked, why dost thou daze thyself to see such a thing which here hath no existence? Earth, in the earth my body is, and shall with all the others there, until our number with the eternal proposition tallies. With 2 garments in blessed cloister, and the 2 lights alone that have ascended, and this shalt thou take back into your world. And at this utterance the flaming circle grew quiet, with the dulcet intermingling of sound that by the trinal breath was made, as to escape from danger or fatigue the oars that erst were in the water beaten or all suspended at a whistle's sound. Ah, how much in my mind was I disturbed, when I turned round to look upon Beatrice, that her I could not see, although I was close to her side in the happy world. Canto 26. While I was doubting, for my vision quenched, out of the flame refulgent that had quenched it issued a breathing that attentive made me, saying, while thou recoverest the sense of seeing which in me thou hast consumed, 'tis well that speaking thou shouldst compensate it. Begin then, and declare what thy soul is aimed and counted for a certainty. Sight is in thee bewildered and not dead, because the lady, who through this divine region conducteth thee, has in her look the power the hand Ananias had. I said, as pleaseth her, or soon or late let the cure come from the eyes that portals were, when she with fire I ever burned with entered. The good that gives contentment to this court, the Alpha and Omega, is of all the writing that love reads me low or loud. The selfsame voice that taken had from me the terror of sudden dazzlement, to speak still further, put it in my thought, and said, in verity, with finer sieve beholdeth thee to sift, thee it behooveth to say who aimed thy bow at such a target. And I, by philosophic arguments, and by the authority that thence descends, such love must needs imprint itself in me, for good, so far as good where comprehendeth doth straight enkindle love, and so much greater as more of goodness in itself holds. Then to that essence which is such advantage that every good which is out of it found is nothing but a ray of its own light. More than else whither must the mind be moved of every one in loving who discerns the truth in which the evidence is founded. Such truth he to my intellect reveals, who demonstrates to me the primal love of all the sempiternal substances. The voice reveals it to the truthful author, who says to Moses, speaking of himself, I will make all my goodness pass before thee. Thou too revealest it to me, beginning the loud evangel that proclaims the secret of heaven to earth above all other edict. And I heard say, by human intellect, and by authority concordant with it, of all thy loves reserve for God the highest. But say again, if other chords thou feelest, draw thee towards him, that thou mayest proclaim with how many teeth this love is biting thee. The holy purpose of the eagle of Christ not latent was, nay, rather I perceived, whither he fain would my profession lead. Therefore I recommenced, all of those bites which have the power to turn the heart of God under my charity have been concurrent. The being of the world, and my own being the death which he endured that I may live, and that all which faithful hope as I do, with the forementioned vivid consciousness, have drawn me from the sea of love perverse, and of all the right have placed me on the shore. The leaves wherewith embowered is all garden of the eternal gardener do I love as much as he has granted them of good. As soon as I had ceased, a song most sweet throughout the heavens resounded, and my lady said with the others, Holy, holy, holy. And as at some keen light one wakes from sleep by reason of the visual spirit that runs under the splendor passed from coat to coat, and he who walks abhorreth what he sees, so all unconscious is in his sudden waking until the judgment cometh to his aid. So from before mine eyes did Beatrice chase every mote with radiance down of her own, that cast its light 1,000 miles and more. Whence better after than I before saw, and in a kind of wonderment I asked about a fourth light that I saw with us, and said my lady, There within those rays gazes upon its maker the first soul that ever the first virtue did create, even as the bow that downward bends its top at transit of the wind, and then is lifted by its own virtue, which inclines it upward. Likewise did I the while she was speaking, being amazed, and then I was made bold by a desire to speak wherewith I burned. And I began, O apple, that mature alone has been produced, O ancient father, to whom each wife is daughter and daughter-in-law, devoutly as I can supplicate thee, and thou wouldst speak to me, thou seest my wish, and I, to hear thee quickly, speak it not. Sometimes an animal, when covered, struggles, so by his impulse needs must be apparent, by reason of which the rapage following it. And in like manner the primeval soul made clear to me athwart its covering, how jubilant it was gived me pleasure. Then breathed, Without thy uttering it to me, thine inclination better I discern than thou whatever thing is surest to thee. For I behold it in the truthful mirror, that of himself all things parhelion makes, and none makes him parhelion of itself. Thou fains would hear how long ago God placed me within the lofty garden, where this lady unto so long a stairway thee deposed, and how long to mine eyes it was a pleasure, of the great disdain the proper case, and the language that I used and that I made. Now, son of mine, the tasting of tree not in itself was cause of so great exile, but solely the overstepping of the bounds. There whence thy lady moved Virgilius, 4,302 circuits made by the sun this counsel I desired, and him I saw return to all the lights of all his highway 900 times and 30, whilst I upon the earth was tarrying. The language that I spake was quite extinct before that in the work interminable. The people under Nimrod were employed, for never more result of the reasoning, because of human pleasure that doth change obedient to the heavens was durable. A natural action is that man speaks, but whether thus or thus doth nature leave to your own art as seemeth best to you, ere I descend to the infernal anguish. El, with on the earth the name of the chief good, from whom comes all the joy that wraps me round. Eli he then was called, and that is proper, because of the use of men is like a leaf on bough, which goeth and another cometh. Upon the mount that highest over the wave rises was I, and in life or pureful sinful, from the first hour to that which is the second, as the sun changes quadrant to the sixth. Canto 27. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Ghost. All paradise began, so that the melody inebriate made me. What I beheld seemed unto me a smile of the universe, for my inebriation found entrance through the hearing and the sight. O joy, O gladness inexpressible, O perfect life of love and peacefulness, O riches without hankering secure. Before mine eyes were standing the 4 torches, enkindled, and that the one the first had come began to make itself more luminous. And even such in semblance it became, as Jupiter would become, if he and Mars were birds, and they should interchange their feathers. That providence, which here disturbeth season and service, in the blessed choir had silence upon every side imposed. Where heard I say, if I my colour change, marvel not at it, for while I am speaking, thou shalt behold all these their colour change. He who usurps upon the earth my place, which vacant has become before the presence of the Son of God, has of my cemetery made a sewer of blood and stench, whereby the perverse one who fell from here below there is appeased. With the same colour which though sun adverse painteth the clouds at evening or at morn, beheld I then of the whole of heaven suffused. And as a modest woman, who abides sure of herself, and at another's failing, from listening only, timorous becomes, even thus did Beatrice change countenance, and I believe in heaven was such an eclipse which suffered the supreme omnipotence. Thereafter which proceeded forth his words with voice so much transmuted from itself, the very countenance was not more changed. The spouse of Christ has never nurtured been on blood of mine, of Linus and Cletus, to be made use of in aquest of gold. But in the aquest of this delightful life, Sixtus and Pius, Urban and Calixtus, after much lamentation, shed their blood. Our purpose was not that on the right hand of our successors should in part be seated the Christian folk, in part the other, nor that the keys of which were to be confided should ever become the escutcheon on a banner that should wage war on those who were baptized. Nor I've made the figure of a seal to privileges venal and mendacious, whereat I often redden the flesh with fire. In garb of shepherds the rapacious wolves are seen from here above over all the pastures. O wrath of God, why dost thou slumber still? To drink our blood, the Coarencinnes and the Gascons are making ready. O thou good beginning, and how vile an end must thou needs fall! But the high providence, that with Scipio at Rome and the glory of the world defended, will speedily bring aid as I conceive. And thou, my son, who by thy mortal weight shalt down return again, open thy mouth. What I conceal not, do not thou conceal. As with its frozen vapours downwards falls in flakes of our atmosphere, what time the horn of the celestial goat doth touch the sun, upward in such array I saw the ether become flaked in triumphant vapours, which were there together with such as remained. My sight was followed up by their semblances, and followed till the medium by excess the passing farther onward took from it. Whereat the lady, who beheld me freed from gazing upwards, said to me, Cast down thy sight, and see how far thou art turned round. Since the first time that I had downward looked, I saw that I had moved through the whole arc, which the first climate makes from midst to end, so that I saw the mad track of Ulysses past Gades, on this side well nigh the shore whereupon Europa a sweet burden became. And of this threshing flower the sight set to me were more unveiled, but the sun was proceeding under my feet, a sign and more removed. My mind enamoured, which was dallying at all times with my lady to bring back her mine eyes, which was ever more than ardent. And if, or art, nature, had made bait to catch the eyes, so possess the mind in human flesh, or in its portraiture, all joined together would appear as naught to the divine delight which shone upon me, when even her smiling face too I turned me round. The virtue that her look endowed me with, this fair nest of Leda, tore me forth, and up into the swiftest heaven impelled me. Its parts exceeding full of life and lofty, are also uniform. I cannot say which Beatrice selected for my place. But she who was aware of my desire began, while she smiled so joyously that God seemed in her countenance to rejoice. The nature of that motion, which keeps quiet the centre and all rest above it moves from hence begins as from its starting point, and in this heaven there is no other where mind than the mind divine wherein is kindled the love that turns it, and the power it reigns. Within a circle, light and love embrace it, even as this doth the others, and the precinct who encircles it alone controls. Its motion is not by another method, but all the others measured are by this, as 10 is by the half, and by the fifth. And what in manner time such a pot may have its roots, and in the rest its leaves, now unto thee can manifest be made. Oh, covetousness that mortals dost engulf beneath thee so, that no one hath the power of drawing back his eyes from out thy waves. Full fairly blossoms in mankind the will, but the uninterrupted rain converts into abortive wildings the true plums. Fidelity and innocence are found only in children. Afterwards they both take flight, or ever the cheeks swift down are covered. One, while he prattles still, observes the fasts, who, when his tongue is loosed, forthwith devours whatever food under whatever moon. Another, while he prattles, loves and listens unto his mother, who, when speech is perfect, forthwith desires to see her in the grave. Even thus is swarthy made to the skin so white, and if its first aspect of the daughter fair of him who brings the morn and leaves the night. Now, that it may not be a marvel to thee, think that on earth there is no one who governs, whence goes astray the human family, ere January be inwintered wholly by the centesimal on earth neglected, shall be those supernal circles roaring so loud. The tempest that has been so long awaited shall whirl that the poops were around where are the prows, that the fleet shall run its course direct, and that the true fruit shall follow on the flower. Canto 28. After the truth against the present life of miserable mortals was unfolded by her who doth imparadise my mind, as in a looking-glass a taper's flame, he sees who from behind is lighted by it, before he has it in his sight or thought, and turns him round to see if so the glass tell him the truth, and sees that it accords therewith as doth a music with its metre. In similar wise my memory recollecteth that I did, looking into those fair eyes of which love made the springeth and to ensnare me. As I turned me round, and mine were touched by that which is apparent in that volume, whenever its gyre we gaze intent, a point beheld I, that was raying out light so acute, the sight which enkindles must close perforce before such great acuteness. And whatsoever star seems smallest here would seem to be a moon, if placed beside it, as one star with another star is placed. Perhaps at such distance it appears a halo sink during the light that paints it, when densest is vapour that sustains it, thus distant round the point of a circle of fire so swiftly whirled, that it would have surpassed whatever motion soonest girds the world. And this was by another circumsynct, that by a third, then by a fourth, by a fifth, by the fourth, and then by the sixth, the fifth. The seventh followed, whereupon it was so ample now that Juno's messenger entire would be too narrow to contain it. Even so, the eighth and the ninth, and every one more slowly moved, according to it was in number distant farther from the first. And that one had its flame most crystalline, and from which less distant was the stainless spark, I think because more with its truth imbued. My lady, who in my anxiety beheld me much perplexed, said, From that point dependent is the heaven and nature all. Behold, that circle most conjoined to it, and know thou that its motion is so swift through burning love whereby it is spurred on. And I to her, if the world were arranged in that order which I see in yonder wheels, what's set before me would have satisfied me. But in the world of sense we can perceive that evermore the circles are diviner, as they are from the centre more remote. Wherefore, if my desire is to be ended in this miraculous and angelic temple, this has for confines only love and light. To hear behooves me still how the example of the exemplar not go in the fashion, since for thyself in vain I contemplated. If thine own fingers unto such a knot be insufficient, it is no great wonder, so hard hath it become for want of trying. My lady thus, then said she, do thou take what I tell thee, if thou wouldst be sated, and exercise on that thy subtlety. The circle's corporal, and are wide and narrow according to the more or less of virtue which is distributed through all their parts. The greater goodness works the greater weal. The greater weal the greater body holds, if perfectly equal are still its parts. Therefore, this one which sweeps along with it the universe sublime doth correspond unto the circle, which most loves and knows. On which account, if thou unto the virtue apply the measure, do not appreherence of the substances that unto thee seem round. Thou wilt behold a marvellous agreement, of more to greater, and of less to smaller, in every heaven with its intelligence. Even as remaineth splendid and serene the hemisphere of air where Boreas is blowing from that cheek where he is mildest, because is purified, and resolved the rack that erst disturbed it, till the welkin laughs with all the beauties of its pageantries. Thus did I likewise, after that my lady had me provided with her clear response, and like a star in heaven the truth was seen. And soon as to stop her words had come, not otherwise does iron scintillate when molten, than those circles scintillated their coruscation, all the sparks repeated, and they so many were, with their number makes more millions than the doubling of the chess. I heard them sing Hosanna choir by choir, to the fixed point which holds them at ubi, and ever will, where they have ever been. And she, who saw the dubious meditations within my mind, the primal circles, said, had shown thee seraphim and the cherubim. Thus rapidly they followed on their own bonds, to be as like the point as they most can, and can as far as they are high in vision. Those other loves that round about them go, thrones of the continents divine called, because they terminate the primal triad. And thou should know that they all have delight, as much as their own vision penetrates the truth, in which all intellect finds rest. From this it may be seen how blessedness is found in the faculty which sees, and not in that which loves, and follows next, and of this seeing merit is the measure, which is brought forth by grace and by good will. Thus on from grade to grade doth it proceed. The second triad, which is germinating, in such wise the sempiternal spring that no nocturnal Aries despoils, perpetually Hosanna warbles forth with a threefold melody that sounds in three orders of joy with which it is entwined. The first three divine are in his hierarchy, first dominions, and the virtues next, and the third order is that of the powers. Then, in the dances twain penultimate, the principalities and archangels wheel, the last is of holy angelic sports. These orders upward of all of them are gazing, and downward so prevail, that unto God they all attract, are, and are all attract. And Dionysius, with so great desire to contemplate these orders, set himself, he named them and distinguished them as I do. But Gregory afterwards dissented from him, Wherefore, as soon as he unclosed his eyes with his heaven, he at himself did smile. And if so much of secret truth a mortal preferred on earth, I would have not had thee marvel. For he who saw it here revealed to him with much more of the truth about these circles. Canto 29. At what time both the children of Latona surmounted by the ram and by the scales together make a zone of the horizon, as long as from the time the zenith holds them in equipoise, till the girdle, both changing their hemisphere, disturb the balance, so long her face depicted with a smile did Beatrice keep silence while she gazed fixedly at the point which had overcome me. Then she began. I say, and I ask not, where thou dost wish to hear, for I have seen it where centres when the every ubi, not to acquire some good unto itself, which is impossible, but say to splendour's resplendency may say subsisto, in his eternity outside of time, outside of all other limits as it pleased him, into new loves the eternal love unfolded, nor as if torpid did he lie before, for neither after nor God proceedeth the going forth of God upon these waters. Matter and form, intermingled and conjoined, came into being that had no defect, even as 3 arrows from a straight 3-stringed bow. And as glass, in amber, or in crystal, a sunbeam flashes so, that from its coming to its full being is no interval, so from its Lord did the triform effect ray forth into its being altogether, without discriminating of beginning. Order was consecrated and constructed in substances, and submit of the world, where those wherein the pure act was produced. Pure potentiality held the lowest part, midway bound potentiality with act, such bond that it should never be unbound. Jerome has written unto you of angels, created a long lapse of centuries, or ever yet the other world was made. But written is this truth in many places by writers of the Holy Ghost, and thou shalt see it if thou lookest well thereat. And even reason seeth it somewhat, for it would not concede that for so long could be the motors without their perfection. Now, dost thou know both where and when these loves created were, and how so that extinct in thy desire already are 3 fires? Nor could one reach in counting unto 20 so swiftly, as a portion of these angels disturbed by the subject of your elements. The rest remained, and they begin this art, which thou discernest, with so great delight, that never from circling do they cease. The occasion of the fall was the accursed presumption of that one, whom thou hast seen by all the burden of that world constrained. Those by whom here beholdest modest were to recognize themselves of that goodness, which made them apt for so much understanding. On whether the account their vision was exalted by enlightening their grace on their own merit, so that they will have full and steadfast will, I will not have thee doubt, but certain be, 'tis meritorious to receive this grace, according as affection opens to it. Now round about this consistory, much mayest thou contemplate, if these my words be gathered up without all further aid. But since upon the earth, throughout your schools, that they teach that is such angelic nature, that it doth hear and recollect and will, more will I say, that thou mayest see unmixed the truth that is confounded there below, equivocating in such like prelections. These substances, since in God's countenance they jocund were, turned away not away from sight, from what therefore anything is not hidden. Hence they have not their vision intercepted by object new, and hence they do not need to recollect, though interrupted thought. So that below, not sleeping, people dream, believing they speak truth, and not believing, and in the last is greater sin and shame. Below, you do not journey by one path, philosophizing, so transporteth of love and appearance and thought hereof. And even this above here is endured with less disdain than when is set aside the holy writ, or when it is distorted. They think not here how much blood it costs to sow it in the world, or how he pleases who in humility keeps to close it. Each striveth for appearance and doth make his own inventions, and these treated are by preachers. Holy Evangel holds its peace. One saith that the moon did backward turn in the passion of Christ, to interpose herself so that the sunlight reached not down below, and lies for its own accord of the light, hid itself, whence the Spaniards and to the Indians as to the Jews did such eclipse respond. Florence has not so many Lapi and Bindi as fables such as these, that every year are shouted from the pulpit back and forth, in such wise that the lambs, who do not know, come back from pasture fed upon the wind, and do not see the harm doth not excuse them. Christ did not to his first disciples say, Go forth and to the world preach idle tales, but unto them a true foundation he gave. And this so loudly sounded from their lips, that in the warfare to enkindle faith they made of the Evangel shields and lances. Now men go forth with jests and drolleries to preach, and if, well, the people laugh, the hood puffs out, and nothing more is asked. But in the cowl there nestles such a bird, that if the common people were to see it, they would perceive what pardons they confide in, for which so great in earth has grown the folly, that without any proof of any testimony, to each indulgence they would flock together. By this St. Anthony has pig doth fatten, and many others who are worse than pigs, paying in money without mark of coinage. But since we have digressed abundantly, turn back thine eyes forthwith to the right path, so that the way be shortened with the time. This nature doth so multiply itself in numbers, that yet there never was such speech nor mortal fancy that can go so far. And if thou notest that which is revealed by Daniel, thou wilt see that in his thousands numbered determinate is kept concealed, the primal light that all radiates it, by modes as many as received therein, as are the splendours wherewith it is mated. Hence, inasmuch as the act one conceptive the affection followeth, of love the sweetness therein diversely fervid or is tepid, the height behold now, and the amplitude of eternal power, since it hath made itself so many mirrors where it is broken, one in itself remaining as before. Canto 30. Perchance 6,000 miles remote from us is glowing the 6th hour, and now the world is inclined its shadow to almost a level, when the mid-heaven begins to make itself so deep to us, that here and there a star ceases to shine so far down its depth, and as advances bright exceedingly the handmaid of the sun, the heaven is closed light after light to the most beautiful. Not otherwise the triumph, which for ever plays round about to the point that vanquishes me, seeming enclosed by what itself encloses, little by little from my vision faded, whereat to turn mine eyes on Beatrice, my seeing nothing, and my love constraineth me. If what has hitherto been said of her were all concluded in single praise, scant would it be to serve the present turn. Not only does the beauty I beheld transcend ourselves, but truly I believe its maker only may enjoy it all. Vanquished, do I confess, by me this passage. More by a problem of this theme was ever overcome the comic or tragic poet. For as the sun and the sight that trembles most, even so the memory of that sweet smile my mind depriveth of its very self. From the first day that I beheld her face in this life, to the moment of this look, the sequence of my song has never been severed. But now, perforce this sequence must desist from the following of her beauty with my verse, as every artist at his uttermost, such as I leave her to a greater fame than any of my trumpet, which is bringing its arduous matter to a final close. With voice of gesture, with a perfect leader, she recommenced. We, from the greatest body, have issued to the heaven that is pure light. Light intellectual, replete with love. Love of the true good, replete with ecstasy, ecstasy that transcendeth every sweetness. Here shalt thou see that the one host in the other of paradise, and the one at the same aspects which at the final judgment thou shalt see. Even as a sudden lightning that disperses the visual spirits, so that it deprives the eye of the impresses from the strongest objects. Thus round about me flashed a living light, and left me swathed round with such a veil of its effulgence, that I nothing saw. Ever the love which quieteth this heaven welcomes unto itself with such salute, to make the candle ready for its flame. No sooner had within me these brief words an entrance found, that I perceived myself to be uplifted over my own power, and I wished the vision to be rekindled to me, such that no light whatever is so pure, but that mine eyes were fortified against it. And light I saw in the fashion of a river, fulvid with its effulgence, twixt two banks depicted with an admirable spring. Out of this river issued living sparks, and on all sides sank down into the flowers, like unto rubies that are set in gold. And then, as if inebriate with odours, they plunged again into the wondrous torrent, and as one entered, issued forth another. The high desire that now inflames and moves thee to have intelligence of what thou seest pleaseth me all the more it swells. But of this water it behooves thee drink, before so great a thirst in thee be slaked. Thus said to me the sunshine of mine eyes, and added, the river and the topazes going in and out, and the laughing of the herbage, are the truth foreshadowing prefaces. Not that these things are difficult in themselves, but the deficiency is on thy side. For yet thou hast not vision so exalted. There is no babe that leaps so suddenly with face towards the milk, if awake much later than his usual custom is. As I did, that I might make better mirrors still of mine eyes down stooping to the wave, which flows that therein be better made. And even as the penthouse of mine eyelids drank of it, it forthwith appeared to me out of its length to be transformed to round. Then, as a folk who may have been under masks seem other before you, if they divest the semblance not of their own they disappeared in, thus unto great pomp were changed for me the flowerets and the sparks, so that I saw both the courts of heaven made manifest. Ah, splendour of God! By means of which I saw the lofty triumph of the realm voracious. Give me the power to say how it is I saw. There is a light above, which visible makes the Creator unto every creature, who only in beholding him has peace, and it expands itself in circular form to such an extent that its circumference would be too large to girdle the sun. The semblance of it made all rays reflected from the top of primal motion, which takes it wherefrom vitality and power, and as a hill in water its base mirrors itself, as if to see its beauty when affluent most in verdure and in flowers, so ranged aloft all around the light, mirrored I saw in more ranks 1,000, all who above there had from us returned. And if the lowest row collect within it so great a light, how vast the amplitude of this rose in its extremest leaves. My vision in the vastness and the height lost not by itself, but comprehended all the quantity and quality of that gladness. There near and not far, add nor take away, for there where God immediately doth govern, the natural law in naught is relevant, into yellow of the rose eternal that spreads and multiplies, and breathes an odour of praise unto the ever-vernal sun. As one who silent is fain would speak, my Beatrice drew on and said, Behold, of the white stones how vast the convent is. Behold how vast the circuit of our city. Behold our seats so filled to overflowing, that here henceforth are few people wanting. And on that great throne, wherein thine eyes are fixed, for the crown's sake already placed upon it, before thou suppest at his wedding feast, shall sit the soul, that is to be Augustus on earth of noble Henry, who shall come to redress Italy ere she be ready. Blind covetousness, that casts its spell upon you, has made you like unto the little child, who dies of hunger, and drives off the nurse. And in the sacred form then shall be prefect such, that openly or covert, on the same road, he will walk not with him. But long of God he will be endured, in holy office he shall be thrust down, where Simon Magus is for his deserts, and make him of Alagna lower go. Canto 31. In fashion, then, as of a snow-white rose, displayed itself to me the saintly host whom Christ in his own blood had made his bride. But the other host, that flying sees and sings the glory of him who doth enamour it, and the goodness that created it so noble, even as a swarm of bees that sinks its flowers, one moment, and the next returns again to where its labour is to sweetness turned, sank into the great flower that is adorned with leaves many, and thence reascended to where its love abideth evermore. Their faces had they all of living flame, and wings of gold, all the rest so white, no snow unto that limit doth attain. From bench to bench, into the flower descending, they carried something of their peace and ardour, which by the fanning of their flanks they won. Nor did the interposing twixt the flower of that was over it such a plentitude of flying shapes impede the sight and splendour, because the light divine so penetrates the universe according to its merit, that naught can be an obstacle against it. This realm, secure and full of gladsomeness, crowded with ancient people and with modern under one mark, had all its look and love. Ah, triennial light, that in a single star sparkling down, their sight so satisfies them, look down upon our tempest here below. If the barbarians, coming from some region that every day by Hellas is covered, revolving with their son whom she delights in, beholding Rome and all her noble works, were wonder-struck, what time the latter and above all mortal things was eminent, I who to the divine had come from the human, from time upon eternity had come, from Florence, to a people just and sane. With what amazement must I have been filled! Truly, between this and the joy, it was my pleasure not to hear, and to be mute. And as a pilgrim who delighteth him in gazing round the temple of his vow, and hopes some day to retell how it was, so through the living light was my way perusing, directed I mine eyes over all the ranks, now up, now down, and now all round about. Faces I saw of charity persuasive, embellished by his light and their own smile, and attitudes adorned with every grace. The general form of paradise already my glance had comprehended as a whole, in no part hitherto remaining fixed. And round I turned with me, rekindled wish my lady to interrogate of things concerning which my mind was in suspense. One thing I meant, another answered me. I thought I should see Beatrice, and saw an old man habited like the glorious people. Overflowing was he in his eyes and cheeks with joy benign, in attitude of pity as to tender father is becoming. And she, where is she? Instantly I said. Whence he? To put an end to thy desire, me Beatrice hath sent from mine own place. And if thou lookest up to the third round of the first rank, again shalt thou behold her. Upon thy throne her merits have assigned her. Without reply I lifted up mine eyes, and I saw her, as she made herself a crown reflecting from herself of eternal rays, not from that region which the highest thunders is any mortal eye so far removed, in whatsoever sea it deepest sinks. As there from Beatrice my sight, but this was nothing unto me, because her image descendeth to me by medium blurred. O Lady, thou in whom my hope is strong, O thou for whom my salvation didst endure in hell, to leave the imprint of thy feet, of whatsoever things I have beheld, as coming from the power and from thy goodness, I recognize the virtue and the grace. Thou from a slave hast brought me unto freedom, by all those ways, by all the expedients, whereby thou hast power of doing it. Preserve towards me thy magnificence, so that this soul of mine, which thou hast healed, pleasing to thee be loosened from the body. Thus I implored, and she, so far away, smiled, as it seems, and looked upon me once more. Then unto the eternal fountain turned, and said the old man wholly, that thou mayest accomplish perfectly thy journeying, whereunto prayer and holy love have sent me, fly with thine eyes all round about this garden, for seeing it will discipline thy sight, farther to the mount along the ray divine. And she, the Queen of Heaven, for whom I burn wholly with love, will grant us every grace, because that I, her faithful Bernard, am. As he who peradventure from Croatia cometh to gaze at our Veronica, who through its ancient fame is never sated, but says, in thought, the while is displayed, My Lord, Christ, Jesus, God of very God, now was your semblance made like unto this. Even such was I while gazing at the living charity of man, who in this world by contemplation tasted of that peace. Thou son of grace, this jocund life, began he, will not be known to thee by keeping ever thine eyes below here to the lowest place, but mark the circles of the most remote, until thou shalt behold enthroned the Queen, to whom this realm is subject and devoted. I lifted mine eyes up, and as at morn the oriental part of the horizon surpassed that wherein the sun goes down, thus, as if going with mine eyes from the vale to mount, I saw apart in the remoteness surpass in splendour all the other front. And even as there where all we await the pole that Phaeton drove badly, blazes more the light, and is on either side diminished. So likewise, that Pacific oriflamme gleamed brightest in the centre, and each side in equal measure did the flame abate. And at that centre, with their wings expanded, more than 1,000 jubilant angels saw I, each differing in effulgence and in kind. I saw there, at their sports and at their songs, a beauty smiling, which the gladness was within the beauty and eyes of all the other saints. And if I had in speaking as not much wealth as in imagining, I should not dare to attempt the smallest part of its delight. Bernard, as soon as he beheld mine eyes fixed intent upon its fervid fervour, his own with such affection turned to her, that it made mine more ardent to behold. Canto 32. Absorbed in his delight, the contemplator assumed the willing office of a teacher, and gave beginning to those holy words. The wound that Mary closed up and anointed, she at her feet who was so beautiful, She is the one who opened it and pierced it, within that order which the third seat's mate is seating Rachel, lower than the other with Beatrice in manner as thou seest, Sarah, Rebecca, Judith, and all, who was ancestress of the singer, who foretold of the misdeeds, say miserere me. Canst thou behold from seat to seat descending down in graduation, as with one's own name, I through the rows go down from leaf to leaf, and downward from the seventh row, even as above the same, succeed the Hebrew woman, dividing all the tresses of the flower? Because, according to the view in which faith in Christ had taken, these are the partition by which the sacred stairways are divided. Upon this side, where perfect is the flower, with each one of its petals seated, those who are believed in Christ was to come. Upon the other side, were intersected with vacant spaces and the semicircles, are those who looked to Christ already come. And as upon this side the glorious seat of the Lady of Heaven, and the other seats below it, had such a great division make, so opposite doth that of great John, who ever holy, desert, and martyrdom endured, and afterwards 2 years in hell. And under him, thus to divide, were chosen Francis, Benedict, and Augustine, and down to the rest of us, round to round. Behold now the high providence divine, for one and the other aspect of faith in equal measure shall this garden fill. And know that downward from that rank which cleaves midway the sequence of the 2 divisions, not by their proper merit are they sealed, but by another's under fixed conditions, for these are the spirits one and all assoiled, before they had any true election had. Well canst thou recognize in their faces, and all their voices puerile, if thou regard them well and hearken to them. Now doubtest thou, doubting thou art silent, but I will loosen for thee the strong bond in which thy subtle fancies hold thee fast. Within the amplitude of this domain, no casual point can possibly find place, no more than sadness can, or thirst, or hunger. For by eternal law has been established whatever thou beholdest, so that closely the ring is fitted to the finger here, and therefore these people, festinate unto true life, not sine causa, here more and less excellent among themselves. The king, by means of whom this realm reposes in so great love and in so great delight, that no will ventureth to ask for more, in his own joyous aspect every mind creating, at his pleasure dowers with grace diversely, and let here the effects suffice. And this is clearly and expressly noted for you in Holy Scripture, in those twins who are in their mother had been anger roused, according to the colour of the hair, therefore with such grace the light supreme consenteth that they worthily be crowned, without, then, any merit of their deeds stationed, or they are in different gradations, differing only in their first acuteness. 'Tis true that in the early centuries with innocence, the work of their salvation sufficient was the faith of parents only. After the earlier ages were completed, behooved that it by the males, unto their innocent wings, should virtue add. But after that time of grace had come, without baptism absolute of Christ, such innocent below there was retained. Look now into the face that unto Christ hath most resemblance, for its brightness only is able to prepare thee to see Christ. On her did I behold such great a gladness rain down, borne onward in the holy minds, created through that altitude to fly, that whatsoever I had seen before did not suspend in me admiration, nor show me such similitude of God. And the same love that first ascendeth there, Ave Maria, gratia plena, singing, in front of her its wings expanded wide, unto the canticle divinely responded, from every part of the court beautified, so that each sight became serener for it, Our Holy Father, who for thee endurest to be below here, leaving the sweet place in which thou sittest by eternal lot, who is the angel that with so much joy into the eyes is looking for our Queen, enamoured so that he seems made of fire? Thus I again recourse had to the teaching of that one who delighted him in Mary, as doth the star of the morning in the sun. And he said to me, such gallantry and grace as there can be in angel and in soul, all is in him, and thus we fain would have it, because he is the only one who bore the palm down unto Mary, when the Son of God to take our burden on himself decreed. But now come onward with thine eyes, as I shall speak and go, and note the great patricians of this most just and merciful of empires. Those two that sit above the most in rapture as being very near unto Augusta, as are where the two roots of this rose. He upon the left is near placed, the Father is, by whose audacious taste the human species so bitter tastes. Upon the right thou seest that ancient Father of the Holy Church, into whose keeping Christ the keys committed of this lovely flower. And he who all the evil days beheld, before his death, of their beauteous bride, whom with the spear and with the nails was won, beside him sits, and by the other rests, the leader unto whom manna lived, the people in great fickle and stiff-necked. Opposite Peter seest Anna seated, so well content to look upon her daughter. Her eyes she moves, not while she sings Hosanna. And opposite, the eldest household father, Lucia, sits. She who at thy lady moved when to rush downward, thou didst bend thy brows. But since the moments of thy vision fly, here will we make a full stop, as a good tailor who makes the gown according to his cloth. And unto the first love will turn our eyes, that looking upon him thou penetrate as far possible through his effulgence, truly, lest peradventure thou recede, moving thy wings believing to advance. By prayer behooves it grace to be obtained, grace from that one who has the power to aid thee, and thou shalt follow me with thy affection, that from thy words thy heart shall not turn aside. And he began this holy orison. Canto 33. Thou Virgin Mother, daughter of thy Son, humble and high beyond all other creature, the limit fixed of the eternal counsel, thou art the one who such nobility to human nature gave, that its Creator did not disdain to make himself its creature. Within thy womb rekindled was the love, by heat of which the eternal peace after such wise this flower has germinated. Hereunto thus art a noonday torch of charity, and below there are among mortals, thou art the living fountain-head of hope. Lady, thou art so great, and so prevailing, that he who wishes grace, nor runs to thee, his aspirations without wings would fly. Not only to thy benignity gives succour to him who asketh it, but oft times forerunneth of its own accord the asking. In thee compassion is, in thee pity, in thee magnificence, in thee unites whatever of goodness is any creature. Now doth this man, who from the lowest depth of the universe, as far as has seen, one after one the spiritual lives, supplicate thee, through grace, so much power, that with his eyes he may uplift himself higher towards the uttermost salvation. And I, who never burned for my own seeing, more than I do for any of his, all of my prayers prefer to thee, and pray that they come not short, that thou wouldst scatter from him every cloud of his mortality, so with thy prayers that the chief pleasure to him be displayed. Still farther do I pray thee, queen, who canst whatever thou wilt, that sound mayest persevere, after so great a vision has his affections. Let thy protection conquer human movements. See Beatrice and all the blessed ones, my prayers to second-class their hands to be. The eyes beloved and revered of God, fastened upon the speaker, showed to us how grateful unto her prayers devout. Then unto the eternal light they turned, upon which is not credible could be by any creature bent an eye so clear. And I, who to all the end of desires was now approaching, even as I ought the ardour of desire within me ended. Bernard was beckoning unto me, and smiling, that I should upward look, but I already was of my own accord such as he wished, because of my sight, becoming purified, was entering more and more into the ray of the high light which of itself is true. From that time forward, what I saw was greater than our discourse, that to such vision yields, and yields the memory unto such excess. Even as he who seeth in a dream, and after dreaming the imprinted passion remains, and to his mind the rest returns not, even such am I, for almost utterly ceases my vision, and distilleth yet within my heart the sweetness born of it. Even thus the snow is in the sun unsealed, even thus upon the wind the light leaves where the soothsayings of the Sibyl lost. O light supreme, that dost so far uplift thee from conceits of mortals, to my mind of what thou did appear to relend a little, and make my tongue of so great puissance, that by a single spark of thy glory it bequeath unto the future of the people, and by returning to my memory somewhat, and by a little sounding of these verses, more of thy victory shall be conceived. I think the keenness of the living ray which I endured would have bewildered me, if but mine eyes had not been averted from it. And I remember that I was more bold on this account to hear, so that I joined my aspect with the glory infinite. O grace abundant, by which I presumed to fix my sight upon the light eternal, so that seeing I consumed therein. I saw that in its depth far down is lying, bound up with love together in one volume, which through the universe in leaves is scattered. Substance and accident, and their operations, all interfuse together in such wise that I would speak of one simple light. The universal fashion of this knot, methinks I saw, since more abundantly in saying this I feel that I rejoice. One moment is more lethargy to me than 25 centuries of empires that startled Neptune with the shade of Argo. My mind in this wise wholly in suspense, steadfast, immovable, attentive gazed, and evermore with gazing grew and kindled. In presence of that light, one such becomes, that to withdraw thereon from the other prospect, it is impossible he ever consent, because the good, which object is of will, is gathered all in this, and out of it, that is defective, which is perfect here. Shorter henceforward will my language fall of what I yet remember, that an infant who in still his tongue doth moisten at the breast, nor because more than one unmingled semblance was in the living light on which I looked, for it is always what it was before. But through the sight that fortified itself in me by looking, one appearance only to me was ever changing as I changed. Within the deep and luminous subsistence of the high light appeared to me 3 circles of threefold colour and of one dimension, and by the second seemed the first reflected, as iris is by iris, and the third seemed fire, that equally from both is breathed. Oh, how all speech is feeble and falls short of my conceit, and to this what I saw little is such, 'tis not enough to call it a little. O light eternal, Soul in thyself that dwellest, soul knoweth thyself, and known unto thyself, and knowing lovest and smilest unto thyself. That circulation, which being thus conceived, appeared in thee as a reflected light, when somewhat contemplated by mine eyes, within itself, of its own very colour, seemed to me to be painted with our effigy, wherefore my sight was all absorbed therein. As the geometrician, who endeavours to square the circle and discovers not, by taking thought, the principle he wants, even such was I at the new apparition. I wished to see how the imagine to the circle conformed itself, and how it there finds place. But my own wings were not enough for this. Had it not been that then my mind were smote a flash of lightning, wherein came its wish, here vigour failed the lofty fantasy, but now was turning my desire and will, even as a wheel that equally is moved, the love which moves the sun and the other stars. End of Paradiso, and the end of Dante's Divine Comedy. Thank you very much for listening. I do appreciate you joining me if you've made it this far. If you have, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can certainly express some thankfulness for the hours of recording I've put into this. But I will admit it has been a labour of love. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night. Lots of love to you all.